Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
151, Chapter 150, Edo. Current balance, 11,888,530,000 R. November 7th, Pensbury Manor, morning. The early morning sun cast long shadows across the manicured lawns of Pensbury Manor. 2 months of intensive training, settling in, and quiet planning had passed. Alaric stood in William Penn's office, the scent of old books and beeswax familiar now. He'd just finished his accounting with the Quaker. Money withdrawal, 460,000 R. Payment to Penn for 6 months upkeep and expenses for the entire Kenway contingent. Next, he'd turned his attention to restocking the manor's pantries and personal supplies, not for sale this time, but for the comfort and use of everyone residing there. He'd already instructed Penn to ensure a generous portion of these goods, particularly the teas and salves, were gifted to the Kenway household staff and the former slaves under their protection. Premium cigar, 1000x. Sage's herbal infusion tea bags, 1000x. Ichiraku ramen instant noodle cups, 1000x. Uchiha fire and spice hot sauce, 600x. Kunoichi beauty mask, 600x. Hayaga cleanse secret ointment, 400x. Total deduction, 18,860 R. Current balance, 11,888,051,140 R. With those practical matters settled, the time for departure had arrived. The Kenway family, William Penn and his own family, Reuben, Flavia, Thulani, Avelini, Elizabeth, Jonathan, and Sebastian were all gathered in the manor's grand foyer. The mood was somber, yet tinged with a hopeful anticipation. Alaric, his crimson coat draped over his shoulders, a fresh cigar already lit despite the early hour, addressed them all. His was voice calm but carrying a weight of unspoken emotion. Well, everyone, he began, his gaze sweeping over their faces, lingering for a moment on his parents, then on Cassandra who stood slightly apart, watching him with an unreadable expression. It seems my time here, for now, is up. Caroline Jenny needs her mother. And I intend to find her, to bring her home, or at least ensure she's safe, wherever that apple has taken her. Bernard and Leonard clapped him on the shoulder, their expressions were a mixture of pride and worry. Be careful out there, son, Leonard said, his voice gruff with emotion. Aye, lad, Bernard added. Don't go doing anything too reckless without us to back you up, Sure, Alaric chuckled. I'll try my best, UNC. Penn stepped forward, his revitalized face serious. Godspeed, Alaric. May thee find what thee seeks. Pennsylvania will always be a home for thee and thine. Reuben and Thulani offered firm handshakes and nods of understanding. Flavia and Avelini gave him warm, sisterly hugs, while Elizabeth Scott offered a tearful thanks for his determination to find her daughter. Jonathan and Sebastian, ever the composed butlers, gave deep, respectful bows. I'll be back. Alaric turned to Cassandra. He walked towards her, taking her hands in his blue eyes locking with her ancient amber ones. A month, 2 at the absolute most. I promise. Cassandra nodded, a small, brave smile on her lips, though her eyes glistened. I know you will, Alaric. Be safe, my love. They walked out of the manor together, hand in hand, the others watching from the doorway. Once they were a short distance away, under the shade of a large oak tree, out of direct sight from the manor windows, Alaric stopped. He turned to Cassandra, a playful, almost boyish grin suddenly lighting up his face. Before I go fancy experiencing something a little romantic. Cassandra raised a curious eyebrow, her earlier sadness momentarily forgotten, replaced by intrigue. Romantic? What are you plotting now, Kenway? Nothing nefarious, I swear, Alaric chuckled. Just come closer. Step onto my boots. She looked at him, then down at his sturdy leather boots, then back up at his grinning face. With a shrug and a returning smirk, she did as he asked, carefully placing her feet atop his, her hands instinctively finding his shoulders for balance. She was nearly his height, and the position felt intimate, slightly precarious. All right, she said, her eyes sparkling. I'm here. Now what, you madman? Alaric's grin widened. He wrapped his arms securely around her waist, pulling her flush against him. Hold on tight. And then, with a subtle flex of chakra, they began to float. Slowly, smoothly, they lifted off the ground, rising effortlessly into the crisp morning air. Cassandra gasped, her eyes widening in genuine shock as the ground receded beneath them. She clutched his shoulders tighter, a laugh bubbling up, a mixture of disbelief and exhilaration. You can fly. She exclaimed silently, her voice a breathless whisper against his ear. Malka, you truly have no limits, do you? Alaric just smirked, guiding their ascent until they were 100 meters above Pensbury Manor, the entire estate, the Delaware River, and the distant city of Philadelphia spread out below them like a miniature map. The morning sun painted the landscape in hues of gold and amber. It was breathtaking. He looked down at Cassandra, her face was alight with wonder, her hair whipping around her in the gentle breeze. The sight stole his breath away more effectively than any battle. I love you, Cassandra, he said, his voice soft but clear above the whisper of the wind. Tears welled in her eyes, but this time, they were tears of pure, unadulterated happiness. She reached up, her fingers tangling in his platinum hair, pulling his face down to hers. And I love you, Alaric Kenway. And there, suspended between heaven and earth, with the new world sprawling beneath them and a vast, uncertain journey ahead, they kissed, a deep, passionate affirmation of a love that defied time, defied logic. Edo, Japan. The night in Edo was a tapestry of hushed sounds and soft, flickering lights. Paper lanterns cast a warm, inviting glow along the narrow, packed earth streets, illuminating the dark wooden facades of shops and houses. The air, cool and crisp with the late autumn chill, carried the faint scent of wood smoke from countless hearths, the distant murmur of the Sumida River, and occasionally, the delicate fragrance of incense drifting from a hidden temple. Inside the imposing stone walls of Edo Castle, within his private chambers, Arai Hakusuki sat in the formal Caesar position, a low, lacquered desk before him. A single oil lamp cast a steady light on the scrolls and reports spread across its surface. It had been an hour since his simple dinner, and he sought solace and focus on his scholarly pursuits. As a statesman, philosopher, and prolific writer, his mind was a constant whirl of activity, grappling with the complexities of governance, history, and the subtle currents of power within the Tokugawa shogunate. He was a man of considerable influence, having served as a trusted tutor to the late 6th shogun, Tokugawa Inobu. Now, he advised the 7th, Tokugawa Ieyasu, a mere boy of 5 who had ascended to the shogunate the previous year, in 1713. The weight of responsibility for guiding the young ruler, for maintaining stability in a realm still finding its footing after centuries of turmoil, often lay heavy on Arai's shoulders. The Ahima Ikushima affair, Arai sighed internally, his gaze drifting from the scroll he was studying. The scandal, which had erupted months ago involving a high-ranking lady of the shogun's mother's court and a popular kabuki actor, still sent ripples of unease through the corridors of power. It spoke of a moral laxity, a potential for corruption, that worried him deeply. Such decadence can erode the foundations of even the strongest shogunate. This is historically true. His attention returned to the report he held in his hand, a more recent, and in its own way, more perplexing concern. It spoke of a gaijin, a Western woman, who had recently appeared in Edo. The reports were vague, filled with superstitious or rather than concrete facts, but they all agreed on one thing: she possessed an unnatural ability to charm people. Merchants were reportedly giving her goods for free, guards were letting her pass through restricted areas without question, and even stern-faced samurai seemed to become unusually agreeable in her presence. A charmer? A spy, perhaps? Or something more unusual? Arai frowned. Japan's policy of sakoku, strict isolation, was designed to prevent such foreign influences from destabilizing the realm. How had this woman even entered Edo? And what was her purpose? Who could she be? And what does she want? Arai-sama, a muffled voice respectfully called from behind the fusuma, the paper-sliding door of his chamber. Someone is requesting an audience with you. Arai, startled from his thoughts, raised an eyebrow. Nanny, this late at night? It was highly unusual for anyone to seek him out at this hour without prior arrangement. Before the guard outside could reply, the fusuma slid open silently, revealing a figure silhouetted against the dim light of the corridor. A woman stepped into the room. She was undeniably a Westerner as her features were sharp and unfamiliar. Her hair was a light reddish brunette, and her eyes, even in the lamplight, were a startling shade of blue. She wore Western-style clothing, a practical but well-made dress that seemed out of place within the austere confines of Edo Castle. Konbanwei, Araidano. The woman said, her Japanese surprisingly fluent, though accented. What was truly odd, Arai noted with a sudden, disquieting lurch in his own usually disciplined mind, was the almost immediate sense of pleasantness, of compliance, that her presence evoked. He found himself analyzing her, not with suspicion, but with a strange, unbidden curiosity. She held a dark, spherical object in her hands, something smooth and metallic that seemed to absorb the lamplight. He had never seen anything like it. It feels unfair that you know of my name, and I do not know yours, Tababai Toyo, Arai said, his voice sounding calmer than he felt. The woman offered a sly, almost predatory smile. She walked gracefully towards him, her movements fluid and confident, stopping just a meter from his low desk. Then, with a surprising ease that belied her Western attire, she sank down into a perfect Caesar position, mirroring his own. My name is Caroline Scott Kenway, she said, her blue eyes locking onto his. And I believe, Araidano, that you are going to help me with something very important. Before Arai Hakusuki could even begin to formulate a response, a wave of profound enchantment washed over him. It wasn't a crude charm, not a simple beguilement. It was deeper, more fundamental, as if her very presence, her proximity to the strange sphere she held, was rewriting his will. His eyes, usually so sharp and analytical, dulled, his expression becoming vacant, almost robotic. The complex thoughts, the worries about the shogunate, the mystery of the Western woman, they all vanished, replaced by a single, overwhelming imperative. He nodded his head slowly, his movements stiff, unnatural. "Hi." He heard himself say, his own voice sounding distant, unfamiliar. "Anything you require, Lady Kenway." He was now a puppet, his strings held by the woman with the strange blue eyes and the dark, humming sphere. "Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 152, Chapter 151, Earning Some Coins, Extra. Current balance, 11,888,511,140 R. Havana, Cuba, same morning. The Havana morning was already alive with a vibrant, tropical energy. The sun, climbing steadily in a clear blue sky, cast sharp shadows from the ornate Spanish colonial architecture. The air was thick with the mingled scents of sea salt, roasting coffee, exotic flowers, and the faint, ever-present aroma of cigar smoke drifting from countless balconies and doorways. Below, the streets of the capital of the Captaincy General of Cuba teemed with life as merchants were hawking their wares in rapid-fire Spanish. There were elegantly dressed dons and doas strolling along the plazas, also, uniformed soldiers patrolling with a practiced, almost lazy, authority, and the constant rumble of horse-drawn carts over cobblestone. Perched high above this lively tableau, on the red-tiled roof of the governor's mansion, a figure stood in stark contrast to the busy scene below. Alaric Kenway, with his crimson justicore that was a vibrant splash of color against the whitewashed walls of the mansion, surveyed the city with an almost possessive air. He was tall, easily 6 feet 4 inches, and his presence should have been obvious, a beacon against the morning sky. Yet, somehow, he seemed to blend into the background, unnoticed by the throngs below. Perhaps it was the angle of the sun, or the way he stood so perfectly still, or maybe it was just Alaric being Alaric. He was, after all, that man. "I actually kinda like this place," Alaric thought, a faint smirk playing on his lips as his gaze drifted across the plaza below, settling on a small, shaded gazebo within the mansion's private gardens. Several figures were gathered there, engaged in what appeared to be an animated conversation. One of them, a stout man in an impeccably tailored, dark suit, his silver hair gleaming in the sun, was instantly recognizable to Alaric. Governor Laureano de Torres y Ayala, a key Templar figure in the Caribbean, according to the game lore. Why was Alaric here, on the rooftop of the Templar Grand Master's Caribbean stronghold, so soon after leaving Pennsylvania? Simple. He'd used Hiraishin, teleporting from a Hiraishin marker he'd left in Havana during his previous brief stop. The journey from Pennsylvania to Havana, which would have taken weeks by sea, had been accomplished in the blink of an eye. And why Havana? Because it was significantly closer to Las Islas Filipinas than Philadelphia. Time was of the essence if he was to find Caroline. And why, specifically, the rooftop of the governor's mansion? Alaric's smirk widened. Well, a man could always use a few extra coins, couldn't he? Especially when those coins currently resided in the coffers of a high-ranking Templar. With a thought, Alaric channeled a minuscule amount of chakra. Beside him, wood fibers began to coalesce, knitting together with impossible speed, forming an identical copy of himself, a Mokutan Bunshin. The clone blinked, stretched, then looked at the original Alaric with an expression of perfect understanding. It nodded once, then, with a subtle shimmer, its features shifted, transforming into the unremarkable face of a common dockworker. The clone then leaped soundlessly from the rooftop towards the main entrance of the governor's mansion far below, not towards the grand front doors, but directly at the imposing iron gates of the main entrance. As the clone landed with a soft thud on the cobblestones directly in front of the 2 liveried guards stationed at the gates, it offered a disarming, almost apologetic smile. "Chew." One guard grunted, startled by the sudden appearance. The other echoed, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his sword. "I'm terribly sorry to disturb you, gentlemen," the clone chuckled. Before either guard could react further, the clone's hands lashed out with contemptuous ease. 2 swift, open-palmed slaps to their jaws, not even with full force, and both guards crumpled to the ground, unconscious. "I intruso." The shout came from a pair of guards just inside the gates, who had witnessed the sudden takedown. They raised their muskets, the barrels glinting in the sun, and fired. The clone didn't even flinch as the lead ball slammed into its chest, the impacts barely making it stumble. It smirked, the henge still holding perfectly. While the guards frantically tried to reload their single-shot muskets, the clone strode forward, grabbed the ornate iron bars of the gate, and with a grunt of effort that was mostly for show, yanked them open with a screech of protesting metal. Now, the commotion had truly begun. Shouts of alarm, the clang of an alarm bell, and the sound of running feet echoed from within the mansion grounds. More guards, alerted by the musket fire, came rushing towards the breached gate with their faces being a mixture of confusion and aggression. The clone grinned, a predatory light in its disguised eyes. It dashed towards the 2 guards who had fired at it, who were still fumbling with powder and shot. A fist, moving with blurring speed, slammed into one guard's ribs with a sickening crunch. The clone then spun, a perfectly executed 360-degree kick connecting with the other guard's jaw, sending him flying backwards to land in a heap. As both bodies dropped simultaneously, the newly arrived contingent of guards, perhaps a dozen of them, widened their eyes in disbelief. They immediately lifted their own muskets, a ragged volley of shots erupting. Bang, bang, bang. The real Alaric, still perched comfortably on the rooftop, observed the clone's antics below with an amused chuckle, a fresh cigar already lit between his fingers. Good, he thought, taking a leisurely drag. I didn't really need to do this, could have just slipped in unnoticed. But it's a good show to watch. And it keeps Torres and his guests occupied. While the clone created a very loud and very violent distraction at the main gate, drawing the vast majority of the mansion's guards towards the commotion, Alaric moved. He slipped through an open window on the upper floor of the mansion, finding himself in a lavishly decorated, but currently empty, guest bedroom. He moved silently through the opulent corridors, his senses guiding him. The mind's eye of the Kagura, combined with his natural sensory abilities, made navigating the mansion and avoiding the few remaining servants or guards child's play. He soon found what he was looking for, Governor Torres's private office. It was a large, imposing room, filled with heavy mahogany furniture, shelves overflowing with books and scrolls, maps of the Caribbean adorning the walls, and a general air of power and wealth. Alaric's gaze, however, was drawn to a smaller, less conspicuous door tucked away near Torres's large, ornate desk. It was clearly a reinforced door, likely leading to a private vault or strongroom. Alaric walked over to it, tested the handle. Locked, of course. He could pick it, or use a subtle foinjutsu to disable the mechanism, but where was the fun in that? And time was, relatively speaking, a factor. He smirked, then delivered a single, precise, chakra-enhanced kick to the lock. With a sharp crack of splintering wood and a groan of tortured metal, the door burst inwards. Inside, it was exactly as he'd expected. Chests. Lots of them. Heavy, iron-bound chests, some open, revealing stacks of gold and silver coins, others still sealed, but radiating the distinct aura of accumulated wealth. This was clearly Torres's personal hoard, the profits of his various enterprises. Let me just take all of it, Alaric thought, a greedy glint in his eyes. He walked from chest to chest, placing a hand on each one. With a mental command to the system, the contents of each chest, coins, jewels, valuable documents, everything vanished without a sound, deposited directly into his system balance. These are all his personal ill-gotten gains anyway, consider it a Templar tax. Plus 542,060 R. Current balance, 11,889,053,200 R. Well, for a governor, he certainly earns a lot, Alaric smirked, looking around the now mostly empty strongroom. He'd left a few token items, a few scattered coins, just to make it look like a particularly brazen robbery rather than a complete, inexplicable vanishing act. He casually walked out of the office, then out of the mansion itself, using a side entrance, his movements leisurely, unhurried. He could sense his wood clone, having successfully drawn away all significant guard presence and caused a satisfactory amount of chaos, now retreating from the main gate area, leading the remaining guards on a wild goose chase through the outer gardens before it would eventually dispel itself. That was fruitful. Alaric murmured, stepping out into the Havana sunlight, a satisfied smile on his face. He took a final drag from his cigar, then flicked the butt into a nearby ornate fountain. Now, time to fly to Las Islas Filipinas. Actually, I gotta check out Hawaii first. Always wanted to see those volcanoes. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 153, Chapter 152, Manila. Current balance, 11,889,053,200 R. The flight across the Pacific was a long, quiet affair. 4 days, there was nothing below but the endless, deep blue of the ocean, a massive, shifting canvas under the sun and stars. Alaric flew steadily, the foinjutsu seals on his arms making the journey effortless, a silent glide through the upper atmosphere. He didn't need to rest, but he sometimes paused, hovering in the vast emptiness, watching clouds drift by, a solitary figure between the sea and the sky. He had left Pennsylvania in the cool of early November. When he finally saw the scattered, emerald-green islands of Las Islas Filipinas on the horizon, the air had turned warm and heavy with humidity. He arrived as evening began to fall, descending from the clouds like a ghost onto a secluded stretch of white sand beach miles north of Manila Bay. The scent of salt, damp earth, and tropical flowers filled the air. It was a world away from the cool autumn of the American colonies. System currency updated. Real converted to Spanish colonial real. Conversion fee, 1 R. Current balance, 11,889,053,199 R. Alaric ignored the familiar notification, as his focus was elsewhere. Before taking a single step toward civilization, he found a tall, sturdy palm tree at the edge of the jungle and scaled it with ease. He settled on a thick frond near the top, the leaves providing cover as he looked out over the distant, flickering lights of Manila. He closed his eyes. He focused, pushing his senses outwards. The mind's eye of the Kagura activated, his consciousness expanding in a silent, invisible wave. It washed over the landscape, sweeping across the dense jungle, the small coastal villages, and then the sprawling, crowded city itself. He felt the life within it, tens of thousands of individual signatures, a buzzing hive of human activity. He searched, probing through the noise for a specific energy. He was looking for a signature he knew, one he'd been close to for many years, Caroline's. Or, failing that, the overwhelming, corrupting hum of an apple of Eden. He found nothing. There was no trace of her, no echo of the apple's immense power. It was like searching a crowded room for someone who had never been there. The cold realization settled in his gut. She was gone. She had already come and passed through this place months ago. This wasn't a rescue mission anymore. It was an investigation. Alaric's expression hardened. He dropped silently from the tree, landing softly on the sand. The first order of business was to blend in. His fine clothes and platinum hair were a dead giveaway. With a simple hand sign, he activated the Henge no Jutsu. His features softened, his hair darkened to a common brown, and his crimson coat and tailored vest shifted, morphing into the simple, loose-fitting trousers and a plain linen shirt of a common Spanish sailor or a mestizo trader. He was now just another face in the crowd. He began walking south along the coast, following the shoreline towards the distant glow of Manila. The city was a chaotic mix of cultures and smells. Spanish colonial architecture, with its whitewashed walls and heavy wooden balconies, stood alongside the simpler bamboo and nipa huts of the local Tagalog people. In a district near the port, the distinct red-tiled roofs and paper lanterns of the Parian marked the bustling Chinese quarter. Spanish soldiers, in their stifling wool uniforms, patrolled the main thoroughfares, their presence a constant reminder of who was in charge. Alaric moved through the crowds easily, his disguised appearance drawing no special attention. His mind's eye passively scanned the emotions of the people around him, the general weariness of the laborers, the arrogance of the soldiers, the guarded shrewdness of the merchants. There was no lingering psychic residue, no citywide sense of awe or fear that an active apple of Eden would likely leave in its wake. His first priority was a base. He avoided the larger, more prominent inns near the port, settling instead on a small, clean posada tucked away on a side street. He paid the owner for a week's stay, the silver reals from his system feeling solid and real in his palm. Money withdrawal, 70 R. Current balance, 11,889,053,129 R. Inside the small, sparse room, his first act was to crouch down and press his palm against the floorboards under the simple cot. A faint shimmer of chakra, invisible to any normal eye, left a permanent Hiraishin marker. His escape route was now secure. With his foundation set, the hunt began. He made his way to the waterfront taverns, places that smelled of spilled rum, sweat, and desperation. He found a dark corner in a particularly rowdy establishment, ordered a mug of cheap ale, and simply listened. For hours, he sat, a silent observer in a sea of noise. Sailors from different ships exchanged drunken stories, merchants complained about port taxes and pirates, and soldiers boasted of their easy assignments in the peaceful colony. Alaric filtered through the mundane chatter, his enhanced senses picking up every whispered rumor, every slurred confession. He was listening for a ghost, a story that didn't quite fit, a detail that was out of place. He heard tales of bar brawls, profitable voyages, and corrupt officials, but nothing that pointed to a woman with a mind-altering artifact. The trail was colder than he expected. Caroline had been here, but she had moved with a subtlety that was deeply unnerving. The apple wasn't just making her persuasive, it was making her smart. Just as he was about to give up for the night, he caught a fragment of a conversation from a nearby table. Two grizzled sailors, their faces weathered from years at sea, were arguing over a card game. "And I tell you, Ignacio, the captain was mad," one sailor slurred, slamming his cards down. "We were loaded with Chinese silk, bound for Acapulco. A fortune. Then, out of nowhere, he orders us to change course. Sail to a damned deserted atoll in the middle of nowhere. He said it was a pilgrimage," the other sailor, Ignacio, scoffed. "A pilgrimage to a pile of rocks. All because some woman whispered in his ear. We lost 2 weeks, and the trade winds nearly left us stranded." "That woman," the first sailor muttered, his voice dropping. "She wasn't right. The way she looked at you, it was like she saw right into your soul. And the captain, he'd have given her the whole damned ship if she'd asked." Alaric's focus sharpened. He stayed perfectly still, not wanting to alert them to his interest. "They said she paid him with a single, strange-looking pearl," Ignacio continued, shaking his head. "A pearl for a hold full of silk. Madness. Then, after we dropped her off on that rock, she just vanished. Never saw her again." The captain was like a man waking from a dream. Couldn't even remember why he'd done it. The first sailor shuddered. "Gave me the creeps, she did. Like a ghost, a beautiful, terrifying ghost." Alaric took a slow sip of his ale, his mind racing. A woman with unnatural powers of persuasion. A mysterious island. A captain acting against his own interests. This was it. This was the first breadcrumb. He stood up, leaving a few extra coins on the table, and quietly slipped out of the tavern. He walked back through the dark, humid streets of Manila, the sailor's story replaying in his mind. He had a lead. It was faint, months old, and pointed to a deserted rock in the middle of the vast Pacific. But it was a start. The ghost hunt had officially begun. consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 154, Chapter 153, The Ghost Pearl. Current balance, 11,889,053,129 R. The information from the drunken sailors was a starting point, but it was also a needle in an oceanic haystack. A deserted atoll in the middle of nowhere was uselessly vague. The Pacific Ocean was a vast, unforgiving emptiness, dotted with thousands of unnamed, uncharted islands. Flying aimlessly in search of one specific rock was inefficient, even for him. Alaric needed more. He needed a map, a chart, or at least a story from someone who knew the secret currents and hidden corners of these waters. He spent the next morning walking through the Parian, the bustling Chinese quarter of Manila. Lanterns still hung from the eaves of the tightly packed wooden buildings, and the air was thick with the smell of exotic spices, medicinal herbs, and roasting meats. This was the city's true hub of information, a place where secrets were traded as readily as silk and porcelain. He found what he was looking for in a small, dimly lit tea house, a place known more for the clandestine meetings in its back rooms than for the quality of its tea. In his disguise as a mestizo trader, he sat and observed, his mind's eye passively scanning the patrons. He felt the nervous energy of smugglers, the cautious greed of merchants, the weary patience of sailors waiting for a new ship. After an hour, he identified his target, an old, reclusive mapmaker known only as El Viejo, a man rumored to possess charts of routes no sane captain would ever sail. Alaric approached the old man's table, placing a heavy pouch of silver reals on the worn wood with a soft thud. Money withdrawal, 1,000 R. Current balance, 11,889,052,129 R. El Viejo, who had been hunched over a cup, looked up, his rheumy eyes widening at the sight of the coin. I am looking for information, Alaric said quietly in Spanish, his voice low and direct. About a strange voyage. A ship carrying Chinese silk, diverted from its course to Acapulco some months ago. It sailed to a deserted island, for a woman. The old mapmaker stared at the pouch, then up at Alaric, his expression shifting from surprise to shrewd calculation. He motioned for Alaric to sit. Many ships sail these waters, amigo, El Viejo rasped, his voice like dry leaves. Such stories are common. This woman, Alaric continued, ignoring the old man's feigned disinterest, paid the captain with a single, unique pearl. At the mention of the pearl, a flicker of genuine recognition sparked in El Viejo's eyes. He sighed, a long, weary sound, and slowly pushed the pouch of coins closer to himself. Ah, he said softly, the ghost pearl. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I know the story. Not the captain's name, not the ship. But I know of the pearl. It is a legend among the most desperate sailors. A type of black pearl found only in one place on this earth, a cursed archipelago far to the east, a place the old maps call the Serpent's Teeth. El Viejo shook his head. No captain goes there willingly. The waters are a maze of razor-sharp coral reefs, the storms are sudden and violent, and the currents can tear a ship apart. It is said the place is haunted, protected by ancient spirits. Then why would anyone go? Alaric asked, his focus sharpening. For the pearls, the old man confirmed. Or because they were paid an immense sum, or perhaps, persuaded by a woman with eyes that could charm the devil himself. He gave Alaric a knowing look. I do not have a full chart of the Serpent's Teeth, El Viejo admitted, no one does. It is suicide to map it properly. But. He reached into a worn leather satchel, retrieving a rolled-up piece of old, yellowed parchment. He spread it carefully on the table. It was a fragment of a nautical chart, showing a section of the Pacific. In the center was a cluster of small, unnamed islands surrounded by hand-drawn warnings of treacherous reefs and unpredictable currents. This, the old man tapped a specific island on the chart, is where the stories say the pearls are found. It is the only place. If your ghost woman needed to be dropped off at a deserted atoll, and she paid with one of those pearls, then this is where the ship went. Alaric studied the chart, memorizing the coordinates, the shape of the islands, the warnings. This was it. The next piece of the puzzle. Thank you, Alaric said, standing up. You've been most helpful. A word of advice, amigo, El Viejo called after him as Alaric turned to leave. Whatever you seek in the Serpent's Teeth, be wary. Some places are best left undisturbed. Alaric simply nodded, then walked out of the tea house, melting back into the crowded streets of the Parian. He spent the rest of the day gathering basic supplies, discreetly withdrawing what he needed from the system. As he moved through the city, he felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The casual glances from Spanish soldiers seemed to linger a little longer now. He sensed eyes watching him from shadowed alleyways. The local Templar network, or perhaps the governor's own agents, had likely taken notice of the wealthy stranger asking dangerous questions. The ghost hunt was attracting ghosts of its own. That evening, under the cover of a moonless sky, Alaric made his way back to the secluded beach where he had first arrived. He took one last look back at the flickering lights of Manila. He had what he needed. With a final thought, he activated the flight seals on his arms. He rose silently into the night sky, a dark, unseen shape against the stars, and turned east, towards the treacherous, distant waters of the Serpent's Teeth. The chase was on again. The flight east from Manila was a long, lonely affair. For what felt like days, the world below was an endless, uniform sheet of deep Pacific blue. Alaric flew high and fast, a solitary figure gliding through the upper atmosphere where the air was thin and cold. The Fuinjutsu seals on his arms made the journey a quiet, effortless exercise in patience, a stark contrast to the slow, creaking voyages of the sea below. He didn't need to sleep, but sometimes he would pause, hovering motionless in the vast emptiness between the sun and the sea, watching the clouds form and dissipate beneath him. In these moments, the sheer scale of the world, and his own isolation within it, felt immense. He was a ghost moving through a history that was not his own, chasing another ghost who was lost to a power she couldn't possibly understand. He thought of Caroline, the cheerful, somewhat naive girl from Bristol, so full of life and simple dreams, now a pawn in a game thousands of years old. The apple wasn't just influencing her, it was consuming her, using her ambition and her pain as fuel. He felt a pang of guilt. Had he paid more attention to her back in Pennsylvania, been a better cousin, would she have been so vulnerable to the artifact's whispers? He pushed the thought aside. Regret was a useless weight. All that mattered now was the chase. After what his internal clock estimated to be nearly 4 days of steady flight, he saw it. At first, it was just a dark smudge on the horizon. But as he drew closer, the archipelago took shape, and he understood why the sailors called it the serpent's teeth. It wasn't a gentle, sandy chain of islands. It was a jagged, violent scar on the ocean's surface. Dozens of black, volcanic islands clawed their way out of the churning water, their peaks sharp and menacing, like the fangs of some colossal sea beast. The waves crashed against the razor-sharp shores with a fury he hadn't seen in the calmer waters near the Philippines. And hanging directly over the central cluster of islands was a single, perpetually dark storm cloud. It roiled and churned with an unnatural energy, lightning flickering within its depths even though the surrounding sky was perfectly clear. This was the place. Alaric adjusted his course, heading for the specific island El Viejo had pointed out on the fragmented chart. As he descended, moving from the clear sky into the oppressive gloom beneath the storm cloud, the atmosphere changed instantly. The wind picked up, howling around him with a sudden, targeted violence. Rain began to lash down, not in a steady drizzle, but in thick, heavy sheets that blurred his vision. He shielded his eyes, his crimson coat whipping around him. This wasn't a natural storm. It felt directed. A bolt of lightning, thicker and brighter than any he had ever seen, tore through the dark clouds. It didn't strike the water, it shot directly at him. Alaric reacted instantly, twisting in midair, the bolt of energy searing the space where he had been a fraction of a second before. The air crackled with ozone. So, the old man wasn't just spinning yarns, he thought, his expression turning serious. This place really is protected. Another bolt followed, then another, each one tracking his movements with terrifying accuracy. Flying was no longer an option, it made him too obvious a target for this strange, localized tempest. He angled his descent sharply, diving towards the largest of the central islands. He landed with a soft thud on a patch of wet, black sand, the unnatural storm raging above him. The island was a desolate place, covered in sharp volcanic rock and tough, windswept vegetation that clung desperately to life. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and rain. He needed to find Caroline's trail. He started moving inland, his boots sinking slightly into the soft, dark earth. His mind's eye was active, passively scanning his immediate surroundings. He felt the life on the island's small lizards, sea birds nesting in the cliffs, and something else, something larger, moving through the dense, twisted jungle ahead. He pushed his way through the thick foliage, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead. The jungle was eerily quiet beneath the roar of the storm. He came to a clearing and paused. The source of the life signatures he'd felt was there. Strange creatures, like oversized, reptilian boars, were rooting through the undergrowth. Their hides were thick and leathery, and sharp tusks protruded from their jaws. They looked at him, their small, intelligent eyes glowing with a faint, unnatural light. They were not normal animals. One of them let out a low growl and charged. Alaric sighed. He didn't even draw a weapon. As the creature closed in, he sidestepped its clumsy attack and delivered a single, precise chop to the back of its thick neck. The creature dropped without a sound, its legs twitching once before going still. The others watched, then, with a collective snort of what seemed to be defiance, they all charged at once. The fight was over in seconds. Alaric moved through them with bored efficiency, a whirlwind of kicks and punches that sent the strange beasts flying. He left them unconscious, not dead. They were just animals, after all, however strange. He continued his exploration, finding no signs of a camp, no remnants of Caroline's visit. The island seemed untouched, primeval, except for the creatures. It was clear the main island wasn't where she had made her stop. He needed to get to the smaller atoll El Viejo had marked. He made his way back to the shoreline, finding a spot where a cluster of smaller, rocky islets formed a treacherous path towards his target island. The water between them was a churning mess of currents and jagged, half-submerged rocks. Flying was still too risky with the lightning, and swimming looked deeply unpleasant. With a shrug, Alaric simply started walking. His chakra-coated boots held firm on the water's surface as he began to run, leaping from the crest of one violent wave to the next, dodging the sharp teeth of coral that jutted from the sea. He reached the target atoll in minutes, a small, rocky place with a single, sheltered cove. And there, near the back of the cove, almost hidden by overgrown vines, he saw it. The faint, telltale signs of an old campfire. He walked over, crouching down. He found the charred remains of wood, a discarded piece of rope of European make, and, half buried in the sand, a single, ornate button from a woman's traveling cloak. She had been here. Satisfied, he stood up, brushing the sand from his hands. Now he just needed to figure out where she went next. The answer, he suspected, lay back on the main island. The source of the ghost pearls. Suddenly, a faint thwip sound cut through the air. Alaric didn't even turn. He simply tilted his head slightly to the side. A small, thin dart, no bigger than a needle, whistled past his ear and embedded itself in a tree behind him. He looked at it. The tip was coated in a dark, glistening substance. He slowly turned his head. Emerging silently from the jungle behind him were figures. At least a dozen of them. They were tall and lean, their skin tanned dark by the sun. They wore simple loincloths and were adorned with tattoos of swirling, intricate patterns. Each of them held a long blowgun, and their dark eyes were fixed on him with a wary, but not necessarily hostile, intensity. One of them, clearly the leader, stepped forward. He was older than the others, his face a mask of stern lines, a necklace of polished black pearls hanging around his neck. He spoke, his voice was a low, guttural sound, the language utterly alien to Alaric. But Alaric understood every word. "You are not the ghost woman," the chieftain said, his gaze sharp and piercing. "But you carry the same scent of the outside world. Why have you come to the Serpent's Teeth?" Alaric just smiled. "Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 155, Chapter 154, Serpent's Teeth. Current balance, 11,889,052,129 R. Alaric's smile didn't waver. It remained fixed, a calm, almost lazy expression that stood in stark contrast to the dozen blowguns aimed steadily at his heart. The chieftain's question hung in the damp, stormy air between them, heavy with suspicion. "You are not the ghost woman, but you carry the same scent of the outside world. Why have you come to the Serpent's Teeth?" "I'm looking for her," Alaric replied, his voice even, the foreign language flowing from him with an ease that made the chieftain's eyes narrow slightly. "The ghost woman. She is my family. I'm here to find her." He raised his hands slowly, palms open, a universal gesture of peace. "I don't want any trouble. I just need information. If you know where she went, I'll be on my way. I can pay you, if that's what you want." The chieftain stared at him for a long, silent moment. His gaze was sharp, analytical, like a predator sizing up a strange new creature that had wandered into its territory. The other warriors remained motionless, their blowguns held steady. Alaric could feel their hostility. It was a low hum in the back of his mind, a tense energy picked up by his enhanced senses. They weren't just wary, they were ready to kill. Finally, the chieftain spoke again, his voice was a low growl. "The ghost woman brought a curse to these islands. A shadow followed her. Now you arrive, another outsider. You bring the same shadow with you." He lifted his hand, pointing a single, tattooed finger at Alaric. "You are not welcome here. Leave now, or your bones will feed the jungle." Alaric's smile faded slightly, replaced by a sigh. He lowered his hands. "Look, I told you, I'm just here for information. I don't want to fight you." The chieftain's face remained a mask of stone. He gave a sharp, guttural cry, a command that echoed through the clearing. Instantly, the air was filled with a chorus of sharp thwip sounds. A dozen poison darts, swift and silent, shot towards Alaric from all directions. It was an ambush meant to be overwhelming, a volley impossible for any normal man to dodge. But Alaric wasn't normal. To him, in the space between heartbeats, the world slowed down. The darts seemed to crawl through the air, their dark, glistening tips inching towards him. He didn't move with frantic speed. He simply shifted. A slight tilt of his head here, a subtle turn of his shoulder there. He took one calm step to the side. The darts whistled past him, missing by millimeters, embedding themselves harmlessly in the trees and sand behind him. He stood untouched, the rain dripping from his platinum hair, his crimson coat unstained. Silence. The native warriors stared, their mouths slightly agape. They had seen their poison work on the strange, tusked beasts of the island, felling them in seconds. They had never seen anyone, man or beast, simply step out of the way of their coordinated attack. Fear, for the first time, flickered in their dark eyes. The chieftain let out another sharp bark, this one laced with fury. The warriors dropped their blowguns, and from straps on their backs, they drew crude but effective weapons, long wooden spears tipped with sharpened obsidian, and heavy clubs studded with sharp teeth. With wild, synchronized cries, they charged. This time, Alaric moved. He flowed forward to meet them, a blur of motion. The first warrior thrust his spear. Alaric slapped the wooden shaft aside with an open palm, spun inside the man's guard, and delivered a single, precise chop to a pressure point on the side of his neck. The warrior's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Another warrior swung his club in a wide, powerful arc. Alaric ducked under it effortlessly, his fist shooting out to strike the man squarely in the solar plexus. The warrior wheezed, the air driven from his lungs, and collapsed, gasping like a landed fish. Alaric moved through them like a ghost. His movements weren't about brute force, they were about efficiency. He used their momentum against them, redirecting a spear thrust so that it tripped a fellow warrior, using a charging man's body to block another's attack. A palm strike to a jaw, a quick kick to the back of a knee. A simple, almost gentle push that sent a warrior sprawling into the undergrowth. He disarmed them with casual twists of their wrists, their weapons clattering uselessly to the ground. It wasn't a fight. It was a lesson in futility. The natives were skilled hunters, moving with a jungle stealth and coordination that would have overwhelmed any normal group of men. But against Alaric, they were children, their attacks were clumsy and slow. Their strength was meaningless against his superior technique. Within 30 seconds, all of the warriors were lying on the ground, either unconscious or groaning, clutching bruised limbs. Not a single one had landed a blow on Alaric. He stood in the center of the clearing, his breathing perfectly even, not a speck of mud on his crimson coat. Only the chieftain remained standing. His face was a mask of disbelief and rage. He let out a furious roar and charged, his own spear, tipped with a larger, wickedly sharp piece of obsidian, held ready. He was faster and stronger than his men, his movements more practiced. He lunged, the spear aimed directly at Alaric's heart. Alaric didn't sidestep this time. He simply raised his hand. He caught the spear shaft just below the tip, his grip like iron. The chieftain's charge stopped dead, the force of the impact absorbed completely. The chieftain stared, his eyes wide with shock, as he tried to wrench the spear free. It didn't budge. It was like trying to pull a tree from the earth. "I told you," Alaric said, his voice dangerously quiet. "I just wanted to talk." With a simple, contemptuous twist of his wrist, he snapped the thick wooden shaft of the spear in two. He tossed the broken pieces aside. The chieftain stumbled back, weaponless, his face pale with a mixture of fear and awe. Alaric closed the distance in a single step. Before the chieftain could even raise his hands to defend himself, Alaric's hand shot out, his fingers wrapping around the old man's throat. He didn't squeeze hard, just enough to hold him in place. "Now," Alaric said, his blue eyes turning cold as he lifted the chieftain slightly off his feet. "Let's try this again." "Where did she go?" The chieftain's eyes darted around at his fallen warriors, then back to the terrifying, calm face of the man holding him effortlessly in the air. The fight was gone from him, replaced by a primal fear. He finally spoke, his voice was a choked rasp. "Japon," he gasped. She sailed north, towards the rising sun, towards Japon. Alaric held him there for a moment longer, his mind's eye confirming the truth in the man's terror. He eased his grip, letting the chieftain drop to his knees, gasping for air. "How do you know that?" Alaric asked, his tone still hard. "Did she tell you her plans?" The chieftain coughed, rubbing his throat. "No, not directly." He looked up at Alaric, his earlier pride shattered. The ghost woman, she was arrogant. She saw us as children, savages, not worthy of her notice. He spat on the ground. She spoke often to the black sphere she carried. Sometimes in her language, sometimes in ours, when she thought no one was listening. She let her guard down. She spoke of her destination, of the artifact she sought there, a sword of great power. She did not think us capable of understanding, but we listen. We always listen. Alaric absorbed the information, a grim understanding settling over him. Caroline's arrogance, fueled by the apple's power, had been her undoing. She had grown careless, underestimating those she deemed beneath her. He looked down at the defeated chieftain, then at the unconscious warriors scattered around the clearing. He had his answer. He turned away without another word and started walking back towards the beach where he'd first landed, leaving the chieftain kneeling in the rain-soaked clearing amidst his defeated tribe. He didn't look back. The storm that had raged over the island began to subside, the dark clouds thinning, the lightning ceasing. It was as if the island's strange guardian, having witnessed the intruder's overwhelming power, had simply given up. As Alaric reached the shoreline, he looked north, across the vast, churning expanse of the Pacific. Japan, the Hermit Kingdom. A land closed off to the world, a place where foreigners were met with suspicion and swords. And Caroline was heading right for it, with an apple of Eden. Maybe she was already there. Alaric just sighed. This was going to be complicated. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 156, Chapter 155, Hermit Kingdom. Current balance, 11,889,052,129 R. The oppressive, storm-racked air of the serpent's teeth vanished in an instant. One moment, Alaric stood on the black sand of the desolate atoll, the scent of sulfur and rain heavy around him. The next, the world twisted, space folding in on itself, and he was back in the familiar, cramped confines of the small room at the posada in Manila. The Hiraishin teleportation was flawless, instantaneous. The sudden transition, however, coupled with the days of non-stop travel and the intense, if brief, confrontation with the island tribe, finally hit him. A wave of exhaustion, deep and profound, washed over him. It wasn't just physical, it was mental, emotional. He stumbled towards the simple cot, his legs feeling heavy as lead, and collapsed onto the thin mattress without even bothering to remove his boots or crimson coat. The world outside the grimy window faded into a distant murmur. He was just so tired. His mind, however, refused to quiet down immediately. It drifted, untethered, through the events of the past weeks, months, years. He saw Caroline's face, not as the determined, apple-corrupted woman the chieftain described, but as the young, hopeful girl from Bristol, her eyes full of simple dreams. The thought of her, alone on the other side of the world, wielding a power that could twist her into a monster, it was a cold weight in his chest. His thoughts then shifted to Pennsylvania, to the sprawling green grounds of Pensbury Manor. He saw his family, their faces a mixture of pride and worry as they waved him off. His mother, Eleanor, her health miraculously restored, yet her eyes still holding that maternal fear for his safety. His father, Leonard, standing straight and tall, a quiet strength in his gaze that hadn't been there in his weary farmer days. Bernard and Lynette, Reuben and Flavia, Thulani, his strange, sprawling, fiercely loyal family. He had left them to chase a ghost, and the distance felt immense. And then, his mind settled on Cassandra. He saw her standing in the ISU cavern, her amber eyes soft with an understanding that spanned millennia. He felt the warmth of her hand in his, the electric thrill of their sparring matches, the raw, consuming passion of their nights together. He remembered her shy nervousness about meeting his parents, a vulnerability that had melted his heart. He thought of their potential child, a son with his eyes and her strength, a daughter with her fierce spirit and his infuriating smirk. The thought brought a genuine, weary smile to his face. For the first time, the idea of the future, of a legacy beyond wealth and power, felt real, tangible. It was a future he had to get back to. With that final, comforting thought, Alaric finally let go. The world dissolved, and he sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. He woke with a start. The room was pitch black, the sounds of the city outside muted to a low, distant hum. He had no idea what time it was. His body felt stiff, but the profound exhaustion was gone, replaced by a gnawing hunger. He sat up, swinging his legs over the side of the cot. He mentally opened the system interface. Buy Akimika Barbecue, 1R. Total deduction, 1R. Current balance, 11,888,529,928R. A large, steaming skewer of perfectly grilled, savory meat materialized in his hand. The rich aroma filled the small room instantly. He ate it quickly, the familiar, delicious taste a small comfort in the darkness. After finishing the last bite, he stood up and stretched, his joints popping. He felt grimy, the sweat and sea salt from his journey clinging to him. He performed a single hand sign. Sway-tun, full bathing jutsu. A swirl of cool, clean water enveloped him, washing away the dirt and fatigue of his travels. In seconds, he was clean, refreshed, the water dissipating into harmless steam. He then focused on his clothes, which were damp and smelled faintly of the storm-tossed sea. Sway-tun, laundry jutsu. Another shimmer of chakra, and his crimson coat, white shirt, and black trousers were instantly clean and perfectly dry, as if they'd just come from a master tailor. Feeling human again, Alaric walked to the window and peered out. The moon was high, casting silvery light on the quiet rooftops of Manila. It was the middle of the night. He had slept for hours, his body taking the rest it desperately needed. Now, there was no reason to wait. He didn't bother with the door. He slid the window open silently, slipped out onto the narrow ledge, and pulled himself up onto the roof of the posada. He stood there for a moment, a dark figure against the moonlit sky, taking one last look at the Spanish colonial city. Then, he turned his gaze north, towards the vast, dark ocean. Japan. He activated the flight seals on his arms, a faint shimmer of chakra briefly outlining his form. With a silent push of will, he rose into the night sky, ascending quickly until the city was just a small cluster of sleeping lights below. He oriented himself by the stars, a skill now as natural as breathing, and then shot forward, a silent, crimson-streaked shadow gliding effortlessly through the heavens, leaving the Philippines and its lingering ghosts far behind. The journey north was different from the one across the Pacific. He flew over scattered islands, the dark shapes of Taiwan and the Ryukyu chain passing beneath him like sleeping beasts. The constellations shifted, changing as he moved into a different hemisphere. He flew for what felt like 2 more days. He didn't stop, didn't rest. His destination was fixed in his mind. Finally, he saw it. The coastline of Kyushu, the southernmost of Japan's main islands. He descended as dawn was breaking, the rising sun painting the sky in shades of fiery orange and soft violet. He landed in a dense, ancient forest of towering cedar and pine trees, miles away from any visible settlement. The air here was cool, crisp, and clean. System currency updated. Real converted to Japanese Ri, Mon, and Shu. Conversion fee, 1R. Current balance, 11,888,529,927 R 4,755,411,970,800 Mon. Alaric found a stream, its water crystal clear, and knelt to drink. The forest was alive with sounds he didn't recognize, the calls of unfamiliar birds, the rustle of unseen animals in the undergrowth. He was in the hermit kingdom. He knew that simply walking into a town would be foolish. Foreigners were, with very few exceptions, forbidden on pain of death. His appearance, no matter how he disguised it, would be an immediate red flag. His first target was Nagasaki. It was the only port in the entire country officially open to limited foreign trade, specifically the Dutch and Chinese. If Caroline had arrived by sea, it would have been through there. It was the most logical place to start looking for whispers of a strange gaijin woman with a powerful artifact. He took to the skies again, but flew low this time, skimming just above the treetops, a fleeting shadow moving across the mountainous landscape. After several hours, he saw the distinctive shape of Nagasaki Bay. He landed in another secluded forest on the outskirts of the city and took a moment to observe. The city was a fascinating blend of traditional Japanese architecture, wooden houses with elegant, curved roofs, temples with intricate carvings, and imposing castle walls, and a small, self-contained, artificial island in the bay, Dejima, the Dutch trading post. He needed a new disguise. The henge activated, and the tall, platinum-blonde man in the crimson coat vanished. In his place stood a man of average height, with the weathered face, dark hair, and simple, functional clothing of a Japanese fisherman or a low-ranking Ashiguro foot soldier. He walked into Nagasaki. The city was a different world. The people, in their kimonos and wooden geta sandals that clacked on the stone paths, moved with a different rhythm, a different kind of purpose than the bustling crowds of Europe or the Caribbean. Samurai, with their 2 swords tucked into their obi sashes, walked with an air of quiet authority, their gazes missing nothing. He had the language, but the culture, the etiquette, the unspoken rules of this society, they were a minefield. One wrong step, one misplaced word, and he would draw the suspicion of the shogun's ever-watchful agents. The hunt for Caroline had entered its most dangerous and complicated stage yet. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 157, Chapter 156, Nagasaki. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,800 mon. Nagasaki was a city of quiet order and sharp, watchful eyes. In his disguise as a simple fisherman, Alaric walked the packed earth streets, a ghost moving through a world that was utterly alien to him. The architecture was a marvel of wood and paper, elegant, dark timbered houses with gracefully curved roofs, their shoji screen doors filtering the morning light into soft, muted patterns. The people moved with a different kind of purpose than he'd seen in Europe or the Caribbean. Merchants bowed deeply to customers, women in colorful kimonos walked with small, measured steps, and children played quiet games in dusty side alleys. And then there were the samurai. They walked with an unshakable, silent authority, their hands never straying far from the hilts of the 2 swords, the katana and the shorter wakizashi, tucked into their sashes. Their gaze missed nothing, sweeping over the crowds with a practiced, assessing air. This was a society built on rigid hierarchy and unspoken rules, a place where a single misstep could be fatal. The language was a cascade of sounds and tones he'd never heard, but he didn't need to struggle. As he listened to the vendors calling out their wares and the locals exchanging greetings, the ability he'd purchased from the system, Kagaya's linguistic adaptability, did its work. The sounds resolved into meaning, the grammar and structure clicking into place in his mind with an effortless clarity. Within minutes, he could understand them perfectly. His first priority was the same as it had been in Manila, to find a trace of Caroline. He found a quiet spot near the city's main canal, away from the foot traffic, and closed his eyes. He pushed his senses outward, casting the wide, invisible net of his mind's eye of the Kagura across the entire city, probing every street, every building, every soul. He felt the tightly controlled discipline of the samurai in their barracks, the quiet piety of the monks in the distant temples, the bustling energy of the merchants in the central market. He searched for the familiar flicker of Caroline's life force, or the corrupting, powerful hum of the apple of Eden. Once again, he found nothing. The trail was cold. She had either never made it to Nagasaki, or she had come and gone, leaving no significant psychic ripples in her wake. The latter seemed more likely. The apple wasn't a subtle tool, its influence tended to linger. If it wasn't here now, it meant Caroline was long gone. A sigh escaped him. He opened his eyes, a familiar sense of frustration mixing with his resolve. So, another ghost hunt, he thought. He began to walk again, his focus shifting from a grand sensory sweep to ground-level observation. If the apple had been here, it would have left scars on the city's psyche, subtle signs of chaos or unnatural order. It didn't take long to find them. He saw a group of samurai, their topknots neat and their swords sharp, but their demeanor was all wrong. They were hassling a shopkeeper, their voices low but laced with menace. It wasn't the quiet authority he'd seen earlier, it was the thuggish intimidation of street toughs. Alaric watched from a distance as the frightened shopkeeper handed over a small pouch of coins. The lead samurai snatched it, grunted, and then shoved the old man back into his shop before swaggering off with his comrades, laughing. It was wrong. Everything he knew about the Bushido code, the disciplined honor of the samurai class, screamed that this was an aberration. His mind's eye confirmed it. As he watched the group of samurai move through the market, he could feel the strange conflict within them. There was a layer of aggression, of greed, but beneath it, a deep-seated confusion and resentment. It felt as if they were acting against their own will, compelled by an influence they couldn't understand or resist. The apple's residue, Alaric concluded. It corrupted them, twisted their sense of duty into a tool for extortion and bullying. But the core influence is gone, faded. Which means Caroline has been gone for some time. He needed to understand the scope of this corruption. Who was pulling the strings now? Who was benefiting? The answer, as it often was, would likely be found at the bottom of a cup. He made his way towards a tavern, a simple wooden building with a cloth Norin curtain hanging over the entrance, the sounds of rough laughter and clinking cups drifting out. He pushed the curtain aside and stepped in. The air inside was thick with the smell of cheap sake and grilled fish. A few sailors and local laborers were scattered at low tables, but the room was dominated by a larger group of samurai, clearly off-duty, their swords resting beside them as they drank and gambled. Alaric, in his fisherman's disguise, was just another person. He moved towards a vacant spot at the far end of the room, intending to sit and listen. But as he passed their table, one of the samurai looked up. He was younger than the others, his face flushed with drink, a cruel smirk on his lips. He looked Alaric up and down, his gaze lingering on Alaric's simple but clean clothes, perhaps noting that he didn't have the calloused, worn look of a lifelong fisherman. Or maybe he just saw an easy target. "Oi," the samurai called out, his voice slurred but carrying a clear note of arrogance. "You there, the quiet one. You don't look like you belong here." Alaric stopped, turning slowly to face the man. "Just looking for a quiet drink," he replied in flawless Japanese, his voice calm. The samurai's smirk widened. He stood up, swaying slightly, and walked towards Alaric, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his katana. His friends watched, chuckling, clearly expecting some entertainment. "A quiet drink?" The samurai sneered, stopping a foot in front of Alaric. He was shorter, but puffed his chest out to seem more intimidating. "Bakaro, this is a place for warriors, not whatever you are. You have the look of a man with coin. Perhaps you'd like to make a donation. For the upkeep of the city's protectors." Alaric just stared at him, his expression unreadable. "I don't think so." The samurai's face darkened, the drunken amusement vanishing, replaced by a flash of anger. The pressure of the apple's lingering influence, combined with the alcohol and his own arrogance, made him reckless. "Kuso, you refuse." He snarled. "A peasant refuses a samurai." Without another word, he drew his katana. The blade hissed as it left its sheath, the polished steel gleaming in the tavern's dim light. The other patrons gasped, scrambling back. "I will teach you your place," the samurai growled, raising the sword. Alaric didn't move. He just watched, his blue eyes turning cold as ice. With a furious yell, the samurai lunged, the katana slashing downwards in a powerful, decisive arc meant to split a man in two. Alaric sighed. He didn't dodge. He didn't block. His hand moved, a blur of motion too fast for anyone to properly track. Crack. It wasn't the sound of steel hitting bone. It was the sharp, sickening sound of a hand connecting with a jaw at incredible speed. Alaric had slapped him. A simple, dismissive, open-palmed slap. The samurai's head snapped to the side with brutal force. His eyes rolled up into his head, the katana slipping from his nerveless fingers and clattering to the floor. His body crumpled like a stringless puppet, hitting the ground in a boneless heap, completely unconscious. Silence. The entire tavern stared, their mouths agape. The fallen samurai's comrades, who had been laughing moments before, were on their feet now, their drunken stupor vanishing, replaced by shock and fury. "You bastard!" One of them roared, drawing his own sword. "You dare strike a samurai!" "He started it," Alaric replied calmly, not even glancing at the unconscious man at his feet. "Kill him!" Another yelled. In an instant, the remaining 5 samurai charged, their blades raised, converging on Alaric from all sides. What happened next was a lesson in controlled chaos. Alaric moved, but not with the explosive, destructive force he'd used against the soldiers. This was different. It was effortless, almost lazy. The first samurai slashed at his head. Alaric ducked under the blow, his hand shooting out to grab the man's wrist. He twisted, using the man's own momentum to spin him around and send him crashing into a nearby table. Another came from the side. Alaric sidestepped, his foot hooking the samurai's ankle, sending him sprawling. He stepped on the man's sword hand as he passed, pinning it to the floor with a pained grunt. A third thrust his wakizashi forward. Alaric simply slapped the blade aside with the back of his hand, then delivered a quick, precise jab with his knuckles to the man's temple. The samurai's eyes glazed over, and he slumped to the floor. He moved through them like a dancer. A push here, a trip there. He disarmed one by simply grabbing his sword hand and squeezing until the man yelped and dropped the weapon. He used another as a shield, letting a clumsy swing from a comrade connect with his back. It was over in less than a minute. 5 samurai were lying on the floor, groaning, disarmed, or knocked out cold. Alaric stood in the center of the room, dusting off his simple fisherman's clothes, not a single drop of sake spilled on him, not even breathing hard. He looked around the stunned tavern. "Anyone else want to make a donation?" he asked politely. No one moved. No one spoke. They just stared at the man who had just dismantled 6 armed samurai with his bare hands as if he were shooing away flies. Alaric sighed again, a sound of genuine boredom this time. He walked over to the bar, ignoring the wreckage. "This is getting tedious," he muttered to himself. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the terrified patrons and the groaning samurai on the floor. Then, he raised his voice, ensuring it carried through the entire tavern and out into the street. "Is this all Nagasaki has to offer?" he called out, his voice laced with contemptuous disappointment. "A bunch of thugs who can't even hold their swords properly? I was hoping for a real challenge. He walked to the tavern's entrance, pausing at the Norin curtain. If you want to find me, he announced to the silent room, I'll be at the main bridge over the Nakashima River. Tell your friends, tell your masters, tell anyone who thinks they can fight, bring them all. With that, he pushed the curtain aside and stepped out into the street, leaving behind a scene of chaos, confusion, and the beginning of a legend that would spread through the city like wildfire. His plan was in motion. He had made himself the problem. Now, he just had to wait for the solution to come to him. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 158, Chapter 157, The Man on the Bridge. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,800 mon. Previously. If you want to find me, he announced to the silent room, I'll be at the main bridge over the Nakashima River. Tell your friends, tell your masters, tell anyone who thinks they can fight, bring them all. With that, he pushed the curtain aside and stepped out into the street, leaving behind a scene of chaos, confusion, and the beginning of a legend that would spread through the city like wildfire. His plan was in motion. He had made himself the problem. Now, he just had to wait for the solution to come to him. Now, hours later. The Nakashima River flowed silently through the heart of Nagasaki, its dark waters reflecting the paper lanterns that lined its banks. In the center of the city, an elegant stone arch bridge, one of the city's famed Meganibashi, or spectacle bridges, spanned the river. It was here, in the dead center of the bridge, that Alaric waited. He stood casually, his hands tucked into the pockets of his simple fisherman's trousers, his back to the city's main district. The moonlight gave his disguised, average features a pale, calm quality. He looked like any other man enjoying a quiet moment, completely out of place with the storm that was about to break. Word of the incident at the tavern had spread through Nagasaki's warrior class like a contagion. A peasant, a nobody, had single-handedly dismantled 6 armed samurai with his bare hands, then had the audacity to issue an open challenge. It was an insult that could not be ignored. The first to arrive were the comrades of the defeated samurai from the tavern. About 20 of them. They stormed onto the bridge from the northern end, their geta sandals clattering angrily on the stone, their hands already on the hilts of their katanas. There he is, Kisama. Their leader roared, pointing a furious finger at the lone figure. The bastard who dishonored our brothers. Alaric didn't turn around. He simply spoke, his voice carrying easily over the quiet rush of the river below. Took you long enough. I was getting bored. That was all it took. With enraged shouts, they charged. The leader was the fastest, his sword drawn, aiming a powerful downward slash meant to cleave Alaric in two from behind. Alaric sighed with a sound of profound disappointment. Just as the blade was about to connect, he pivoted on his heel, a movement so fluid and economical it seemed he barely moved at all. The katana sliced through empty air, its wielder stumbling forward from his own momentum. Alaric's hand shot out, not in a punch, but in a simple, open-palmed push against the samurai's back. It wasn't a hard push, but it was perfectly timed, adding to the man's forward momentum and sending him careening into 2 of his charging comrades. They went down in a tangled heap of limbs and angry curses. The rest of the group swarmed him. It was a chaotic mess of flashing steel. Swords slashed from every angle. Alaric moved in the center of it all, a calm island in a sea of violence. He never took his hands out of his pockets. He swayed left, letting a blade whistle past his ear. He ducked, a katana grazing the air where his head had been. He leaned back, Matrix style, as 2 horizontal slashes crossed in front of him, the samurai nearly cutting each other. He used his feet, his shoulders, his elbows. A quick kick to a knee joint sent one man down with a cry of pain. A sharp jab of his elbow into another's ribs made the samurai double over, gasping for air. He spun, using his shoulder to bump a third attacker off balance, causing him to trip and fall into the river with a loud splash. It was infuriating. It was humiliating. He wasn't even fighting them, he was just avoiding them, making them look like clumsy children. Frustrated, 2 samurai tried to corner him against the bridge's railing. Alaric simply hopped lightly onto the railing itself, balancing perfectly on the narrow stone ledge. Careful now, he said, looking down at them with a smirk. Wouldn't want you to fall in. They roared in fury and slashed at his legs. He simply leaped, flipping backwards over their heads, landing silently behind them. As they spun around, confused, he just pushed them. Both of them tumbled over the railing, joining their comrade in the cold river below. Within minutes, the first wave was over. The bridge was littered with groaning, wet, or unconscious samurai. Alaric stood in the middle of it all, his hands still in his pockets, looking completely bored. But the commotion had drawn more attention. From both ends of the bridge, more samurai began to arrive. These were not drunken tavern brawlers. These were disciplined patrols, members of the city guard, their faces hard and their movements coordinated. There were 50 of them, then 100, their armor creaking as they formed ranks, effectively sealing off the bridge. That's more like it, Alaric muttered, finally taking his hands out of his pockets and cracking his knuckles. An officer, distinguished by the fine lacquer on his armor, stepped forward. You are under arrest for assaulting samurai and disturbing the peace. He bellowed. Surrender now. Alaric just laughed. Surrender? I'm just getting warmed up. Then you will die, the officer snarled, and gave the signal. This time, the attack was different. It was organized. The samurai advanced in waves, a wall of steel. The front rank would strike, then fall back as the rank behind them moved up, giving no room for error, no space to breathe. Alaric met them. His style changed. The lazy evasion was gone, replaced by a brutally efficient and direct form of taijutsu. He flowed through their coordinated attacks, his hands and feet a blur of motion. He blocked a katana strike with the back of his forearm, the impact echoing with a dull thud that made the samurai's arm go numb. He spun, his legs sweeping out to take down 3 men at once. He caught a spear thrust, wrenched the weapon from the owner's grasp, and used the long wooden shaft to vault over the front line, landing in their midst. Chaos erupted. He moved through their ranks like a whirlwind. He didn't need a blade. His hands were weapons. A knife hand strike to a throat, a palm heel to a nose, a precise jab to a pressure point in the shoulder. He moved with a speed and precision that was simply inhuman. Samurai, men who had trained their entire lives for battle, were dispatched with single, efficient movements. They were strong, they were skilled, but they were facing something that operated on a different plane of existence. He sent a man flying off the bridge with a powerful side kick. He disarmed another by simply twisting his wrist until the sword clattered to the stone. He ducked under a slash and drove his knuckles into the attacker's gut, making the man vomit and collapse. The bridge became a scene of absolute carnage, yet Alaric hadn't shed a single drop of blood. He was a master of non-lethal combat, his control so absolute that he could disable, disarm, and incapacitate dozens of trained warriors without killing a single one. But they just kept coming. News had spread. Samurai from all over Nagasaki, their honor slighted by this mysterious fisherman, were converging on the Nakashima River Bridge. The 100 attackers swelled to 200, then 3. They swarmed the bridge, a sea of angry, determined warriors. Alaric fought on. He was a blur of constant motion, a single, unstoppable force against a rising tide. He was tiring, a slight sheen of sweat on his brow, his breathing coming a little faster, but his movements never lost their precision. He fought for what felt like hours. The moon climbed higher in the sky. The number of unconscious bodies piled on the bridge and floating in the river below grew steadily. He had knocked out over 300 samurai. The remaining warriors, perhaps another 100 or so, finally hesitated. They stood at the edges of the bridge, their swords held ready, but no one dared to be the first to charge again. They had seen the impossible. They had charged into a storm and broken themselves against it. Alaric stood in the center of the bridge, surrounded by the moaning, unconscious forms of their comrades. He stood perfectly still, his breathing evening out, his gaze sweeping over the hesitant warriors. A path cleared through the crowd at the southern end of the bridge. A group of samurai in finer, more ornate armor marched forward, flanking a man who radiated an aura of absolute authority. He was older, his face lined with wisdom and a stern discipline, his hand resting on a beautifully crafted katana. This was the Buggy of Nagasaki, the governor, the most powerful man in the city. He walked to the edge of the carnage, his sharp eyes taking in the scene. He saw the hundreds of unconscious samurai, the sheer scale of the defeat. He saw the lone, disguised fisherman standing calmly in the middle of it all, looking completely unharmed. The Buggy's face was a mask of cold, controlled fury, but beneath it, Alaric's mind's eye could sense a flicker of something else. Awe. And a deep, unsettling fear. He had come to deal with a problem. He had found a catastrophe. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 159, Chapter 158, A Governor's Dream. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,800 mon. The Buggy of Nagasaki, a man accustomed to the weight of absolute authority, stood at the edge of the chaos, his hand resting on the hilt of his masterfully crafted katana. His sharp, intelligent eyes took in the scene before him. Hundreds of his best samurai, the pride of the city's defenses, lay defeated on the stone bridge. Their bodies were a testament to the power of the lone man standing amidst them. His face was a mask of cold fury, but beneath it, as Alaric's own senses confirmed, was a deep, unsettling current of awe and fear. This was not a mere brawler or a skilled ronin. This was something else entirely. The Buggy finally spoke. His voice was steady and carried across the quiet, moonlit bridge, cutting through the low groans of the downed men. I am Kawamura Ziwakin, Buggy of this city, he announced, his tone formal, yet heavy with unspoken threat. You have caused considerable disruption, stranger. I will have your name. Alaric, still in his fisherman's disguise, turned slowly to face the city's governor. A faint, almost bored smile touched his lips. My name. He echoed, his voice was calm and laced with a dismissive amusement. You ask for the name of the man who defeated hundreds of your men? That's boring. He began to walk forward, his steps were slow and deliberate, moving directly towards Kawamura Ziwakin. The few remaining samurai who were still conscious and flanking the Buggy tensed, their hands gripping their swords tighter, ready to defend their lord. Alaric ignored them completely, his gaze fixed on the governor. Rather than my name, Alaric said as he continued his unhurried approach, you can ask me why I'm here. Kawamura's eyes narrowed, his hand tightening on his own sword. The sheer, unadulterated confidence of this man was infuriating, and deeply unnerving. He watched Alaric walk closer, a dozen scenarios playing out in his mind, each ending with more of his men falling. He let out a slow, controlled breath, the cold night air doing little to cool the frustration simmering within him. He made a subtle gesture with his free hand, signaling his guards to stand down for the moment. Sordwa. The buggy finally conceded, his voice tight with restrained anger. What is your purpose here, Shin New York Shah? Well then, what is your purpose here, intruder? Intruder. Alaric stopped a few feet from the governor, raising an eyebrow before a small chuckle escaped him. I suppose that's accurate enough. He looked directly into Kawamura's eyes, his earlier amusement vanishing, replaced by a sharp, focused intensity. I'm here for a woman who is not from this land, Alaric stated plainly. A gaijin. The effect of the word was immediate, though subtle. Kawamura's stern expression didn't change, but his eyes widened, just for a fraction of a second, a flicker of shock and recognition that he instantly tried to suppress. It was a micro-expression, one that any normal person would have missed entirely. But Alaric saw it. You know something, Alaric said. It wasn't a question, it was a statement of fact. This time, the buggy couldn't hide his reaction. The mask of controlled authority shattered. And Nanny. He gasped, his eyes wide with genuine surprise and a dawning alarm. He took an involuntary step back. How could this stranger possibly know? Before he could regain his composure, before he could even process the implication, he looked into the intruder's eyes, and saw them turn blood red. The world around Kawamura Ziwakan dissolved. The bridge, the unconscious bodies, the worried faces of his men, all of it vanished, replaced by an endless, swirling crimson void. The last thing he consciously registered was an intricate, three-tomo pattern spinning hypnotically before his mind went blank, his will no longer his own. The remaining samurai watched in confusion as their lord, who had been on the verge of anger, suddenly relaxed. His expression went slack, his eyes dull and unfocused. He stood perfectly still for a moment, then, with the stiff, unnatural movements of a puppet, he began to walk calmly towards the strange fisherman. Alaric smiled. Oh, I forgot, he said cheerfully, turning his gaze towards the handful of conscious samurai who were watching the bizarre scene, their hands hovering uncertainly over their swords. He looked at them, a final, almost apologetic smile on his face. He mentally cast the technique. Jin Tun. There was no blur of speed. There was no afterimage. One moment, Alaric was standing there. The next, he was simply gone. The samurai blinked, their minds struggling to comprehend the vanishing act. Before they could even shout a warning or draw a blade, it was too late. An unseen force, moving faster than thought, struck each of them. A precise chop to the neck, a jab to a pressure point. They collapsed without a sound, their consciousness snuffed out instantly. Alaric reappeared where he had been standing, not a single hair out of place. His hands were back in his pockets. Swift release is overpowered as fuck, he muttered to himself, shaking his head slightly. He turned his full attention to the now docile buggy standing before him. The bridge was finally, truly quiet, save for the gentle flow of the river below and the distant sounds of the sleeping city. Right then, Kawamuradano, Alaric said, his voice was now soft and persuasive. Let's have a proper chat. Tell me about the gaijin woman. Tell me everything you know about her. Kawamura Ziwakan, governor of Nagasaki, stood before Alaric, his eyes vacant, his face devoid of its usual stern authority. He spoke, his voice flat and monotone, a puppet reciting its lines. She came here. Months ago, he began. A ship from the south. She was, the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. Hair like spun firelight, eyes the color of the summer sky. A strange, dreamlike expression touched the buggy's face, a flicker of genuine emotion breaking through the genjutsu's control. I loved her, he whispered, the words sounding hollow, yet filled with a profound, artificial longing. From the moment I saw her, I knew. She was meant for me. She was my dream. Alaric raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by the depth of the confession. Damn, Caroline. That apple really did a number on this guy. Made a powerful, disciplined samurai governor fall for you like a love-struck teenager. The power of the artifact to manipulate and amplify emotions was truly formidable. She carried a dark sphere, Kawamura continued, his voice still distant. It made me feel at peace. It made me understand. All my worries, my duties, they meant nothing compared to her. Serving her, pleasing her, that was my only purpose. And what did she want? Alaric asked, guiding the interrogation. She wanted to go to Edo, the buggy replied immediately. To the capital. She spoke of, a sword. A blade of great power, hidden somewhere within the shogun's castle. She said she needed it to complete her collection, to bring true order to the world. Alaric nodded slowly, filing the information away. A sword in Edo Castle, another artifact hunt. It fits the pattern. And you helped her? Of course, Kawamura said, a faint, blissful smile touching his lips. I used my authority. Arranged safe passage for her, forged the necessary travel documents, provided her with funds and a discreet escort. No one would dare question the buggy's personal guest. She left for Edo 2 months ago. Alaric absorbed this, a grim satisfaction settling over him. He had his next destination. But there was one last thing. This corruption, Alaric said, his tone hardening slightly. The way your samurai have been acting. Like bandits, extorting the people. Was that her command? Kawamura's blissful expression faltered, a flicker of his old self, of his ingrained sense of honor, breaking through the haze. No, he murmured, a hint of confusion in his voice. No, she never ordered that. She just left. After she was gone, the feeling, the peace, it faded. But the desire remained. The city felt empty without her. My men, they became restless. Angry. They took what they wanted because nothing else mattered anymore. There was no purpose, only a void. Alaric understood. The apple had not commanded them to be thugs. It had simply amplified their desires, then vanished, leaving behind a moral vacuum. Without Caroline's divine presence to give them purpose, the corrupted samurai had defaulted to their basest instincts. It was a subtle, insidious form of chaos. I see, Alaric said quietly. He had all the information he needed. He looked at the entranced governor, a man of power and honor, reduced to a lovesick puppet. With a final, almost gentle touch to the buggy's forehead, Alaric released the genjutsu. Kawamura Ziwakin blinked, the world rushing back in. He looked around wildly, at the unconscious bodies of his men, at the strange fishermen standing before him, and the memory of their conversation, hazy yet undeniable, flooded his mind. His face flushed with a deep, profound shame. But before he could speak, before he could even react, Alaric turned and began walking away, heading back towards the city, leaving the buggy of Nagasaki alone on a bridge of his own defeated men. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 160, Chapter 159, The Unraveling. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,800 mon. Night had fully claimed Nagasaki. From Alaric's vantage point high atop the tallest pagoda of the Sofukuji temple complex, perched on a hillside overlooking the city, Alaric had a perfect view. Sofukuji is a Buddhist temple built in 1629 in the Ming dynasty by Chinese monk Kyo Nyan primarily for Nagasaki's Chinese residents. The lights of the city spread out below him like a field of scattered embers. The Nakashima River was a dark ribbon cutting through the center, the stone bridges that crossed it were silent and, for now, empty. He had left the scene of his one-man riot hours ago, leaving the buggy and his defeated samurai to grapple with the shame and utter confusion of their encounter. He had simply flew here, to the highest point he could sense, to think. The cool night air did little to settle the thoughts churning in his mind. He pulled a fresh cigar from his coat, the last of his current supply, and lit it with a familiar spark from his fingertip. The rich smoke was a small, familiar comfort in this strange, new land. To bring true order to the world, the buggy had said, reciting Caroline's ambition. Alaric took a long drag, his eyes narrowing as he gazed down at the sleeping city. What kind of order, Caroline? The quiet compliance of a puppet? The peace of a mind that's been hollowed out and filled with someone else's will? Like the Templars? He felt a familiar mix of anger and a deep, aching pity. Was the sweet, determined girl he remembered truly gone? Fully consumed by the ISU artifact's insidious whispers? The thought of her, his cousin-in-law, becoming a monster, a tyrant in the making, it was a bitter pill to swallow. He sighed, the smoke from his cigar pluming into the darkness. This is all so complicated. Chasing her across the globe, dismantling the chaos she leaves behind, it's a monumental pain in the arse. He looked down at the city again, at the thousands of tiny, sleeping lights. The apple's influence lingered here, a faint but pervasive psychic stain. It had corrupted the samurai, twisted their honor into arrogance and greed. It had ensnared the buggy, a powerful and respected leader, in a web of false love and devotion. It was like a subtle poison, seeping into the foundations of the city's society. And then, a thought struck him. A simple thought, so obvious he almost laughed at himself for not considering it sooner. He shook his head, a wry smile touching his lips. Now that I think about it. He murmured to the silent night, I could try something simple to get rid of the effects of the apple within their minds. The apple of Eden controlled minds. It created illusions, warped perceptions, and enforced the wielder's will. It was, in essence, a hyper-advanced, technologically driven form of genjutsu. And genjutsu, no matter how powerful, could be broken. Alaric sighed one last time, a sound of weary resolve. He carefully placed his half-smoked cigar on the temple railing beside him, making sure it wouldn't roll off. He closed his eyes. He stood up, his posture shifting from relaxed observation to one of immense, focused power. He brought his hands together in front of his chest, forming the simple, elegant ram hand seal. He began to draw on his chakra. Not a small amount for a simple jutsu, but a vast, tidal wave of energy. He pulled from the massive reserves within his own body, the power gifted by Hashirama's cells and amplified by his own training. He felt the connection to the natural world around him, drawing in ambient energy, the very life force of the earth, thanks to his mastery of sage mode. The air around him grew heavy, thick with power. The tiles of the pagoda roof vibrated faintly. His body began to glow with a faint, shimmering blue aura. He gathered half of his immense chakra pool, a colossal amount of energy that would have been unthinkable for any normal shinobi, condensing it, focusing it for a single, purpose-driven release. He opened his eyes. They were no longer their usual calm blue. They blazed with the crimson, spinning patterns of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, alight with terrifying power. He drew one final, deep breath, and then he shouted the word, his voice echoing across the sleeping city with a power that was not sound, but pure will. Kai. Release. It wasn't a pulse like his foresight ability. It was an explosion. A silent, invisible tsunami of pure, targeted chakra erupted from him, washing over the entirety of Nagasaki in an instant. It swept through every street, every house, every dojo, every corner of the city. It wasn't destructive, it was cleansing. It was designed with a single, complex purpose, to identify and shatter external mental interference. From his perch high above, Alaric felt it. All across the city, he sensed thousands of tiny, fragile constructs shattering like glass. The lingering threads of the apple's influence, the psychic residue that had warped the minds of the samurai and enthralled the buggy, dissolved under the overwhelming force of his chakra. Down in the streets, people stirred in their sleep, groaning, their dreams becoming suddenly lucid. Samurai who had woken from their humiliating defeat on the bridge suddenly blinked, a wave of profound confusion, followed by a sickening wave of shame, washing over them. They remembered their actions, the extortion, the bullying, the dishonor, as if waking from a fever dream, the motivations for their cruelty suddenly alien and horrifying. In his opulent residence, Kawamura Ziwakin, who had been sitting in stunned silence for hours, gasped as if waking from a drowning. The image of Caroline's face, the feeling of absolute devotion, it shattered, leaving behind only the cold, hard memory of his own foolishness and a deep, biting shame. Alaric even sensed the old shopkeeper he'd seen earlier scratching his head in confusion as the samurai who had taken his money just hours ago suddenly looked bewildered, staring at the coins in his own hand as if they were foreign objects. A slow, satisfied smile spread across Alaric's face. He picked up his still-lit cigar and took a contemplative puff. Damn, so the apple's mind control is just a super-advanced, widespread genjutsu, he thought, a sense of profound relief mixing with his satisfaction. That makes things so much easier. But he looked out over Nagasaki one last time. The city felt different now. The underlying tension he'd sensed upon arrival was gone, replaced by a city-wide wave of confusion and dawning self-reflection. It would be a messy morning for the samurai of Nagasaki. He stood up, brushing off his clothes. He then started to float upwards, the flight seals on his arms activating effortlessly. He rose higher and higher, a silent figure ascending into the night sky. He smiled, a genuine, warm smile this time. I should bring Cassandra and the family here for a vacation someday, it'd be fun. With that final thought, he turned and flew northwest after planting a Hiraishin seal. He was now a crimson-streaked shadow against the moon. Towards Edo. Towards Caroline. Towards the next piece of the puzzle. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 161, Chapter 160, Promise to a Phoenix. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,800 mon. Dawn was breaking over the coast of Japan, painting the sky in soft hues of lavender and pale gold. Alaric flew steadily northwest, a silent, crimson-streaked shadow against the waking world. Below him, the rugged coastline gave way to rolling hills and dense, ancient forests. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. He paused his flight, hovering motionless in the sky, the flight seals on his arms humming with dormant energy. He felt a sudden impulse to check the time, a habit from a life where minutes and hours mattered. He reached into his coat and pulled out the ornate gold pocket watch William Penn had gifted him years ago. He flipped it open. The hands pointed to 11. He hummed, a frown creasing his brow as he looked at the rising sun in the east. 11? I'm pretty sure it's like 12 in the morning or whatever. He stared at the watch for a moment longer, then a weary sigh escaped him as the realization dawned. He shook his head. I forgot that Japan is 13 hours ahead of Pennsylvania. He snapped the watch shut and put it back in his pocket without bothering to adjust it. The small device, once a reliable anchor to the rhythm of his life, now just felt like a reminder of how far he was from home, from the timeline he was supposed to be a part of. Now that I think about it, a sheepish laugh suddenly escaped him, echoing strangely in the quiet morning sky. He ran a hand through his platinum hair, a look of genuine, self-deprecating chagrin on his face. Damn, he thought, his mind flashing to an ancient, fiery being he hadn't spoken to in what felt like a lifetime. I forgot about the big flaming chicken. He knew Emberus wasn't a chicken, but the thought was amusing. The Phoenix, his powerful summon, his only true equal in terms of lifespan and raw power, had been waiting patiently in Solareth for, how long had it been? Years, especially when Solareth's time was faster compared to this world. He'd been so caught up in his family, in Cassandra, in the chase for Caroline, that he had completely neglected him. Thankfully, he didn't need to find a patch of ground and perform a dramatic, earth-shaking ritual anymore. His mastery of Fuinjutsu had surpassed such crude methods. He raised his hands before him. Intricate, glowing symbols, born of pure chakra, materialized in the air around him, swirling and coalescing into a complex three-dimensional array. It was a reverse summoning seal, manifested from nothing but will and knowledge. As the final symbol locked into place, the seal flared with a brilliant, silent light. Solareth. Alaric mumbled, the name feeling strange on his tongue after so long. He stood in the familiar, alien landscape. The ground beneath his boots was a soft, warm ash. Towering, crystalline trees with leaves like burning embers reached up into a sky that was a perpetual, twilight swirl of crimson and gold. The air hummed with a quiet, ancient power. I can never get used to this place, he said to the empty air. Get used to what? The voice was deep, resonant, and echoed not in the air, but directly in his mind. Alaric turned slowly. Standing on the ashen ground, twice Alaric's height but still a fraction of its true planet-devouring size, was Emberus. The immortal phoenix regarded him with ancient, intelligent eyes that burned like miniature suns. There was no discernible emotion on its majestic, avian face. Heh, how you doin', Emberus? Alaric offered a slightly strained smile. How many years has it been? It has been a while, Emberus's voice resonated in his mind. The phoenix's gaze was steady, unblinking. But I do not count in years. Alaric didn't know how to reply to that. He could feel the coldness, the distance. He's fascio pissed, he thought, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. How are you, Alaric Jonathan Kenway? Emberus asked, the use of his full name feeling like a formal indictment. I'm good, Alaric began, deciding honesty was the only path. Things have been busy. A lot has happened since I was last here. He paused, looking around the timeless realm. I'm sorry I haven't visited. I should have. Emberus remained silent, simply watching him, waiting. Alaric sighed, the sound loud in the quiet realm. I secured my family's future, he explained, starting from the beginning. Moved them all out of England after some political trouble. We settled in the colonies, in Pennsylvania. They're safe now, prosperous. They have their own businesses, their own lives, free from the threats back home. He looked at the unmoving phoenix. And it's been lonely. Being this powerful, there's a disconnect. I'm sure you understand that. He gave a short, humorless laugh. I see the world, I see people, but I'm not really part of it. The things I can do, the things I know, it puts a wall between me and everyone else. It's quiet. And this power, Emberus finally spoke, its mental voice cutting through Alaric's confession. This strength you wield, has it brought you peace? Has it filled the void you speak of? The question was simple, direct, and it cut right to the heart of the matter. No, Alaric admitted, his gaze dropping to the ashen ground. No, it hasn't. It's just made the quiet louder. He looked back up, meeting the phoenix's burning gaze. But then I met someone. A woman. Her name is Cassandra. A genuine smile, the first since he'd arrived, touched his lips. She's different. She's strong, fierce, stubborn as all hell. He chuckled softly. She's like me, in a way. She's immortal. She's been alone for over 2,000 years. She understands the loneliness, the burden. Being with her, the quiet isn't so loud anymore. He fell silent, the confession hanging in the air. He had shared more of his true feelings in these few minutes with this ancient, fiery being than he had with anyone else in his life. He trusted Emberus, not just with his secrets, but with his vulnerability. Emberus tilted its massive head slightly, its solar eyes seeming to soften, if only for a fraction of a second. Loneliness is the curse of the eternal, the phoenix's voice echoed, its tone less a judgment and more a statement of ancient fact. You have sought power to protect those you care for, to build a world where they can be safe. That is a noble goal. But in doing so, you have walked a path that few can follow, a path that inevitably leads to solitude. This woman, this Cassandra, Emberus continued, she does not erase your power, nor does she lessen your burden. She simply walks the path with you. It is the nature of beings like us, Alaric. We do not need to be saved from our loneliness. We simply need to find another who can withstand the journey beside us. Alaric listened, the phoenix's words resonating with a truth he had only just begun to understand himself. The weight in his chest seemed to lift, just a little. Yeah, he whispered. Yeah, I think you're right. He looked at Emberus, a genuine, heartfelt gratitude in his eyes. Thanks, my friend. Emberus gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. The coldness was gone from its gaze, replaced by a steady, ancient wisdom. You are welcome, Alaric Jonathan Kenway, the phoenix's voice resonated. Now, tell me more of this. Cassandra. Does she also have a penchant for starting fights in taverns? Alaric blinked, then burst into laughter, a real, unburdened sound that echoed through the timeless realm of Solareth. Alaric's laughter slowly subsided, the genuine, unburdened sound fading into the quiet hum of Solareth. He wiped a tear of mirth from the corner of his eye, his smile softening as he looked at the majestic, silent phoenix before him. The earlier tension between them had completely evaporated, replaced by a renewed, easy companionship. You know, Alaric began, his voice more thoughtful now, you said we eternal beings just need a companion to walk the path with. Emberus tilted its massive, fiery head, its solar eyes remaining fixed on Alaric, waiting. Well, this place, Solareth. Alaric gestured around at the breathtaking, crystalline landscape. It's magnificent, but it's empty. You're alone here, aren't you? Genuinely alone. The question hung in the timeless air. It wasn't an accusation, but a statement of shared understanding. Alaric knew loneliness. He lived with it every day, a quiet companion to his immense power. But his was a loneliness amidst crowds, amidst family. Emberis's was absolute. Well, he does face dragons in other worlds. Not like I know how that works. It is the nature of my existence. The phoenix's voice resonated in his mind, a simple, factual statement devoid of self-pity. Doesn't mean it has to be, Alaric replied, a new idea taking root. How about, I summon you to my world, from time to time, not for a fight, just, to see things. The oceans, the mountains, meet Cassandra. He chuckled at the thought. She'd probably challenge you to a fight, actually. Or a drinking contest. Emberis remained silent for a long moment, processing the offer. Alaric could almost feel the ancient mind weighing millennia of solitude against this unexpected invitation. My presence in your world could cause significant disruption, Emberis finally stated, its tone cautious. The balance of power, the very fabric of reality, could be compromised by my full manifestation. Yeah, I know. I figured as much, Alaric nodded, his expression turning surprisingly serious. That's why I'd need you to promise me something first. A very, very important promise. He took a step closer, looking up at the towering phoenix, his blue eyes holding a mixture of genuine respect and a hint of almost comical fear. You can only use, 1% of your real power, he said, holding up a single finger for emphasis. Maybe even less. Let's go with 0.0001%, just to be safe. He was half joking, but half serious. I'm not kidding, Emberis, Alaric continued, his voice earnest. You unleash your full power, and you might accidentally sneeze the galaxy out of existence. I've got family there, you know. A pregnant wife. I'd rather not have our solar system blinked out of reality because you saw a particularly interesting-looking seagull and got excited. Emberis stared at Alaric, its massive, fiery head perfectly still, its sun-like eyes giving away nothing. It processed the absurd, yet entirely logical, condition. It calculated the risk, the parameters, the intent behind the human's strange request. After a long, unnerving silence, the ancient being gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. I understand. The simple, two-word agreement held more weight than 1,000 oaths. Alaric let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, a wide, relieved grin spreading across his face. All right then, he said, clapping his hands together. It's a deal. He felt lighter. He had his purpose finding Caroline. He had his love Cassandra. And now, he had a plan for his oldest, most powerful, and perhaps loneliest friend. Right, he said, his tone shifting back to business. I've got to go. A cousin to find, a city to visit. Edo awaits. He gave Emberis a final, genuine smile and a wave. I'll call on you soon. Try not to get too bored while I'm gone. With that, he focused his will, activating the Hiraishin seal. In a silent flash of displaced space, he vanished from Solareth, leaving the immortal phoenix alone once more in its timeless realm, but now, for the first time in eons, with the promise of a world beyond its own. Hey, even Hiraishin works here. Wait, Hiraishin works here. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 162, Chapter 161, Edo. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,800 mon. Dawn over Edo was a breathtaking sight. Alaric hung motionless in the sky, a silent observer high above the sleeping giant of a city. Below him, the world was a sprawling, intricate tapestry of dark wood and grey roof tiles, just beginning to catch the pale, watery light of the rising sun. This was the heart of the Tokugawa shogunate, the military and political center of a nation deliberately sealed off from the rest of the world. It was a city teeming with life, a vibrant, self-contained universe. From his vantage point, he could see the sheer scale of it. It wasn't built upwards like the cities of Europe, but outwards, a seemingly endless expanse of low-lying districts connected by a web of canals and wide, unpaved roads. He saw the grand estates of the daimyo, the powerful feudal lords, their walled compounds like miniature fortresses within the city. He saw the crowded merchant districts, the temples with their elegant, tiered roofs, and the endless sea of commoners' homes. And in the very center of it all, surrounded by massive stone walls and a wide, reflective moat, stood the imposing, stark white form of Edo Castle, the seat of the shogun's power. The streets below were already starting to stir. He could see people in their kimonos and simple work clothes, merchants preparing their stalls, and the occasional samurai patrol moving with quiet, disciplined purpose. There were no foreigners here, no mishmash of cultures like in Havana or even London. This was Japan, pure and insular. It was time to see if his ghost was here. Alaric closed his eyes, his physical senses receding as he focused inward. He drew upon his chakra, a vast, deep well of power, and unleashed his mind's eye of the Kagura at full blast. He pushed half of his immense chakra reserve into the technique, a colossal expenditure of energy. His consciousness exploded outwards, a silent, invisible shockwave that washed over the entirety of Edo in a single, all-encompassing pulse. He felt everything. He felt the 1.3 million souls within the city, a sea of individual life forces. He felt the disciplined, sharp energy of the thousands of samurai stationed at the castle and throughout the city. He felt the quiet, steady hum of the common people, the frantic energy of the merchants, the serene calm of the priests in their temples. He searched through this ocean of life for one specific signature, Caroline's, or the potent, corrupting hum of the apple. But there was nothing. The active presence wasn't there. She had come, and she had gone. A familiar sigh, heavy with resignation, escaped Alaric's lips. So, Caroline might now be in Joseon. He thought, the name of the next kingdom on her list echoing in his mind. The ghost hunt continued. But as his senses swept back across the city, he felt something else. A residue. A faint, psychic stain left behind by the apple's power. It was weaker than it had been in Nagasaki, more faded, indicating she had left here even longer ago. But the concentration of it was undeniable. It wasn't spread evenly across the city. It was centered, focused, a dark, lingering smudge on the spiritual landscape, emanating directly from one place. It seems like she arrived here from the Philippines before Nagasaki, Edo Castle, and more specifically, from a single, powerful individual within its walls. Alaric let his consciousness retreat, the world snapping back into focus. He opened his eyes, his gaze now fixed on the distant white walls of the castle. So, that's how she did it. She didn't just pass through. She found a key, a powerful piece on the political chessboard, and used the apple to turn him into her pawn. The whispers he'd heard from the buggy in Nagasaki, of her seeking a sword in Edo, it all clicked into place. She had used a high-ranking official to get what she wanted, to move freely and without question through the most secure location in the entire country. It was brilliant. And terrifying. Time for a closer look, he muttered. He descended from the sky, landing silently in a deserted alleyway between a warehouse and a small shrine. The henge activated instantly, his fine crimson coat and western features melting away, replaced by the appearance of a wandering ronin, a masterless samurai. He wore a simple, dark kimono, slightly worn, with a single, battered-looking katana tucked into his belt. His hair was now a common black, tied back loosely, and his features were harder, more anonymous. It was a disguise that would allow him to move with a degree of freedom and explain his combat prowess if needed, without drawing the kind of attention a gaijin would. He spent the next few hours walking the city, listening. In a small, crowded tea house near the castle's outer gates, a place frequented by low-ranking officials and gossip-hungry merchants, he found the next piece of the puzzle. And Arai-sama has been, distracted, of late, one merchant whispered to another over a cup of steaming green tea, ever since the visit from that strange Western woman months ago. Alaric, sitting at a nearby table, didn't even look up from his own cup, but his ears were focused. The gaijin woman. The other merchant replied, his voice low. I heard the rumors. They say she had the buggy of Nagasaki wrapped around her finger. Is it true she came all the way there from Edo? It is, the first merchant confirmed with a knowing nod, and was granted an audience with Arai Hakyusuke himself, the shogun's most trusted advisor. Unheard of, for a foreigner. And since she left, Arai-sama has not been the same. He makes strange recommendations to the council. Pushes for policies that seem to benefit obscure trade routes to the south. Some say he is merely planning for the future, but others whisper that he is a man bewitched. Alaric took a slow sip of his tea. Arai Hakyusuke, the man the buggy had mentioned providing escort for Caroline. The man whose chakra signature still carried the faint, sickly sweet stain of the apple's influence. He now had a name, and a target. Leaving a few mon on the table, Alaric left the tea house. He didn't head directly for the castle. A direct approach was foolish. He needed to understand the lay of the land, the patrol routes, the defenses. He spent the rest of the day simply observing, a shadow moving through the city, his mind's eye mapping every guard post, every wall, every potential point of entry into the shogun's fortress. As night fell, he stood on a rooftop across the wide moat, looking at the imposing walls of Edo Castle. He could still feel the faint residue of the apple clinging to the place, a psychic stain on the heart of the shogunate. He couldn't use his wide-scale kaijutsu here. This wasn't Nagasaki. Purging the entire castle of the apple's influence might undo Caroline's work, but it would also cause untold chaos, and instantly alert the entire ruling body of Japan that a being of immense power was meddling in their affairs. It was too loud, too messy. He had to be surgical. Arai Hakyusuke, Alaric thought, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the central keep where the advisor's chambers would be. Let's see what the apple left you with. His mission was clear. He had to get inside the most heavily guarded fortress in Japan, confront the shogun's most powerful advisor, and unravel the last threads of Caroline's passage through this isolated kingdom. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 163, Chapter 162, The Shogun's Shadow. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,800 mon. Previously. Arai Hakyusuke, Alaric thought, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the central keep where the advisor's chambers would be. Let's see what the apple left you with. His mission was clear. He had to get inside the most heavily guarded fortress in Japan, confront the shogun's most powerful advisor, and unravel the last threads of Caroline's passage through this isolated kingdom. Now, Alaric had spent the day listening, his mind's eye sifting through the city's psychic noise, his ears catching the whispered gossip in tea-houses and sake bars. The name Arai Hakyusuke came up often, always spoken with a mixture of reverence and a new, subtle fear. The shogun's brilliant advisor, the scholar who shaped policy, had become reclusive, unpredictable. Alaric knew this was the lingering stain of the apple. Caroline had found her pawn, twisted his intellect to her purpose, and then moved on, leaving him a puppet whose strings were now frayed but still attached to a dark, unseen master. The sword she sought was undoubtedly the key. As night fell, draping the city in shadows and the soft glow of paper lanterns, Alaric stood on a rooftop across the wide, dark moat from Edo Castle. The massive white keep, the Tenshu, rose into the night sky, a symbol of absolute power. He knew that Arai Hakyusuke's chambers would be deep within that fortress, the most secure location in all of Japan. A direct assault was not just foolish, it was inefficient. He needed to understand the defenses, find a weakness. He needed to see the shadow before he tried to cut it. He waited, a statue against the night sky, for hours. He watched the changing of the guard, mapping the patrol routes in his mind. He noted the archers on the ramparts, the silent watchers on the rooftops. The castle's defenses were a masterpiece of overlapping fields of fire and watchful eyes. It was almost midnight when he saw it. A flicker of movement on the roof of a smaller building within the castle's inner sanctum, near the residential quarters of the high officials. It wasn't a normal guard. This figure moved with an unnatural fluidity, a silent, weightless grace that was deeply unsettling. Alaric's eyes narrowed. He focused his chakra, pushing his vision to its limits. The figure was clad in stark black from head to toe, their face obscured by a simple, porcelain no mask, painted with a blank, emotionless expression. Another appeared on an adjacent roof, then a third. They were communicating with silent, precise hand gestures, their movements perfectly synchronized, like puppets on a string. These were not samurai. These were the strange new guards the merchants had whispered about. Alaric moved, melting from his rooftop perch. He flowed through the shadows of the city, using alleyways and rooftops to close the distance, circling the massive castle grounds. He found a spot along the western wall, a place where a large, ancient cherry tree grew close to the stone ramparts, its branches offering a perfect bridge into the castle's outer garden. He moved up the tree with the silence of a cat, then leaped, landing without a sound on the stone walkway atop the castle wall. Two guards stood less than 20 feet away, their backs to him, oblivious. He ignored them, slipping past them and dropping into the meticulously raked gravel of a rock garden below. He was inside. He moved through the maze of courtyards and corridors, a ghost in the machine. He could feel the proximity of the masked guards now, their chakra signatures were faint, strangely muted, but present. He followed the feeling, his path leading him deeper into the castle, towards the residential keep. He found one alone, standing perfectly still in the shadow of a decorative pagoda in a moonlit garden. Its back was to him. Alaric approached silently. As he drew close, the masked figure spun around without a sound, a short, wickedly sharp taunt already in its hand, slashing at his throat. There was no warning, no shift in weight, no telltale intake of breath. Alaric reacted instinctively, leaning back, the blade slicing the air a millimeter from his chin. He slapped the attacker's wrist, expecting the dagger to clatter away. It didn't. The figure's grip was like iron, its arm like stone. It felt no pain, no shock. It simply reversed its grip and stabbed downwards. Alaric twisted away, his eyes widening slightly. This was no human. He delivered a powerful, open-palm strike to the figure's chest. It was a blow that would have sent a normal man flying, his ribs shattered. The masked figure staggered back a single step, the impact making a dull, hollow thump, like hitting a solid block of wood. It recovered instantly and attacked again, a silent, relentless flurry of stabs and slashes. Its movements were fast, precise, but mechanical. There was no art to it, no style, just pure, deadly efficiency. Alaric parried and dodged, his curiosity turning to grim understanding. Puppets, he thought. Arai used the apple's knowledge granted to him by Caroline to create puppets. Like sasaries, or kankuros, but made of flesh and bone, I think. They were likely captured Ronin or bandits, their minds wiped, their bodies enhanced and controlled by ISU tech charms and chakra threads. He had to end this quickly and quietly. Seeing an opening, he ducked under a wide slash and drove his fist, now glowing with a faint blue chakra, into the puppet's abdomen. This time, he didn't hold back. Crunch. The sound was sickening. The puppet's torso caved in, but it still didn't stop. It tried to bring its tent up for one last strike. Alaric sighed, and his hand shot out, his fingers plunging into the center of the puppet's chest, right where its heart should be. He felt no heartbeat, just wires, and a small, humming crystal. He closed his fist, and the crystal shattered. The puppet went limp, collapsing into a heap of limbs, the porcelain mask cracking as it hit the gravel. Alaric stood over the fallen figure, his expression grim. This was worse than he thought. Caroline hadn't just influenced a man, she had given him the tools to create his own private army of unfeeling, unstoppable killers. He crouched down, examining the fallen puppet. Tucked into its sash was a small, intricately carved wooden charm, shaped like a closed lotus blossom. He picked it up. His mind's eye flared as he felt it, a tiny, residual trace of the apple's energy, intertwined with Arai Hakyusuke's own chakra. This was the control mechanism. He pocketed the charm. He needed to know more about it, about who might recognize it. He couldn't just wander the city asking about strange magical charms. He needed an expert in the city's hidden world. He needed to find the assassins. He knew they had to be here. A city this important, with this much political power, would never be left unwatched by the Brotherhood. He just had to find them. He left the castle as silently as he had entered, melting back into the shadows of Edo. The next day, he found his lead not in a tavern or a gambling den, but in the quiet, refined atmosphere of a kabuki theater in the Yoshiwara district. He sat in the audience, watching the dramatic, stylized performance on stage, but his senses were focused on the crowd. He was looking for a specific kind of person, someone who watched the watchers, someone whose stillness was not one of relaxation, but of coiled readiness. He found her in the upper balcony. An old woman, seemingly just another wealthy patron, but her eyes, when he focused his mind's eye on her, held the sharp, cold focus of a hawk. Her chakra was calm, controlled, but powerful. After the performance, Alaric followed her at a distance as she left the theater and made her way through the crowded streets. She led him to a small, unassuming calligraphy shop in a quiet part of the city. A simple Norin curtain with the symbol of a crane hung over the entrance. Alaric waited for a few minutes, then entered the shop. The interior was serene. The scent of ink and old paper filled the air. An old man, the shopkeeper, sat at a low table, grinding ink on an inkstone, his movements slow and meditative. Alaric walked to the counter. The old man looked up, his eyes were ancient and held a quiet wisdom. Alaric didn't speak. He simply placed the carved lotus charm he'd taken from the puppet on the counter. The old shopkeeper's hand paused in its grinding. He looked down at the charm. His eyes, which had been calm and placid, suddenly sharpened, a flicker of cold steel appearing in their depths. He looked up, his gaze meeting Alaric's, no longer the simple shopkeeper, but something else entirely. Something much older, and much more dangerous. "Where?" the old man asked, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. "Did you get this? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 164, Chapter 163, The Crane and the Lotus. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,700 mon. The silence in the small calligraphy shop was as thick and heavy as the ink grinding on the stone. The old shopkeeper, Mochizuki Kensei, stared at the carved lotus charm resting on the counter, his calm, scholarly demeanor stripped away to reveal the cold, hard focus of a man who had lived a lifetime in the shadows. His ancient eyes, now sharp as forged steel, lifted to meet Alaric's. "Where?" he repeated, his voice a low, dangerous whisper that carried more menace than a shout. "Did you get this?" Alaric didn't answer immediately. He leaned forward slightly, resting his hands on the counter, his posture relaxed, almost casual. He could feel the tension in the old man, the coiled power held in check. He could also sense the presence of the old woman from the kabuki theater, Chiome, moving silently in the back room behind a paper screen, her own chakra signature alert and ready. "I took it from a dead man," Alaric finally replied in flawless Japanese, his voice calm. "A man who wasn't truly a man. He moved like a puppet and guarded the walls of Edo Castle." Kensei's eyes narrowed further. "The Shogun's silent guard. You fought one and lived." "Fought." Alaric let out a soft, dismissive chuckle. "That's a strong word for it. It was more like putting down a broken toy." The Norin curtain at the back of the shop rustled, and Chiome slid the paper screen open, stepping into the room. She held a small, wickedly sharp kunao in her hand, its tip gleaming in the dim light. She moved with a silent grace that belied her age. "You speak with much arrogance for a gaijin who has stumbled into a place he does not belong," she said, her voice was a quiet hiss. She positioned herself to Alaric's side, cutting off any potential escape route. "You can't fool us with your disguise. And you move with much hostility for a shopkeeper and her calligrapher husband," Alaric countered easily, not taking his eyes off Kensei. "I'm not here for a fight. I'm here because we have a mutual problem." "And what problem would that be?" Kensei asked, his gaze unwavering. "Arai Hakyusuke," Alaric stated simply. "And the rot he is spreading from within the castle walls. The rot that created these puppets." The two assassins exchanged a swift, almost imperceptible glance. Alaric had confirmed their deepest fears. They had been tracking Arai's strange activities for months, his sudden reclusiveness, his secret orders, and the appearance of his unervingly efficient personal guard. They knew something was deeply wrong at the heart of the shogunate, but they didn't know the cause. "You know of Arai-sama's affliction?" Kensei pressed, his tone still suspicious. "You claim to understand the nature of his silent guard? These are secrets known to none outside the castle's inner circle. Who are you to possess such knowledge?" "I am the one who is hunting the source of the affliction," Alaric replied. He decided to offer them a piece of the truth, a key to unlock their trust. "The woman who bewitched Arai Hakyusuke, the gaijin with the dark sphere, I have been tracking her across the world. She left a trail of chaos in Nagasaki, and before that, in the Philippines. Now, her trail has led me here, to Edo. And to him. The mention of a foreign woman and a dark sphere made Kensei and Chiome exchange another, more significant look. Their own intelligence network had picked up faint whispers of such a figure, a ghost who had been granted an unprecedented audience with the shogun's advisor months ago, but the trail had gone cold. Kensei studied Alaric for a long, silent moment, his mind clearly weighing the risks. This stranger, this foreigner, was impossibly powerful, as evidenced by his survival against a puppet. He possessed knowledge he shouldn't have. He could be a Templar agent, a clever deception. But Alaric's mind's eye felt no deceit in the old man's thoughts, only caution, suspicion, and a deep, ingrained sense of duty. You will come with us, Kensei said finally, his voice firm. It was not a request. Alaric just smiled. Lead the way. The Assassin's Bureau was not the grand, subterranean fortress of the Auditora Villa. It was a masterpiece of Japanese ingenuity and discretion. Kensei led Alaric through a series of twisting back alleys, then into a quiet, unassuming Shinto shrine. Inside, behind the main altar, Kensei pressed a hidden mechanism disguised as a wooden carving of a crane. A section of the floor slid away silently, revealing a dark, narrow staircase leading down. The air below was cool and smelled of damp earth and old wood. They descended into a network of clean, well-lit tunnels, their path illuminated by simple, elegant paper lanterns. The bureau itself was a series of interconnected rooms carved from the very earth beneath the city, reinforced with heavy wooden beams. It was practical, hidden, and efficient. They entered the central chamber. A large, detailed map of Edo was laid out on a low table, surrounded by cushions. Several other assassins, clad in dark, functional shinobi shozaku, looked up as they entered, their faces hidden behind simple cloth masks, their initial surprise quickly masked by disciplined neutrality. Kensei dismissed them with a gesture, leaving only himself, Chiome, and Alaric in the room. Now, Kensei said, sinking gracefully onto a cushion by the table. Speak. Everything you know. Alaric took a seat opposite him, crossing his legs casually. It's simple, really. The woman, Caroline, is being controlled by the artifact she carries, an Apple of Eden. It's a device of immense power, capable of bending minds to its will. She used it on Arai Hakusuki. He is now her puppet, even in her absence. She came here seeking a weapon, another artifact of the same ancient civilization that created the apple. He paused, letting his words sink in. The puppets, the silent guard, they are a product of that influence. Arai is using knowledge granted by the apple to create them. That lotus charm is the control mechanism, a focus for his will. Chiome, who had been listening silently, finally spoke. A sword, she confirmed, her voice a low rasp. Our own agents within the castle have reported that Arai has been desperately searching the shogun's vaults for a specific blade. A legendary sword, long thought to be lost or merely a myth. The Kuzenagi no Tsurugai. The grass-cutting sword, Alaric thought, recognizing the name from Japanese mythology. One of the 3 imperial regalia of Japan. So, that's what Caroline is after. Another sword of Eden. If a sword like actually exist, I'm curious how it would look like. Your story aligns with what we have pieced together, Kensei admitted, his gaze intense. But it does not explain you. Who are you to hunt such things? What is your purpose? I'm Alaric Jonathan Kenway. My purpose is to stop Caroline before the apple's corruption consumes her completely, and before she destabilizes the entire world in her misguided quest for order, Alaric replied simply. As for who I am, let's just say I'm a third party with a vested interest in seeing that neither the assassins nor the Templars get their hands on these artifacts. Kensei and Chiome exchanged another look. This Gaijin was a puzzle, an anomaly that fit none of their established categories. He was an enemy of their enemy, but his motives were his own. Arai Hakusuki has become too powerful, too unpredictable, Kensei said, his voice grim. His puppets are nearly unstoppable. We have lost 3 of our best trying to get close to him. They cannot be reasoned with, they do not feel pain, and they are stronger and faster than any normal man. We cannot afford to lose any more of our brothers and sisters in futile attacks. He looked directly at Alaric, his old eyes holding a new, calculating light. You, however, you defeated one of them. Easily, from the sounds of it. He paused, a silent proposition hanging in the air. Alaric smirked, knowing what was coming. You want my help. We need your help, Kensei corrected him. You possess the strength to deal with the silent guard. We possess the knowledge of the castle's layout, its patrol routes, its hidden passages. We know where Arai's chambers are. Alone, we may fail. Together we might succeed. It was a test. An alliance born of mutual desperation. They needed his power, he needed their intel and their help in navigating the political and physical labyrinth of the castle. What do you propose? Alaric asked, leaning forward, a predatory glint in his own eyes. We propose a joint operation, Kensei stated. Help us infiltrate Edo Castle. Help us neutralize Arai Hakusuki and dismantle his puppet army. In return, he paused, his gaze unwavering, we will give you everything we know about the Kuzenagi no Tsurugai, and any information our network can gather on Caroline's next likely destination. We will help you find your ghost. Alaric looked at the map of Edo spread out on the table, at the intricate, fortress-like depiction of the shogun's castle. This was a challenge unlike any he had faced before. Not a battle of overwhelming force, but one of stealth, strategy, and precision. He looked up, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across his face. "All right, Kensei Dano," he said, the Japanese honorific rolling off his tongue with practiced ease. "You've got yourself a deal. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there." 165, Chapter 164, Kensei's Test. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,700 mon. The air in the hidden assassin bureau was thick with the scent of old paper, damp earth, and brewing tension. Alaric looked at the detailed map of Edo spread across the low table, a faint smile playing on his lips. Kensei and Chiome sat opposite him, their expressions were a mixture of cautious hope and deep-seated suspicion. An alliance had been forged, yes, but trust was a currency that had to be earned, especially in their world. "Before we discuss a direct assault on the shogun's castle and Arai Hakusuki," Kensei began, his voice was a low, steady rumble, "there is a matter of trust that must be addressed. A test, if you will." "A test?" Alaric raised an eyebrow, leaning back on his hands. "Wakata, I'm game. I do enjoy a good challenge. Who's the target?" "We have a brother in need of rescue," Kensei stated, his gaze unwavering. "Giovanni Battista Saidati." Alaric hummed thoughtfully, repeating the name under his breath. "Giovanni Battista Saidati." He murmured. "That's an Italian name. What's a man from my part of the world doing locked up by the shogun?" Kensei nodded grimly. "Saidati-san is a missionary. Not of the Christian faith that the shogunate so fears, but of our creed." Chiome took over the explanation, her voice a quiet rasp. "He came to these shores years ago, believing that all people, regardless of their birth or station, deserve spiritual freedom. He fought against the oppression of the rigid class system, not with a sword, but with words, with ideas. He preached that a man's worth is not determined by his lord, but by his own heart. A concept," Kensei finished, his voice laced with cold anger, "that the shogunate finds threatening. They captured him a month ago. He is a valuable man, possessing knowledge of Templar activities in Europe that could be vital to us." "I see," Alaric said, his expression unreadable. He could appreciate the man's ideals, even if his methods seemed hopelessly naive in this era. "So, where is this brother of yours being held?" Kensei pointed to a specific location on the large map of Edo. It was a walled compound in the northern part of the city, marked with a stark, simple name. "Kirishitanyashiki," he said, the name itself seeming to carry a heavy weight. "The Christian residence. It is the shogunate's special prison, a place where they send those whose ideas are deemed too dangerous. It is a fortress within the city." He began to trace the layout with his finger, his voice becoming a low, strategic murmur. "The walls are 10 shakan high, smooth stone, impossible to scale without specialized equipment and the cover of a storm. There is only one gate, heavily guarded at all times. The men stationed there are not the corrupted rabble you encountered in the city. They are the Hatamoto, the shogun's personal elite guard, men whose loyalty and skill are beyond question. The prison is located in an open district, with no tall buildings nearby for observation or easy access. We have been studying it for weeks. Infiltration is nearly impossible." Chiome slid a smaller, more detailed schematic of the prison complex onto the table. "The guard patrols are constant and unpredictable. They change the rotation every few hours. There are archers on the walls, and the interior courtyard offers no cover. We have lost good people even attempting to get close." Kensei looked up, his ancient eyes locking onto Alaric's. "We have a plan. It is risky, it will take several days to prepare, and it requires perfect timing." He laid out the strategy. It was a classic assassin operation, complex, multi-layered, and relying on precision. Chiome would create a diversion at a nearby merchant warehouse, drawing some of the city guard away. 2 of their best shinobi would use the chaos to scale the western wall during the brief window of the midnight guard change. Meanwhile, another team would attempt to bribe a lower-ranking guard to create an internal disturbance. Alaric, with his immense strength, would be tasked with creating a breach in the northern wall at a precise moment, allowing a final team to rush in and extract the prisoner. Alaric listened patiently, nodding occasionally, his gaze fixed on the intricate map. He let Kensei finish laying out the entire, desperate plan. When the old assassin finally fell silent, a proud, determined look on his face, Alaric took a slow, leisurely sip of the tea that had been brought for him. He set the cup down gently. "That's a very complicated plan, Kensei Dano," he said, a faint smile on his lips. "Lots of moving parts. Lots of things that can go wrong. A single guard raises an alarm at the wrong time, the diversion fails, the timing is off by a second and your people die." Kensei and Chiome frowned, their pride clearly pricked by his casual dismissal of their painstaking work. "It is the only way," Kensei insisted. "We do not have the strength for a direct assault." "You don't," Alaric agreed easily. "But I do." He stood up, stretching his arms leisurely. "Here's my plan." He looked at the 2 stunned assassins, his smile widening into a confident, almost lazy grin. "I'll go there now. I'll knock everyone out. I'll carry your friend back here. Then, we'll have more tea. He paused, glancing at an imaginary watch on his wrist. Should take, what, 10 minutes? 15, if I decide to take a scenic route. Kensei and Chiome just stared at him, their mouths agape, utterly speechless. Less than an hour later, Kensei and Chiome sat in the silent bureau, the map of the Kirishiten Yashiki still spread out on the table before them. The air was thick with an anxious tension. They had tried to argue, to reason with Alaric, to explain the sheer impossibility of what he proposed. He had simply smiled, told them to put the kettle on, and walked out of the shrine. He is arrogant, Chiome finally whispered, breaking the silence. He is reckless. Perhaps, Kensei replied, though his own voice held a note of profound uncertainty. Or perhaps he has a reason to be arrogant. Suddenly, from the city above, they heard it. The faint, distant clang of an alarm bell. It rang once, twice, then was abruptly cut off. It was followed by a few muffled shouts, which also died out almost immediately. And then silence. A deep, unnerving silence that was somehow more alarming than the noise had been. Kensei and Chiome exchanged a wide-eyed, worried glance. They sat there, frozen, listening, for what felt like an eternity. 10 minutes passed. Then 12. Just as Kensei was about to send one of his agents to investigate, the sound of footsteps came from the staircase. The bureau door slid open. Alaric stood there, his simple Ronin disguise completely unruffled, not a speck of dust on him. Slung effortlessly over his shoulder, like a sack of rice, was a pale, thin man in tattered prisoner's robes, unconscious but clearly breathing. Alaric walked into the room, casually deposited the unconscious man onto one of the cushions, and then looked at the two stunned assassins. Told you, he said with a cheerful grin. 13 minutes. I got a little held up by the locks on his cell. He walked over to the table and picked up his still-warm teacup. Now, he said, taking a sip. About our deal. The silence in the hidden bureau was absolute. It was a heavy, suffocating silence, broken only by the faint, sputtering hiss of the paper lanterns and the shallow, unconscious breathing of the Italian missionary sprawled on the cushion. Kensei and Chiome stared, their faces were masks of utter disbelief. They had spent weeks planning a complex, high-risk operation involving diversions, infiltration teams, and a coordinated assault, an operation that had at best a slim chance of success and a high probability of casualties. This man had accomplished the same goal in 13 minutes, alone, and he had the audacity to be drinking their tea while doing it. Kensei's ancient, wrinkled hands, which had guided a brush with unparalleled grace and a blade with deadly precision for over 60 years, were trembling slightly. He looked from the unconscious form of Giovanni Saidati to the Ronin who was casually sipping his tea. The numbers didn't add up. The fortress of Kirishiten Yashiki, guarded by the shogun's Hatamoto elite. The high walls. The unpredictable patrols. The sheer impossibility of it all. It was not a question of skill. What he had just witnessed defied the very laws of physics as he understood them. How Kensei finally managed to speak, his voice a dry, hoarse whisper, the single word filled with a lifetime of broken assumptions. Alaric set his teacup down with a soft click. He looked at the two stunned assassins, his expression was unreadable. Like I said, he replied, his voice still holding that infuriatingly casual tone. The locks were a bit tricky. Chiome finally broke from her stupor. Her body, which had been frozen in shock, coiled with a sudden, tense energy. She moved, her hand blurring towards the kunao still tucked in her sleeve, her killer's instinct screaming that the man before her was not a potential ally, but an unknowable, terrifying threat. Stop, Kensei commanded, his sharp voice cutting through her intent. Chiome froze, her hand hovering, her sharp gaze fixed on her husband, then back to Alaric. Kensei slowly rose to his feet, his joints creaking in protest. He ignored the unconscious missionary and walked around the low table until he stood directly before Alaric, who remained seated, looking up at the old assassin with a calm, almost curious expression. We have shown you our sanctuary, Kensei said, his voice low and intense. We have shared our intelligence. We have accepted your help, and you have displayed a power that is not of man. His eyes, sharp and piercing, searched Alaric's disguised face. We have given you our trust, stranger. Now, you will give us your name. Alaric held the old man's gaze for a long moment. He saw the demand, the fear, the desperate need for an answer, for some kind of context for the impossible events he had just orchestrated. He saw that the test was over. The charade of being a simple, if skilled, Ronin was no longer necessary, or even possible. He sighed, a faint, almost weary sound. You're right, he said softly. He stood up from his cushion. The disguise is getting a bit stuffy. Poof. A small, insignificant puff of smoke erupted around him, swirling for a fraction of a second before dissipating. And the man who stood there was no longer the anonymous, average-height Ronin. Kensei and Chiome both took an involuntary, gasping step back. Their hands flew to their weapons out of pure, reflexive shock. The man before them was a giant. He towered over them, easily 6'4", his frame broad and powerful. The simple, dark kimono was gone, replaced by clothes of a strange, foreign cut, a fine white shirt with intricate ruffles, dark trousers, and sturdy black boots. Draped over his shoulders, adding to his imposing silhouette, was a magnificent coat of deep crimson, embroidered with gold thread that seemed to catch the lantern light. But it was his face, his features, that shattered their reality completely. His hair was not the common black of their people. It was the color of moonlight, a brilliant, almost white platinum blonde, falling in soft waves around a face that was perfect, sharply defined, impossibly handsome. And his eyes, they were no longer a common brown. They were the color of the deepest sea, a startling, piercing blue that seemed to hold an ancient, unsettling wisdom. He looked like a deity from a forgotten myth, a being of another world who had inexplicably found his way into their hidden sanctuary beneath Edo. Kensei and Chiom stared, their weapons half drawn, their minds reeling. They had seen Gaijin before, the Dutch traders confined to Dejima, but they were pale, ruddy men. This was something else entirely. This was ethereal, imposing, terrifying. As for my name, Alaric said, his voice the same, yet seeming to carry a new weight coming from this towering, otherworldly figure. He offered a small, disarming smile, holding his hands up slightly to show he meant no harm. I am Alaric Jonathan Kenway. From a small town called Swansea, in a country far to the west called Wales. He looked at their stunned faces, the fear and awe warring in their eyes. He let his smile soften. And no, he added gently, his voice losing its earlier edge. I am not your enemy. I have no allegiance to the Templar Order. But I am not a member of your brotherhood, either. I am simply myself. And I am here to find my family. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 166, Chapter 165, The Scholar's Sanctuary. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,700 mon. Previously. I am Alaric Jonathan Kenway. From a small town called Swansea, in a country far to the west called Wales. He looked at their stunned faces, the fear and awe warring in their eyes. He let his smile soften. And no, he added gently, his voice losing its earlier edge. I am not your enemy. I have no allegiance to the Templar Order. But I am not a member of your brotherhood, either. I am simply myself. And I am here to find my family. Now, Chiom's hand, which had been hovering near the kunao in her sleeve, slowly lowered. The instinct to fight, to react to the unknown threat, was completely extinguished, replaced by a profound, paralyzing awe. Her mind, honed by decades of espionage and assassination, simply could not compute what she had just seen. She looked from the unconscious Italian missionary to the towering, blonde Gaijin, and for the first time in a very long time, she felt like a novice, a student in the presence of something far beyond her understanding. Kensei finally broke from his stupor. He let out a long, shaky breath, the sound unnaturally loud in the silent bureau. He looked at Alaric, then at the unconscious Saidati, then back at Alaric. He ran a trembling hand over his face. I see. Kensei said, his voice was a hoarse whisper. This is, all unbelievable. Silence descended again, this time filled not with tension, but with the heavy weight of a paradigm shattering. Alaric patiently waited, taking another slow sip of his tea, giving the old assassins the time they needed to process the impossible. Finally, Kensei seemed to gather himself. He squared his shoulders, the discipline of a lifetime reasserting itself, though the shock still lingered in his ancient eyes. He walked slowly back to his seat at the low table and sank onto the cushion, his movements were stiff. As for the other Gaijin, Kensei began, his voice steadier now as he consciously shifted his focus to fulfilling his end of their bargain. Your family, as far as our intelligence network could find, she sailed west from Nagasaki. Our last confirmed lead is that she boarded a ship in the harbor there, months ago. He looked up, meeting Alaric's calm gaze. Towards where? I do not know. The ship was not logged for any official destination. It simply vanished into the sea. Alaric nodded slowly, the information confirming his own suspicions. So she's in Joseon, he thought, his mind already calculating the distance, the time. He had a Hiraishin marker in Nagasaki. Getting to the coast would be instant. From there, flying to Korea would be a simple matter. I could probably catch up if I speed up fast. But he looked back at the old maestro, who was now staring at him with a new kind of intensity. It wasn't hostility, but a deep, grudging respect. Kensei slowly, deliberately, lowered his head, pressing his forehead to the floor in a deep, formal bow, the dogza, the ultimate sign of deference and apology. Ah, Alaric Dano. Kensei's voice was muffled by the floor, but it carried a profound sincerity. Arigat. Thank you. If not for you, many of our brothers and sisters would have been injured, or would have died, attempting to retrieve Giovanni. Chiom, seeing her husband's gesture, followed suit, bowing deeply as well. No worries, Alaric said with an easy smirk. He finished his tea and stood up, placing the empty cup back on the table. He walked towards the staircase leading out of the bureau, his boots making soft sounds on the wooden floor. He paused at the exit, one hand on the wall, and looked back at them. Ah, and he said, a playful glint entering his eyes. You should go to the Edo castle by tomorrow. You'll be happy with my gift. Nanny. Kensei looked up from his bow, his face a mask of confusion. Heh. Alaric just chuckled, then turned and walked up the stairs, disappearing from their sight, leaving the two master assassins alone in their hidden sanctuary with an unconscious missionary and a profound sense of having just interacted with a force of nature. Now, Alaric thought as he emerged back into the quiet shrine above, the cool night air greeting him. I guess it's my time to meet Arai Hakyusuke. The air in the shogun's private study was calm and smelled faintly of old parchment and warm green tea. Arai Hakyusuke sat in the formal seiza position, his back straight, a gentle, patient smile on his face. Opposite him, at a low lacquered desk, sat Tokugawa Ieyasu, the 5-year-old ruler of Japan. The boy's small hand gripped a brush, his brow furrowed in concentration as he meticulously traced the complex strokes of a new kanji character. These moments were the ones Arai cherished most. Away from the endless political maneuvering, the whispers of the court, and the heavy burden of governance, he was simply a teacher, guiding a young, remarkably bright mind. The young shogun was a quick study, his intellect sharp and his curiosity boundless. It was a peaceful, orderly existence. Very good, Ieyasu-sama, Arai said softly, his voice a warm murmur. Your form improves with every stroke. Remember the balance. The character for law must itself have order. The boy nodded seriously, not looking up from his work. This quiet sanctuary, this bubble of scholarly peace, was Arai's anchor in a world of shifting tides. He felt a sense of purpose here, a genuine hope for the future of the nation resting on the small shoulders of the boy before him. A soft, almost hesitant voice from the corridor broke the tranquility. Arai-sama, a report. Arai did not turn his head. His patient smile remained fixed on the young shogun. He simply nodded slightly. Why don't you continue with the next kanji, young master? He said gently to Ieyasu. Practice the character for benevolence. I will return in a moment. With a nod from the focused child, Arai rose gracefully to his feet. He slid the fusuma door open and stepped out into the corridor, closing it quietly behind him so as not to disturb the shogun's concentration. A trusted servant stood there, his head bowed low, his face pale. Arai began to walk down the long, polished wooden corridor towards his own private offices, the servant following a few respectful paces behind. So, Arai said, his voice was a low, even tone. What is it? My lord, the servant began, his voice trembling slightly. It is about the Kirishiten Yashiki. Arai paused his stride for just a fraction of a second. There has been an incident. The Gaijin priest, Giovanni Saidati, he has escaped. The world seemed to go silent for a moment. Arai stopped walking completely, though he did not turn around. The servant behind him held his breath, bracing for the inevitable storm of his master's anger. Escaped? Arai finally asked, his voice was dangerously quiet. From Kirishiten Yashiki? That is impossible. Did he have assistance? Arai pressed, his mind already racing through the possibilities. Did one of our own betray us? What of the Hatamoto guards? Report. The servant swallowed hard. My lord, that is, we do not know if he had assistance. As for the prison. The servant hesitated, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Everyone at Kirishiten Yashiki is either dead or unconscious. Arai's back went rigid. The air around him seemed to grow cold. Dead, unconscious. The entire garrison of the most secure prison in Edo. The shogun's elite Hatamoto guard. It was not just impossible, it was unthinkable. It was an act of war, carried out silently in the heart of their city. He felt a surge of cold fury rise within him, so intense it made his hands tremble. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, forcing the rage down, containing it behind a mask of icy control. He almost lashed out, almost turned and struck the foolish servant for delivering such catastrophic news. But he was Arai Hakyusuke. He was a statesman. He was in control. He took a slow, deep breath. I see, he said, his voice was a flat, dead sound. He started walking again. Leave me. The servant bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching the floorboards, then scrambled away with a haste that bordered on panic. Arai continued walking until he reached the sliding paper doors of his own private office, his sanctuary. He needed to be alone. He needed to think. He needed to understand the nature of the enemy who could accomplish such a feat. He placed his hand on the wooden frame of the door, took another deep breath to center himself, and slid it open. He widened his eyes. His sanctuary was not empty. Sprawled out on the tatami mats in the center of the room, lying on his back with one arm tucked behind his head in a position of complete and utter relaxation, was a man. A huge man. A gaijin. He was a giant, towering even when lying down, clad in a strange, fine crimson coat draped over a ruffled white shirt. His hair, a brilliant platinum blonde that seemed to absorb the light from the paper screen windows, was fanned out on the floor around his head. His eyes were closed, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips, as if he were enjoying a pleasant nap. Arai stared, his mind, which had been reeling from one impossibility, now confronted with another. How had this man gotten in here? Past the guards, past the locked doors, into the very heart of his private domain? As if sensing his presence, the man's eyes slowly opened. They were a startling, piercing blue, the color of a deep ocean, and they held an ancient, almost bored amusement. The man's smile widened slightly. You must be Arai Hakyusuke. He said, his Japanese was flawless, his voice a calm, resonant baritone that filled the silent room. Why don't you sit down on the floor with me? consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 167, Chapter 166, The Purge of Edo Castle. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,700 mon. For a long moment that stretched into an eternity, the only sound in Arai Hakyusuke's private office was the faint, almost imperceptible hum of the lanterns. Arai, the brilliant scholar, the steady hand guiding the shogunate, the most powerful advisor in all of Japan, found himself completely, utterly frozen. His mind, a fortress of logic and political calculation, was shattered. The man lying on his floor, this towering, blonde-haired gaijin, was an impossibility, a living contradiction to the ordered world Arai had so carefully constructed. He hadn't heard him enter. He hadn't felt a single ripple in the castle's intricate web of security. It was as if the man had simply willed himself into existence in the center of Arai's sanctuary. The gaijin's smile was the most unsettling part. It was lazy, confident, and held a depth of ancient amusement that made Arai's blood run cold. "Why don't you sit down on the floor with me?" The invitation, so casual and absurd, finally broke Arai's paralysis. His training, his discipline, his ingrained sense of authority, all screamed at him to act. He opened his mouth to shout for the guards, to call for his elite silent guard, the puppets that had been his secret project, his ultimate solution to dissent. But no sound came out. He couldn't speak. He couldn't move. He could only watch as the gaijin's piercing blue eyes seemed to look right through him, into the deepest, darkest corners of his soul. Alaric remained on the floor, perfectly relaxed. He could feel it, the psychic stain left behind by the apple of Eden, clinging to Arai's mind like a venomous vine. It wasn't the active, overwhelming influence he'd felt from the apple itself, but a lingering corruption, a series of deeply embedded suggestions and desires that had taken root in the fertile soil of the advisor's own ambition. He saw the conflict within Arai's chakra signature, the man's natural, disciplined energy warring with the chaotic, foreign influence. He saw the pride, the fear, and the deeply buried, ruthless ambition that Caroline had so skillfully exploited. So, this is the man Caroline chose, Alaric thought, a flicker of something almost like pity crossing his mind. She didn't just find a pawn, she found a man who was already dreaming of becoming a king. Alaric sighed, a soft, barely audible sound. This needed to be dealt with first. He needed to see the real man, the man without the apple's whispers clouding his judgment. He didn't make a hand sign. He didn't speak a word. He simply focused his will, gathering a small, precise thread of his own immense chakra. It was a subtle, surgical strike. Kai. An invisible, silent pulse of energy, no stronger than a gentle breeze, washed over Arai Hakyusuke. For Arai, the world fractured. The lingering sense of peace and purpose the dark sphere had given him, the obsessive drive to find the Kuzenaga sword, the hazy but powerful memories of the beautiful gaijin woman, it all shattered like brittle glass. He gasped, stumbling back, clutching his head as his own, unadulterated thoughts came rushing back in a dizzying, nauseating flood. The psychic chains were broken. He was free, and he was terrified. He stared at Alaric, his eyes wide with a new, dawning horror. The man before him was no longer just an impossible intruder. He was the one who had just performed some unspeakable sorcery, peeling back the layers of his mind with contemptuous ease. "You," Arai breathed, his voice trembling. What did you do to me?" "I gave you your mind back," Alaric replied simply, finally pushing himself up from the floor. He stood, towering over the shaken advisor, his crimson coat settling around his powerful frame. "The woman, Caroline, the sphere she carried, it was controlling you, influencing your decisions. I just cut the strings." Arai stared, his mind racing to connect the pieces. The obsession with the sword, the creation of the silent guard, his increasingly erratic political maneuvers, it had all felt so right, so necessary. Now, in the clear, cold light of his own restored will, he saw the truth. He had been a tool, a puppet for a foreign woman and her dark magic. The shame was a physical blow, followed instantly by a wave of cold, calculating fury. Not at Caroline, not at the apple, but at the man who stood before him, the one who had seen his weakness, his violation. "You think you have saved me?" Arai snarled, his voice a low, dangerous growl. He slowly straightened up, his scholarly stoop replaced by the rigid posture of a man fighting for his life. "You have done nothing but reveal yourself, gaijin. You are the greater threat." Alaric raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and why is that?" "You possess a power far beyond that sphere," Arai stated, his eyes narrowing. He had felt the Kai release, a power so immense and controlled it dwarfed the apple's subtle influence. A power that could topple this shogunate, this entire nation, if you wished it. "You are a loose cannon in a world that demands order." "My order." There it was. The truth, stripped bare of the apple's influence. It wasn't Caroline's dream of order he had been serving, it had been his own. The apple had just given him the means and the justification. "Your order." Alaric chuckled, a dark, humorless sound. "The one where you use ISU technology you don't understand to create an army of soulless puppets to enforce your will? The one where you plot and scheme in the shadows? That's not order, Arai. That's just tyranny with a prettier name. You know nothing." Arai hissed, his composure finally breaking. "This country needs a firm hand. A single, unwavering will to guide it through the coming chaos. I am that will. I will find the Kuzenage, I will master these puppets, and I will forge a Japan of perfect, unshakable order. I will be the shogun behind the shogun, the true ruler. He took a step forward, his face contorted with a fanatic's zeal. And you are an obstacle. A powerful one, yes, but an obstacle nonetheless. An anomaly to be removed. Alaric just looked at him, his blue eyes turning flat and cold. The playful amusement was gone, replaced by a profound, chilling emptiness. I gave you a chance, Arai, he said softly. I cleared your mind. I gave you the opportunity to see the truth, to step back from the abyss. He shook his head slowly. But it seems the darkness wasn't just from the apple. It was in you all along. He sighed, a final, weary sound. What a disappointment. Arai, seeing the shift in the Gaijin's demeanor, finally acted on his survival instincts. He clapped his hands together loudly, a prearranged signal. Guards! He shrieked, his voice cracking with desperation. Silent guard. To me. Kill him. Kill him. In an instant, the paper walls of the office slid open silently. From every direction, the masked, black-clad puppets appeared, their tents drawn, their movements silent and impossibly fast. A dozen of them flooded the room, converging on Alaric. At the same time, from the corridor outside, came the sound of running feet and shouts as the castle's human samurai garrison responded to their lord's cry. Alaric stood in the center of it all, surrounded. He didn't even look at the puppets. He just looked at Arai, who was backing away towards the far wall, a triumphant, crazed look on his face. You see. Arai laughed, a high, unhinged sound. You cannot fight them all. You are trapped. You will die here, and your power will be forgotten. Alaric just smiled. It was a cold, terrible smile. You really shouldn't have done that, he said quietly. And then, he moved. He didn't use swift release. He didn't use Vulcan. He didn't even use his Sharingan. He just fought. The first puppet lunged, its dagger aimed at his heart. Alaric's arm shot out, catching the puppet's wrist. He didn't just stop it, he kept the motion going, using the puppet's own momentum to spin it around and use it as a human shield. The daggers of two other puppets plunged into its back. He shoved the now useless puppet into another, then flowed through the opening he'd created. He moved with a brutal, terrifying grace. His fists became hammers, his feet became axes. He punched through a puppet's chest, his hand emerging from its back, clutching the shattered control crystal. He grabbed another by the head and simply twisted, the sound of snapping wood and metal echoing in the room. He delivered a spinning kick that connected with three puppets at once, sending them flying through the paper walls into the corridor beyond, where they crashed into the charging samurai. He was a whirlwind of destruction. The puppets, these unstoppable, unfeeling killers, were being dismantled like cheap toys. He tore off their limbs, crushed their heads, shattered their control mechanisms with precise, devastating blows. Within seconds, the office was a wreck of splintered wood, torn paper, and the broken, lifeless forms of the silent guard. Alaric stood in the center of the wreckage, not even breathing hard. He turned his cold blue eyes towards Arai Hakyuski, who was pressed against the far wall, his face a mask of pure terror. My turn, Alaric said softly. He walked slowly towards the terrified advisor. Arai scrambled for the sword that was always displayed on the wall behind his desk, a priceless antique. He drew it with trembling hands, pointing it at Alaric. Alaric didn't even slow down. He just kept walking. Arai lunged, screaming, a wild, desperate thrust. Alaric slapped the blade aside with the back of his hand, the priceless sword shattering from the force of the blow. He grabbed Arai by the throat, lifting the smaller man effortlessly off his feet until his eyes were level with his own. Arai choked, clawing uselessly at the iron grip around his neck. You wanted to know my purpose. Alaric whispered, his voice a chilling hiss. My purpose is to remove weeds like you from the garden. He squeezed. Crunch. The sound was wet, final. Arai Hakyuski's eyes bulged, a final, silent scream trapped in his throat, and then his body went limp. Alaric held the corpse for a moment longer, then tossed it aside like a piece of trash. It crashed into the remains of the lacquered desk, scattering scrolls and inkstones. He stood there for a moment, listening to the shouts and running footsteps growing louder in the corridors outside. He could feel dozens, then hundreds, of samurai converging on his position. A slow, terrible, and utterly joyful grin spread across his face. Well, he said to the empty, ruined office. Time to give Kensei his gift. He walked out into the corridor, right into the path of the first wave of charging samurai. He didn't even bother to draw a weapon. He just raised his fists. The slaughter began. He moved through the corridors of Edo Castle like a god of death. The narrow hallways became choke points of absolute carnage. Samurai, brave and skilled, charged him with yells of banzai, their katanas flashing. They died before they even got close. Alaric's fists shattered swords, broke bones, and caved in chests. He tore off arms and used them as clubs. He grabbed men by their topknots and slammed their faces into the wooden walls until the walls broke. Blood painted the pristine white shoji screens a brilliant, dripping crimson. He fought his way through the residential keep, then into the main barracks. He kicked down the doors, a terrifying, crimson-coated demon stepping into the midst of 200 samurai scrambling for their armor. They didn't even have a chance. He was a whirlwind of gore. He ripped a man's spine out through his back. He punched another's head clean off his shoulders. He grabbed two men and simply smashed them together like cymbals, the sound of their skulls cracking echoing through the barracks. He moved on, leaving a sea of mangled bodies in his wake. He fought his way up to the castle ramparts, where archers were loosing desperate volleys of arrows at him. He simply walked through the storm of projectiles, the arrows shattering against an invisible barrier of chakra, or bouncing harmlessly off his skin. He reached the archers and tore them apart, tossing their bodies off the high walls to crash into the courtyards below. He descended into the inner sanctum, towards the shogun's personal quarters. The Hatamoto, the most elite of the elite, formed a final, desperate line, their gleaming armor and masterwork blades a wall of steel. Alaric just laughed, a wild, terrifying sound. "Come on then." He roared, and charged. The fight was over in a minute. The Hatamoto, for all their skill and honor, were simply outmatched. They died to a man, their fine armor crumpled like paper, their bodies broken and twisted into unnatural shapes. Finally, Alaric stood before the last set of paper doors, the ones leading to the young shogun's chambers. The castle behind him was silent, a vast, echoing tomb filled with the dead and dying. The smell of blood was overwhelming. He slid the door open silently. Inside, 5-year-old Tokugawa Ietsuga sat frozen at his small desk, his calligraphy brush dropped, ink pooling on the paper. He stared at the giant, blood-splattered gaijin in the doorway, his small body trembling, his eyes wide with a terror no child should ever know. Alaric stood there for a long moment, looking at the terrified boy ruler. His bloodlust, his rage, slowly receded, leaving behind a cold emptiness. He walked slowly into the room, his boots leaving bloody footprints on the tatami mats. He knelt down, bringing his face level with the child's. He reached out a hand, still stained with the blood of the boy's protectors. The young shogun flinched, a tiny whimper escaping his lips. Alaric's eyes, which had been cold and merciless, softened, just for a second. "Shh," he said softly. He gently placed 2 fingers on the boy's forehead. A faint, silver light glowed for a fraction of a second. A complex Fuinjutsu seal, one designed for memory alteration, settled into the child's mind. "Forget," Alaric whispered. "Forget the monster. Forget the screams. Forget this night." The terror in Tokugawa Ietsuga's eyes faded, replaced by a deep, sudden exhaustion. His eyelids drooped, and he slumped forward, fast asleep, his head resting on his ink-stained calligraphy paper. Alaric stood up. His work here was done. He walked out of the silent chambers, out of the castle filled with ghosts, and back onto the rooftop overlooking the city. The first rays of dawn were breaking, painting the sky in the same crimson hue as the coat on his shoulders. Edo was quiet, and its seat of power was now an empty, bloody shell. "You know, I actually forgot that Alaric had Kota Amitsukami just after I finished writing this chapter. I'm too lazy to change it, sad face. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 168, Chapter 167, A Holy Experiment. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,700 mon. Pensbury Manor. Located in the manor was a building commissioned by Penn. It was brand new. The building was new. It stood on a gentle rise within the grounds of Pensbury Manor, a simple but elegant structure of dark timber and locally made red brick. It was not a place of residence, but a place of purpose, a formal meeting hall, constructed with Kenway funds at Penn's request over the past few months. Its single, vast chamber was dominated by a long, impossibly smooth mahogany table, so polished it reflected the afternoon light filtering through the tall glass windows. Around this table sat a gathering that represented the strange, potent alliance that had formed in this corner of the New World. William Penn, looking revitalized and a decade younger than his years, sat at the head of the table, his usual calm demeanor now underpinned by a new, almost unsettling resolve. To his right sat the core of the Kenway family, Leonard and Eleanor, Bernard and Lynette. They were no longer the struggling farmers from Wales. Wealth had given them a new confidence, and Alaric's enhancements had given them a vitality that belied their middle age. They were landowners, business managers, and the quiet financial engine of this entire enterprise. Cassandra sat beside them calmly. She observed everyone with her sharp amber eyes, her millennia of experience giving her a perspective no one else at the table could possibly comprehend. Reuben and Flavia sat together. Across from them, Tholany was a silent, imposing mountain of a man, the hilt of the great sword Excalibur just visible over his shoulder. Matteo Auditore, the old assassin mentor, sat stiffly, his expression unreadable, a man of shadows thrust into the light of open counsel. And then there were Penn's guests. Seated along the other side of the table were a dozen men and women, the most influential leaders of the Quaker communities in Pennsylvania and the neighboring colonies. They were merchants, landowners, and thinkers, people of principle and considerable wealth, dressed in the simple but fine fabrics that marked their station. Reuben watched them, his eyes sharp. He recognized some of the names Penn had mentioned: Isaac Norris, a shrewd merchant from Philadelphia; Sarah Harrison, a respected elder known for her unwavering pacifist convictions; James Logan, Penn's brilliant and loyal provincial secretary. They were powerful people, the backbone of this holy experiment in the New World. But they don't know, Reuben thought, a flicker of almost guilty pride passing through him. They see Penn's influence, their own collective wealth, but they have no idea about the real power in this room. He glanced at his own companions, then at the Kenways. If they knew that the family quietly chatting about the price of tobacco was the silent force behind the celestial products now sweeping through the colonies, a business whose profits could likely buy and sell the entire Royal African Company, they would bow down. He pushed the thought away. That's a bad thought, bad, Reuben. Jonathan, Hugh and Penn's own trusted butler, Sebastian, moved silently around the room, their movements synchronized and efficient as they served steaming cups of the now famous celestial tea, the fragrant aroma filling the chamber. The initial conversation was light, a polite dance of pleasantries. They spoke of the unusually mild autumn weather, the success of the recent harvest, the news from other colonies. Bernard Kenway, ever the boisterous one, was in the middle of a story about a particularly stubborn mule on the farm, drawing polite chuckles from the assembled Quakers. It was Isaac Norris, a man with a sharp mind for business and a face that rarely smiled, who finally cut through the gentle chatter. "William," he said, his voice calm but direct, setting his teacup down with a soft click. "We are grateful for thy hospitality, and this tea is remarkable. But thee did not summon us all from Philadelphia, from Germantown, even from New Jersey, to discuss the temperament of mules." He looked around at the other Quaker leaders, who nodded in agreement. "Why have thee gathered us here?" A quiet settled over the room. William Penn took a slow, deliberate sip from his own cup, his gaze sweeping over every face at the table. He set his cup down, the soft clink of porcelain on mahogany echoing in the sudden silence. "Friends," he began, his voice was a low, steady sound that instantly commanded the room's full attention. "I have gathered you here because the time for quiet contemplation, for peaceful petition, is over. The very foundation of our holy experiment, the principles of peace and liberty upon which we built this colony, are under direct and imminent threat." A murmur of concern went through the Quaker contingent. "I speak, of course, of the crown," Penn continued, his voice hardening. "I speak of King George, and the nest of vipers that now whispers in his ear in London. I speak of the Templar Order." At the mention of the Templars, Matteo's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto Penn. Cassandra's expression remained neutral, but Alaric had told her enough for the name to carry weight. "The agreement we forged with the late Queen Anne," Penn said, his voice ringing with a righteous anger, "an agreement to end the vile stain of slavery in Bristol, to foster prosperity through honest work, has been betrayed. The king has shown his true colors. He does not see us as subjects to be protected, but as assets to be controlled. He sees our peace as weakness, our principles as an obstacle to his greed." Sarah Harrison, the elderly Quaker woman, looked aghast. "William, these are strong words. To speak of the king in such a manner, it is treasonous." "Is it treason to speak the truth, Sarah?" Penn countered, his voice rising with passion. "They sent an army to Bristol. 2,000 soldiers, not to keep the peace, but to crush the freedom we had fostered, to drag that city back into the darkness of the slave trade. They did this under the guise of hunting a single man, but their true purpose was to destroy everything we had built." His gaze was fiery now, his usual Quaker restraint burned away by righteous fury. "Do you think they will stop at Bristol? Do you think they will honor our charters, our treaties, our faith, when their greed is so insatiable? I tell you now, they will not. They will come for Pennsylvania next. They will come for our farms, for our trade, for our very way of life. They will bring their corruption, their chains, their war, to our doorstep." The Quakers stared, shocked into silence by the force of his conviction. The Kenways nodded grimly. They had lived through the beginning of this betrayal. "War, William?" Isaac Norris finally asked, his voice tight. "Thee speaks of war. That is not our way. We are a people of peace. We cannot raise arms against our king, against our countrymen." "And I ask you, Isaac," Penn retorted, his voice dropping to a low, intense level, "what peace is there in allowing a tyrant to trample your rights? What peace is there in standing by while the chains are forged for your neighbors, and then for you? We have tried words. I have pleaded, petitioned, and reasoned with them in London. They answered with contempt. They answered with soldiers. To do nothing now is not peace, it is surrender. It is to offer our necks to the executioner and call it serenity." A heavy, charged silence filled the room. The Quakers were clearly conflicted, their core beliefs clashing with the grim reality Penn was painting. Cassandra chose this moment to speak, her voice calm and clear, cutting through the tension. "Mr. Penn is correct," she said, her accent a strange, ancient melody in the quiet room. "Strategically, the British Crown is a formidable power, but it is not invincible. Its attention is scattered across a global empire. Its supply lines to these colonies are long and vulnerable." Cassandra looked around the table, her gaze sharp and assessing. "An open war on their terms, on an open field, would be foolish. But this will not be a conventional war." Matteo Auditore nodded, picking up the thread, his own voice a low rasp. "What we propose is not a rebellion in the traditional sense. It is a targeted removal of a cancer. The Templar Order has its tendrils wrapped around the heart of the crown. We, the assassins," he acknowledged his affiliation openly for the first time to this group, "will be the scalpel. We will cut those tendrils. We will dismantle their power structure from within, sow chaos in their ranks, and remove the key figures who guide the king's hand. Flavia spoke next, her voice clear and firm. While we strike at the shadows, your trained militia will defend your homes. This is not a war of conquest, it is a war of defense, of preservation. Now it was Thulani's turn. He did not rise, but his deep voice filled the room with an undeniable moral authority. The men who rule England now, he said slowly, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the Quaker leaders, are the same men who profit from the buying and selling of human lives. They built their fortunes on the chains that bound my people. To stand against such men is not a violation of peace. It is the most profound affirmation of it. It is a declaration that no man has the right to own another. His simple, powerful words hung in the air, a hammer blow to the core of the Quakers' pacifist ideals. Reuben completed the unified front. We have the means, he said, nodding towards the Kenways. The wealth to fund this, to equip a force capable of defending this land. And, he glanced at Cassandra and Matteo, we have the skill to train them, to lead them. We have everything we need to succeed. William Penn stood up, placing his hands flat on the polished table, his eyes burning with a holy fire. Friends, he said, his voice ringing with a conviction that seemed to shake the very foundations of the room. I have spent my life dedicated to a holy experiment, a haven for those seeking peace and freedom. But I see now that a garden cannot flourish if you do not pull the weeds. The crown has become a weed, a choking, parasitic vine that threatens to strangle everything we have planted. He looked at each of them, his gaze lingering on the troubled faces of his Quaker brethren. I will not ask you to betray your faith. I will ask you to defend it. To defend the peace we have built by standing against those who would replace it with the peace of the grave. We will unite the tribes, we will offer freedom to every enslaved soul who will take up arms with us, we will forge a new kind of army, an army of free people. He took a deep breath. Today, we declare our own kind of independence. Not just of governance, but of conscience. We will fight. Will you stand with me? The room was utterly silent. The weight of the moment, the sheer, terrifying audacity of what Penn proposed, was immense. Then, Isaac Norris, the pragmatist, the merchant, slowly stood up. He looked at Penn, at the Kenways, at the warriors and assassins, and then he gave a single, slow, deliberate nod. God help us all, he said quietly. But yes, William, we will stand with thee. One by one, the other Quaker leaders rose to their feet, their faces filled with a mixture of fear, resolve, and the dawning light of a terrible, necessary purpose. Penn smiled as he finally saw that a revolution had begun. Alaric, lad, you're one of a guy. Alaric was standing once more on the stone-paved bridge over the Nakashima River in Nagasaki, the Hiraishin marker he'd left there serving as his perfect anchor. The night was quiet, the moon casting a soft, peaceful glow on the city. The hundreds of unconscious samurai he had left here hours ago were gone, likely having been carried away by their bewildered comrades or having woken up to stumble home in a haze of shame and confusion. The bridge was empty, as if the massive, one-sided brawl had never happened. Alaric took a deep breath. The clean, salty air of the port city was a welcome change from the iron-tinged atmosphere of the Edo castle. He looked around, then leaped silently, landing gracefully atop the roof of the highest building near the bridge. From this vantage point, he could see the whole of Nagasaki spread out below him. It was a city transformed. He didn't need his mind's eye to feel it. The change was palpable in the very air. The underlying tension, the subtle aggression and greed that had poisoned the city under the apple's lingering influence, was gone. The psychic stain had been scrubbed clean by his Kai release. The city slept, but it was a different kind of sleep now. A peaceful, natural rest, free from the dark, artificial desires that had been forced upon its people. He could imagine the morning that would follow, the confusion, the self-reflection, the difficult questions the samurai and the buggy would have to ask themselves. It would be a messy, complicated awakening, but it would be their own. They were free. A genuine smile touched Alaric's lips. He thought of the beautiful tiered temples, the bustling markets, the tranquil rock gardens he had passed through. This place is very nice, he thought, a sense of quiet satisfaction settling over him. I really should come here again with the fam. With Cassandra and our baby, and the rest of the Kenway clan. The image of his boisterous Uncle Bernard trying to haggle with a stern Japanese merchant, or his mother Eleanor marveling at the intricate silk kimonos, brought another chuckle to his lips. It was a pleasant thought, a peaceful future to look forward to after all this chaos was settled. But that was a thought for another time. He stood up on the roof, the night wind gently rustling his crimson coat. He looked northwest, across the dark expanse of the Sea of Japan. His next destination lay in that direction, Joseon, the land of the morning calm. He activated the flight seals on his arms, the faint shimmer of chakra invisible in the darkness. With a final, lingering look at the peaceful city of Nagasaki, he pushed off from the rooftop, rising silently into the night sky. He ascended quickly, a dark shadow against the moon, until the city was just a small cluster of lights below. Then, he turned his body and shot forward, a crimson-streaked specter gliding effortlessly through the heavens, leaving the hermit kingdom of Japan behind as he raced towards the Korean peninsula, and the next, uncertain chapter of his hunt for Caroline. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 169, Chapter 168, Waka Pirates. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,700 mon. The flight from Japan was a straight, silent line across the dark canvas of the sea. Dawn was a distant promise, a faint blush of violet and orange on the eastern horizon behind him. Alaric flew effortlessly, the wind a cool, constant whisper against his crimson coat. Below, the Sea of Japan was a churning expanse of black, its surface textured by waves that looked like wrinkles on old leather from his great height. He was moving fast, propelled by the fuinjutsu seals that made flight as natural as walking, but the journey was still long. The emptiness of the sky and the sea began to press in on him, a familiar loneliness that was a constant companion on these solitary travels. He thought of Cassandra, likely waking in their shared room back in Pennsylvania, her warmth a distant memory. He thought of his family, of Reuben and Flavia, of the strange, complicated life he had built and was now temporarily separated from. This is a lonely business, he mused, his gaze sweeping across the empty sky, chasing ghosts across the world. Then, another thought came, a memory from a place even more alien and lonely than this empty sky. Solareth. And the promise he had made. He stopped his forward momentum, hovering motionless in the pre-dawn air, a solitary figure suspended between the heavens and the deep. A slow smile spread across his face. Well, he murmured to the wind. A promise is a promise. He raised his hands. He didn't need to touch the ground, didn't need a scroll or a blood sacrifice. The knowledge of fuinjutsu was an extension of his will. He pictured the intricate, complex array of the summoning seal in his mind, weaving the lines of chakra in the air before him. Glowing symbols, ancient and potent, materialized from nothing, swirling into a three-dimensional sphere of intricate patterns. It pulsed with a soft, steady light, a beacon in the twilight sky. He pressed his palm against the center of the seal. Emberus, he said, his voice quiet but firm. I'm calling you. The seal flared with a brilliant, silent white light. For a fraction of a second, the light was so intense it bleached the world of color. And then, it was gone. In its place, a creature of breathtaking majesty appeared, its wings beating silently against the thin air. But it wasn't the planet-sized, world-burning phoenix of Solareth. This was Emberus in its sealed form, bound by the promise Alaric had extracted. It was smaller, no larger than a massive eagle, its wingspan perhaps 15 feet across. The roaring inferno of its usual plumage was gone, replaced by feathers of the deepest, richest crimson, each one tipped with a shimmer of gold that caught the first rays of the rising sun. Its eyes were not burning suns, but sharp, intelligent orbs of molten gold. Its beak and talons were the color of polished obsidian. It was not a creature of fire and cosmic destruction. It was a magnificent, royal bird, an eagle fit for a god, radiating an aura of immense, contained power. It circled Alaric once, its golden eyes taking in the endless sea below and the brightening sky above. Then, its voice resonated in Alaric's mind, not with a boom, but with a clear, crisp thought. This world Emberus began, its mental voice holding a note of faint, clinical disdain. The ambient energy is, subpar. Alaric let out a short laugh, shaking his head. I'm sorry, he replied sarcastically. I'll see if I can arrange for a universe with a higher energy rating for your next visit. The great red eagle banked, swooping closer until it hovered directly in front of Alaric, its intelligent eyes studying him. Your sarcasm is noted, Emberus's thought came, dry and unimpressed. This form is, constrained. But it will suffice. I'm glad you approve, Alaric said with a grin. He gestured with his head towards the northwest. Come on, then. I'm heading to Josian. You can give me a ride. My legs are getting tired. He was, of course, not tired at all, but the idea of arriving in the next country on the back of a mythical phoenix, even a sealed one, was too appealing to pass up. Emberus didn't respond verbally, but it dipped one of its massive wings in a clear invitation. Alaric smiled and stepped forward, moving from his own hovering position onto the phoenix's broad, sturdy back. The feathers were surprisingly soft, yet strong as steel. He settled himself comfortably between the powerful wings. All right, he said, patting the creature's neck. Let's see what you've got. Take us northwest. Emberus let out a single, piercing cry, a sound that was not of a bird of prey, but something older, more powerful. It tilted its wings and shot forward. The acceleration was instantaneous and immense. Alaric, who had been flying at a brisk but comfortable pace, was suddenly pressed back by the sheer force of their movement. The wind roared past him, much louder than before. The ocean below became a blurry, streaking blue. He had been flying at the speed of a high-end sports car. Emberus, even with its power sealed to a fraction of a percent, was flying at the speed of a modern jetliner. They were moving at an easy 600 kilometers per hour. Alaric couldn't help but laugh, a pure, exhilarated sound that was snatched away by the wind. This was a different kind of flight. This wasn't just him moving through the world, this was him riding a force of nature. Is this pace acceptable? Emberus asked, its mental voice perfectly calm, as if they were merely strolling through a garden. It's perfect, Alaric shouted back into the wind, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Together, the man who defied history and the phoenix who defied reality streaked across the sky, a crimson blur against the dawn, heading west, towards the land of the morning calm. The journey across the Yellow Sea was a blur of speed and silence. Riding on Embers's back, the world seemed to streak by below. The churning, gray-green water was a constant, hypnotic pattern. Alaric had flown fast on his own, but this was different. This was raw, effortless power, a force of nature bending to his will. He felt the immense, contained energy of the phoenix beneath him. It was a constant reminder of the cosmic power it held in check. They flew for hours, the coast of Japan fading into a memory behind them. The sun climbed high into the sky, its warmth a pleasant counterpoint to the cool, rushing wind. Alaric had his eyes closed, his senses extended, a silent hunter searching for the faintest trace of his quarry. He was sweeping the Korean peninsula with his mind's eye of the Kagura, probing for the psychic stain of the apple. He expected to find it centered on the capital, Hanzong, just as it had been in Edo. But as they drew closer to the mainland, he felt something else. It wasn't the familiar, corrupting hum of the apple. This was a different energy signature. It was chaotic, jagged, and intensely powerful. It felt like raw, untamed power, a stark contrast to the subtle, manipulative energy of Caroline's artifact. It was located not in the capital, but on the southwestern coast, emanating from a heavily fortified peninsula. Alaric, Embers's voice resonated in his mind, sharp and clear. There is a distortion ahead. A concentration of volatile energy. It is not natural to this world. I feel it too, Alaric replied, opening his eyes. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on the distant coastline. It's not Caroline. Not directly. But it's connected to her, I'm sure of it. He patted the phoenix's crimson feathers. Take us down there, Embers. Let's get a closer look. The great phoenix banked smoothly, angling its descent towards the source of the strange energy. As they flew lower, a fortress came into view. It was a formidable structure, a sprawling complex of stone and timber built onto a rugged coastal cliffside. It was part naval base, part pirate stronghold. Dozens of ships, a motley collection of Japanese Sengokubuin and smaller, faster Korean Panoxian vessels, were anchored in the sheltered bay below. The fortress itself bristled with cannons, and its walls were patrolled by hundreds of armed men. Their flags were a chaotic mix of symbols, but the dominant one was a stylized, snarling sea serpent. These were Waka, the infamous pirates who had terrorized these waters for centuries. But this was different. They seemed organized, unified, and the energy pulsing from the heart of the fortress was the reason why. Alaric decided against a stealthy approach. He had a feeling that subtlety would be wasted here. Let's make an entrance, he said to Embers. The phoenix let out a single, piercing cry that echoed across the bay, a sound that made the very air vibrate. Then, it dove. They descended from the clouds like a crimson meteor. The pirates on the fortress walls looked up, their shouts of alarm turning to cries of disbelief and terror as the massive, eagle-like creature soared towards them. Embers didn't attack. It simply pulled up at the last second, its massive wings creating a powerful downdraft that sent pirates stumbling and knocked over weapon racks. It landed with a heavy, solid thud in the center of the fortress's main courtyard, its obsidian talons digging into the packed earth. Silence. Every pirate in the fortress froze, staring at the impossible creature that had just landed in their midst, and at the tall, blonde-haired man who sat calmly on its back, looking down at them with an air of bored authority. Alaric casually hopped off Embers's back, landing lightly on the ground. He dusted off his crimson coat, then looked around at the hundreds of pirates who now had their swords and flintlock pistols aimed shakily at him. A man pushed his way through the terrified crowd. He was a giant, even taller than Thulani, his body a mass of scarred muscle and intricate tattoos. He wielded a massive, wickedly sharp naginata, and his eyes glowed with the same chaotic, volatile energy Alaric had sensed from the sky. Who are you? The pirate leader roared in a heavily accented Japanese. To dare bring your monstrous pet to my fortress. Alaric just smirked. I'm looking for a woman, he said calmly. A gaijin, like me. She passed through here, didn't she? She gave you a gift. The pirate leader's eyes widened, a flicker of something greed, fear, passing through them. I know of no woman. He snarled, but the lie was plain to Alaric's senses. Don't lie to me, Alaric said, his voice dropping, losing its earlier lightness. I can feel her gift radiating from you. A shard of power. She traded it for something, didn't she? Safe passage? Information. The pirate leader let out a furious roar and charged, his naginata whistling through the air. The man was incredibly fast and strong, his power clearly enhanced by whatever Caroline had given him. But he was still just a man. Alaric didn't even draw a weapon. He met the charge head-on. He sidestepped the initial, devastating swing of the naginata, his hand shooting out to grab the thick wooden shaft. The pirate leader tried to pull it back, but Alaric's grip was like a vice. With a single, sharp twist, Alaric wrenched the weapon from the giant's hands and snapped the thick, reinforced wood over his knee as if it were a dry twig. He tossed the broken pieces aside. The pirate leader stared, dumbfounded, at his empty hands. Before he could react, Alaric's fist slammed into his gut. The blow wasn't just physical, it was infused with a precise jolt of chakra, designed to disrupt, not destroy. The giant gasped, the chaotic energy flaring around him for a moment before sputtering out. He collapsed to his knees, the unnatural power draining from him, leaving him just a large, winded man. Alaric crouched down in front of him, his blue eyes cold. Let's try this again. The woman. Where did she go? The pirate leader looked up, his face pale, the fight completely gone from him. He had built his empire on fear and brute force, but he had never encountered anything like this. She went north, he gasped, his voice raspy. Towards the mainland. China. She was looking for a tomb. The tomb of the first emperor. Qin Shi Huang's tomb. The terracotta army. Alaric's mind raced. Another historical site, another potential hiding place for an ISU artifact. She said she needed to find the heart of the dragon to power her collection, the pirate leader whispered, his eyes wide with a lingering, terrified awe. She gave me this. He fumbled at his belt, pulling out a small, jagged piece of dark, humming metal. A shard of Eden. She said it would give me the strength to rule these seas. Alaric looked at the shard, then back at the defeated pirate. He stood up, turning his back on the man. He walked back towards Emberus, who had been watching the entire exchange with silent, golden eyes. He swung himself back onto the phoenix's broad back. Thanks for the information, he called back over his shoulder to the silent, terrified crowd of pirates. He patted Emberus's neck. Let's go, he said. North. To China. Emberus let out another piercing cry and launched itself into the sky, leaving behind a fortress full of confused, leaderless pirates and a new, terrifying legend of a crimson eagle and the man who rode it. The ghost hunt had a new destination. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 170, Chapter 169, The Kingdom of Puppets. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,700 mon. The guesthouse at Pensbury Manor was a haven of quiet civility. Sunlight, softened by the crisp autumn air, streamed through the clean glass panes of the sitting room window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The room was simple but comfortable, furnished with sturdy, well-made wooden chairs and a small table, an evidence to the practical elegance of Quaker design. Elizabeth Scott sat at the table, a delicate cup of celestial tea held loosely in her hands. The fragrant steam warmed her face. Across from her, her daughter Avelini was engaged in a quiet, happy conversation with Thulani. Life had found a strange, new rhythm here in Pennsylvania. The initial shock of their flight from England, the constant underlying fear, had slowly begun to recede, replaced by the steady, peaceful routine of life at the manor. The harvest looks to be a good one this year, Avelini was saying, a small, contented smile on her face. Mr. Kenway Bernard, was saying the soil here is even richer than it was in Bristol. Thulani nodded, his large frame somehow not looking out of place in the modest room. The men work hard, he said, his deep voice a calm rumble. They are grateful for the opportunity, for the freedom. It gives them purpose. Elizabeth watched them, a gentle smile on her own lips. She saw the easy comfort between her daughter and the tall, quiet warrior. She saw the way Avelini's eyes sparkled when she looked at him, the way Thulani's usually stoic expression would soften whenever Avelini spoke. It was a beautiful thing to witness. They talked of simple things for a while longer, the changing colors of the leaves in the Pennsylvanian forest, the progress of the new buildings being constructed on the far side of the estate, the amusing antics of the younger Kenway staff. It was a peaceful, domestic scene, a world away from the shadows and dangers they had all left behind. Finally, Elizabeth set her teacup down with a soft click. A playful, motherly glint entered her eyes as she looked at the young couple. Avelini, dear, she began, her tone light and teasing. And you as well, Thulani. I see the great affection you hold for one another. It warms my heart, truly. She paused, her smile widening slightly. But a mother must be curious, how far has this affection progressed? Have thy feelings for one another led to a consummation of thy bond? The effect was instantaneous. Avelini, who had been taking a sip of her tea, choked slightly, a deep crimson blush flooding her cheeks. She stared at her mother, utterly mortified. Thulani, for his part, went very still. Elizabeth watched him, a wry thought passing through her mind. I wonder if he is blushing as well. It is impossible to tell with his handsome chocolate skin. Mother. Avelini finally managed to say, her voice a scandalized whisper. I beg of you, do not ask such an embarrassing question. Elizabeth just laughed, a soft, musical sound. Oh, hush, dear. I am only asking. A mother has a right to know the intentions of the man who courts her daughter, does she not? Thulani cleared his throat, his composure returning. He set his own teacup down and looked directly at Elizabeth, his dark eyes holding a deep, unwavering sincerity. Madam Scott, he began, his voice firm and respectful. I hold for your daughter the highest respect. I would not dishonor her in such a way. He glanced at Avelini, his expression softening. I will marry Avelini, with your blessing, before we ever share that kind of intimacy. She deserves nothing less. Elizabeth's smile became genuine, all traces of teasing gone, replaced by a profound, maternal warmth. She nodded her head slowly, her eyes shining with approval. Then, Thulani, she said softly, I will hold you to that. Now that you have declared such honorable intentions, you must marry my daughter. Thulani nodded back, a slow, happy smile spreading across his own face. I will, Madam Scott. I promise you that. A comfortable, happy silence settled over the small room as they all returned to their tea. Things were calm, peaceful. And then, it happened. As Elizabeth raised her cup to her lips for another sip, a sudden, inexplicable feeling of dread washed over her. It was a cold, sharp spike of fear that made her heart skip a beat, a mother's intuition screaming that something was terribly, terribly wrong. She choked on her tea, the hot liquid spilling down the front of her dress. She gasped, her hand flying to her chest, her breath catching in her throat. "Are you okay, mother?" Avellini cried out, instantly at her side, her own face pale with worry. Elizabeth clutched her daughter's hand, her knuckles white. I am fine, dear," she managed to say, though her voice was weak and shaky. She took a few deep, ragged breaths, trying to calm the frantic beating of her heart. "I suddenly had a bad feeling," she whispered, her eyes wide with a nameless fear. "And I thought of Caroline." The name hung in the air, heavy and ominous. Thulani, seeing the genuine terror on Elizabeth's face, leaned forward, his expression serious and reassuring. "Do not worry, ma'am," he said, his deep voice a steady anchor in the sudden storm of her emotions. "Alaric will find her. He will save her." He paused, a look of absolute, unshakable faith in his eyes. "He always does the impossible." Elizabeth looked at him, at the quiet certainty in his gaze, and some of the fear receded, replaced by a fragile hope. She managed a weak chuckle, her hands still clutching Avellini's. She slowly got to her feet, her composure returning, though the shadow of the premonition still lingered in her eyes. She walked towards the door, then paused, turning back to look at the two of them. Her gaze settled on Thulani, and a soft, genuine smile touched her lips. "Thulani, dear," she said, her voice regaining its warmth. "You may call me mother-in-law." 2 days later. 2 days later. The throne room of Gyeongbok Palace in Hanzong was a place of profound, oppressive silence. Sunlight, filtered through intricately latticed paper screens, fell in soft, geometric patterns across the polished dark wood floors. Courtiers and high-ranking ministers, dressed in the vibrant, flowing robes of the Joseon court, stood perfectly still, their faces were blank, their eyes holding a placid, unnerving emptiness. They were like exquisitely dressed dolls, arranged for a silent play. At the center of it all, on the grand phoenix throne, sat Caroline Scott Kenway. She was no longer the simple, worried girl from Bristol. She wore a magnificent jeogri and chima, a traditional Korean dress of the finest silk, its deep indigo color embroidered with silver cranes. Her reddish-brown hair was pinned up in an elegant, elaborate style, adorned with jade and pearl ornaments. In her lap, resting lightly on the silk, was the source of her power, the dark, metallic sphere of the apple of Eden. It pulsed with a faint, internal light, a rhythm only she could feel. Seated on a slightly lower cushion to her right was Sukjong, the king of Joseon. He was not looking at his ministers or out at his kingdom. His entire world was focused on the woman who occupied his throne. His expression was one of complete, utter adoration, his eyes holding the blissful, vacant look of a man hopelessly in love. "Is the tea to your liking, my light?" he asked, his voice soft, almost reverent. "It is perfect, Sukjong," Caroline replied. Her voice was a calm, melodic sound that seemed to fill the silent room. She did not look at him, her gaze was distant, focused on the grand designs of her new world order. She had done it. After leaving Edo, she had come to Joseon. The kingdom, like Japan, was isolated, but its political structure was rife with factionalism and intrigue. It had been laughably easy for her. A private audience with the king, a flash of the apple's power, and the heart of the nation was hers. From the king, her influence had spread outwards like a silent, invisible tide. The ministers, the generals, the provincial governors one by one, they had been brought into her fold, their wills and ambitions subsumed by the apple's perfect, orderly logic. Now, she controlled the entire country. Every soldier, every official, every resource was hers to command. It was a nation of puppets, and she was the puppet master. She felt a deep sense of triumph. Her goal, the reason she had embarked on this impossible journey, was so close now. The tomb of the first emperor, the heart of the dragon, with the resources of an entire nation at her disposal, finding it was only a matter of time. She would finally have the powers she needed to bring true, lasting peace to the world, a perfect order free from the chaos and greed that had destroyed her father and threatened her own happiness. It was so close. And then, she felt it. It started as a tiny, almost imperceptible shiver, a cold prickle on the back of her neck. The apple in her lap pulsed, its gentle rhythm faltering for a fraction of a second. Caroline's serene expression tightened, a frown creasing her brow. She looked up, her gaze unfocused, as if trying to see something far beyond the walls of the palace. The feeling grew stronger. It was a sense of opposition. A powerful, unyielding will, moving with impossible speed, coming for her from across the sea. It was a familiar energy, a signature she had not felt in years, one she had hoped to never feel again. A bad feeling, cold and sharp, pierced through the warm bubble of her power. It was an intuition so strong, so certain, that it overrode the apple's calming influence. Something was coming. Something that could undo everything she had built. Her gut, the part of her that was still the sharp, intuitive girl from Bristol, screamed at her. She trusted it. Caroline stood up abruptly from the phoenix throne. The entire court flinched as one, their placid expressions momentarily disturbed. King Sukjong looked up at her, his face a mask of loving concern. "My light?" he asked. "Is something amiss?" Caroline looked down at him, then her gaze swept across the silent, waiting faces of her puppet court. Her expression hardened, the earlier serenity replaced by a cold, absolute resolve. "There is a threat," she announced, her voice ringing with an authority that was now entirely her own. "An intruder approaches our shores. A powerful one." She walked to the edge of the dais, her silk robes rustling. "Issue the decree," she commanded, her voice echoing in the silent throne room. "To every provincial governor, every local magistrate, every captain of the guard. Mobilize the army. Every soldier is to be armed and placed on high alert along the coastlines. Every ship in the Royal Navy is to form a blockade." She paused, her next words sending a ripple of genuine shock through the king, even in his enthralled state. "And that is not all," she continued, her voice turning to ice. "Issue a second decree. To the people. Every man, woman, and child capable of holding a spear or a farming tool is to be conscripted. Every farmer, every fisherman, every merchant, every peasant. They are to patrol the roads, watch the shores, guard the villages. No one enters this kingdom without my knowledge. No one moves without being seen. The entire nation," Caroline declared, a fanatical gleam in her eyes, "will become my fortress. The intruder will find no safe harbor here. They will find only a kingdom of loyal eyes and sharp steel." She looked out, past the walls of the palace, towards the distant sea. "Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 171, Chapter 170, and I will do whatever it takes to protect them. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,700 mon. High above the clouds, Alaric sat on Emberis's back, the world a distant, hazy map below. They had left the Waka fortress far behind, the Yellow Sea giving way to the rugged, mountainous coastline of the Korean peninsula. As they approached the mainland, Alaric could see the capital city of Hanzong nestled in a valley, a sprawling city of dark-tiled roofs and whitewashed walls, surrounded by a formidable stone fortress line. From this great height, it looked peaceful, orderly, a city going about its day. But Alaric felt a deep, profound wrongness. His mind's eye of the Kagura, which he had kept passively active, was screaming at him. It wasn't just the faint, lingering stain he had felt in Nagasaki or Edo. This was different. This was an active, suffocating psychic miasma that blanketed the entire city. It felt like trying to breathe foul, stagnant air, a discordant, oppressive hum that grated against his very soul. Every mind below was touched by it, their individual energies muted, moving in a strange, unsettling harmony, like a chorus singing a single, monotonous note. "The pollution here is absolute," Emberis's voice echoed in his mind, sharp and clear. The Phoenix had felt it too, its own ancient senses repulsed by the unnatural spiritual corruption. Every living mind below is tethered. Their wills are not their own. "What are you going to do, Kenway?" Alaric didn't answer immediately. He stared down at the seemingly peaceful city, at the thousands of people moving through its streets, completely unaware of the invisible chains that bound their minds. He saw farmers tending their fields, merchants setting up their stalls, children playing in the courtyards. All of them, puppets. "Yeah, if push comes to shove," Alaric finally replied, his voice quiet, his gaze never leaving the city below. "I'll just kill them all." Emberis banked slightly, its golden eyes turning to look at the man on its back. There was no judgment in its gaze, only a deep, ancient curiosity. "You can sacrifice tens of thousands of innocent people to save your cousin?" the Phoenix asked, its mental voice was a simple, direct question. "Can you do that?" Alaric was silent for a long moment, the wind whipping through his platinum hair. A slow, humorless chuckle escaped his lips. There are no innocent people in this world, Emberis," he said, his voice was a low, almost bitter sound. "Even kids bully others. What humans have are just selfish desires. They want power, they want wealth, they want security. Caroline is just offering them a twisted version of it, and they are accepting it, whether they know it or not. Even you?" Emberis questioned, its voice was still flat and neutral. Alaric finally turned his head, looking at the magnificent crimson bird. A genuine, almost sad smile touched his lips. "Yeah," he said softly. "Even me. I want my family safe. I want Cassandra by my side. I want to live my life without ghosts from the past or tyrants from the future dictating my path. Those are my selfish desires." He turned his gaze back to the city, his expression hardening, the earlier melancholy replaced by a cold, absolute resolve. "And I will do whatever it takes to protect them." He patted the Phoenix's neck. "Take me down, my friend. Right into the heart of it." Emberis let out a single, piercing cry that seemed to cut through the oppressive psychic atmosphere. It folded its massive wings and dove. They descended from the heavens like a crimson comet. The clouds parted around them. The city rushed up to meet them. Alaric's target was clear, the grandest, most opulent structure in the entire city, Gyeongbok Palace, the seat of the Joseon king. He didn't aim for the gates or a quiet courtyard. He aimed for the very top. As they plummeted, Alaric leaped from Emberis's back. The Phoenix pulled up at the last second, soaring back into the clouds, a silent promise to return if needed. Alaric, however, continued his descent, a man falling from the sky. He gathered chakra into his feet and legs, preparing for the impact. Boom! He hit the roof of the main throne hall like a meteor. The ornate, beautifully crafted blue tiles exploded upwards in a shower of shattered ceramic and splintered wood. The massive roof beams, timbers that had stood for centuries, cracked and groaned under the impossible force of his landing. The entire building shuddered, a deep tremor running through its foundations. Alaric landed in a crouch in the center of the massive hole he had created, dust and debris raining down around him. He slowly stood up, dusting off his crimson coat, and looked down into the throne room below. The scene was exactly as he had pictured it. Caroline sat on the phoenix throne, the apple of Eden in her lap. The enthralled King Sukjong sat beside her. And the entire royal court stood frozen, their blank faces turned upwards, staring at the man who had just fallen from the sky and smashed a hole in their sacred ceiling. For a fraction of a second, there was a stunned, absolute silence. And then, Caroline's trap sprung. It was instantaneous. It was overwhelming. From hidden panels in the ornate walls, from behind tapestries, from alcoves he hadn't even noticed, dozens of cannons were revealed. Not the slow, cumbersome naval guns he was used to, but smaller, more agile swivel guns, all pre-aimed at the center of the room. On the balconies overlooking the throne room, hundreds of royal guards appeared, their muskets already leveled, a forest of iron barrels glinting in the light streaming through the hole in the roof. From every doorway, the palace's elite guards surged into the room, their curved swords drawn, forming a tight, impenetrable ring around the dais. The entire palace had come alive. It wasn't a defense, it was an execution chamber. Every angle was covered, every escape route sealed. This trap had been laid with meticulous precision, designed for one purpose, to kill an impossibly powerful individual with overwhelming, instantaneous firepower. Caroline stood up from the throne, a cold, triumphant smile on her face. The apple in her hand pulsed with a malevolent light. You should not have come here, Alaric," she said, her voice echoing in the suddenly tense throne room. Alaric looked around at the hundreds of guns aimed at him, at the sea of swords surrounding him. He looked at Caroline, at the cold, hard certainty in her eyes. A slow, dangerous grin spread across his face. Fire! Caroline screamed, her voice filled with a mixture of triumph and fear. The world erupted in a deafening roar of fire and thunder. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 172, Chapter 171 BOMM. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,700 mon. Fire. Caroline's shriek tore through the tense throne room, a command that unleashed hell. The world erupted. A deafening, rolling thunderclap of cannon and musket fire exploded from every direction at once. The air itself seemed to shatter, ripped apart by a storm of lead and iron. Dozens of swivel guns unleashed clouds of grapeshot, turning the space around Alaric into a churning vortex of deadly metal. Hundreds of muskets fired in a single, coordinated volley, their lead balls converging on his position from the balconies above. It was an inescapable kill box, a perfectly executed trap designed to obliterate any target, no matter how skilled, with sheer, overwhelming firepower. But Alaric just grinned. He didn't move. He didn't dodge. He didn't even raise a hand. He simply stood there, a calm island in the heart of the inferno. An invisible, shimmering dome of pure chakra flared into existence around him, no larger than a few feet in diameter. It was his most basic defense, a subconscious application of his immense power. The grape shot, the musket balls, the cannon fragments, they all slammed into this unseen barrier. The impacts were furious, a deafening drumbeat of metal on energy, but not a single projectile passed through. They flattened, ricocheted wildly, or simply dropped to the floor, their momentum utterly negated. The initial volley ended, leaving the throne room choked with thick, acrid smoke and the ringing silence of stunned disbelief. Through the haze, the palace guards and the enthralled courtiers stared, their eyes wide with shock. He was still standing, unharmed, untouched. The dust and debris from the shattered roof settled around him, but his crimson coat didn't have a single new speck of dirt on it. Caroline's triumphant smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of genuine confusion and alarm. "Reload!" she screamed, her voice a little shrill now. "Fire again." But Alaric wasn't going to give them the chance. "My turn," he said, his voice quiet but carrying easily through the smoky room. He moved. He didn't use swift release. He didn't need to. His base speed was already beyond their comprehension. He flowed forward, a blur of motion, right into the ring of elite guards who were just beginning to recover from their shock. This was taijutsu. Pure, brutal, and breathtakingly efficient. He wanted to keep them alive. He wanted to see if Caroline's influence could be broken without a massacre. So, he held back his killing intent, his movements focused on incapacitation, not annihilation. The first guard lunged, his curved sword aimed at Alaric's neck. Alaric slapped the blade aside with the back of his hand, the force of the blow making the guard's arm go numb. He spun inside the man's guard and delivered a single, precise jab with his knuckles to a pressure point below the ear. The guard's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled, unconscious before he hit the floor. Another two attacked from the sides. Alaric ducked under their synchronized slashes, his hands shooting out to grab their wrists. With a smooth, powerful twist, he used their own momentum to slam them into each other, their heads connecting with a sickening thud. They dropped in a heap. He moved through them like a force of nature, a dance of non-lethal destruction. A palm heel strike to a nose, sending a guard staggering back, his eyes watering, his balance gone. A quick, sharp kick to the side of a knee, buckling the joint with an audible pop. A spinning sweep of his leg that took out 3 guards at once, sending them crashing to the floor in a tangle of limbs. He was a ghost in their midst, untouchable. He disarmed them with contemptuous ease, twisting swords from their grips, sending them clattering across the marble floor. He used their own bodies as shields, as weapons, as obstacles. He never stopped moving, a constant, flowing whirlwind of controlled violence. The guards on the balconies frantically tried to reload their muskets, but it was too late. He was among them. With a single, powerful leap, he was on the upper level, a crimson demon appearing in their ranks. He moved down the line, a blur of motion. A chop to the neck here, an elbow to the temple there. Men dropped like flies, their muskets falling from nerveless hands. The cannon crews, seeing him coming, abandoned their swivel guns and drew their swords. It made no difference. He dispatched them with the same brutal efficiency, his fists and feet a whirlwind of perfectly aimed, non-lethal strikes. The throne room, which had been a perfectly orchestrated death trap, became his playground. He fought his way back down to the main floor, leaving a trail of unconscious bodies in his wake. He moved through the remaining guards, his pace never slowing. He was a storm they could not weather, a force they could not comprehend. It took less than 5 minutes. When the dust finally settled, the grand throne room was a scene of utter chaos. Hundreds of guards lay scattered across the floor, on the balconies, and in the doorways, groaning, stirring, or completely unconscious. Not a single one was dead, but not a single one was standing. Alaric stood in the center of it all, his breathing perfectly even, his clothes immaculate. He looked towards the dais, where Caroline stood, her face pale, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. The apple in her hand was pulsing frantically, its light casting an erratic, sickly glow on her face. "Is that all you've got, Caroline?" Alaric asked. His voice was calm, but it held a chilling edge. "A few hundred puppets? I was hoping for a real challenge." Caroline stared at him, her knuckles white where she gripped the apple. Then, a strange, unsettling smile spread across her face. "Oh, Alaric Jonathan Kenway," she said, her voice a sweet, poisonous sound. "The game has only just begun." And then, he felt it. A wave of energy, cold and unnatural, washed out from the apple. It swept across the throne room, over the bodies of the fallen guards. And they began to get up. One by one, the unconscious guards stirred. Their groans ceased. They pushed themselves to their feet, their movements stiff, jerky, unnatural. The vacant, enthralled look was back in their eyes, but it was different now. It was deeper, more absolute. Their minor injuries, the bruises and broken bones Alaric had inflicted, seemed to vanish, their bodies moving without any sign of pain. They picked up their fallen swords, their muskets, their spears, and they turned, as one, to face him again. Alaric's smile finally faded. He stared at the reanimated army, then back at Caroline. "Huh, the apple can do that," he thought, a flicker of genuine surprise passing through him. It wasn't just mind control anymore. This was something else. A form of rapid, unnatural healing, a forced puppetry of the flesh itself. His gaze sharpened, and he looked at Caroline more closely. And then he saw it. She wasn't holding one apple of Eden. She was holding 2. One in each hand, both pulsing with a malevolent, synchronized light. And resting on the throne behind her, its blade gleaming with a faint, otherworldly light, was a sword he recognized from the assassin's descriptions. The Kuzenaganote Tsurugai. 2 apples and the Sword of Eden. Alaric's mind raced. She didn't just find one artifact here. She found a whole damn arsenal. I wonder. The reanimated army of guards began to advance, their movements silent and coordinated, a wall of steel closing in on him again. Alaric sighed. The time for holding back was over. His eyes flared crimson, the eternal Mangekyo sharing and blazing to life. He lifted his hands, his palms facing down towards the floor. "Kneel," he commanded, his voice booming through the throne room with an absolute, undeniable authority. He slammed his hands downwards in a sharp, commanding gesture. Boom! The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Every single soldier in the room, every guard, every courtier, was violently slammed to the floor as if struck by an invisible hammer from above. The force was immense. The simultaneous impact of hundreds of armored bodies hitting the marble floor at once created a deafening crash that shook the entire palace to its foundations. Marble cracked. Armor dented. Bones, which had been unnaturally healed moments before, snapped under the immense, sudden pressure. Alaric's Vulcan ability hadn't just pulled on their swords. It had grabbed hold of every piece of metal on their bodies, their armor, their buckles, their helmets, the nails in their boots, and yanked them downwards with irresistible force. Caroline stared, her mouth agape, as her entire army was neutralized in a single, terrifying moment. What did you?" she stammered, her voice trembling, her triumphant composure shattered. Her heart skipped a beat as Alaric's burning, crimson eyes turned to her. For the first time, she felt a sliver of genuine, primal fear. Alaric activated his swift release. He vanished, reappearing a meter in front of her in the blink of an eye, his hand reaching for the apples and the sword. Clang! His hand slammed into an invisible, shimmering wall of force, stopping him dead. The impact created a visible ripple in the air around Caroline. He raised his eyebrows, surprised. An energy barrier. Ha, ha, ha 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 ha. Caroline, recovering from her shock, let out a wild, relieved laugh. She had almost forgotten about the barrier, a passive defense generated by the combined power of the two apples. What are you going to do now, Kenway? Alaric stared at her, at the crazed, triumphant look in her eyes, at the way her face twisted with an emotion that wasn't hers. He sighed, the last of his hope for a simple rescue vanishing. I knew it, he said softly, his voice heavy with a sudden weariness. You're not Caroline. Does it matter? The thing wearing his cousin's face snarled. How are you humans so weak to temptation? Do you know how I acquired this body? Huh. Don't bother. Alaric grit his teeth, the time for talk was over. He cocked back his hand, pouring a massive amount of raw chakra into his fist until it glowed with a furious blue light. You talk too much. Boom! He punched the barrier. The impact was deafening. The entire throne room shook. A gale of pure force erupted from the point of impact, sending the bodies of the downed soldiers, tapestries, and broken furniture flying across the room. The very air seemed to scream in protest. But the barrier held. It shimmered violently, cracks of light spider webbing across its surface, but it did not break. Ha ha ha. Who are you, human? From this host's memories, you are just a human. Not Caroline shrieked, her laughter echoing manically. A hybrid? No, that shouldn't be. An artifact, perhaps. Has our kind finally created an artifact that defies the world? Ha ha ha. Alaric ignored her taunts. He stood his ground against the shockwave, his coat whipping around him. He looked at his fist, then at the shimmering, cracked barrier. Okay, he said quietly to himself. Another one. He took a long, deep breath, closing his eyes. He drew upon a deeper power, the ancient, fiery energy that slept within him. The air around him grew heavy, electric. When he opened his eyes again, they were no longer just crimson. They blazed with a golden, sun-like intensity. A scarlet pigmentation appeared around his eyes, and on his forehead and cheeks, intricate crimson tattoos flared to life, glowing with an inner fire. Phoenix Sage mode. He cocked back his hand again. This time, his fist was enveloped not just in blue chakra, but in swirling, white-hot phoenix fire, so intense it warped the very air around it. He looked at the barrier, at the crazed entity hiding behind his cousin's face. And he punched. Boom! The world went white. Crack. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 173, Chapter 172, There is Only Order. Current balance, 4,755,411,970,700 mon. The throne room of Gyeongbok Palace was a tomb of silent, broken bodies. The air, thick with the acrid smoke of gunpowder and the ozone tang of spent chakra, was heavy, oppressive. Caroline, or the entity wearing her face, stood on the dais, her expression a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. The triumphant, cold smile she had worn just moments ago had vanished, replaced by wide-eyed disbelief. Her perfectly laid trap, an overwhelming storm of steel and lead designed to obliterate any conceivable threat, had failed. The man in the crimson coat, her cousin, the anomaly she had so badly underestimated, was still standing, completely unharmed. The sheer impossibility of it was a physical blow. Her shock, however, quickly curdled into a new, more potent emotion, fear. And fear gave way to rage. When he tried to destroy her barrier, she was surprised by the apple's abilities. His fist was so powerful that she could feel that the moment those fists were to touch her, she would disappear from reality. However, the barrier was automatic and sturdy. However, the second time, crack. With a shriek that was not entirely human, she leaped backwards, landing gracefully on the steps leading up to the Phoenix throne. She thrust both hands forward, the two apples of Eden she held flaring with a blinding, malevolent golden light. You will die. She screamed. A concentrated beam of pure, golden energy, thick as a man's arm, erupted from the apples. It shot across the ruined throne room with incredible speed, aimed directly at Alaric's stomach. It wasn't a projectile, it was a lance of pure, weaponized ISU power, designed to unmake whatever it touched. Alaric just sidestepped. He moved a single foot to the left, a casual, almost lazy motion. The beam of golden death tore past him, missing by inches, and slammed into the far wall of the throne room. The resulting explosion blew a 10-foot hole through the ancient stone, sending debris and dust showering into the courtyard outside. He didn't even look at the hole. His blue eyes remained fixed on Caroline, a flicker of genuine surprise in them now. Now that, he said, his voice holding a note of grudging respect, was interesting. Caroline stared, her chest heaving. The attack had clearly taken a toll, the apples dimming slightly in her hands. She had expected him to be a pile of ash. Instead, he was standing there, looking intrigued. A desperate, cornered look entered her eyes. She looked down at the two golden spheres in her hands, a sudden, mad idea taking root. She brought her hands together, pressing the two apples against each other with a determined grunt. Alaric watched, his eyebrows raising in curiosity. "What are you doing now?" The apples resisted at first. The golden light around them flickered violently, arcs of energy snapping between them. Caroline cried out, her body trembling from the strain of forcing two such powerful artifacts to merge. It was an act that defied their design, an unnatural fusion. Then, with a low, resonant hum that seemed to shake the very air, they began to combine. The brilliant gold light twisted, warped, and was slowly consumed by an encroaching darkness. It was like watching a star die. The light folded in on itself, collapsing into a single, perfect sphere of polished, obsidian black. Intricate, glowing golden carvings, patterns of ISU script and complex geometry, swirled across its dark surface like captive constellations. The new artifact pulsed with a deep, malevolent power, far greater and more sinister than the sum of its parts. It felt ancient, hungry, and utterly corrupt. Caroline held the black apple in one hand, panting heavily, a triumphant, crazed smile returning to her face. With her free hand, she reached to her hip and unsheathed the sword of Eden, the Kuzenagi no Tsurugi. The blade shimmered with its own faint, otherworldly light. He, let's dash. She was about to launch into another tirade, another boast, but the words died in her throat. Her eyes widened in absolute, stupefied shock. In the hand of the man opposite her, a sword had just appeared from thin air. It was a chocut, a straight, single-edged blade, its steel a simple, unadorned, deadly gray. It looked plain, almost mundane, compared to the glowing ISU artifact she held. What? She stammered, the sight of the materialized weapon completely derailing her train of thought. "Let's see which Kuzenagi is sharper," Alaric said, his voice a low, dangerous purr as a predatory smirk spread across his face. "Yours, or mine?" He began to walk forward, his steps slow and deliberate, the simple steel of his own Kuzenagi held loosely at his side. The entity controlling Caroline, for all its ancient knowledge and ISU power, was momentarily thrown. This was impossible. It had scanned the host's memories. This man, this Alaric, was just a human, a strange anomaly, yes, but still human. He shouldn't possess such abilities. It recovered quickly, its fear replaced by a surge of arrogant fury. It didn't matter. It had the power of two apples and a sword of Eden. This human would fall. With a scream of rage, it charged, the Kuzenagi no Tsurugi held high. The duel began. The throne room became their arena. Caroline, or the entity, moved with a speed and grace that was utterly inhuman. The apple wasn't just guiding her, it was physically boosting her, pushing her body far beyond its natural limits. Every slash, every thrust, was executed with perfect precision, informed by the combat data of millennia stored within the artifact. But Alaric was faster. He met her furious assault with a calm, almost lazy defense. He parried her glowing blade with his own simple steel, the clash of their swords ringing through the ruined hall. He sidestepped her lightning-fast lunges, deflected her wide, powerful slashes. His movements were a masterpiece of efficiency. He was surprised, he admitted to himself. She was good. Far better than she had any right to be. The apple was feeding her combat solutions in real time, turning a girl who had never held a sword into a master swordswoman. Clang! Their blades locked, pushing against each other. Caroline snarled, pouring more of the apple's energy into her strike, expecting Alaric's mundane-looking sword to shatter. It didn't. It held firm, not even a scratch on its surface. "How?" she shrieked, her eyes wide with disbelief. "This is the Kuzenagi, a blade of the first civilization. Your piece of scrap metal should have turned to dust." "Mine's special," Alaric grunted, easily pushing her back. He flowed into his own attack, a series of quick, probing thrusts. She parried them, her movements still precise, but a flicker of uncertainty had entered her eyes. "You're just a human," she screamed, her attacks becoming more wild, more desperate. "A flawed, weak, insignificant little creature. How are you doing this?" "Maybe I'm just better than you," Alaric taunted, easily sidestepping a wild slash that carved a deep gouge in the marble floor. He spun, the pommel of his sword connecting sharply with her elbow, making her cry out and nearly drop her own blade. "Is that all the pieces of Eden can do for you?" he mocked, pressing his advantage. "Give you a fancy sword and make you throw a tantrum? I was expecting more." "Shut up, you filthy ape," she roared, the black apple in her other hand flaring. A wave of psychic force slammed into Alaric. He stumbled back a step, a grunt of effort escaping him. It felt like being hit by a physical wall. The fused apple was powerful, far more so than a single one. Finally, he grinned, something interesting. He stopped playing defense. His speed increased, becoming a blur that even her artifact-enhanced senses struggled to track. He moved, his own Kuzenagi a silver streak in the dim light. He wasn't just parrying anymore, he was counter-attacking, his blade dancing around hers, forcing her onto the defensive. He was testing her, pushing her, analyzing every move, every reaction. He saw the way the apple guided her, the slight hesitation before each perfect counter, the way her body strained to keep up with the commands being fed into her mind. "Come on, Caroline," he shouted, his blade locking with hers again. "Fight it. I know you're in there." This isn't you. Caroline is gone. The entity shrieked, pushing him back with a burst of energy from the apple. There is only order. Alaric sighed. He had tried. All right then, he said, his voice turning cold. Enough of this. He moved. It was a single, fluid motion. He feinted a high slash. As the entity instinctively raised its Kuzenagi to block, Alaric dropped low, his own sword sliding along hers. He didn't try to overpower her. He simply let go of his own sword's hilt for a fraction of a second, his hand continuing its motion to grab the hilt of her Kuzenagi, right below her own grip. Before the entity could even process what had happened, Alaric had a firm hold on her weapon. With a sharp, powerful twist, he wrenched the sword of Eden from her grasp. He held the glowing, ancient blade in his hand for a single, fleeting moment, a triumphant smirk on his face. Then, he mentally accessed the system. Cell. The Kuzenagi no Tsurugai, the legendary grass-cutting sword, an artifact of immense power sought for centuries, simply vanished from his hand. It disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only the faint, lingering scent of ozone. Plus 614,400,000,000 mon. Current balance, 5,369,811,970,700 mon. The entity wearing Caroline's face stared at its empty hand, then at Alaric, its mind utterly broken by the impossibility of what it had just witnessed. That moment of stunned shock was all Alaric needed. He lunged forward, ignoring the desperate blast of energy that erupted from the black apple. He pushed through it, his hand closing around the dark, pulsing sphere. The moment his fingers touched its cold, smooth surface, his world exploded. It wasn't a physical explosion. It was a psychic one. The combined, corrupted power of two apples of Eden, amplified by the entity's rage and fear, slammed into his mind with the force of a supernova. He felt 1,000 alien voices screaming in his head, a billion conflicting thoughts and desires trying to tear his consciousness apart. He felt the weight of millennia of ISU arrogance, their hatred, their despair, their lust for control, all pouring into him at once. His own formidable mental defenses, the ones that had allowed him to resist Juno and shrug off lesser genjutsu, buckled under the assault. His Kuzenagi, its connection to him momentarily severed by the psychic chaos, automatically sealed itself back into the tattoo on his shoulder. He staggered back, his hand still clamped around the black apple, but his other hand flew to his head, his fingers digging into his temples. Urgh! A raw, agonized roar tore from Alaric's throat. At the same time, Caroline, her connection to the artifact abruptly and violently severed, collapsed to the floor. Her body began to convulse, her limbs jerking uncontrollably, her eyes rolling back into her head as foam frothed at her lips. She was having a violent, terrifying seizure, her mind and body rebelling against the sudden absence of the power that had sustained and controlled her for so long. Alaric fought against the psychic storm raging in his mind, his vision blurring, the throne room twisting into a nightmare landscape of swirling colors and screaming faces. The black apple in his hand pulsed malevolently, a dark, hungry heart trying to devour his very soul. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 174, Chapter 173, A Final Flight. Current balance, 5,369,811,970,700 mon. Previously. Urgh! A raw, agonized roar tore from Alaric's throat. At the same time, Caroline, her connection to the artifact abruptly and violently severed, collapsed to the floor. Her body began to convulse, her limbs jerking uncontrollably, her eyes rolling back into her head as foam frothed at her lips. She was having a violent, terrifying seizure, her mind and body rebelling against the sudden absence of the power that had sustained and controlled her for so long. Alaric fought against the psychic storm raging in his mind, his vision blurring, the throne room twisting into a nightmare landscape of swirling colors and screaming faces. The black apple in his hand pulsed malevolently, a dark, hungry heart trying to devour his very soul. Now, the psychic storm was absolute. Alaric fought against it, a lone swimmer against a tidal wave of pure, malevolent consciousness. His vision was a nightmare of swirling colors and screaming, distorted faces, the memories of every soul the apples had ever touched, every will they had ever bent, all crashing into his mind at once. The black apple in his hand pulsed, a dark, hungry heart trying to devour his very soul, to overwrite his identity with its ancient, arrogant will. He felt his own consciousness, his sense of self, begin to fray at the edges, dissolving into the chaos. He was losing. Just as the darkness threatened to consume him completely, a single, clear thought cut through the storm. Reuben. He saw his friend's face, not as the powerful warrior he had become, but as the scrappy, defiant orphan in the alleyways of Bristol, a boy who chose loyalty over survival. Tholani. He saw the young slave, terrified but unbroken, and the proud, strong man he had grown into, a shield for the innocent. Flavia and Avellini. The fierce assassin and the gentle lady, their happiness intertwined with the lives of his brothers. Oldgate. Penn. The gruff sea captain and the wise Quaker, two unlikely friends who had become pillars in his strange new life. Father, mother, Uncle Bernard, Aunt Lynette. He saw their faces, not as the weary farmers of Swansea, but as they were now healthy, happy, their eyes shining with pride and a love he had never known in his first life. They were his anchor, the family that had been gifted to him. And then, he saw her. Cassandra. Her face was a blazing sun in the psychic darkness. He saw her smile, the one that held millennia of wisdom and a spark of wild mischief. He felt her touch, the strength and tenderness in her hands. He heard her laughter, a sound that had become more precious to him than all the gold in the world. He thought of their child, a tiny, unborn flicker of hope, a future he desperately wanted to meet. This was his world. These were his people. This was his selfish desire. He felt his consciousness, which had been on the verge of splintering, solidify around these memories, these feelings. They became his shield. Just as he found his footing in the mental storm, he felt a familiar weight settle on his shoulder. A set of sharp, yet gentle, talons gripped him, an anchor in the chaos. "You're getting weak, Alaric Jonathan Kenway." The voice echoed in his mind, calm and ancient amidst the screaming psychic storm. It was Emberus. The immortal phoenix, somehow here, a small crimson eagle perched on his shoulder. Emberus. Alaric managed to mutter, the name a prayer on his lips. His physical voice was a raw, strangled sound. "Listen. I feel the energy within that sphere destabilizing," Emberus stated calmly, its mental voice cutting through the noise. "It is going to explode. You might want to do something about it." "Huh, damn." Alaric gritted his teeth, the pain in his head immense. The black apple in his hand was beginning to glow, its dark surface cracking with veins of brilliant, unstable golden light. He tried to access the system, his one foolproof solution. He tried again. Nothing. Huh. Alaric's eyes widened in genuine panic. The familiar blue interface, the ever-present buy, sell option, did not appear. The psychic interference from the fused apples was so immense it was blocking his connection to the very foundation of his power. "Hello, system," he yelled in his mind. "Store. Walmart." Emberus, hearing his frantic mental shouts, simply shook its head. "You have 5 minutes at most before that sphere detonates with enough force to obliterate the city and a significant portion of the surrounding land. Can't you do something about it?" Alaric yelled, his body trembling from the strain of holding the apple and fighting the mental assault. Voices screamed in his head, telling him to let go, to give in, to become one with them. "No," Emberus replied, its tone was flat and final. "You summoned me here with the tiniest fraction of my power. It is impossible for me to contain a blast of that magnitude." "Damn." Alaric grunted, forcing his gaze around the ruined throne room. He saw Caroline's unconscious body on the floor, her chest rising and falling in shallow, ragged breaths. He had to save her. He had to get this bomb away from here, away from the planet. There was only one solution. Up. He looked upwards, through the massive hole he had created in the roof, towards the distant, dark sky. Emberus followed his gaze. "I believe that is your only path to saving your cousin, Alaric Jonathan Kenway." The phoenix nodded, its mental voice holding a note of solemn understanding. Without another word, Emberus launched itself from Alaric's shoulder. As it fell, it morphed, its small eagle-like form expanding rapidly into a much larger, more powerful shape, its crimson wingspan easily filling a large portion of the throne room. "Come on, let's go." Alaric gritted his teeth. He staggered forward, his legs shaking, his mind a battlefield. He tried to leap onto Emberus's back, but his coordination failed him. He tripped, stumbling forward, landing in a heap on the phoenix's broad, feathery back. Emberus let out a piercing cry, a sound of desperate urgency, and shot upwards through the hole in the roof, a crimson rocket against the night sky. Pennsylvania. It was midnight at Pensbury Manor. The grand house was quiet, its inhabitants asleep. But on the balcony of one of the largest bedrooms, Cassandra stood, her arms wrapped around herself, gazing up at the moon. For some reason, she couldn't sleep tonight. She didn't truly need it, but the habit of resting beside Alaric had become a cherished one. The bed felt cold and empty without him. There was just something in her heart that felt heavy, a strange, anxious flutter she couldn't explain. She looked up at the moon, so far away, and whispered to the night. "How are you, Agpimau? I miss you." Back in the skies above Earth, the world was a blur. Alaric clung to Emberus's back, his hands clenched in the phoenix's feathers, his head still clasped in his hands as he fought the screaming chaos in his mind. Emberus flew with a desperate speed, pushing the limits of its sealed form. They rocketed through the atmosphere, the air thinning, the stars becoming sharp, brilliant points of light in the absolute blackness of space. They were traveling at the speed of sound now, then faster. "How many seconds do we have?" Alaric yelled, his voice was a ragged shout against the silent void. "Still 30 seconds, Emberus's voice was a calm anchor in his chaotic mind. The phoenix was focused, its energy bent on a single purpose, gaining altitude. They were already traveling over 1,000 kilometers per hour, a silent, streaking comet leaving Earth behind. "Gee good," Alaric muttered. He tried to focus, tried to wrap himself in a layer of chakra to survive the vacuum, but his control was slipping, the psychic assault from the apple relentless. Suddenly, his own life flashed before his eyes. He saw a tiny, cramped apartment, smelled the stale scent of instant noodles and sweat. He saw himself, a lonely man dying on the floor, his only regret a life unlived. He saw a spinning wheel, and a bored-looking god named Cammy offering him a second chance. He saw the faces of Leonard and Eleanor Kenway, poor farmers from Swansea, their eyes filled with a love he didn't understand but desperately came to cherish. He saw Bernard and Lynette, his boisterous uncle and kind aunt. He saw a small, dirty, defiant boy in an alleyway named Reuben. He saw a terrified, shackled slave named Thulani. He saw them grow into powerful men, his brothers, his first disciples. He saw William Penn, a man of peace forced to consider war. He saw Captain Oldgate, a gruff pirate with a heart of gold, laughing his strange, booming laugh. He saw them all: Flavia, Avelini, Jonathan, Sebastian, his strange, chaotic, wonderful family. And then he saw Cassandra. He saw her standing in the ISU cavern, her amber eyes filled with centuries of loneliness. He saw her smile, the one that made his heart ache. He felt her kiss, a promise of a future he never thought he could have. He saw their unborn child, a tiny, perfect life, a fusion of their immortal souls. The black apple in his hand, now held away from his body, began to glow, the golden patterns on its dark surface blazing with an unbearable light. He didn't need embers to tell him the time was up. I guess this is it, he thought, a strange sense of peace washing over him amidst the psychic storm. The screaming in his head faded, replaced by a single, clear image of Cassandra's smiling face. Goodbye. A silent, impossible explosion of pure, golden light erupted in the void of space, a new, temporary star born from the death of an ancient, terrible power. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 175, Chapter 174, A Chat with the Landlord. Happy New Year, Food. White. It was the first thing Alaric registered. An endless, seamless, and sterile white void. There was no ground, no sky, no walls. Just a vast, quiet emptiness. In the center of this nothingness sat a surprisingly mundane, comfortable-looking couch. And on that couch, a man with lazy golden eyes and silver hair was tickling a fluffy white cat under its chin. "Who's the cutie?" the man cooed, his voice echoing slightly in the void. "Who's the little ball of cosmic fluff?" "You are." "Yes, you are." The cat purred, a sound like a tiny, rumbling engine. Alaric stood in the middle of the room, or what passed for a room, his soul form a perfect replica of his physical self, down to the crimson coat and the faint scent of cigar smoke. He cleared his throat. Don't let me interrupt you." The man, Cammy, looked up, his golden eyes crinkling at the corners. He didn't look surprised at all. "Ah, Alaric, my boy," Cammy smiled, acting as if nothing had happened. The cat purred contentedly on his lap, stretching a paw. "How are you doing?" Alaric blinked. He looked down at his own incorporeal hands, then back at the god lounging on the couch. "Don't you know everything? I mean, you're Cammy and all." "Of course," Cammy said, scratching the cat behind its ears. The purring intensified. "I have the director's cut, the behind-the-scenes footage, all of it. However, it's different when I hear the actor's opinions for himself." Alaric sighed. He walked closer, stopping a few feet from the couch. He supposed he did have a lot to get off his chest. "All right," he began, the story of his second life tumbling out. He spoke of his reincarnation, of waking up as a helpless infant in a poor Welsh farming family, the cousin of Edward Kenway. He described the cold, the hunger, the quiet desperation of his early years in Swansea, and the desperate grind of a 5-year-old pickpocket, stealing just to earn enough reals to unlock a power he barely understood. He told Cammy about the business in Bristol, the first taste of real wealth, and the overwhelming, agonizing transformation when he bought a suite of godlike powers from the system. He talked about the loneliness that came with that power, the feeling of being separate, different from the family he was trying so hard to protect. He spoke of meeting Reuben and Thulani, his first disciples, his first true friends in this world. He described their training, their growth, and the fierce loyalty that had bound them together. He recounted the long journey across the seas, the naval battles, the strange camaraderie with Captain Oldgate, the political maneuvering with William Penn, and the quiet satisfaction of seeing his family finally safe and prosperous in Pennsylvania. Then, his voice softened. "And then I met Cassandra," he said, a genuine warmth entering his tone. "In a hidden ISU cavern under a volcano. She was, like me, immortal, alone. We fought for 2 days straight." A small smile touched his lips. "And then we connected. She understands the weight of it all. The loneliness." He told Cammy about Caroline, about the apple's corruption, the ghost hunt across the world from the Philippines to Japan, and finally to Josian. He described the final confrontation, the 2 apples, the Kuzenaga sword, and the desperate, all-out battle in the throne room. "I had the black apple in my hand," Alaric concluded, his voice quiet now. "But it was too powerful. A fusion of 2 apples, their energies unstable. I couldn't contain it. The system wouldn't respond. It was going to explode, take out the entire city. So, I flew up, as high and as fast as I could." He looked at his hands. And then, boom. He finished his story, the tale of his entire second life, and stood there in the quiet white void. "Damn. I mean, I see," Cammy said, finally breaking the silence, his tone still light. He gently patted the head of his purring cat. "You've changed, Alaric." "Yeah, I would like to think so," Alaric replied, a faint, weary smile on his face. Hopefully for the better. Cammy stopped stroking the cat and stared at Alaric for a long moment, his lazy golden eyes suddenly sharp and analytical. Then, he chuckled. Of course, it's for the better, he said cheerfully. Your death didn't traumatize any EMTs this time. Alaric's eyes rolled so hard he felt a strain in the back of his non-existent skull. He sighed. Damn, can't you forget about that one? I am Cammy. I don't forget, Cammy smiled. But honestly, you became brave. You faced death not on a dirty floor from a heart attack, but in the cold vacuum of space, sacrificing yourself to save thousands. That's quite the upgrade. Yeah, about that, Alaric said, scratching the back of his head. I'm not supposed to be dead, am I? I mean, with my Phoenix Sage mode, I have eternal rebirth. I also didn't necessarily expect to save thousands just Caroline, but that's a plus. Yeah, I know that, just bear with me Cammy started to say, holding up a hand, but Alaric cut him off, his frustration finally boiling over. And by the way, Alaric glared at Cammy, his voice rising. Why didn't the system work that time? I was about to sell the exploding apple to the system, and for some odd reason, he made air quotes with his fingers, it didn't work. Cammy just smiled calmly, almost too calmly. The cat on his lap didn't even stir. Plot. Alaric stared. Plot. What do you mean, plot? Yeah, Cammy continued, his smile widening into a grin. Didn't you buy a plot of land in Pennsylvania? You have to tend to that, right? Alaric just sighed, running a hand through his hair. The god was messing with him. Yeah, okay, if you don't want to tell me, fine. He crossed his arms. By the way, new question. Is it possible for me to travel to another world? The question hung in the air. The cat stopped purring for a second. Cammy tilted his head, a genuine flicker of curiosity in his golden eyes. Yeah, sure. Cammy finally shrugged, as if the request was as mundane as asking for a cup of tea. Only once, though. However, you find out the hows on your own. And, he added, a sly glint in his eye, you can travel back and forth on your own after that. With your Hiraishin. Alaric blinked. Hiraishin? What do you mean? Cammy rolled his eyes dramatically. Duh, the Hiraishin no Jutsu. The flying thunder god technique. He emphasized the words like he was explaining something to a particularly slow child. It manipulates space and time. You think that's limited to just one planet, dumbass. Alaric could only sigh again. He was about to ask something else, about the logistics, about which world, but when he looked back at Cammy, the god was already eye-smiling at him, one hand raised in a cheerful, final wave. Bye, kid. Alaric's eyes widened in alarm. He knew that look. He knew what was coming. He glanced down. A circular hole, perfectly sized to fit him, had opened up in the seamless white floor beneath his feet. Ah! His scream was abruptly cut off as he plummeted into the darkness below. As Alaric fell, Cammy looked at the spot where the hole had been, which had already sealed itself up without a trace. He turned back to the fluffy white cat on his lap and resumed scratching it behind the ears. Can you believe that, kitty? He murmured conversationally. He can literally fly through the vacuum of space, but still yells like a girl when he falls. Meow. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 176, Chapter 175, The Man Who Fell to Earth. In the city of Hanzong, an unnatural quiet had fallen. The throne room of Gyeongbok Palace was a ruin, a tomb of broken bodies and shattered stone. But outside its breached walls, the city itself was still, unaware of the silent massacre that had taken place at its heart. Slowly, painfully, the city began to stir. The palace guards, the ones Alaric had slammed to the ground with his Vulcan ability, began to wake up, one by one. They pushed themselves up from the cold marble floors, their heads throbbing, their armor dented and askew. What happened? Confusion was a thick fog in their minds. They remembered responding to an alarm, a commotion. They remembered a sense of overwhelming force. But the fight itself? It was a blank space, a missing piece of time. They looked around at their fallen comrades, at the destruction, with wide, uncomprehending eyes. And then, the world lit up. A brilliant, silent flash of golden light erupted from high above, so intense it obliterated the night, turning the sky into a sheet of pure, blinding radiance. Every cloud in the heavens vanished, vaporized in an instant. The people of Hanzong, those who were awake, looked up, their hands flying to their faces to shield their eyes from the impossible light. Then came the sound. It was not a sound that could be heard with the ears alone. It was a sound that was felt, a deep, soul-shaking concussion that vibrated through the very foundations of the earth. The ground trembled violently, not like a natural earthquake, but with the sharp, brutal shock of a colossal impact. Windows shattered across the city. Roof tiles rattled and slid to the ground. The great palace walls groaned, hairline cracks appearing in the ancient stone. Panic erupted. What the hell? Are we under attack? Zhenjiang. Damn it. Are the gods angry? People poured out of their homes into the streets, screaming, running wildly, their earlier, enforced calm shattered by a primal, cosmic terror. They pointed towards the sky, their faces pale with awe and fear. But most of them, after their initial panic, simply stopped. They stood in the middle of the trembling streets, staring up at the heavens, ready to accept their fate. What could a mortal do against the wrath of a god? Space. The explosion was silent, a beautiful, terrible flower of pure energy blooming in the void. The fused apples of Eden, their immense, corrupted power finally unleashed, detonated with the force of a small star. For a few brief, glorious seconds, a new sun burned in the darkness, its golden light washing over the distant, blue and white marble of the earth below. As the initial blast faded, it left behind a breathtaking spectacle. A vast, swirling nebula of golden energy, an aurora of impossible beauty, spread out across the vacuum of space. It shimmered and danced, filaments of light twisting and weaving like cosmic silk. It was majestic, magnificent, a sight no human had ever witnessed. But in the very heart of this celestial artwork, where the explosion had been most intense, something remained. A single point of fire. It was a tiny, defiant spark of crimson flame, burning alone in the cold emptiness. It flickered, almost died, then flared with a sudden, impossible life. Slowly, deliberately, it began to grow. It drew in the residual golden energy of the aurora around it, feeding on the raw power of the dead artifacts. The spark became a flame, the flame became a bonfire, the bonfire became a raging, white-hot inferno. The flames were wild, chaotic, yet held a strange, beautiful harmony. They swirled and danced, coalescing, taking shape. From the heart of the fire, a form began to emerge. It was the naked body of a man, forged from the very essence of the flames. His skin was flawless, glowing with a soft, internal light. His muscles were perfectly defined, not with the bulky mass of a brute, but with the lean, powerful grace of a god of war. His hair, a brilliant platinum blonde, floated around his head as if underwater, each strand a flickering tendril of white fire. He hung there in the center of the inferno, surrounded by the silent, majestic beauty of the golden aurora, the blue sphere of the earth a distant backdrop. He looked like a newborn deity, a god of fire taking his first breath in a universe he now seemed to command. Slowly, his eyes opened. They were no longer just blue. They were the color of twin supernovas, swirling with an inner fire, holding the light of the cosmos within them. He looked around, at the silent stars, at the beautiful, terrible nebula he had created. He looked down at his hands, at the body born from his own eternal rebirth. He looked at the distant, fragile world he had just saved. A single thought, clear and certain, echoed in the silent expanse of his mind. A single word, whispered into the void. I'm alive. People poured out of their homes into the streets, screaming, running wildly, their earlier, enforced calm shattered by a primal, cosmic terror. They pointed towards the sky, their faces pale with awe and fear. But most of them, after their initial panic, simply stopped. They stood in the middle of the trembling streets, staring up at the heavens, ready to accept their fate. What could a mortal do against the wrath of a god? Within the ruined throne room, a grizzled general of the royal guard pushed himself to his feet, his head spinning. He barked orders, his voice hoarse, trying to bring some semblance of order to the chaos. Get up. On your feet, you fools. Assess the damage. Head count, now. I want to know how many are still breathing. His men, still dazed, scrambled to obey. They began moving through the wreckage, checking on their fallen comrades, their faces a mixture of confusion and fear. Jangunim. The general spun around. A subordinate, a young officer, was running towards him, his face pale. He was carrying a woman in his arms, her body limp, her reddish-brown hair fanned out against his armor. Jangunim. General. I found a woman near the king. Huh. The general strode over, his eyes narrowing as he took a closer look at the unconscious figure. Her features were sharp, foreign. Wait, she looks like a Westerner. Yes, Jangunim, the subordinate replied, holding the woman tightly. Is she an envoy from the Western countries? Why are you asking me that? The general glared, his patience worn thin by the night's impossible events. Ah, sorry. The subordinate smiled wryly. Ah, by the Wadash. He was cut off as he noticed his fellow soldiers suddenly stopping, their faces turning upwards, their mouths falling open in awe and terror. Huh. The general looked up as well. What is that? A comet. A shooting star. Wait, isn't that? Sherbal, isn't that coming towards us? A point of brilliant, crimson light was descending from the heavens, growing larger and larger with terrifying speed. The soldiers who had just picked themselves up from the floor began to scatter, shouting in panic, convinced this was the final, divine blow. But then, the impossible happened again. The comet began to slow down. Its furious descent eased, the fiery trail it left behind dissipating until it was hovering, motionless, just 10 meters above the highest, shattered floor of the palace. The crimson light faded, revealing its true nature. Wait, that's not a comet. That's a man. And they were right. It was a man, floating in the air as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He was tall, impossibly so, with long platinum blonde hair that seemed to catch the first faint light of dawn. He was dressed in a fine white shirt, dark trousers, and a magnificent crimson coat that billowed gently around him, untouched by gravity. It was Alaric Jonathan Kenway. He had retrieved a fresh set of clothes from the storage seal on his shoulder during his descent, a small act of vanity in the face of cosmic events. Alaric looked down at the scene below, at the ruined palace, at the terrified soldiers, his expression unreadable. Then, he descended, his boots touching the floor of the highest remaining level of the throne room with a soft, silent thud. His presence alone was suffocating. Every soldier froze, their fear so palpable it was a physical force. He was a giant among them, a being who had fallen from the stars. Alaric ignored them. His gaze swept across the room, finally landing on the young officer who was still holding Caroline. He began to walk forward, his steps slow and deliberate. The soldier carrying Caroline felt his breath catch in his throat. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe, pinned in place by the sheer pressure of the approaching man's stare. Alaric stopped directly in front of him. He didn't speak. He simply lifted his hands slightly, a clear, commanding gesture. "Give her to me." Without a second thought, without conscious control over his own limbs, the soldier obeyed, carefully transferring the unconscious woman into Alaric's waiting arms. Murmurs, quiet and terrified, rippled through the assembled soldiers. Is the woman his wife? Who is he? Alaric gently cradled Caroline, her head resting against his shoulder. He looked back at the crowd of soldiers, his face twisting into a mask of pure annoyance. He yelled, his voice booming through the ruined hall, his Korean perfect and laced with a cold fury. "Jo Yeoja Noon Ne Sakhanya, Igasaiki Dulia. She's my cousin, you sons of bitches." The soldiers stared, their shock compounding. He spoke their language, flawlessly. The man who fell from the sky, who commanded such terrifying presence, was not just some foreign demon. He was something far more complex, and far more frightening. Alaric, his annoyance spent, could only sigh and look up through the hole in the roof at the slowly brightening sky. How long did it take for me to resurrect? Since it's almost morning here, it should be night time back in Pennsylvania. The crowd watched him, 1,000 questions burning in their minds. How did he know their language? How did he come from the sky? Who was he? A few of the braver officers, perhaps spurred by duty, opened their mouths to ask, to demand answers. But the moment the first syllable left their lips, the man holding the woman simply vanished. One moment he was there, a towering, crimson-coated figure cradling his family. The next, there was only empty space, the faint scent of ozone, and a profound, echoing silence. What just happened? Am I dreaming? Yeah, we're all just dreaming right now. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 177, Chapter 176, AAHHHHHHHHHHHHHH. Current balance, 419,516,564s. 2D. Pennsbury Manor, Pennsylvania. The dining room of the main house at Pennsbury Manor was full of life. The long mahogany table was crowded with people, a rare gathering of the entire extended household. The air was filled with conversations and the clinking of silverware against porcelain. William Penn Sr., looking a healthy 50 years old despite his true age of 70, sat at the head of the table. His wife, Hannah, was beside him, and his children, Springjet, Letitia, and William Jr., were engaged in conversation further down. It wasn't often they all gathered like this usually, they kept to their own homes and lives. The Kenway family, Leonard, Eleanor, Bernard, and Lynette, were there, their faces relaxed and content. Beside them sat the core allies Reuben and Thulani, Flavia and her father, Matteo Auditore. Cassandra was seated near the Kenway matriarchs, listening with a small, amused smile as Lynette recounted a story. And at the far end, Jonathan Hugh, the butler, sat quietly, having finally given up protesting that he should be serving rather than dining with the family. He had learned over the past few months that the Kenways considered him one of their own, a fact that still felt strange but was not unwelcome. They were all here because William Penn Jr. had news. He had been traveling, acting as his father's envoy, gauging the political mood in the neighboring colonies. He wiped his mouth with a linen napkin and cleared his throat, capturing everyone's attention. "Father," he began, his voice clear and confident, "I've managed to gather key figures from Brunswick all the way to Wilmington." "Oh." Penn Sr. turned his full attention to his son, a pleased look on his face. "That was quick. And what of Greensboro and Raleigh?" "Them too," Penn Jr. confirmed with a nod. "They were eager to cut ropes with the English crown the moment I showed them proof of the king's corruption. Father, your name holds great weight in these colonies. Many said the lion has finally shown its claws." "Lion King?" Penn Sr. raised an eyebrow, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. He couldn't help but think of the platinum-blonde young man who had pushed him, encouraged him, to take this path. "Thank you, Alaric," he thought silently. "You opened my eyes." "It is a great title," Cassandra commented from her end of the table, her voice carrying easily. Her compliment only made the Quaker leader blush a little more. "Ah, yes," Penn Sr. mumbled, uncharacteristically flustered. He quickly changed the subject, turning to Matteo. "And what about you, Reuben? Maestro? Have you managed to secure contact with the assassins in this country?" Matteo nodded slowly, his expression was heavy. "Yes," he replied, his voice a low rasp. "But we have only managed to contact one. In Boston." The mood in the room shifted slightly at the news. One contact, in a land so vast, felt like a very small start. Pen was about to offer some words of encouragement, to say not to worry, when a brilliant, silent flash of light erupted in the center of the room. Huh. Wah dash. Everyone spun in their seats, their eyes widening in shock. Standing there, as if he had materialized from thin air, was Alaric. He looked weary, his crimson coat slightly rumpled, but he was back. Alaric. Son. Kid. A chorus of relieved and joyous cries filled the room, but their joy was cut short as they saw who he was carrying in his arms. Caroline. The name was a collective gasp. Elizabeth and Avelini leaped from their seats, their faces paling dramatically, rushing forward. Hold on a moment. Alaric's voice was calm but firm, stopping them in their tracks. She needs rest. She's not exactly all right for now. Everyone froze, their worry intensifying. William Penn Sr. was already on his feet, his mind racing. Sebastian. He called out, his voice sharp. Prepare a room for young Caroline, the quietest one we have. Yes, master. Came the immediate reply from the butler, who had appeared in the doorway, his own face a mask of concern. Alaric nodded his thanks and started walking, carrying Caroline's limp form as if she weighed nothing. The entire group followed silently, a somber procession moving through the grand manor. They ascended the main staircase, their footsteps echoing in the sudden, heavy silence. Elizabeth and Avelini walked just behind Alaric, their hands clasped together, their hearts pounding with every step. They reached a quiet bedroom at the end of a long hall. Alaric gently laid Caroline down on the large, soft bed. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the worried faces crowded in the doorway. He managed a warm, reassuring smile, though they could all see the deep exhaustion in his eyes. Aside from Sire Penn, the Kenway family, Reuben, Thulani, and the auditores, he asked gently, please give us some space. His request was soft, but it carried an undeniable weight. Elizabeth and Avelini hesitated, their eyes filled with tears, but they respected his wishes, allowing Jonathan to quietly guide them back down the hall. Once the room was less crowded, Cassandra, who had been silent until now, walked to Alaric's side. Agbi Mao, she murmured, her voice filled with concern. What happened? Was she? Yeah, Alaric confirmed with a heavy sigh, his gaze fixed on Caroline's still form. The others in the room exchanged confused glances. Was she what? Bernard finally asked. Alaric looked at them, his expression grim. Remember when I told you that the apple of Eden can corrupt a person's mind? A wave of understanding and horror washed over them. Oh. I see. Cassandra sighed, shaking her head sadly. She's so beautiful, she whispered, looking at Caroline's pale, peaceful face. Like a maiden in a garden of pink roses. You got that right, Bernard said, his voice thick with a sadness of his own. What happened, kid? Did she become a vegetable? Vegetable? Leonard shot his brother a sharp glare. Don't say such things. That's your daughter-in-law. I don't know, Alaric admitted, shaking his head as he looked down at Caroline. Oh no. Lynette's composure finally broke. She sank to the floor, tears streaming down her face. Poor Caroline. Eleanor rushed to her side, comforting her sister-in-law even as her own tears began to fall. The sight was heartbreaking. Thulani, Reuben, Matteo, and Flavia all looked away, a shared sense of grief and helplessness settling over them. I think I can do something about it, Alaric murmured, his voice was so quiet it was almost lost in the sound of quiet sobs. But everyone heard him. If it's possible. Every head snapped towards him, their eyes wide with a mixture of hope and disbelief. Alaric looked at Cassandra, a silent question in his eyes. Alethea, he said, his voice a little stronger now. You're one to calculate things. How is this woman? Cassandra paused, her gaze unfocusing for a moment as she consulted the ISU consciousness. Alethea says that judging from her scans, her body's overly fatigued, but that should not be enough for her to be in this bizarre state. She looked at Alaric, her expression grim. She says the apple must have corrupted her badly. William Penn, who had remained a silent, thoughtful observer until now, nodded slowly. He had seen the impossible, he was ready to believe again. Well, Alaric said, his gaze sweeping over the room, meeting the eyes of each person there. The reason I specifically asked all of you to stay is because, how I de-aged Penn, I'll do it to Caroline. And I want you to see this gift of mine, to show you guys what I can truly do. Huh. The word was a collective, confused whisper from everyone except Penn. Alaric walked to Caroline's bedside and sat down on the edge of the mattress. He gently placed his palm on her forehead. Everyone leaned forward, their breath held, expecting some kind of mystical green light, some quiet, shamanistic ritual. What happened next was a nightmare. A scream, raw and filled with an agony that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality, ripped from Caroline's throat. Her body arched violently on the bed, her limbs convulsing. Huh. What in the... Alaric, what in the name of the heavens are you doing? Bernard roared, taking a step forward before Leonard grabbed his arm, holding him back. The shrieking continued, a relentless, horrifying sound that seemed to go on for an eternity. The room was filled with a palpable tension, a mixture of terror and a desperate, clinging hope. Alaric remained seated, his hand pressed firmly to Caroline's forehead, his own face pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His jaw was clenched, his eyes shut tight in concentration. This was clearly taking an immense toll on him. The agonizing screams continued for what felt like hours but was likely closer to 30 minutes. Finally, with one last, shuddering cry, Caroline's body went limp, her convulsions ceasing. Alaric snatched his hand back as if burned, gasping for breath, his own body trembling from the exertion. Damn, I'm out of chakra, he thought, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He looked down at Caroline. Her body was drenched in sweat, but her breathing, though shallow, was even, peaceful. I did it, Alaric whispered, a weak but triumphant grin spreading across his exhausted face. I fucking did it. It was hard, but I was able to reverse all the mental pain that Caroline went through, then reverse it to the point when she was yet to be controlled by the apple. Alaric's grin widened slightly. It was risky, since the highest and most difficult application of my funjutsu is for reversing and accelerating time for a specific thing. Good thing it was a success. He looked up at his mother and aunt, who were staring, their faces streaked with tears, their expressions a mixture of horror and awe. Would it be alright if both of you could change her clothes? Why yeah. Eleanor stammered, nodding numbly. Alaric smiled, then turned his weary gaze to Cassandra. Can we talk, Agpi Mao? Cassandra, who had watched the entire ordeal with a stoic but deeply concerned expression, nodded immediately. Why yes, of course. As Alaric stood, swaying slightly, one thought echoed in the minds of everyone who had witnessed the impossible, terrifying, and miraculous event. What the hell is Alaric? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 178, Chapter 177, Pennsylvanian Baroque Mansion. Current balance, 419,516,564. 2D. The cold evening air of Pennsylvania drifted through the open doors of the balcony, carrying the faint, earthy scent of the surrounding woodlands and the distant Delaware River. The grand bedroom behind them was quiet, bathed in the soft, warm glow of a single lantern, but the world outside was silvered by the light of a brilliant full moon. Cassandra stepped out onto the stone balcony first, her bare feet silent on the cool surface. She walked to the ornate railing, her fingers tracing the cold iron as she gazed up at the sky. The moon was like a polished pearl in a sea of endless, glittering stars. It was a peaceful sight, a super contrast to the chaos and uncertainty of their lives. A moment later, Alaric followed her out, his own steps making no sound. He came up behind her, wrapping his strong arms around her waist, pulling her back against his chest. He rested his chin on her shoulder, his hands coming to rest protectively over her stomach. It was a silent acknowledgement of the new life they had created. They stood there together for a long moment, simply breathing, watching the moon in comfortable silence. It's beautiful, isn't it? Cassandra finally murmured, her voice a soft whisper against the quiet of the night. After all these centuries, all the things I have seen, the moon is still the same, constant. Alaric didn't reply with words. He simply tightened his embrace, pressing a gentle, lingering kiss to the side of her neck, just below her ear. Cassandra sighed, a contented sound, and leaned her head back against his shoulder. I missed you, Agpi Mao, she whispered, her voice thick with an emotion she rarely showed to anyone else. A warm smile touched Alaric's lips. I miss you too, he murmured back, his own voice a low, comforting rumble against her ear. So much. Cassandra turned her head, her ancient amber eyes finding his in the soft moonlight. Without a word, she tilted her face up, and he lowered his, their lips meeting in a slow, tender kiss. It was a kiss filled with longing, with relief, with the quiet joy of reunion. They closed their eyes, losing themselves in the simple, profound connection, the feel of each other's presence a balm after weeks of separation. When they finally broke the kiss, they remained close, their foreheads resting against each other. Cassandra's gaze was soft, but held a deep, searching curiosity. What happened out there, Alaric? She asked quietly. Your journey to find Caroline, where did you go? Tell me everything. Alaric sighed, the sound a mixture of weariness and resolve. He straightened up, though he kept his arms wrapped around her, holding her close as he began to speak. He told her everything, leaving out no detail. He described the ghost hunt through Manila, the trail leading to the Serpent's Teeth, and the hostile tribe protecting their sacred ground. He recounted his flight across the Pacific, the unsettling discovery of the corrupted samurai in Nagasaki, and the final confrontation with the city's enthralled governor. Then, his voice grew heavier as he described the scene in Edo Castle. He told her about Arai Hakusuke, the brilliant advisor twisted into a puppet, and the army of soulless silent guard he had created. He described the final, brutal battle, the two apples of Eden, the Kuzenagi sword, and the terrifying, fused black apple that had nearly overwhelmed his mind. Cassandra listened intently, her expression shifting from curiosity to concern, then to outright shock. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment, processing the sheer scale of what he had faced. Two apples merged into one, she finally breathed, her eyes wide with a horrified awe. Malka, I have never heard of such a thing. Alethea never spoke of it being possible. She shook her head, a shiver running through her. No wonder Caroline was so far gone. The power of 2 such artifacts, combined it would be enough to corrupt even the strongest will. It is a miracle you were able to resist it. Alaric nodded grimly, his gaze turning distant as he remembered the psychic storm. It was close, he admitted. He looked down at her, his expression serious. What worries me, Cass, is that if Caroline, with the apple's guidance, could figure out how to do that, what if there are others who could do the same? With the knowledge from an apple, so many things could be invented, so many new horrors could be unleashed upon this world. Cassandra fell silent again, the weight of his words settling between them. She looked out at the peaceful manor grounds, then back up at the unchanging moon. Maybe that's our mission, then, she said softly, her voice filled with a new, quiet resolve. Maybe it is or maybe it is not. Alaric replied, a familiar, teasing smirk finally returning to his lips. Cassandra rolled her eyes, a small smile playing on her own lips as she playfully jabbed her elbow into his ribs. Oh, hush, you. Alaric grunted, a genuine sound of discomfort. He was strong, impossibly so. He could shrug off cannon fire and shatter stone with his bare hands. But there was something about a playful punch from his wife, delivered with love and exasperation, that somehow managed to get past all his defenses. It just hurt. Cassandra noticed his reaction and her smile widened. She leaned her head back against his shoulder. We can't forget about the solar flare, either, she reminded him gently. The one that is still hundreds of years away. Yeah, Alaric sighed dramatically, the weight of the world momentarily returning. He looked down at her, at the beautiful, immortal warrior in his arms, and all the grand plans, the ancient threats, the fate of the world, suddenly seemed secondary. With a sudden, swift movement, he scooped her up into his arms, princess style, making her gasp in surprise. But right now, he declared, a wide, boyish grin spreading across his face as he started walking back towards the bedroom, I just want to hug you in bed. Cassandra laughed, a rich, musical sound that echoed in the quiet night. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with amusement and affection. Hug. She teased, her voice dropping to a husky purr as she glanced down pointedly. Yeah, right. I can feel something down there. 2 weeks later. 2 weeks had passed since Alaric came back to Pensbury Manor with a limp Caroline on his hands. After a good night with Cassandra, he went on to sleep for 3 days straight. He didn't even know it was possible. Philadelphia was peaceful, and Alaric was, in a huge plot of land that he bought from Penn a while ago. Penn just recently toured him the place after giving Alaric the official documents of ownership. It should be like this, then, okay, I could do that. Alaric stood in the center of a vast, cleared field, miles from the main house. His mind was a whirlwind of architectural blueprints and impossible physics. He was mapping the area, not with charts and strings, but with pure thought. Hiring contractors was out of the question, they were too slow, their methods too limited. Penn's manor was a fine home, but it was crowded. His family, his allies, the nearly 300 souls under his protection, they needed a fortress. A sanctuary. He began with the earth itself. Closing his eyes, Alaric placed his palms flat on the ground. He channeled his chakra, not with explosive force, but with a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the soil. The ground softened, becoming as pliable as wet clay under his will. He commanded it to rise, to shift. Foundations, deep and solid, were pulled from the bedrock. Cellar walls formed, and vast subterranean spaces were hollowed out with a precision no human hand could match. Next came the structure. He used his Vulcan ability, the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, to draw raw iron ore from deep within the earth. The metal rose in shimmering, molten streams, which he then forged in midair, compressing and shaping it into massive, indestructible support beams and frameworks. He guided them into place, creating the skeleton of a colossal Baroque-style mansion. With the frame secure, he turned to the walls. He drew stone from the nearby hills, using his chakra to cut and shape massive blocks with perfect symmetry. He used water release to create his own mortar, and fire release to cure it instantly, the walls rising with astonishing speed. He built 2 symmetrical wings that stretched out from a grand central section, topping it all with a steep, elegant slate roof that he meticulously crafted, complete with numerous chimneys and ornate dormer windows. As the main structure took shape, he focused on the details. He carved the ornate stonework himself, his fingers tracing classical patterns with impossible speed. He raised a 2-story portico supported by massive, fluted columns at the entrance, and from it, a wide stone staircase swept down to a formal courtyard. He laid the gravel paths, shaped the hedges, and in the center, he raised a small, elegant fountain from a single piece of marble, water beginning to flow from its center, drawn from an underground spring he had just created. But the true marvel lay beneath. He concealed the main elevator within a grand library in the main house, its mechanism a complex array of Fuinjutsu seals powered by a sliver of his own chakra, allowing for silent, smooth travel between floors. Down below, he created a city. Over 100 bedrooms, each with its own private facilities, enough to comfortably house 400 people. He wove seals into the walls for ventilation, temperature control, and lighting, the corridors glowing with a soft, steady light that mimicked the sun. And then, the farm. In a cavernous chamber miles wide, he used his wood release. Rich, fertile soil spread across the floor, and from it, with a surge of life-giving energy, crops sprouted: wheat, corn, vegetables, fruits, a self-sustaining ecosystem. Above it all, he created an artificial sun. He gathered a massive amount of sage mode chakra, compressing it into a funjutsu array set into the cavern ceiling. It blazed to life, a miniature star providing the perfect light and warmth for the crops to thrive. Back on the surface, he walked the perimeter of his vast new estate. With every few steps, he placed a hand on a wall, a tree, a stone, leaving behind invisible seals of indestructibility. This place would not fall. Then, he wove a final, grand illusion. A complex funjutsu that would cloud the minds of any who approached with ill intent, making them become hopelessly lost, forever wandering the woods just beyond the property line, never finding the mansion that stood right before them. Finally, he installed the last of the 4 elevators, their chakra-powered mechanisms humming silently within the walls, connecting every floor from the deepest sublevel to the highest attic. He stood in the grand courtyard, looking up at his creation. It was more than a house, it was a kingdom. I should probably make a super large training ground for the army that we're trying to make too, he thought, his gaze drifting to the open fields beyond the formal gardens. But do we really need one? Penn had been adamant. We need to make them fear us, not just you, the Quaker had insisted. Alaric sighed. I'll just make a super OP organization within the kingdom that we're about to build, where all knees cower by the thought of them facing us. He shook his head, a wry smile touching his lips. Bah, wouldn't that be a bit Chiyunibia? He chuckled to himself. If anyone could see him now, standing alone in front of his impossible mansion, talking to himself about secret organizations, they would surely think he was mad. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 179, Chapter 178, a month later. Current balance, 419,516,564. 2D. A month had passed since Alaric returned to Philadelphia, his dramatic arrival still a topic of hushed, awestruck conversation among the household. The initial, chaotic period of settling into Pensbury Manor had given way to a new, monumental task, relocating the entire extended Kenway clan and their allies to the vast estate Alaric had forged from the very earth. The first time they saw it, they were speechless. The Baroque-style mansion rose from the Pennsylvania countryside like a dream, its symmetrical wings and steep slate roof a vision of European grandeur transplanted to the New World. William Penn, a man who had walked the halls of palaces, simply shook his head in disbelief, while Bernard and Leonard Kenway, who had grown up in a drafty Welsh shack, could only stare, their mouths agape. God's teeth, Bernard had muttered, his voice filled with a reverence usually reserved for a perfectly poured ale. He built this. Our Alaric built this. They did get used to the mansion/castle back in Bristol, but this was different. The comparison between the one in Bristol and here in Pennsylvania was like heaven and earth. The staff, the former slaves, the auditore assassins, they all shared the same stunned silence. They knew Alaric was powerful, but this was something else entirely. This was not just strength, it was creation on a godlike scale. They walked the gravel paths of the courtyard, touched the cool stone of the central fountain, and looked up at the ornate chimneys, their minds struggling to comprehend that this fortress of luxury was now their home. Inside, the marvels continued. The living arrangements were beyond anything they could have imagined. The core family members each had their own spacious, private suites. The auditore assassins, Reuben, and Thulani were given an entire wing, their rooms far exceeding the Spartan accommodations they were used to. Even the household staff, who had expected cramped dormitories, found themselves in large, shared rooms that were bigger than most city apartments, each with its own private bathroom. And the bathrooms, they were a source of constant, quiet wonder. There were no chamber pots, no slop buckets, no complicated plumbing that required constant maintenance. Alaric, with his mastery of funjutsu, had created a system that defied logic. Water, clean and fresh, flowed endlessly from the faucets, summoned by a master seal hidden deep beneath the mansion's foundations. Waste simply vanished, sealed away into nothingness by another complex array. No more hauling water, one of the older maids had whispered to another, tears in her eyes. No more emptying pots in the cold. It's a miracle. Life settled into a new, comfortable rhythm. The underground farm, with its artificial sun, produced a constant, bountiful harvest, and the mansion, protected by its invisible seals, felt like the safest place on earth. Alaric, seeing the 30-plus auditore assassins settling in, had already started mentally planning an expansion, a small village of secure houses just beyond the main grounds. It was no trouble for him, after all. It was in one of the mansion's quiet, sunlit bedrooms that the next chapter of their story began. A woman, who had been lying in a deep, comatose sleep for a month, stirred. Her eyelids fluttered, then slowly opened. Her vision was a blur of soft light and indistinct shapes. She blinked, trying to focus on the ornate canopy of the bed above her, the feel of the fine linen sheets against her skin. Where am I? She whispered, her voice a dry, unused rasp. A young female staff member, who had been quietly dusting the furniture in the corner of the room, turned her head. Her eyes widened in shock. My lady. The woman on the bed, Caroline, squinted, trying to make out the face of the maid, but her head was swimming, the world still a hazy, confusing dream. "Ah, please wait here, I will notify the masters," the maid exclaimed, her professionalism momentarily forgotten in her excitement. She dropped her feather duster and dashed out of the bedroom, her footsteps echoing hastily down the long, quiet corridor. Wait, Caroline held up a hand weakly, as if to call her back, but the maid was already gone. "Where is this place?" Caroline thought, her vision finally beginning to clear. She pushed herself up slowly, her muscles aching, and looked around the luxurious room. The fine furniture, the thick carpets, the sunlight streaming through the tall glass windows, it was all completely unfamiliar. And then, it hit her. It wasn't a gentle return of memory. It was a physical blow, a hammer of recollection crashing down on her consciousness. The Mayans. The dark, humming sphere. The whispers of power, the intoxicating feeling of control. The journey across the sea, the faces of the men she had bent to her will. Manila. Nagasaki. The cold, disciplined face of the buggy. Edo. The shogun's palace, the Kuzenaga sword, the fusion of the two apples, and then Alaric. His cold blue eyes, the crimson coat, the effortless way he had dismantled her army, the terrifying power in his fists. The final, blinding explosion of light. Everything came rushing back, a chaotic, horrifying flood of memory and emotion. She remembered the things she had done, the people she had manipulated, the order she had tried to impose. She remembered the feeling of the apple's power, the seductive certainty that she was right, that her cause was just. And now, in the clear, quiet light of this strange room, she saw it for what it was, a monstrous, terrifying delusion. She tried to stay calm, to breathe, but it was too much. A strangled sob escaped her lips. Her body began to tremble, not from cold, but from a bone-deep shock. Tears, hot and unstoppable, poured down her face, a torrent of guilt, fear, relief, and a shame so profound it felt like it would tear her apart. "Caroline." The familiar voice cut through her spiraling emotions. She lifted her head, her tear-blurred eyes widening in surprise as she saw her mother, Elizabeth, rushing into the room, her face a mask of frantic worry. "Mom." The word was a choked, broken sound. Elizabeth reached the bed and sank down beside her daughter, pulling her into a fierce, desperate hug. And as mother and daughter clung to each other, the dam finally broke. They both cried, their sobs echoing in the quiet room, the raw, heartbroken cries of a mother who had feared her child lost forever, and the shattered, guilt-ridden cries of a daughter who had finally, terrifyingly, come home. Meanwhile, in a grand meeting hall, a different kind of storm was brewing. The afternoon sun streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the long, polished mahogany table around which the leaders of their fledgling nation were gathered. The air was thick with the scent of celestial tea and heated debate. "And I tell you, it is not a secondary concern, it is our first concern," Matteo Auditore insisted, his hand slapping the table with a sharp crack that made the teacups rattle. "We are blind. We sit here in this magnificent fortress, planning our future, while knowing nothing of what happens beyond these woods. Does the crown already have agents in Philadelphia? Are there traitors among the staff we brought from England? We are shooting with a blindfold on." "Peace, Maestro," Isaac Norris, a pragmatic Quaker merchant Penn had brought into their council, cautioned calmly. "Thy point is valid, but an extensive network of spies requires immense resources and time. We must first ensure our own people can eat. Our focus should be on the harvest and establishing trade." "Trade for what?" Bernard Kenway interjected, leaning forward. "Swords, muskets. We have a few skilled blacksmiths in Philadelphia, true, but not enough to arm a proper militia, let alone an army. We need foundries, we need craftsmen. We need a robust economy to fund a war, not just fight one. Economic stability must be our foundation. And what good is a full belly or a strong economy if a British fleet appears on the Delaware and we have no men trained to repel them?" William Penn countered, his voice firm. He looked around the table, his gaze steady. "A defensive militia is paramount. A force trained to protect our homes, our farms. It is the first duty of any sovereign state." The debate raged on, a complex tapestry of conflicting, yet equally valid, priorities. Alaric sat beside Cassandra, listening quietly, a faint, amused smirk on his lips. He knew they were all right. They all wanted what was best for their new home, their new kingdom, but their perspectives were shaped by their experiences. Penn, the statesman, saw the need for defense. Matteo, the spymaster, saw the need for intelligence. Bernard and Leonard, the farmers-turned-businessmen, saw the need for a strong economic base. Alaric caught Reuben's eye across the table. His friend was silent, as was Thulani, both looking slightly overwhelmed by the political maneuvering. Alaric's smirk widened, and he gave a subtle, almost imperceptible tilt of his head. "You're too silent, why aren't you saying anything?" his eyes seemed to say. Reuben pretended not to notice, suddenly finding the grain of the mahogany table incredibly fascinating. Thulani, however, met Alaric's gaze and his expression was one of helpless resignation. "I don't want to be a bother." Alaric's grin turned devilish. "You could add something, like, we should bend clothes for beautiful women. Cough, cough. Reuben and Thulani choked simultaneously, their tea going down the wrong way. Every head at the table turned to look at them. Sorry, Reuben managed, his face turning a deep shade of red. Swallowed wrong. Please, continue. Both men shot furious glares at Alaric, who had already turned away, his expression one of perfect innocence as he whispered something into Cassandra's ear. Her shoulders shook with a soft, suppressed chuckle. Enough. William Penn's voice cut through the lingering awkwardness. He sighed, massaging his temples. The debate was going in circles. He looked at the one person who had remained mostly silent, the one person whose opinion, he knew, could cut through the noise. Alaric, your thoughts. You wish to form an elite task force, yes. How many men do you require? What resources will you need from us? Alaric looked up, his expression becoming serious. I want to create an elite task force that will be the precision strike to everything, he stated calmly. It will be the blade that cuts the throat of our enemies while they sleep. A force that operates outside the normal chain of command, answering only to me, and by extension, to this council. He let that sink in. As for what I need from you. He paused, a faint smile returning. I don't need more people. The room fell silent again. I already have enough, Alaric continued. I am not asking for resources, William. I am simply notifying you of this force's existence. I only ask that you, as the leader of this new nation, formally acknowledge its command structure under me. Penn stared at Alaric, processing the sheer audacity of the statement. He wasn't asking for permission, he was declaring his intent. After a long moment, a slow smile spread across the Quaker's face. Okay, he said with a decisive nod. It's settled on your end, then. Just give me the list of the people within the task force under your command. Alaric smiled and opened his mouth to reply, but then he paused. He turned his head slowly, his gaze fixing on the heavy oak door of the meeting hall. Everyone followed his gaze, their brows furrowing in confusion. The hall was silent. They heard nothing. Then, the door creaked open, just a fraction. A young male staff member peeked his head in, his face pale, clearly trying to be as unobtrusive as possible. He saw the entire council staring at him and froze, his eyes widening in alarm. He had been so quiet, so careful. How had the master known? He was about to bow and stammer an apology when he saw Alaric beckon him forward with a simple, calm gesture. The staff member scurried over, his heart pounding. He leaned down, his mouth close to Alaric's ear, his voice a frantic whisper that only Alaric and Cassandra, who leaned in as well, could hear. Sire, Lady Caroline Scott has awoken. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 180, Chapter 179, Iroquois Man. Current balance, 419,516,564. 2D. The meeting had ended, the first of many for the newly formed council of their fledgling nation. A sense of purpose, it was heavy but resolute, settled over the group as they departed from Pensbury Manor. The journey to their new home, the grand Baroque mansion Alaric had raised from the earth, was a short one by carriage, a convoy of dark, sturdy vehicles rumbling along the packed earth road that wound through the Pennsylvania countryside. The carriages rolled on for a time, the rhythmic clatter of hooves and wheels a steady backdrop to the quiet conversations within. They passed through open fields, where the last of the autumn harvest was being gathered, and dense forests, the leaves a brilliant tapestry of red, gold, and orange. It was a peaceful, beautiful land. Stop the carriage. Came the sound of Eleanor. Suddenly, the lead carriage, carrying Alaric and Cassandra, slowed to a halt. The rest of the convoy followed suit, pulling up behind them in an orderly line. Eleanor, my dear, what is it? Leonard Kenway asked, peering out the window of his own carriage. His wife was already opening the door, a determined look on her face. Look, Leonard. Wildflowers. She exclaimed, pointing towards a vast, sun-dappled meadow just off the road, a riot of late-blooming asters, goldenrod, and Queen Anne's lace. They would be a perfect gift to brighten Caroline's room. A little piece of this new world to welcome her back. Lynette was right behind her, nodding in enthusiastic agreement. An excellent idea, Eleanor. Come, Cassandra, Flavia, you must help us pick the very best ones. A collective, almost inaudible groan went through the male occupants of the carriages. Bernard poked his head out. Flowers? Now, can't we just buy some in Philadelphia later? Nope. Lynette retorted, giving her husband a look that instantly silenced him. This is the freshest I've seen around here. With that, the women descended from the carriages, their laughter carrying on the crisp autumn air as they ventured into the meadow, their skirts rustling through the tall grass. The men, resigned to their fate, climbed out as well, stretching their legs and seeking solace in a shared ritual. Alaric, Reuben, Thulani, Leonard, and Bernard gathered in a loose circle by the roadside, each pulling out a celestial cigar. The rich, fragrant smoke soon curled around them as they talked of practical matters, crop rotations, the price of lumber, the best way to train a militia while keeping a watchful eye on the women in the field. Their presence did not go unnoticed. A few local farmers, working in a nearby field, stopped to stare at the strange, opulent procession. They saw the fine carriages, the well-dressed men smoking expensive-smelling cigars, and the beautiful women gathering flowers as if they hadn't a care in the world. They saw their height, their confident bearing, the almost otherworldly quality of their features. They whispered amongst themselves, their voices a mixture of awe and suspicion. These were not ordinary settlers. They were something else entirely. After half an hour, the women returned, their arms filled with vibrant bouquets. With the flowers carefully stowed in a basket, the convoy prepared to set off again. They had traveled for another hour, the city of Philadelphia now a distant memory behind them, when the lead carriage slowed to a stop once more. This time, it was not for flowers. Up ahead, a small crowd had gathered outside a modest wooden building with a swinging sign that read Apothecary and Physician. A loud, angry voice cut through the afternoon quiet. "No, out." A man in a stained apron, clearly the doctor, yelled, pointing a trembling finger towards the street. "If you have nothing to pay me, then out with ye." Standing before him was a tall, powerfully built man, his dark hair braided, his skin the rich, warm color of copper. He was clearly Iroquois, his simple deerskin clothing marking him as a man of the forest, not the city. Strapped to his back, wrapped in a deerskin sling, was a small, still form. Tsinio, Inkini Tarnyan, Ne Kenio Hansha. The Iroquois man pleaded, his voice thick with desperation. "Please, I need help for my brother." Cassandra, seated opposite Alaric, saw the scene unfold, her expression hardening, a flicker of anger in her amber eyes. She looked at Alaric, and he met her gaze. He saw the compassion there, the fierce, protective instinct that had guided her for millennia. He saw her silent plea. He smiled softly, reaching out to cup her cheek. Yeah, he murmured, his thumb gently stroking her skin. "No need for those eyes." He leaned forward, tapping on the partition. "Stop the carriage," he commanded. The coachman immediately pulled on the reins. "Ho, Alaric." Reuben called out from the carriage behind them as it, too, came to a halt. "Ah, you can go ahead first," Alaric replied, his voice calm as he opened the carriage door and stepped out. "Okay." Reuben raised an eyebrow, but as he saw where Alaric was heading, his expression shifted to one of quiet understanding. "Oh." He gave a signal to the other drivers, and the rest of the convoy slowly began to move past, giving the unfolding scene a wide berth. Alaric walked towards the confrontation, his tall frame and crimson coat a stark contrast to the drab surroundings. "Tsinio, kn though nn we tsin ne anque nn we tsi iant ren," the Iroquois warrior continued to plead, his pride clearly warring with his desperation. "Please, we have been cast out by our people." I said, "Out." The doctor, his face red with frustration, was about to grab a heavy wooden stick leaning against the doorframe, but he froze as he saw Alaric approaching. Gee, good afternoon." He recognized this man. Everyone in Philadelphia was beginning to recognize this man. A friend of William Penn, a man of immense, unspoken influence. To anger him was to risk the wrath of the province's founder. "Sire," I was about to dash. The doctor's stammering was cut off as Alaric held up a hand. "It's okay," Alaric said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "I understand. You can't always treat if one can't pay." The doctor nodded numbly, relieved. Alaric then turned his gaze to the Iroquois man. He saw the strength there, the warrior's pride, but beneath it, a deep, gnawing fear for the small life on his back. "Tsinio iate nikanan tun ne kenio hansha," Alaric said, his mohawk flawless. "Your brother's body is not well." The effect was instantaneous. The doctor's jaw dropped. The Iroquois warrior's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, then filled with a sudden, desperate hope. "Kanha, nek, Alaric continued, pointing back towards his waiting carriage. "Waria tun nitsi, ten ne anquateriuk. He is very sick. I can heal him if you come with us to our home." The warrior, Shakoka, looked from Alaric's sincere face to the fine carriage, where he could see the beautiful, dark-haired woman watching him with compassionate eyes. With nothing left to lose, he gave a single, decisive nod and followed Alaric. Inside the carriage, Shakoka sat stiffly, his body tense, his eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The plush velvet seats, the smooth, rocking motion, it was all alien to him. He was a man of the forest, and this gilded cage felt deeply unnatural. Alaric and Cassandra watched him, their hearts going out to the young warrior and the silent, precious cargo he carried. "My name is Alaric," Alaric said gently in Mohawk. "And this is my wife, Cassandra. I am also a friend," Cassandra added, her own Mohawk perfect, learned in a time when these lands were still untouched by European feet. Shakoka's eyes widened again. A woman who spoke the language of his people. It was another impossibility in a day full of them. He finally relaxed, just a fraction. "I am Shakoka," he replied, his voice filled with a quiet dignity. "Hunter of the Wolf clan." He gestured to the small bundle on his back. "And this is my younger brother, Diganoida." "What sickness ails him?" Alaric asked, his expression serious. Shakoka's face clouded with grief. "It is the coughing sickness that turns the skin to fire," he explained, his voice low. "It came to our village with the white traders. Many have died. The elders, they said Diganoida was cursed. They cast us out, afraid the sickness would spread." Diphtheria, Alaric recognized the description. A common and deadly killer in this era, especially for children. He reached out a hand. "May I?" Shakoka hesitated for only a second before carefully unwrapping the sling, revealing the small, still form of his 2-year-old brother. The child's face was flushed with fever, his breathing shallow and ragged, a thick, grayish membrane visible at the back of his throat. Healing palm jutsu, Alaric placed his hand gently on the boy's forehead. He closed his eyes, focusing his chakra, channeling a steady, gentle stream of healing energy into the child's small body. A faint green glow enveloped his hand. For a moment, it seemed to work. The feverish flush on Diganoida's skin receded, his breathing eased, and a touch of healthy color returned to his cheeks. Shakoka gasped, his eyes wide with hope. But then, just as quickly, the effect faded. The fever returned, the ragged breathing resumed, the grayish pallor creeping back into the child's skin. The disease was too aggressive, too deeply rooted. The simple healing palm jutsu wasn't enough to fight the powerful bacterial toxin that was ravaging the boy's body. Alaric raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful, almost calculating look entering his eyes. He withdrew his hand, a familiar, determined smirk touching his lips. He thought, the system interface already flickering at the edge of his vision. I guess I have to buy that. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 181, Chapter 180, Phoenix Tears. Current balance, 419,516,564. 2D. Previously. Healing palm jutsu, Alaric placed his hand gently on the boy's forehead. He closed his eyes, focusing his chakra, channeling a steady, gentle stream of healing energy into the child's small body. A faint green glow enveloped his hand. For a moment, it seemed to work. The feverish flush on Diganoida's skin receded, his breathing eased, and a touch of healthy color returned to his cheeks. Shakoka gasped, his eyes wide with hope. But then, just as quickly, the effect faded. The fever returned, the ragged breathing resumed, the grayish pallor creeping back into the child's skin. The disease was too aggressive, too deeply rooted. The simple healing palm jutsu wasn't enough to fight the powerful bacterial toxin that was ravaging the boy's body. Alaric raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful, almost calculating look entering his eyes. He withdrew his hand, a familiar, determined smirk touching his lips. He thought, the system interface already flickering at the edge of his vision. I guess I have to buy that. Now. Alaric's gaze was fixed on the small, feverish child, his mind racing through the vast catalog of abilities available to him in the system. Wait a minute. He was about to search for a powerful, high-level Irajitsu, something on par with Tsunade's creation rebirth, when he paused. A simpler, more potent solution was already flowing through his own veins. His blood. Yeah, Alaric thought, dismissing the system interface with a mental command. He stared at the child, a new sense of certainty settling over him. My blood's better than most, if not all, Irajitsu when it comes to diseases. The Phoenix Sage mode had granted him more than just rebirth, it had infused his very life force with a powerful, restorative energy. The question is, how do I get a paralyzed 2-year-old to drink water mixed with my blood? Both Shakoka and Cassandra watched him, their expressions a mixture of hope and intense curiosity. Shakoka was still reeling from the display of power he had just witnessed, the green light, the temporary reprieve from his brother's sickness. Cassandra, on the other hand, was observing Alaric with the keen eye of someone who had seen the impossible many times, yet was always ready to be surprised again. She had seen him grant strength, reverse age, and command forces of nature, but this direct confrontation with a deadly illness was new territory. Well, we might have to wait until we arrive at our home, Shakoka, Alaric stated, offering the worried warrior a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I can definitely cure him. Really? Shakoka's eyes widened, hope surging through him so powerfully that he almost leaped from his seat in the carriage. Is it truly possible? Yeah, Alaric said, his voice calm and firm. I promise. Cassandra watched the exchange, a soft smile on her lips. What do you think, Alethea? She thought, her mind reaching out to the ISU consciousness within the staff. I do not know, Keeper, Alethea replied, her mental voice a cool, analytical hum. According to my calculations, it is impossible to remove that child's illness without our kind's technology. The bacterial toxins have progressed too far. Really? Cassandra raised an eyebrow slightly. Even if Alaric says he can. He is an anomaly that I am not able to understand, Alethea conceded. When he is a part of the equation, the sum of 1 and 1 is no longer 2. 20 minutes later, the carriage's journey, which had been a bumpy ride over uneven country roads, suddenly smoothed out. Shakoka, who had been bracing himself with every jolt, felt as if they were now floating on air. His curiosity getting the better of him, he peeked his head out of the carriage window. What he saw stole his breath away. A perfectly straight, smooth road stretched before them, lined with lush greenery and vibrant flowers, leading towards a house so vast it defied his comprehension. It was a palace of stone and fine paint, its scale dwarfing even the largest longhouses of the Iroquois Confederacy. It seemed large enough to hold not just a village, but an entire nation. Yeah, that's bullshit. Is that your house? Shakoka asked, pulling his head back inside and staring at Alaric and Cassandra with wide, disbelieving eyes. Isn't that too big? Yes, Alaric smiled. and I admit it is quite huge. There are so many people living in there, after all. As they approached the massive gates, which Shakoka could only describe as a metal moving wall, they swung open silently, as if by magic. A guard in a simple but clean uniform approached the carriage, his gaze sharp but respectful. He peered inside and saw Alaric. "Master Kenway," the guard, Gerald, said with a small smile and a nod. "Gerald." Alaric returned the nod. Gerald signaled for the coachman to proceed. This was their standard protocol, a quick visual confirmation, regardless of who was driving. Every person on the estate, from the coachman to the cooks, was a capable fighter, but discipline and vigilance were never neglected. As the carriage rolled through the gates and into the grand courtyard, Shakoka saw a sight that amazed him even more. People, hundreds of them, moving with purpose. Some were sparring in open areas, their movements swift and powerful. Others were tending to the immaculate gardens, their work diligent and focused. It was like a tribe, a busy, powerful community of white and black people, all living and working together in a harmony he had never witnessed before. The carriage finally came to a halt before the mansion's grand entrance. As they stepped out, Alaric turned to the still awestruck Shakoka. "Welcome to Narnia." "Narnia?" Cassandra raised an eyebrow. "What's that?" "Ahem. Never mind," Alaric cleared his throat. "Anyway, let's head inside, Shakoka." He led the Iroquois warrior and Cassandra through the massive front doors and into the grand foyer. "A glass of water, please," he requested of a passing staff member, who bowed and hurried off. Alaric then guided Shakoka to a comfortable, well-appointed guest room. Shakoka looked around, his eyes wide with wonder at the ornate Baroque designs carved into the high ceiling, the fine furniture, the soft carpets. "Is this where people sleep?" he asked, his voice filled with awe. "It is," Alaric confirmed, gesturing to the large, soft bed. "Lay your brother down here. He will be more comfortable." Alaric then looked at Shakoka, his expression softening. "I heard what you said to the doctor. That you were cast out by your people. You are welcome to stay here, Shakoka, for as long as you need." Shakoka looked at Alaric, then at Cassandra, then around the magnificent room. He was a proud warrior, but he was also a man with a dying brother and nowhere else to go. He gave a slow, grateful, and reluctant nod. Just then, the staff member returned with a silver tray holding a single, elegant glass of crystal clear water. Alaric took the glass, and the staff member excused himself. Alaric turned back to Shakoka, his expression becoming serious. Cassandra stood beside him, her presence a silent, supportive pillar. "Shakoka," Alaric began, his voice calm and steady, "my blood is different from other people's. A single drop of it can cure any disease, any illness." Shakoka's eyes narrowed, his hope instantly warring with a deep, ingrained suspicion. He understood immediately what Alaric was implying. "You mean?" Shakoka's hand instinctively went to the hilt of the dagger hidden at his waist. His brow furrowed, his face darkening with anger. "This is witchcraft. Dark magic. I will not have you curse my brother with your foul blood." He tried to draw his blade, to defend his brother from this strange, powerful man and his unnatural remedies. But his hand wouldn't move. The dagger was stuck fast in its sheath, as if held by an invisible force. He looked up, his eyes widening in alarm as he saw Alaric's own eyes. They were no longer blue. They were a deep, spinning crimson. "You don't need to be violent, Shakoka," Alaric said, his voice still gentle, though it now carried an undeniable weight of power. "I am telling you the truth." He released whatever hold he had on the warrior, and his eyes returned to their normal color. "I swear this to you," he continued, his gaze unwavering. "If I am not telling the truth, if this fails to cure your brother, or if it is some trick, I will offer my own life to your blade. You may kill me without resistance." Shakoka stared at Alaric, his heart pounding. The oath, the sheer conviction in the man's eyes, it was a warrior's promise, a bond of honor he understood. He looked down at his still, feverish brother, then back at Alaric. There was no other way. He took a deep, shuddering breath and slowly, reluctantly, nodded his acceptance. Alaric smiled faintly. He focused a sliver of chakra into his fingertip, creating a blade of wind no larger than a needle. He made a small, clean cut on his wrist. A single, perfect drop of crimson blood welled up and fell into the glass of water, dissolving instantly, leaving no trace. The cut on his wrist healed just as quickly, leaving not even a scar. He then walked to the bed, holding the glass. The most difficult part was now. He gently cradled Diganoida's head, tilting it back slightly. He used a precise application of chakra to gently part the child's lips, then, with infinite care, he began to pour the water, drop by drop, into the boy's mouth, ensuring he swallowed without choking. Shakoka and Cassandra watched, their breath held, the silence in the room absolute. The effect was instantaneous. The moment the last drop was swallowed, the fever that had raged through Diganoida's small body broke. The angry, red flush on his skin faded, replaced by a healthy, natural color. The thick, gray membrane at the back of his throat seemed to simply dissolve into nothingness. His shallow, ragged breathing deepened, becoming slow, even, and peaceful. He was healed, completely. Shakoka stared, his eyes wide with a joy so profound it was painful. A single, choked sob escaped his lips, then another. He fell to his knees, his head bowed, the tears he had held back for so long finally streaming down his face, a torrent of overwhelming relief and gratitude. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 182, Chapter 181, Chakra. Current balance, 419,516,564s. 2D. With the miraculous healing of Diganoida complete and Shakoka's tearful gratitude still echoing in the quiet guest room, Alaric and Cassandra took their leave, allowing the reunited brothers a moment of peace. They walked side by side through the grand, sunlit corridors of the Kenway mansion, their footsteps silent on the polished wooden floors. Cassandra, who had observed the entire impossible event with a quiet, analytical intensity, finally broke the silence. Agpi Mao, how do you do it? She asked, her voice a soft murmur. She stopped walking, turning to face him, her ancient amber eyes filled with a profound, searching curiosity. I've seen you fight 2,000 soldiers with ease, fly through the heavens, reverse the very flow of time on a man's body, and now you cure a fatal illness with a single drop of your blood. She took a step closer, her gaze unwavering. Are you, a god? The question, so direct and filled with genuine wonder, was heavy in the air between them. Alaric stopped as well, looking at the beautiful, immortal warrior before him. He saw the awe in her eyes, the same awe he'd seen in the faces of his family, his friends, even his enemies. A faint, almost weary smile touched his lips. A god. He repeated, raising an eyebrow before letting out a soft chuckle. No, I'm no god, my love, just a normal human who hit the jackpot. Jackpot. Cassandra's brow furrowed slightly, the unfamiliar English idiom a puzzle to her. She shook her head, a small smile of her own appearing. You always have your own way with words. I guess, Alaric smiled back, and they resumed their walk towards the wing where Caroline was resting. Are you curious what I did to heal Shakoka's brother? Cassandra nodded, falling into step beside him. Of course. It was unlike anything I have ever witnessed. As I said, Alaric began, his tone becoming more serious, my blood isn't like that of a normal human. It can heal all kinds of diseases and illnesses, treat life-threatening injuries. He glanced at her, a flicker of the loneliness he'd once confessed to her passing through his eyes. But in the end, I'm still just me. Still normal. Normal. Cassandra echoed, her voice filled with a gentle, loving skepticism. Yep, Alaric confirmed with a final, confident nod as they reached the heavy oak door of Caroline's room. He could sense the numerous, familiar life signatures within. He paused, his hand on the doorknob, and gave Cassandra a small, reassuring smile before pushing the door open and stepping inside. A few minutes before Alaric and Cassandra's arrival, the atmosphere inside Caroline's bedroom was a fragile mixture of joy and sorrow. The room was bright and airy, the large windows letting in the warm afternoon light, and the bouquets of wildflowers Eleanor and Lynette had insisted on picking now filled several vases, their vibrant colors a cheerful contrast to the heavy emotions in the room. Caroline was propped up against a mountain of soft pillows, her infant daughter, Jenny, cradled gently in her arms. She looked pale and exhausted, but her eyes were clear, lucid, and filled with a profound, heart-wrenching sadness. Around her bed sat her mother, Elizabeth, and her sister, Avelini, along with the entire Kenway family, Reuben, Flavia, and Tholani. She had just finished telling them everything. Her voice, weak but steady, had recounted the entire nightmarish journey. She spoke of finding the dark sphere in the Iroquois lands, of the intoxicating whispers of power that had promised her the means to protect her family, to create a perfect, orderly world. She described her travels, the faces of the people she had manipulated, the kingdoms she had bent to her will. She spoke of the growing obsession, the loss of herself, the final, terrifying confrontation with Alaric in the heart of a Korean palace. When she finished, a heavy silence filled the room. And then I woke up here, she whispered, her gaze dropping to the sleeping baby in her arms. She looked around the room, at the concerned faces of her family. How did I get back? Was it because of Alaric? How are you all here, in Pennsylvania? The last I remember of you all was in Bristol. They answered her questions gently, piece by piece. They told her of the Crown's betrayal, of the raid on the Kenway estate, of their desperate flight across the Atlantic. They told her of Alaric's impossible return, of how he had brought her back, broken and unconscious, from the other side of the world. Caroline listened, each word another weight on her already burdened soul. She looked at Reuben, a flicker of surprise in her tear-filled eyes. Reuben, you have a wife. Reuben flushed slightly, glancing at Flavia, who offered Caroline a small, supportive smile. Yes, Reuben said quietly. We found each other. Tholani, seeing the brief, almost normal exchange, tried to lighten the mood. What about me, Caroline? He asked, a rare, gentle teasing in his deep voice. Caroline managed a weak, watery smile. Oh, Tholani, she replied softly. I knew about you and Avelini before I even left. It was as clear as day. A wave of soft, gentle laughter went through the room, breaking the heavy tension. Avelini blushed deeply, while Tholani just smiled, a quiet contentment in his eyes. But the laughter was short-lived. Caroline's smile faded, her expression crumbling as the full weight of her guilt crashed down on her again. I am so sorry, she sobbed, clutching Jenny closer. The things I did, the people I hurt, I was a monster. The happy atmosphere vanished, replaced by a somber, helpless silence. No one knew what to say, how to comfort a pain so deep. It was in that moment that a soft knock sounded at the door. The door swung open, revealing Alaric and Cassandra. They stepped inside, their presence instantly shifting the energy in the room. Alaric's gaze swept over the scene, taking in Caroline's tear-streaked face, the somber expressions of his family, and he understood immediately. The time for quiet comfort was over. It was time for a different kind of healing. Alaric walked calmly to Caroline's bedside, Cassandra following a step behind. He offered a gentle smile to the weeping woman. "Hello, Caroline." He turned to Cassandra, his hand gesturing towards her. "This is Cassandra," he said, his voice soft but clear. "She is my love, the one who completes me." If this were the modern era, such a heartfelt, almost cheesy declaration might have drawn cringes. But here, in this room filled with raw emotion, it was a statement of profound sincerity. A warm, genuine smile touched Eleanor's lips, and even Leonard nodded in gruff approval. Cassandra stepped forward, her ancient amber eyes filled with a wisdom that seemed to calm the very air in the room. She looked at Caroline, not with pity, but with a deep, knowing empathy. "I am Cassandra," she said, her voice a soothing balm. "Once, they called me the Eagle-Bearer, a Misthias of Sparta. Now, I am the one who will stand beside Alaric, wherever his path may lead." She sat gently on the edge of the bed, her gaze never leaving Caroline's. "I have heard about what happened to you," Cassandra continued softly. "Alaric told me of the apple. I know of its power. It whispers to you, promises you the world, shows you a path to a perfect order that seems so right, so necessary. It makes you believe its will is your own. You feel powerful, in control, but in truth, you are the one being controlled. You are a passenger in your own life, watching through a haze as another hand guides your actions. It is a terrible, insidious poison." Caroline stared at this stranger, this impossibly beautiful and poised woman, and felt an instant, inexplicable connection. Cassandra's words weren't just a summary of events, they were a perfect description of the nightmare she had lived. She felt understood. Alaric smiled at the immediate bond forming between them. He stepped closer, his own voice adding a layer of firm reassurance. "Cassandra is right, Caroline. You are not at fault. Humans were never meant to wield such power. The apple preys on our best intentions, our desires to protect, to create a better world, and twists them into something monstrous. What happened was not your failure, it was the artifact's nature." His words settled over the room, a final, definitive absolution. The Kenways, the Scotts, Reuben, Thulani, and Flavia all nodded slowly, the last vestiges of blame or confusion replaced by a shared understanding of the cosmic forces they were now entangled with. "By the way," Alaric said, his tone shifting, becoming lighter, a curious glint in his eye. "Do you still have your memories from when the apple was influencing your mind?" "Yes," Caroline replied, her voice hesitant, unsure where this was leading. Do you still remember how the apple made you fight me, using that sword?" Alaric continued. When Caroline nodded again, a slow, calculating smile spread across his face. "I guess this means we have another ridiculously skilled fighter within the family." "Huh? What?" A unison of surprised gasps echoed through the room. "It's just a theory," Alaric continued, his smile widening, "but most likely correct. The apple fed you millennia of combat data. You have that knowledge, that muscle memory, imprinted on your very soul now. The only issue is that your body can't keep up with your mind. With the correct foundation, the right training, you could fight just as you did in Josian." He looked around at the stunned faces, then his gaze settled on Cassandra. "Speaking of which, it's time for a little demonstration." He motioned for Cassandra to join him in the center of the spacious room. "I'm going to offer all of you a chance to build that foundation. I'm going to teach you how to use chakra." Most of them just looked confused. "Chakra?" Leonard repeated, the word foreign and strange. Alaric just grinned. "Cassandra, if you would." Cassandra raised an eyebrow but understood immediately. She walked calmly to the nearest wall, a solid, flat expanse of plaster. She took a breath, focused, and then simply walked up it. Her feet stuck to the vertical surface as if it were flat ground. She took 3 steps up, turned, and stood there, parallel to the floor, her arms crossed, looking down at the room of utterly flabbergasted people. "And if you're really, really good at it," Alaric said, his voice filled with theatrical flair, "like I am, you'll be able to do this." And then, he began to float. He rose slowly, effortlessly, from the floor, his feet dangling a few inches above the carpet, then a foot, then 2. He hovered there, a wide, smug grin on his face as he looked at the sea of shocked, disbelieving faces staring up at him. "Heh," he thought, a wave of pure, unadulterated satisfaction washing over him. "It feels nice to farm aura. Now how do I explain how I have this power? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 183, Chapter 182, Extra. Current balance, 419,516,564s. 2D. Months had passed in a whirlwind of activity and adjustment. The Kenway clan, along with their extensive household and newfound allies, had finally relocated from the relative modesty of Pensbury Manor to the impossible grandeur of their new home. The Baroque mansion, which the staff had started calling Kenway Keep, was no longer just a structure, it was a busy, self-contained community, a sanctuary carved out of the Pennsylvanian wilderness. Life within its indestructible walls settled into a new rhythm. The initial shock of the mansion's sheer scale and impossible construction had faded into a comfortable, daily awe. People no longer questioned the ever-flowing water or the lights that glowed without candle or flame, they simply accepted it as part of the strange, miraculous reality that came with being under Alaric Kenway's protection. Shakoka, the Iroquois warrior, had made his decision. After witnessing the complete and total recovery of his younger brother, Diganoida, who was now a healthy, babbling toddler adored by the women of the household, he had formally pledged his loyalty to Alaric. He saw the Kenway estate not as a gilded cage, but as a place of true strength and unexpected kindness, a community where a man was judged not by his tribe or the color of his skin, but by his character. Alaric, of course, had accepted his pledge with a gracious smile and a warm welcome. Privately, however, his motivations were a complex blend of genuine compassion and cold, long-term strategy. Yes, he was a benevolent man, a joke he often told himself with a wry smirk. But more importantly, he saw in Shakoka not just a grateful warrior, but a future leader. Through subtle conversations and observations, aided by the unerring perception of his mind's eye of the Kagura, Alaric had confirmed his initial assessment. Shakoka was intelligent, honorable, and possessed a natural charisma that could one day unite his scattered people. The life debt he now held was a powerful, unbreakable bond, an anchor for the influence Alaric intended to build among the Iroquois tribes. Yes, Shakoka and his brother were outcast or one of them, but if there's a will then there's a way. The days were filled with training. Alaric, having seen the necessity of a capable fighting force, had reinstated the grueling regimen he had started months prior. Every able-bodied person on the estate, from the auditore assassins to the youngest footmen, participated. He excluded his parents and his aunt and uncle from the most intense combat drills, focusing their training on self-defense and physical conditioning, but everyone else was forged in the fire of his clones' relentless instruction. He had also begun the process of awakening their chakra. One by one, he guided the core group: Leonard, Bernard, Eleanor, Lynette, Caroline, Thulani, Reuben, Jonathan, and Shakoka through the same meditative process he had used with Cassandra, injecting a sliver of his own energy to help them find the dormant spring within themselves. They were all quick studies, their enhanced bodies making them highly receptive, but it was Shakoka who truly excelled. The Iroquois warrior had a natural, intuitive connection to the flow of life energy, his control advancing at a rate that surprised even Alaric. Amidst all this, Alaric realized they needed more space. The mansion was vast, but his plans were vaster. He needed land for expansion, for the houses he intended to build for his friends, for the future of their growing community. And for that, he needed to have another conversation with the province's proprietor. Flashback. William Penn was enjoying a quiet lunch with his wife, Hannah, in the sunlit dining room of Pensbury Manor. The meal was simple, the conversation pleasant. It was a rare moment of peace, which was, of course, the exact moment Alaric chose to appear. He didn't teleport this time, simply arriving by carriage and letting himself in, walking into the dining room as if he owned the place, which, in a way, he financially could have but didn't have to since Penn treated him like a younger brother. He pulled up a chair, nodded a polite greeting to a slightly startled Hannah, and began piling food onto a spare plate. Penn sighed, setting down his fork. He had known Alaric long enough to recognize the signs. "Dost thou not eat lunch with thy wife?" he asked, his tone dry. Alaric, his mouth full of roasted chicken, looked up and nodded. "Yeah, usually." "So?" Penn paused, a knowing look in his eyes. "Thou art not one to simply appear out of nowhere for a social call. Thou either plans to do something, or thou art here to ask for something." Alaric swallowed, took a long drink of water, and then flashed a charming, almost cheeky smile. "You know I have a lot of people at the mansion, right?" "Yes." A single one of Penn's eyebrows rose. "So," Alaric said, leaning forward conspiratorially, "I need a small plot of land. Can you give me some?" "A small plot of land." Penn's other eyebrow joined the first. "How small?" "The same as before." "Yeah, no," the blonde smiled. "That's too small. I need a little bigger than that, about 20 times the size." "Huh." Penn choked, a piece of bread going down the wrong way. He coughed violently, his face turning a shade of red that clashed horribly with his simple Quaker attire. Hannah patted his back with concern. When he finally recovered, he stared at Alaric, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Lad, art thou serious? Why in God's name dost thou need that much land?" "I mean, I plan to build houses for Reuben and Flavia as a wedding gift, you know, things like that. Thulani and Avelini, too," Alaric explained with the nonchalant air of a man discussing the weather. "You know how much I adore those guys. I approve of their marriages." Sigh. Penn stared at Alaric for a long moment, then down at his half-eaten plate. He folded his arms, closing his eyes as if in deep, painful contemplation. The silence stretched. "All right," Penn sighed finally, opening his eyes. A shrewd, calculating glint had replaced the shock. 500,000 pounds. £500,000. Alaric leaped from his seat, his eyes wide with theatrical shock. He stood there for a dramatic second, then just as quickly, he sat back down, a casual chuckle escaping him. Sure. What was that first reaction, then, kid? Penn grinned, sensing a victory. Thou art not so rich after all. Huh. I said sure, Alaric grinned back, his own eyes twinkling with mischief. I'll just throw in an extra 100,000, just to flex. Penn was speechless. He knew Alaric was wealthy beyond comprehension, but the sheer, unadulterated boastfulness of the boy was still staggering. He let out a long, defeated sigh. Well, he muttered, shaking his head. I shall accept the money, then. Okay. Okay. Okay, kid, Penn finally said, leaning forward again. When art thou going to give me the money? Now. Flashback end, money withdrawal, 500,000. Current balance, 419,016,564s. 2D. After paying for the surrounding lots, it took quite a while for Penn to set everything up. Alaric told Penn to no longer have it indiscreet, it didn't matter anyway. Alaric already placed Funjutsu in all the perimeters so that anyone with bad intentions will never ever find the place. No one knew aside from Penn and Cassandra that Alaric bought the huge plot of land. Cassandra was so shocked at first but accepted it, maybe her husband was just that rich. Throughout Cassandra's long life, she never truly yearned for a strong and capable man. She was strength incarnate. She didn't need saving. From the day she first gripped a blade, she carved her place into history with blood and fire. She faced gods, monsters, tyrants. She lived through empires crumbling and nations reborn. And along the way, yes, she had known companionship. There was Nataka's, the man who once shared her journey. He had been quiet where she was bold, steady where she was storm. He loved her gently, without pride or demand. Their time together was peaceful, brief, and full of stolen warmth. He was a harbor, a place to rest, to breathe, to feel human again. But Alaric was not a harbor. He was the wind that filled her sails, the storm that shook her bones, the fire that reignited everything she thought she had already burned out. With Nataka's, she found a partner. With Alaric, she found an equal, and more terrifyingly, a mirror. Where Nataka's followed, Alaric stood beside her, or was the one to lead. Where Nataka's offered comfort, Alaric offered challenge. Where Nataka's calmed the chaos, Alaric thrived in it, and showed her that she could too. Nataka's admired her strength. Alaric embraced it. He pushed it, tested it, sharpened it. He trained with her not to protect her, but to compete with her, to rise with her, to burn alongside her. Nataka's offered safety. Alaric offered freedom. He gave her choices. He never tried to shield her from the fight. He handed her the sharpest blade and asked, "Will you stand with me?" Nataka's was predictable, solid, a quiet kind of love, the kind you think you'll grow old with. But Alaric, he was life in its rawest form, passionate, volatile, brilliant, infuriating. A man stitched together with secrets, scars, and relentless ambition, but who laid himself bare for her in moments that no one else saw. He laughed in the face of kings and all kinds of threats, but went quiet when she looked at him with tired eyes. He held the weight of a world-ending power, but dropped everything to kiss her forehead in the dark. And somehow, beneath all of that, despite all the madness of who he was, he made her feel safe in a way she never had before. Not because she needed protection, but because for once she didn't have to carry everything alone. No other man ever gave her that. Not even Nataka's. What Nataka's was, which was stable, kind, loyal. Alaric was more. He was more alive, more daring, more broken, maybe, but also more willing to let her see every piece. She didn't fall for Alaric because he was powerful. She fell for him because, somehow, in a world where she had always stood apart, he reached her anyway. And now, every glance, every whispered plan, every breathless moment between battles. She didn't just want him, she ached for him. Because Alaric wasn't just someone she loved. He was the one who made her feel everything again. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 184, Chapter 183, Extra 2. Current balance, 419,016,564s. 2D. January 1, 1715. To the rest of the British Empire, it was just another cold winter's day. The official start of the new year was still months away, a date marked on the calendar for late March. But at Kenway Keep, the grand Baroque mansion that now stood as the heart of a burgeoning, independent power in Pennsylvania, today was a day of celebration. Alaric, a man from another time, held to his own traditions. The estate was alive with a splendor that would have made European royalty envious. Hundreds of guests milled about the sprawling grounds, their fine silks and velvets a vibrant splash of color against the crisp winter landscape. The front and back yards, the grand halls, every space not deemed private was filled with tables laden with delicacies Alaric had introduced to his chefs, their exotic aromas mingling with the scent of wood smoke from roaring fireplaces. Musicians, hired by Penn at Alaric's request, played lively tunes that drifted on the cool air, a cheerful counterpoint to the low hum of conversation and laughter. The guest list was a carefully curated collection of power. Influential Quaker families from across the colonies, shrewd merchants from Philadelphia, and landowners whose influence stretched from New York to the Carolinas had all answered William Penn's invitation. It was a gathering of the most powerful figures in the English-speaking New World, a clear and deliberate show of unity. But it was the arrival of one particular guest that turned the grand celebration into a bold political statement. Isn't that the Viceroy of New Spain, right? What's he doing here? Whispers rippled through the crowd as Fernando de Lancaster, the highest authority of the Spanish crown in the Americas, strolled through the courtyard with a glass of wine in his hand, his entourage of stern-faced guards a stark, disciplined presence among the more relaxed English colonists. He heard the whispers, of course. His English was as fluent as his Spanish, and the shock on the faces of the English gentry was a source of quiet amusement. "Ah, you've arrived." The Viceroy turned, his eyes landing on a man who was walking towards him with a warm, welcoming smile. He had been told William Penn was a man of 70 years, yet the figure approaching him looked no older than 50, his step vigorous, his eyes clear and sharp. "He looks young, a lot younger than me," Fernando thought, a flicker of surprise passing through him. He maintained his own polite smile as the most influential man in the British American colonies came to a stop before him. "Sire Penn. The winds were cold, but we have safely boarded your harbor." Penn smiled and extended his hand. Fernando, accustomed to the more formal bows of his own court, was momentarily confused but took the offered hand, giving it a firm shake. "Interesting," Fernando chuckled, his eyes twinkling. "In my culture, a handshake is a sign of a deal being done. Shall I consider this as you agreeing to my terms already?" "Ha ha ha." Penn's hearty laugh boomed through the courtyard. "In this place, and as a symbol of friendship, we do this as a greeting." Fernando smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping across the magnificent estate. He saw his own men, their hands never straying far from their swords, watching him with unwavering focus. With a subtle, almost imperceptible gesture, he signaled for them to relax, to enjoy the celebration. "I must say, when we docked at the harbor, I was surprised, Sire Penn," the Viceroy commented, taking a sip of his wine. "Bustling streets, high-quality shelters, fine carriages, varieties of spices I have never seen nor smelled, jubilant and satisfied dwellers. It's a perfect soon-to-be kingdom, I must say." His gaze returned to the mansion itself. "And your palacio is grande, it is perfecto." Penn, who had been watching the crowd mingle, smiled with genuine pride. "You have my utmost thanks for the compliment, Excellency." However, the Quaker pointed towards a figure standing on a high balcony, conversing with a beautiful, dark-haired woman. "That young man is the owner of this whole place." Fernando's gaze followed Penn's pointing finger. His eyes widened. The man on the balcony was a giant, his platinum blonde hair catching the afternoon sun, his crimson coat a slash of vibrant color against the stone. That young Neo." "Yes. Mirda," Fernando couldn't help but curse under his breath. "I am assuming that we will meet with that man, then." Penn glanced at the gold pocket watch he pulled from his waistcoat. It's still 4 in the afternoon. Let's enjoy this moment to mingle with everyone here, Presidente." Fernando glanced at Penn for a second, then at the people around them, then chuckled. "Est bien, bien." 3 hours later, in Alaric's impossibly spacious office, the celebration outside was a distant, muted sound. The room was a sanctuary of quiet luxury, marble floors, white porcelain walls, a ceiling so high it seemed to touch the heavens, and a massive gold chandelier that glittered with hundreds of crystals. Books Alaric had never read lined the towering shelves. Cassandra was outside, enjoying the party, but Alaric was here with Reuben and Thulani. The three of them sat in comfortable silence, smoking celestial cigars. Alaric was behind his vast desk, while his two friends occupied plush wingback chairs before him. "So," Reuben finally said, breaking the quiet as he exhaled a plume of smoke. "Why did you call us in here, Alaric? Missing our handsome faces already?" Alaric chuckled, leaning back in his chair. "It's been almost 17 years, you know," he began, his voice softer than usual. "Since you two started following me. I was just a kid, younger than both of you." He took a drag from his cigar. "I just wanted to say thank you for the companionship." Reuben and Thulani exchanged a surprised look. This was a new, sentimental side of Alaric they rarely saw. 17 years. Reuben repeated, his brow furrowing. "And you were younger than us." He seemed to be genuinely processing this for the first time. "By the saints, you were 2 years younger. I completely forgot." Thulani let out a deep, rumbling chuckle. "I confess, I had forgotten as well. It never felt that way." All three of them laughed, the sound warm and genuine in the grand office. "I've enjoyed it, you know," Alaric continued, a nostalgic smile on his face. "All those years of training, back when we were just kids. You two complaining, me pushing you until you collapsed. Good times." Reuben's smile faded slightly, replaced by a familiar suspicion. "All right, Alaric, what's this about? Why are you getting all sentimental? Are you dying?" Thulani nodded, his expression turning serious. "Are you throwing us away now that you have a wife?" Alaric just chuckled, shaking his head. "No, you idiots." He reached under his desk and, with a grunt of effort, heaved 2 massive, bulging sacks onto the polished surface. Then another 2, and another, until 20 large, heavy sacks sat in a veritable mountain on his desk. Reuben, Thulani, he said, his smile returning, you two should go ahead and think about marrying your lovers soon. This, he gestured to the mountain of money, is my wedding gift to you. In advance. Reuben and Thulani stared. They had seen wealth, lived in it, but they had never seen this much physical cash in one place. They were utterly speechless. We damn we can't take this, Larrick, Reuben finally managed, shaking his head. We don't deserve this. He's right, Thulani agreed, his voice a low rumble of conviction. Nonsense, Alaric insisted. Consider it your accumulated yearly allowance that you never received from me. He leaned forward, a teasing glint in his eye. And when you two officially get married and have kids, I'll raise it. How much? Reuben asked immediately, his practical nature overriding his shock. Thulani shot him a look. Have you no shame? Reuben just shrugged. A man has to know. Alaric laughed. That, he said, pointing to the sacks, is 850,000 reals each. Your yearly allowance has been 50,000. If you have children, I'll add 10,000 per year, per child. He grinned. Have 100 kids, you'll get $1 million a year. They both sighed at his absurd joke, but then their expressions turned serious. This won't be the first time we say this, Larrick, Reuben began, his voice filled with a deep, unwavering sincerity, but we are grateful. That you chose us. That we followed you. Alaric just smiled. You can use that to build your own houses, your own manors, on the land around the keep. Reuben and Thulani exchanged a look, then turned back to Alaric, their expressions identical. Why would we do that? Reuben asked, genuinely confused. That's just wasting money. The food here is free and delicious, Thulani added, nodding. The baths are unlimited. Why would we buy a house when we already live in paradise? Reuben grinned, standing up. Thank you for the money, though. With that, he and Thulani began to haul the heavy sacks out of the office, leaving Alaric alone. Oh. Alaric was surprised at first but smirked, leaning back in his chair and taking a final, satisfying drag from his cigar. Wait until your wives start nagging you for a house of your own, he thought, a knowing chuckle escaping his lips. Money withdrawal, 53,125 1,700,000 reals. Current balance, 418,963,435 fours. 2D. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 185, Chapter 184, Extra 3. Current balance, 418,963,435 fours. 2D. Minutes after Thulani and Reuben got out of Alaric's office, Alaric still stayed. He had one more business to attend, a meeting with a certain viceroy. Alaric stood by the tall window, not looking into the room, but out at the celebration below. He wasn't watching the powerful men Pen was entertaining, his gaze was fixed on a group of women gathered in the garden. Cassandra was there, laughing, her head thrown back, a genuine, unburdened sound. She was surrounded by Flavia, Eleanor, Lynette, Avelini, Caroline, and Elizabeth, their conversation animated and joyful. He saw them include some of the maids in their circle, their laughter mingling. A warmth spread through Alaric's chest, a deep, quiet joy that was more potent than any power he possessed. The heavy oak door to the office opened, breaking his reverie. He turned as William Penn entered, followed closely by the viceroy, Fernando de Lancaster. They were talking quietly, a final exchange of diplomatic pleasantries. When Fernando looked up and saw Alaric, he paused. From the courtyard, Alaric had seemed like a distant, impressive figure. Up close, on the same level, the effect was overwhelming. The man was a giant, his 6 feet 4 inches frame exuding an aura of power that was utterly at odds with his youth. His platinum hair seemed to catch the light, and his blue eyes, when they finally turned to meet Fernando's, were sharp and piercing, holding an unnerving intelligence that made Fernando self-conscious. The viceroy, a man who had commanded armies and stood before kings, felt an involuntary jolt, a primal instinct screaming that he was in the presence of a predator. Larrick, good timing. Penn smiled, gesturing towards the Spaniard. Allow me to introduce a friend. Viceroy, Captain General, and representative of the Spanish crown's highest authority. Fernando waited, expecting some reaction, a bow, a respectful greeting, the usual fawning that accompanied his titles. But the young man simply watched him, a faint, unreadable smile on his lips. There was no awe, no deference. It was as if Fernando's titles, his power, were completely irrelevant. Buenas noches, my name is Fernando de Lancaster Noro y Silva, the viceroy finally said, forcing a smile that felt tight on his face. He was surprised at himself, at the nervous flutter in his own chest. He, who had faced down assassins and pirates, was unnerved by a man 2 decades his junior. Buenas noches, Señor Marcos de Gaubi. I am Alaric Jonathan Kenway, the blonde replied, his Spanish perfect, his voice a calm, resonant baritone. He extended a hand. Welcome to Philadelphia. Oh, Fernando took the offered hand, his mind still reeling. That's it. Yes. A single one of Alaric's eyebrows rose. Is something wrong? Alaric glanced at the Quaker, but William Penn just shrugged slightly, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. I mean, young man, Fernando began, gesturing around the opulent office, trying to regain his footing. You own this large house, La Casa Más Grande I've ever seen in my life. He looked Alaric up and down. What is it that you do? What is your talo? Achievements? Do you have a negocio that made you so rich? Is this all your padre's money? Surprised by the barrage of questions, Alaric looked at Fernando, then at Pen, then back at Fernando. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. Yeah, I forgot I was talking to an official of an empire, Alaric smiled. Silly me. I don't have that many achievements, Sayar. Maybe. I have pulled my family out of poverty. I value that achievement. Pen and Fernando listened intently as he continued. Another achievement of mine would be that I'm surrounded by people that I care about, people that don't betray me, and people that care for me. Alaric's voice was serious, his gaze drifting back to the window for a fraction of a second, to the image of Cassandra laughing in the garden. Back then, I had no one, just my phone and a tissue in an old apartment filled with mold. Now, I will never not thank Cammy for giving me a second chance I don't deserve. I'm actually delighted to hear that, Laric. William Penn smiled. It was not what I expected to hear, but I was not disappointed. Espera, you said you pulled your family out of poverty. Does that mean this huge mansion, the fiestas you throw, it's all your hard-earned dinero? Fernando stared at Alaric, his eyes searching for the truth. Seeing Alaric's simple nod, Fernando pressed his final question. What is your negocio, Mijo? Oh, that. Alaric replied with a nonchalant shrug, as if discussing something utterly trivial. The celestial products. You know, celestial tea, celestial salve, cigars. That was all it took. The name, whispered in the highest courts of Europe and the richest merchant houses of the New World, a brand synonymous with miracle cures and impossible quality. What? Fernando de Alencastre, Viceroy of New Spain, a man of impeccable composure and immense power, exploded, his voice cracking as he stared at the young man before him as if he had just claimed to be God himself. The Viceroy's outburst echoed in the vast office, his carefully constructed diplomatic facade shattered. He stared at Alaric, his mind racing, connecting the impossible dots. This young man, this Kenway wasn't just wealthy. He was the source of the miracle products that were already causing seismic shifts in global trade and politics. Penn, ever the calm center of the storm, simply took a slow sip of his tea, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Fernando finally regained a measure of his composure, though his face was still flushed with shock. He sank into one of the plush wingback chairs, running a hand over his face. The predator he had sensed earlier was not just a predator, he was a leviathan. So, the Viceroy began, his voice a low, intense murmur. It is you. You are the one behind, Celestial. He looked from Alaric to Penn, then back again. Sayar Penn, you have been holding a very powerful card close to your chest. A man must have his secrets, Excellency, Penn replied smoothly. Alaric just smiled, pulling out his cigar case. He offered one to Fernando, who took it automatically, his movements still slightly dazed. Alaric lit both their cigars with a familiar snap of his fingers, the small act of impossible fire doing little to calm the Viceroy's racing mind. Now that the introductions are out of the way, Alaric said, leaning back in his own chair and crossing his legs, perhaps we can discuss why you are truly here, Sayar Viceroy. I doubt you traveled all this way just to admire my house. Fernando took a long, steadying drag from the cigar, the rich smoke surprisingly calming. He looked at Alaric, his eyes now sharp, the shock replaced by the shrewd calculation of a seasoned statesman. He had come here to negotiate with Penn, a powerful but predictable peer. He now realized he was negotiating with a force of nature. You are correct, Sayar Kenway, Fernando said, his tone regaining its authority. I came to discuss an alliance. But my needs are significant. He sighed, the weight of his office settling back on his shoulders. New Spain is suffering. A series of poor harvests, followed by a virulent fever that swept through the southern provinces. We are facing a famine. Our people are starving, dying. We need grain, massive quantities of it. And we need medicine. He looked pointedly at Alaric. We need your celestial salves. Penn and Alaric exchanged a subtle, almost imperceptible glance. In exchange, Fernando continued, pressing his advantage, I can offer the full military support of New Spain's garrisons. The British Crown believes these colonies are isolated, vulnerable. An alliance with us changes that equation entirely. Your fledgling nation would have a powerful, established ally at its back. We can provide the grain, Alaric said, his voice cutting through the diplomatic maneuvering. How much do you need? Fernando blinked, surprised by the directness. To stabilize the region and build a reserve 500,000 bushels, at least. It was an astronomical amount, a figure he had expected to haggle over for weeks. Alaric didn't even flinch. He looked at Penn, a silent question in his eyes. Penn gave a slight, almost invisible nod. It was doable. Growing crops is too easy for me, Alaric thought, a flicker of amusement passing through him. Noragakur crop cultivation and would release make it a trivial matter. They don't need to know that. But it is doable, Alaric stated calmly. The salves as well. Consider it done. Fernando stared, speechless once again. He had come prepared for a long, arduous negotiation. This young man had just agreed to his most extreme request in less than a minute. There is more, the viceroy said, recovering quickly. By the end of 1715, New Spain needs a new fleet. Our current ships are outdated, vulnerable. We need to build, and we need to build quickly. If you can provide the resources, timber from your vast forests, and perhaps financial assistance to expedite the construction, we can secure the Caribbean against any British naval aggression. This time, it was Penn who answered. We can provide the timber and the funds, Excellency, the Quaker said smoothly. In exchange, we would propose a cultural exchange. We will send our scholars, our artisans, our teachers to your cities, and welcome yours to ours. Let us build our alliance not just on steel and gold, but on shared knowledge and mutual understanding. A soft diplomacy. Fernando considered this, a slow, appreciative smile spreading across his face. It was a brilliant move, a way to weave their two societies together, creating bonds that went deeper than a simple military pact. An inspired proposal, Sayer Penn. I agree. They discussed other matters, shared intelligence on pirate activities, the establishment of secure trade routes between their territories, a mutual defense pact against any European aggression. The alliance was taking shape, a new power bloc forming in the Americas. Finally, after hours of negotiation, Fernando de Lancaster stood up. He looked from Penn to Alaric, his expression one of profound, genuine respect. He extended his hand to William Penn, the man he had originally come to see. Que Dios bendiga a nuestro estudiante del timo ao de la alianza, William Penn, he said, his voice ringing with sincerity. Penn looked confused, glancing at Alaric for a translation. Alaric smiled. He said, May God bless our alliance. A wide, triumphant smile broke across William Penn's face. He grasped the viceroy's hand, shaking it firmly, sealing the pact that would change the future of the new world. Fernando then turned his head towards the blonde before smiling. Pueda que seas joven, pero eres un hombre capaz. No olvidar Habert conocido, Alaric Jonathan Kenway. You may be young, but you are a capable man. I will never forget meeting you, Alaric Jonathan Kenway. Seeing that the viceroy also extended his hand towards Alaric, the blonde took it and shook it. Fue un placer conocerlo, Viri Fernando de Lancaster. It was a pleasure to meet you, Viceroy Fernando de Lancaster. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 186, Chapter 185, Extra 4, R18. Current balance, 418,963,435 fours. 2D. The grand celebration at Kenway Keep continued long into the evening, but in the quiet sanctuary of Alaric's private office, the real work was just beginning. The air was thick with the rich, aromatic smoke of celestial cigars, mingling with the complex notes of a fine Spanish wine that Fernando had insisted on sharing. Alaric leaned back in his massive chair behind the desk, swirling the deep red liquid in his glass, the crystal catching the light from the chandeliers. Across from him, William Penn sat with a look of quiet satisfaction, while the viceroy, Fernando de Lancaster, seemed to have finally recovered from his earlier shock, his expression now one of keen, calculating interest. The alliance was forged. He got out of the room and went on to enjoy the rest of the night before heading out. The grain, then, Alaric began, his voice was a calm rumble that cut through the comfortable silence. He looked at Penn. What crops did you have in mind to send to New Spain? The famine relief is our first priority. Penn set his wine glass down, his fingers steepling as he considered the logistics. To provide immediate and sustainable relief, we should focus on a diverse supply. Corn, of course, for its hardiness and yield. Wheat, for flour. Beans and squash, for sustenance. But also cash crops to help their local economy recover: cacao, sugarcane, tobacco, perhaps even cotton. He looked at Alaric, a thoughtful expression on his face. To produce the 500,000 bushels the viceroy requires, and to establish these new crop lines, I will grant you an additional 400,000 hectares of provincial land. Alaric nearly choked on his wine. He took a quick sip to cover his surprise, then let out a low chuckle. 400,000 hectares. He said, shaking his head. William, my friend, I am meant to be the leader of an elite task force, not the biggest farmer in the New World. Well, thou art a businessman first, art thou not? Penn countered with a sly grin. And this is a most profitable business, both for our alliance and for the soul. Alaric smirked and took another sip of his wine, not refuting the point. He rose from his chair, the crimson coat settling around his shoulders, and walked towards the tall window that overlooked the gardens. The party was still in full swing below, a sea of flickering torches and laughing guests. His eyes, however, found her immediately. Cassandra was in the center of a circle of women, a radiant smile on her face as she laughed at something Lynette had said. A nobleman, a guest from one of the other colonies whom Alaric didn't recognize, was clearly trying to ingratiate himself into her circle. He was handsome enough, Alaric supposed, in a conventional, foppish sort of way. The man leaned in, his hand moving to rest possessively on Cassandra's waist. Alaric just shook his head, a flicker of pity in his eyes as he took a slow drag from his cigar. Poor bastard. May his soul find peace. But Cassandra's smile didn't falter. She didn't even look at the man. With a movement so swift and subtle it was almost invisible, she flicked the back of her hand against his wrist. It wasn't a slap, it was a precise, targeted strike. A sharp, sickening crack echoed, audible even from the office. The nobleman cried out, stumbling back, clutching his shattered wrist, his face a mask of agony and disbelief. "One thing I can say when people ask me about Cassandra," Penn's voice came from beside him. The Quaker had joined him at the window, observing the scene with a look of profound respect. "Never mess with that woman. She bested Reuben, Thulani, Oldgate, Flavia, and Matteo all on her own, making them look like children." "I agree with you on that one," Alaric replied, a proud smile touching his lips. "Good on ya, mate," Penn said, raising his glass in a silent toast. Alaric turned from the window, his expression becoming serious again. "We don't need 400,000 hectares for the crops." Penn turned as well, his brow furrowing. "Why? What dost thou have in mind?" "Just give me 10,000 hectares, Alaric said, taking a drag from his cigar. "Grant me the ownership of the land's title. It becomes my private business, and I will make it possible that food in Pennsylvania becomes so cheap that everyone will want to live here." Penn hummed, a slow smile spreading across his face as he understood the strategy. "Just like what thou didst in Bristol." "Yup, at a larger scale this time," Alaric confirmed. "More diverse crops, more production. I already have a good number of farmers, but we'll need plenty more." He met Penn's gaze. "Tell the black community to work for me. I'll be generous with the salary." Penn didn't hesitate. "Consider it done." He took a sip of his wine. "By the by, thou shouldst set up thy celestial products here as well, why dost thou not?" "Of course," Alaric smiled. He took another long drag, a new thought surfacing. "By the way, I sent Shakoka on a mission." "A mission?" Penn's eyebrow rose. "What and where?" "The 5 Nations. The Iroquois," Alaric said, his expression neutral as he took a sip of wine. "We need intel on what the native people want, what they need, and if they have anything that may disrupt our plans." "What?" Penn nearly choked on his own wine this time. "Laric, we cannot risk a war with the Iroquois Confederacy. I have forged peace treaties with them." "We can't risk being blind either, King," Alaric replied, his tone turning serious, using the title with a deliberate weight. "We are building a kingdom. We are bordered by 2 powerful territories, New Spain to the south and the Iroquois to the north and west. We cannot afford to be ignorant of our neighbors." He saw the conflict in Penn's eyes and sighed. "It's not just about strategy, William. Shakoka told me of a sickness ravaging his people, the same one that nearly took his brother. A disease their healers cannot cure. They cast out the sick, banish them, out of fear." Penn's expression softened. "And thou canst heal this disease." "I healed Diganoida," Alaric stated simply. "I can heal 1,000,000 of them if I have to. But Shakoka also told me that people in his tribe are dying left and right. This isn't just a sickness, it's a plague that is tearing their society apart." He shook his head. "I could fly over there and cure them all, yes. But I am not a saint, William. I was not sent here to save the world. I am here to build a safe, prosperous life for my family. If I can achieve that and forge an unbreakable alliance with the most powerful native confederacy on this continent by curing their plague, well, that is a strategic opportunity one will not ignore." Penn stared at Alaric, at the cold, brilliant logic that intertwined with a strange, almost reluctant, compassion. He finally nodded, a look of profound understanding on his face. "Oh, right," Alaric said, his tone shifting back to casual as he drained his wine glass. "About the kingdom. What are you gonna call it?" Penn took the last sip of his own wine, setting the glass down on the table with a soft click. "I already have a name for it," he said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "It's a surprise." "What?" Alaric raised his brows as he watched Penn walk out of the room. "It better be a good name." Penn just chuckled, lifting a hand in a farewell gesture without looking back. Alaric could only shake his head, a feeling of dread mixing with his amusement. R18. The grand celebration at Kenway Keep thrummed with life outside, the music and laughter of the guests drifting faintly through the thick stone walls. It was almost 8 in the evening, but people were still lingering around. The vibrant lights, delicious meals and liquor made them want to stay. Alaric stood alone in his office, the echo of William Penn's parting words lingering in his mind. He shook his head with a wry chuckle, muttering, "Seriously. I'd migrate away if he names it the Kingdom of Penanya or some shit." The heavy oak door creaked open, and Cassandra slipped inside, her presence igniting the quiet room like a spark. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, catching the chandelier's crystal light, and her deep green gown clung to her curves, accentuating the faint, barely noticeable swell of her belly, a subtle hint of the life growing inside her, perhaps slowed by her half-ISU lineage. Her eyes, sharp and hungry, locked onto Alaric's, a wicked smirk curling her lips. "Penn left you in a mood, didn't he?" she teased, closing the door with a soft click, muffling the party's noise. Months of abstinence had left them both pent up, the air between them crackling with pent-up desire. Alaric's grin was feral, his gaze raking over her. "You have no idea," he growled, setting his empty wine glass on the desk. "That dress is fucking dangerous, Cassandra." His eyes lingered on her form, the slight curve of her pregnancy only intensifying his hunger. He didn't know why her bump was so small, maybe her ISU blood slowed things down, but it drove him wild to see her like this, radiant and carrying his child. She sauntered toward him, hips swaying with deliberate intent. Good, she purred, stopping close enough for her breath to graze his lips. Because I'm done waiting. Her voice was thick with need, months of restraint fueling the fire in her eyes. Alaric's hands found her waist, pulling her flush against him, careful not to press too hard on her belly. His lips crashed into hers, a desperate, ravenous kiss that tasted of wine and longing. She moaned into his mouth, her fingers tangling in his platinum hair, tugging hard enough to make him groan. Fuck, I've missed this, he muttered between kisses, his hands roaming her back, itching to tear the gown off. Me too, she gasped, her nails digging into his shoulders. I'm horny, Alaric. Fuck me. He spun her around, pressing her gently but firmly against the edge of his massive desk, mindful of her condition but unable to hold back his desire. He hiked up her gown, revealing her bare skin, no undergarments, just as he liked. No panties. He chuckled darkly, delivering a light spank to her ass, making her gasp. You're killing me. Only for you, she shot back, her voice dripping with challenge. Another spank followed, firmer, and she moaned loudly, the sound echoing in the opulent office. Alaric's fingers slid between her thighs, finding her pussy drenched, her arousal coating his hand after months of pent-up need. God damn, you're soaked, he growled, unzipping his trousers and freeing his rock-hard cock, throbbing from weeks of restraint. He positioned himself behind her, teasing her entrance with the tip before thrusting in deep, filling her completely. Cassandra cried out, her hands gripping the desk's edge as he set a steady but intense pace, each thrust a release of their shared hunger. Alaric. Fuck. She screamed, her moans unrestrained, the months of abstinence amplifying every sensation. He spanked her again, each slap drawing louder cries, her ass reddening under his hand. Harder. She begged, pushing back against him, her pussy clenching around his dick. He grabbed her hair, pulling her head back gently as he leaned over her, his other hand wrapping around her throat, squeezing just enough to make her pulse race. You love this, don't you? He growled in her ear, his thrusts deep and deliberate, careful not to overwhelm her pregnant body. Yes, I fucking love it. She shouted, her voice breaking with pleasure. Her body trembled, the desk creaking under their weight as he fucked her with a controlled ferocity, her cries filling the room. Wanting more, Alaric pulled her upright, his cock still buried inside her. Walk to the window, he ordered, his voice thick with dominance. Cassandra whimpered, her legs shaky from the intensity, but she obeyed, each step a delicious torment as his dick moved inside her. They reached the tall window, the faint torchlight from the party below casting shadows across her skin. He pressed her gently against the glass, her breasts flattening against the cool surface, and resumed pounding into her with measured strength. Alaric. Oh gods. She screamed, her body quaking as an orgasm tore through her pussy spasming around him. The sensation pushed him over the edge, and he came hard, his cum flooding her, their shared climax a release of months of pent-up desire. But his cock stayed hard, pulsing with need. He lifted her carefully, her legs wrapping around his waist as he held her up, mindful of her belly, and continued fucking her mid-air. It's so deep. She shouted, her voice raw with ecstasy. It's gonna tear me apart. Fuck, he grunted, his thrusts relentless but controlled, driving her to another peak. Her screams echoed as she came again, her juices mixing with his cum. He followed, spilling inside her once more, the intensity leaving them both panting. Still hard, he carried her to the bed, laying her down gently before climbing on top. He kissed her deeply, his smirk wicked as he positioned his cock at her asshole. Cassandra's eyes widened, a flicker of nervousness crossing her face. Alaric, she whispered, her voice soft but trusting, let's try it my other hole. He smiled, kissing her tenderly, his touch careful as he began to enter her slowly. The stretch was intense, and she screamed, tears springing to her eyes. It hurts. She cried, her voice breaking. It's okay, he murmured, kissing away her tears, his movements slow and gentle. Breathe, love. Inch by inch, he filled her, soothing her with soft words until the pain blended into pleasure. Cassandra's cries turned to moans, her body relaxing as she adjusted to the sensation. Fuck, you're so tight, Alaric groaned, starting to move, slow at first, then faster, keeping his thrusts measured to avoid discomfort. Cassandra's moans grew louder, her hands clutching the sheets as pleasure overtook her. Yes, Alaric. She gasped, her body rocking with his movements. Yes, 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 yes. He reached down, rubbing her clit gently in time with his thrusts, pushing her toward another climax. Come for me, he commanded, and she did, her ass clenching around him as she screamed, her orgasm shaking her to her core. Alaric followed, his release flooding her, the intensity leaving them both trembling. They collapsed together, breathless and slick with sweat, Cassandra nestled against his chest, her small bump a quiet reminder of their shared future. You're too much, she panted, a tired smile on her lips. Heh, sorry. Alaric grinned. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 187, Chapter 186, Slice of Life, Extra 5. Current balance, 418,963,435 fours. 2D. The next morning, the first rays of a cold January sun filtered through the tall windows of the master bedroom. Alaric woke up slowly. The deep, dreamless sleep was a welcome respite after the whirlwind of the previous day. He turned his head, a soft smile touching his lips as he looked at Cassandra, who was still fast asleep beside him. Her dark hair was a stark, beautiful contrast against the white linen sheets. She was naked, the blankets having been kicked away during the night. Her warrior's body was a masterpiece of strength and grace even in repose. I love you, he thought. The sentiment was a quiet and powerful hum in his chest. He leaned over, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. She let out a soft, contented groan but didn't stir. Alaric chuckled silently. He slipped out of bed, the cool air raising goosebumps on his bare skin. He stretched, his joints popping, then dropped to the floor, beginning his morning routine of push-ups, the movements swift and silent. After working up a light sweat, he got up from his position. He formed a familiar hand sign. Suetun, full bathing jutsu. A swirl of water enveloped him, but it felt thin, lacking its usual cleansing power. He frowned. He checked the Fuinjutsu seal on his shoulder, the one linked to his personal supplies, and unsealed the familiar bottles. They were empty. He sighed, a rare flicker of annoyance crossing his features. He walked out onto the large marble balcony connected to their bedroom, pulling on a simple pair of trousers. The view was breathtaking. The mansion was situated on an elevated, secluded part of the land, and from here, he could see the entire city of Philadelphia spread out below, a blanket of white under a fresh layer of snow, the morning fog clinging to the Delaware River in the distance. He could fly, yes, but there was a quiet beauty in simply standing here, observing the world from a distance. He opened the system interface, the blue screen a familiar, comforting presence in the cold air. Oh yeah, he thought, his annoyance fading as a new idea took hold. I should probably buy enough for everyone in this mansion, and gift some to Pen and the others too. Shampoo plus conditioner, sachet 10 ml, 1D. Quantity, 5000x. Liquid bathing soap, sachet 20 ml, 1D. Quantity, 10,000x. Total deduction, 62 tens. 0D. Current balance, 418,963,372 14ths. 2D. With a mental command, the vast quantity of sachets was deposited directly into his personal storage seal, a space far larger and more complex than the ones he had given his clones. Speaking of which, Alaric focused inward, accessing the master seal that linked him to his 4 shadow clones scattered across Europe. He had sent them on a mission with a vast inventory and a simple command, sell. He expected them to still be working, slowly building their networks. He checked the linked storage dimension. It was empty. Oh shit, they've finished selling. Alaric exclaimed, his eyes widening in genuine shock. He had given them enough product to supply few large countries for a year. Damn, what the hell? They're surely enjoying their lives right now. They're quick. He murmured, a slow grin spreading across his face. Without any further delay, he activated the deposit function. Plus 340,586,026 16ths. Current balance, 759,549,399 tens. 2D. Alaric stared at the balance in the system. He looked out at the view of the city. He looked back at the system. Wait the fucking minute, he muttered, a vein throbbing in his temple. Why the fuck is the 100 million pounds missing? His mind raced. Shouldn't the total profit be around 440 million? He calculated quickly. Fuck, did the clones spend that much money? On what? Gold-plated carriages? An army of personal chefs. Gritting his teeth, Alaric lifted his hand and performed a single hand sign. He didn't dispel the clones, he simply opened a direct, one-way channel to their memories. Information flooded his mind. Clone 1 in Bristol had not only sold out but had used the profits to discreetly buy out several key shipping companies, creating a new, legitimate business front. Clone 2 in Lisbon had become a beloved, if mysterious, benefactor, funding orphanages and gaining the trust of both the local assassins and, amusingly, several high-ranking Templars who loved his celestial cigars. Clones 3 and 4 in London and Rome had done much the same, weaving themselves into the fabric of their respective cities, living lives of opulent but effective merchant princes. What the fuck? Did I miscalculate? Alaric wondered, leaning against the cold balcony railing. The anger faded, replaced by a grudging admiration. His clones weren't just selling, they were building empires. Damn, but still, I'm now close to being a billionaire in pounds. Not that it matters, he thought, a familiar sense of detachment settling over him. He went back inside the bedroom. I wonder if the maids cleaned everything up. It was messy last night. But an hour later, Cassandra was still sleeping soundly. Alaric, now fully dressed, made his way down to the grand living room. The aftermath of the previous night's grand celebration was still evident. Maids moved quietly through the vast space, cleaning, polishing, and setting things to right. He could see the exhaustion on their faces, but they worked with a quiet diligence. I should probably start increasing everyone's salary, Alaric thought, just as Jonathan appeared, already looking composed and in command despite the late night. Especially Jonathan. He's had it rough managing everything in this mansion. Coffee, Master Alaric? Jonathan asked, his voice a calm murmur. Please, Alaric nodded. Oh, you're up. Alaric turned to see his uncle Bernard and Aunt Lynette descending the grand staircase. Bernard was yawning widely, while Lynette walked with the straight-backed posture of a noblewoman, looking as fresh as if she'd had a full night's sleep. Good morning, UNC, Auntie. Good morning, lad. Good morning, Laric. The two joined him, sinking into one of the plush sofa arrangements. They picked up newspapers from the coffee table, the comfortable silence of family settling over them. One by one, the others began to emerge, drawn by the smell of fresh coffee and the promise of a quiet morning. Soon, the living room was filled with the core members of their strange, extended family, all sipping either coffee or celestial tea. The men lit their cigars, the rich smoke mingling with the aroma of the tea, a scent that had become the signature of the Kenway household. Alaric looked around at the faces his parents, his aunt and uncle, Reuben and Flavia, Thulani and Avelini, Matteo, Caroline and her mother. A warm, unfamiliar feeling spread through his chest. There was not a day that passed when he wasn't grateful for this second chance, for these people. By the way, Alaric said, his voice cutting through the quiet chatter. I'm planning to make a warehouse filled with products again. Penn also entrusted me with a couple of 1,000 hectares for farming. We're going to restart our brand, and make money. A ripple of excitement went through the room. Oh. Finally. Damn, more money, huh. It was getting boring lately. The voices were all positive, eager. Alaric smiled. There was already a vast, empty space in the underground facility, ready to be filled. The vault in this house was massive, far larger than the one in Bristol. I should visit Bristol these days, he thought, taking a final, satisfying drag from his cigar. Just then, Bernard and Lynette, who had been quietly reading their respective newspapers, gasped in unison. The sound was sharp, filled with such genuine shock that it cut through the relaxed atmosphere like a knife. Something happened to you. Huh. You good? Every head turned towards them. Is everything all right? Cassandra asked, descending the final steps of the grand staircase. She was dressed in a simple but elegant white dress, looking refreshed and radiant. She walked to Alaric's side, her presence a calming anchor in the suddenly tense room. Bernard and Lynette looked up from their papers, their faces pale. They exchanged a wide-eyed, horrified look, seemingly unable to speak. Alaric frowned, a flicker of concern passing through him. He reached over and took the newspaper from his uncle's trembling hand, turning to the second page, which he knew contained news from London. His eyes scanned the headline, then the article below. Alaric Jonathan Kenway. Alias, the Crimson Coat, Illinois Corvo d'Ambra. Crime, massacre of 2,000 righteous soldiers of Great Britain. Bounty, 500,000. Damn, took them long enough. The letter was obvious though, Alaric thought, cupping his chin with his hand. I should definitely visit Bristol and see how it's going. Alaric Jonathan Kenway. The shriek tore from Eleanor's throat. She shot to her feet, her face a mask of shock, fear, and a raw, maternal fury that no one in the room had ever seen before. What in the nine hells did you do? It was everyone else's turn to be shocked. Eleanor, the quiet, gentle heart of the family, was radiating an anger that was almost palpable. Relax, Ma, Alaric began, trying for a calming smile, but she wasn't having it. She snatched the newspaper from Lynette's hand, rolled it into a tight, weaponized tube, and marched over to him. Thwack, thwack, thwack. She began hitting him on the shoulder with the rolled-up paper, the blows carrying more fury than force. It did no physical damage, of course, but Alaric flinched, more from surprise than pain. Okay, stop. She stopped, glaring at him, her chest heaving. Then she hit him again, one last, emphatic time. Is it true? Why did you hit me before confirming it? Is it true? Why yes. Alaric finally admitted, raising his hands in surrender. They were going to hunt for Il Corvo d'Ambra, which is Reuben, and take over Bristol to continue the slave trade in the process. He was about to launch into a detailed, logical explanation, but Eleanor simply sank back into her seat, the fight seeming to drain out of her as quickly as it had appeared, leaving a deep, weary fear in its place. Cassandra, the 2,000-year-old warrior, was speechless. She watched the scene, a flicker of profound amusement in her ancient eyes. Alaric, the man who could shatter mountains and command armies, was being disciplined by his mother with a newspaper. To be honest, I expected more, Alaric muttered, trying to lighten the mood. Like $1 million or $2 million. Don't worry. His mother's glare returned, sharp as a dagger. Who says I'm worried about you? She snapped, her voice trembling with a different kind of fear now. I'm worried about us. The people of Pennsylvania already know of our family. We were trying to lay low here. I know we are building a kingdom to oppose Britain, but we are not there yet. Her voice rose with each word. There's no kingdom yet. Well. Alaric started, but Cassandra subtly elbowed him in the ribs. He glanced at her and saw her shake her head almost imperceptibly. His father and uncle were giving him the same intense, silent warning. He shut his mouth. Everyone in the room knew how powerful Alaric was. But they also knew the power of a mother's worry, and that was a force not even he could easily deflect. I'm sorry, Mom, he said finally, his voice sincere. I'll try not to battle against 2,000 men on my own again, Alaric added, a sheepish smile returning. I mean, I let one live. Damn it, kid, Bernard sighed, massaging his temples. As if by magic, the rich, savory aroma of breakfast began to waft in from the dining hall. Bacon, eggs, fresh bread. Everyone's stomach rumbled in unison. The first to get up was Alaric. Wow, I'm hungry, he declared, his voice a little too loud, a little too cheerful. Everyone knew he was just trying to escape. Eleanor sighed, shaking her head, but the anger in her eyes had softened, replaced by a weary, maternal resignation. Alaric didn't eat breakfast. He never had, not even as a child. But here he was, the most excited to eat. There's no physicality, but I like this family, Cassandra thought, a small, genuine smile touching her lips as she watched Alaric make his hasty retreat towards the dining hall. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 188, Chapter 187, back in Bristol. Current balance, 759,549,399 tens. 2D. Bristol. It was January 2nd, and a cold, crisp morning had settled over Bristol. Alaric walked through the familiar marketplace, a ghost in a city he barely recognized. He had used Hirishin to teleport from Pennsylvania to a marker he'd left after arriving here with Cassandra months ago. The instantaneous journey was still a marvel he hadn't quite grown accustomed to. The city was thriving. The grim, desperate edge he remembered from his youth was gone, replaced by a lively, prosperous energy. But it was the details that truly struck him. The French language was a common sound now, mingling with the West Country English accent. French soldiers, in their distinct blue and white uniforms, could be seen conversing amicably with the city's own militia, sharing pipes and laughing in the morning chill. Seems like many things happened while I was gone, Alaric thought, a wry smile touching his lips as he adjusted the collar of his simple merchant's coat. His henge was holding perfectly. He was just another anonymous face in the crowd. He knew from his clone's reports that Bristol, having declared its de facto independence, had forged a strong alliance with France, trading its bountiful harvests for military support and protection. The city had become a thorn in the side of the British crown, a defiant beacon of prosperity just beyond its grasp. The man orchestrating this delicate balance, according to the intel, was a former mercenary captain named Samuel Body. Alaric had never met him, but he was intrigued. He continued his walk, his path leading him instinctively towards the old Kenway estate. As the familiar gates came into view, he saw that it, too, had been transformed. It was no longer a simple farmstead but an administrative center, with wagons coming and going, and people moving with a sense of purpose. He could sense a familiar chakra signature within. He let the henge dissolve in a silent puff of smoke as he walked through the open gates. The people in the courtyard, a mix of farmhands and clerks, stopped and stared as the towering, platinum-blonde man in the crimson coat strode past them. Awe and confusion rippled through the crowd. "Ah, boss." The voice, sarcastic and familiar, came from a man lounging in a comfortable chair on the mansion's porch, dressed in the fine attire of a successful businessman. It was Clone 3. "You dropped by." Alaric chuckled, walking up the steps to stand beside his duplicate. "You know, you're living the life." "Bah, I have to. I know I'm just a clone, and all," the clone replied with a dramatic sigh, not bothering to get up. "But a man has to live, you know." "You got that right," Alaric grinned, his gaze sweeping over the fields his family had once tilled by hand. "Why are you making other people work? It'd be faster if you did the harvesting yourself." "Boss, I think you forgot that I don't have that much chakra," the clone grumbled, shrugging. "I'm basically like Rock Lee from Naruto. Can't be using all my energy on farm work." "And like Rock Lee, you have a great physique," Alaric countered dryly. "You're still my clone. I placed enough seals on you to make you a one-man army. Stop trying to reason with me. Anyway, continue with what you're doing," Alaric said, already turning to leave. "I'm going to meet that Body guy." Clone 3 could only watch his originals retreating back before letting out a long, weary sigh. "I'm so busy managing this and the Penn Estate's farm business. I just want to dispel." In the heart of Bristol, near the Bridgestone, a sturdy brick building that had once been a merchant's guild now served as the headquarters for the city's provisional government. Inside, the main office was a scene of controlled chaos. Desks were piled high with papers, clerks rushed back and forth, and the air was thick with the smell of ink and stress. At the center of it all, at a massive oak desk, sat Samuel Body. He was a large man, a former mercenary, but the weight of leadership was clearly taking its toll. He rubbed his temples, a headache pounding behind his eyes as he stared at 2 stacks of letters, one from his French allies, requesting more grain, and one from London, filled with thinly veiled threats from the crown. "See Captain," his assistant, a young woman who had joined his company a year ago, stammered from the doorway. "We have a visitor." Body sighed, not looking up from a particularly troublesome shipping manifest. "Whoever it is, tell them I'm busy." But dash. "Can you stop stuttery dash?" Samuel's frustrated retort died in his throat. He had finally looked up, and his eyes widened. Standing in the doorway, his tall frame seeming to fill the entire space, was a man with platinum blonde hair, wearing a magnificent crimson coat. "Why you?" Samuel breathed, a jolt of recognition and pure, unadulterated awe shooting through him. "Samuel Body, I take it?" the blonde man asked, his blue eyes seeming to pierce right through him. "The name's Alaric Jonathan Kenway." Samuel stared, momentarily speechless. He took in the man's domineering presence, the sheer, unshakable confidence he exuded. He felt a sudden, humbling sense of his own insignificance. "Yes, that's me." Alaric's gaze swept around the busy office, a faint, unreadable smile on his lips. He walked forward and casually sat down in the empty chair opposite Body's desk, pulling out a celestial cigar from his coat. "I have so many questions, Mr. Kenway," Samuel finally said, finding his voice. "Fire away," Alaric replied, lighting his cigar with a familiar snap of his fingers. The people in the office, sensing the importance of the moment, had stopped their work. They gathered in a silent, respectful circle, their ears straining to listen. "The letter," Samuel began, his voice low and intense. "The one that appeared on every doorstep in the city. Was everything you wrote in there true?" "Yes," Alaric replied simply, taking a drag from his cigar. "The massacre," Samuel pressed, his heart pounding. "Did you do it alone? 2,000 men." "I wasn't there to witness the fight, but I saw the aftermath." "Yes," Alaric confirmed calmly. "But I let one soldier live." A collective, silent gasp went through the room. "Gods above," Samuel whispered, shaking his head in disbelief. He had been skeptical, but the man before him answered without a flicker of hesitation. "For the next one, why? Why did you and Sire Penn go to such lengths to abolish the slave trade? Why were you so bent on freeing them?" Alaric looked at Samuel, then his gaze drifted to the faces of the people gathered around them. He took a long, thoughtful drag from his cigar before answering, his voice losing its earlier lightness, replaced by a deep, unwavering conviction. "Because it's unfair," he said, his voice a low, powerful rumble. "Imagine you are born into this world, and for no reason other than the color of your skin or the place of your birth, you are enslaved. It's cruel beyond measure." He leaned forward, his blue eyes burning with a cold fire. "I understand that in the wars of the past, the vanquished often became slaves. But the African people, many were sold by their own kind for profit. Once they become slaves, they are stripped of their very humanity. They are not allowed to feel tired, not allowed to cry, not allowed to love or dream. Children born to slaves are born into chains, their lives forfeit before they have even begun. They are treated as less than animals, their families torn apart, their spirits broken on the anvil of greed." He stood up, pacing slowly in front of the desk. "That is why I forged an agreement with Queen Anne. To relieve the unfair suffering, not just of the African people, but of all who are oppressed by a system that values profit over people." He stopped, turning to face the crowd, his gaze sweeping over them. "I'm glad that even months after my family and I left, you have all grown accustomed to a life without slavery," he said, a genuine smile finally returning to his face. "A city where everyone works to earn their keep, where a person can be successful without standing on the backs of the enslaved. That is a city worth fighting for." The room was utterly silent, the people staring at him with a reverence usually reserved for prophets or kings. "Are you a saint?" Samuel asked, his voice filled with a genuine, heartfelt awe. Alaric couldn't help but chuckle, the sound breaking the spell. He took another long drag from his cigar and shook his head. "No saint would kill 2,000 men on his own, Captain. I'm only standing by my own morals." He grinned. "Plus, I don't think a saint would enjoy a fine cigar such as this." The light joke eased the tension, drawing a few hesitant chuckles from the crowd. "All right, last question," Samuel said, his expression turning serious again as he met Alaric's gaze. "Will you help Bristol fight against the crown?" "Yes. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 189, Chapter 188, lots of products within the underground warehouse. This is a small chap, sorry hehe. I'll make it up to you guys with the next chap. Current balance, 759,549,399 tens. 2D. It was the same day Alaric had returned from his whirlwind trip to Bristol, around 3 in the afternoon. The initial excitement of his return had settled, and a quiet rhythm had resumed at Kenway Keep. Alaric stood on the large marble balcony of his bedroom, a familiar vantage point that offered a panoramic view of his domain. Below, the vast training grounds were filled with activity. The Pennsylvanian air was cold, a light, persistent snow dusting the grounds in a thin blanket of white. Fog clung to the distant tree-line, giving the landscape a muted, ethereal quality. Despite the chill, hundreds of people moved with a disciplined intensity, their breaths pluming in the frigid air. They trained relentlessly, their shouts and the clang of practice weapons a stark contrast to the quiet of the winter afternoon. The sight of their master's crimson-coated figure watching from the balcony above was a powerful motivator, a constant reminder of the standard they were striving to meet. This was his elite task force. Over 300 strong, forged from a motley collection of former slaves, household staff, and seasoned assassins, all bound by loyalty and empowered by his strange gifts. The Azura's crest healed their strains and bruises, the endless supply of hearty food from the underground farm fueled their bodies, and the shared purpose forged their spirits into steel. Alaric watched them, a faint, proud smile on his lips. He saw Reuben, his captain, moving through his designated company with a sharp, critical eye. His commands were crisp, his corrections exacting. He demanded perfection, pushing his subordinates to their absolute limits. Not far from Reuben, Thulani, the other captain, moved with a different kind of energy. He was a mountain of calm strength, his guidance was firm but compassionate, offering encouragement and correcting form with a patient hand. They were two sides of the same coin, a perfect balance of discipline and heart. A chuckle escaped Alaric as he watched their contrasting styles. He had no doubt about Shakoka's potential role in all this, though the Iroquois warrior was currently deep in his own specialized training and mission. The matriarchal structure of the 5 nations would be a challenge, but Alaric had plans for his disciple, plans that would reshape the political landscape of this continent. Shaking his head at his own grand ambitions, Alaric turned from the balcony and headed downstairs, his path leading him to the hidden elevator and down into the cavernous depths of the underground warehouse. I specifically built this place to handle so many products, he murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the vast, empty space. The scale of it was still staggering. I wonder how the family's gonna react once I fill this room up. He. For the next few minutes, he paced the massive chamber, the system interface a shimmering blue screen before his eyes as he browsed, planned, and calculated. Yeah, I like this one. Nah, this wouldn't sell. This is shit. Oh, the description's nice, I'ma buy that. Wouldn't want to sell that. Yep, I think I'm done, that's a lot of products. With a final, decisive mental command, he confirmed the purchase. Ichiraku Ramen Instant Noodle Cups, 10x, 2D. Quantity, 15,001,000x. Uchiha Fire and Spice Hot Sauce, 7D. Quantity, 10,001,000x. Kunoichi Beauty Mask, 5x, 2s. 3D. Quantity, 200,001,000x. Sage's Herbal Infusion Tea Bags, 3s. 1D. Quantity, 50,001,000x. Premium Cigars, SIXS. 3D. Quantity, 40,001,000x. Hayaga Clan Secret Ointment, 1s. 3D. Quantity, 20,001,000x. Shampoo plus Conditioner, 1D. Quantity, 200,001,000x. Liquid Bathing Soap, 1D. Quantity, 800,001,000x. Toothpaste with mint inspired by the 5th Mizuki's Icy Glare, 1D. Quantity, 100,001,000x. Toothbrush with bristles as white as Jiraiya's hair, 1D. Quantity, 100,001,000x. Lotion that makes your skin as silky and smooth as Naruto's A, 1D. Quantity, 100,001,000x. MRE, meal, ready to eat. It doesn't necessarily taste good. 2D. Quantity, 100,001,000x. Total deduction, 49,800,708 SIXS. 8D. Current balance, 709,748,691 3s. 6D. The transaction was instantaneous. The vast, empty warehouse was suddenly, impossibly, full. Crate after massive crate materialized from thin air, stacking themselves in neat, towering rows that stretched into the distance, filling the cavernous space with the scent of fresh-cut wood and the promise of unimaginable wealth. Alaric stood in the middle of it all, a satisfied grin on his face as he surveyed his new inventory. He took out a fresh ledger and a quill, and with a speed that would have made any clerk weep with envy, he began to write, detailing the new products and their pricing. The MREs, he noted, were not for sale, reserved exclusively for his task force. The extra 1,000 of each product were gifts for the household and pen. And everyone living on the estate would receive a generous 40% discount on their personal purchases. If this is all sold out, it should be 1,470,250,000, he murmured, doing the quick math in his head. He scratched the back of his neck. However, with the discount for the people in this mansion, let's not think about it. The important part is that I'll be becoming a billionaire. He closed the ledger with a satisfied snap. Let me tell my family about this, he said to the empty, crate-filled warehouse. They ought to be shocked. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 190, Chapter 189, 22nd birthday. Current balance, 709,748,691 3s. 6D. The Kenway family and their allies followed Alaric down into the earth, their footsteps echoing in the clean, well-lit corridor that led from the mansion's hidden elevator to the underground warehouse. They had seen the vast, empty chamber before, but they were in for a surprise. He pushed open the heavy wooden doors, and a collective gasp sucked the air out of the tunnel. The cavernous space was no longer empty. It was a city of crates, a forest of commerce. Towering, neatly stacked rows stretched into the distance, so far that the lanterns hanging from the high ceiling couldn't illuminate the far walls. The sheer scale of it was breathtaking, a testament to a level of wealth and logistical power that defied comprehension. Whoa! Leonard breathed, his usually stoic expression replaced by one of pure, unadulterated shock. Lad, what the hell? Bernard whispered, his eyes wide as he stared at the mountains of inventory. This is more than all the warehouses in Bristol combined. This is amazing, Flavia murmured, her hand instinctively finding Reuben's. Cassandra, who had seen the empty space before, was just as astonished as the others. To see it filled, to comprehend the sheer volume of goods Alaric had summoned from nothing, it was a display of power that still managed to surprise her. Alaric, lad. Bernard finally broke from his stupor. He lunged forward, wrapping his arm around Alaric's neck in a rough, playful chokehold, though Alaric, towering over him, didn't even budge. What's up with your powers? Did you rob the entire East India Company? Alaric just laughed, easily patting his uncle's arm. Everyone, he said, his voice cutting through the murmurs of disbelief, will do things differently this time. I've been talking with Penn. I'm going to set up a private bank here in Philadelphia. It will operate like a regular bank, but our celestial business will be directly connected to it. He gestured around at the endless rows of crates. Unlike in Bristol, where buyers had to come to our home for large contracts, this time, they will make their purchases through the bank. That's for the large-scale orders. He paused, a thoughtful look on his face. We will also set up a store in the city. For smaller purchases, anything below 20 items. A store. Lynette's brow furrowed, her practical mind immediately engaging. We were doing perfectly well with contracts in Bristol. Why a store? It seems an unnecessary complication. Alaric could see the same question reflected in the eyes of the others. Son, Eleanor added gently, you know our products are expensive. Take the celestial tea for example, she said, her gaze sweeping over a section of crates that seemed to stretch into infinity. It's £5 a box. No average individual can afford that, so I don't think a store would be a wise move. We barely had any money back then, so I know full well how expensive it is. Alaric smirked, a familiar, confident glint in his eye. But think about it for a second. He gestured expansively at the warehouse. Wealthy people from different parts of the world visited Bristol because of our products, didn't they? No one spoke, but they nodded in silent agreement, their attention fixed on him. After witnessing the life in Bristol, the abundance of cheap, high-quality crops, the accessibility of celestial products, what happened? They migrated to Bristol. Everyone turned in surprise. It was Avelini who had spoken, her voice clear and certain. From the celestial tea business alone, she continued, a confident smile on her face as she looked at Caroline, people from different nations visited our shops constantly. Many conversations happened, and most of them talked about wanting to reside within Bristol because life there was so easy. Yes, Alaric nodded, pulling out a cigar and lighting it with a snap of his fingers. Because wealthy and powerful people came, they also created their own businesses, making the entire city thrive. We will do the same here, but on a much grander scale. He took a puff from his cigar, his gaze sweeping over his family. And a special thanks to Penn, he added. He has granted me 10,000 hectares of land for farming. 10,000. Damn, that's a lot. Not really, Alaric chuckled. I mean, Penn initially wanted to grant me 400,000 hectares. 400,000. The exclamation was a unified shout of disbelief. Why the hell didn't you take it? Bernard demanded. If I did, the land wouldn't have been mine, Alaric explained calmly. It would have been a provincial grant, subject to the whims of future governors. This way, it's private property. And I promised Penn I would produce the same, if not more, crops on 10,000 hectares than a normal farm could on 400,000. Damn, I'm not even going to ask how you're going to do that, Bernard sighed, pulling out his own cigar and lighting it with a match, taking a long, contemplative drag. Yep, Alaric chuckled. Anyway, here. He handed a ledger to Eleanor. She opened it and passed it around. It was a list, assigning management roles for the new product lines. Celestial Salve, Lynette Kenway. Celestial Tea, Caroline Scott Kenway. Beauty Mask, Eleanor Kenway. Hot Sauce, Bernard Kenway. Ramen, Leonard Kenway. Premium Cigar, Thulani. Shampoo, Avelini Scott. Liquid Soap, Reuben. Toothpaste, Eleanor Kenway. Toothbrush, Lynette Kenway. MRE, Not for Sale, Reuben and Thulani. The moment they saw their names, a new energy filled the room. The shock and awe were replaced by a familiar, determined focus. They immediately began to move, grabbing the specific inventory ledgers for their assigned products, their minds already buzzing with plans for logistics, storage, and distribution. Reuben and Thulani, having observed the family's business operations, moved with a quiet confidence, while Avelini, with her own mercantile background, was already discussing potential market strategies with Caroline. Alaric had already detailed the quantities, but they began their own counts, checking the condition of the crates, organizing their designated sections of the vast warehouse. Agpi Mal. Cassandra's voice came from beside him. She had been watching the scene with a quiet, amused smile. I can work if you like. I don't want to be a dead weight. Dead weight. Alaric's brow rose before he chuckled, turning to wrap an arm around her. You, a dead weight? My love, you're pregnant. But, fine, Cassandra pouted, though her eyes were sparkling. Once I give birth to our baby, I'll help in any way I can. Sure, Alaric smirked slyly. But you've got to be ready, because we'll be making another one right after. Malka, you. Cassandra blushed, jabbing him sharply in the arm. She had unknowingly used her full, demigod strength, a blow that would have sent any other man flying. Alaric just laughed, though he rubbed his arm, a genuine wince in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Damn, that actually hurt. But 2 months passed, and the calendar turned to March 10, 1715. The Kenway estate, now a fully operational and self-sufficient fortress of prosperity, had become the undisputed center of power in the region. Alaric, never one to let an opportunity lie fallow, had moved with his usual impossible speed. He purchased a prime 6,000 square meter lot in the busiest district of Philadelphia from Penn for a price of $800, a sum Penn had named with a joking, extortionist glint in his eye, only to be met with Alaric's unconcerned agreement. Money withdrawal, $800. Current balance, $709,747,891 6D. To the public, the construction of the Grand Celestial Bank was a marvel of efficiency, a project that employed hundreds of skilled laborers working day and night. In reality, the workforce was composed almost entirely of Alaric's durable, tireless shadow clones, allowing the massive, cannon-proof structure to rise in a fraction of the expected time. Next to the bank, the equally impressive Celestial Mall took shape, its aesthetic a strange and beautiful blend of European grandeur and a clean, modern simplicity only Alaric could have envisioned. He had even, in a fit of ambitious foresight, designed and created the world's first Fuinjutsu-powered ATM machines and credit cards, laying the groundwork for a future of cashless transactions that no one else could yet comprehend. The 10,000 hectares of farmland granted to him were now a miracle of agriculture. Thanks to his mokiton and a complex network of growth-enhancing seals, the fields produced year-round, yielding 50 times the normal harvest. He'd hired over 500 African workers, including the former slaves Thulani had brought, offering them an unheard-of annual salary of 100 and building them their own comfortable village on the estate grounds. Under Thulani's fair but firm management, the farms became the breadbasket of their growing nation. The alliance with New Spain had also been solidified. 30 galleons arrived in February, and the promised aid was delivered. Penn, using a Fuinjutsu-powered credit card that Alaric had gifted him, with a 200,000 credit limit, borrowed 200 gold bars from the Celestial Bank's vault to add to the relief effort, with Alaric gifting another 500 on top of that. The Viceroy's grateful reply promised unwavering support. Shakoka had also returned from his mission to the Iroquois, his report grim. The disease was as widespread as feared. He had been shunned, his own people too lost in fear and tradition to listen. He refused Alaric's offer to heal them, a cold anger in his eyes. I am lucky they cast me out, he had said. This is my home now. My paradise. Alaric, seeing the deep-seated hatred for his former tribe's leadership, had counseled patience, reminding him that true strength lay not in vengeance, but in choice. The great dining hall of Kenway Keep was filled with the warm glow of candlelight and the low hum of quiet conversation. Alaric sat beside Cassandra, a rare feeling of peace settling over him as he enjoyed the delicious meal the chefs had prepared. One by one, the family had gathered, their day's work done. They were about to begin eating when Bernard and Lynette bowed their heads, their hands clasped in a silent prayer. A quiet, respectful hush fell over the table as everyone else followed their lead. When they finished, Lynette looked up, a sad, gentle smile on her face. It's Edward's 22nd birthday today, she said softly, her voice thick with emotion. I was just praying for his safety, wherever he may be. The name hung in the air, a ghost at their feast. The atmosphere instantly turned somber. Caroline, who had been laughing with Avelini a moment before, looked down at her plate, her own smile vanishing. She felt the weight of every gaze turned to her and forced a weak, sad smile. What's wrong, everyone? Please, eat the food will get cold. Reuben, seated across from her, saw the unshed tears glistening in her eyes. He caught Alaric's gaze, then Thulani's, a silent, urgent message passing between them. Laric, go get Edward. Yes, you should get him. Alaric sighed internally, pointedly taking a large bite of his roasted duck. He was enjoying his meal, enjoying this rare moment of peace with his family. He didn't want to leave. But then, his eyes met his Aunt Lynette's across the long table. Her expression wasn't demanding or angry. It was a simple, quiet, heartbreaking plea. A mother's silent prayer, directed not to God, but to him. Ah, fuck, Alaric thought, setting down his fork with a soft clink. I know where this is going. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 191, Chapter 190, hey damn it. 191, Chapter 190, hey damn it. Current balance, 709,747,891 threes. 6D. An hour had passed since the somber dinner. The great hall of Kenway Keep was quiet now, the remnants of the meal cleared away, the family having retreated to their private chambers to process the difficult emotions of the evening. Alaric, however, was not in his room. He was in his private office, a sanctuary of polished dark wood and quiet luxury. It was a larger space than his office in Bristol had been, the furniture more opulent. It spoke to the family's now astronomical wealth. A fire crackled merrily in the grand marble fireplace, casting a warm, flickering glow on the towering bookshelves and the plush leather of the wingback chairs. He sat behind his massive desk, a single-lit cigar resting in an ashtray, its fragrant smoke curling lazily towards the high, vaulted ceiling. He stared into the flames, his thoughts a turbulent sea. The plea in his aunt's eyes haunted him. The heavy oak door to the office opened silently, and Lynette Kenway stepped inside. She had clearly been crying, her eyes were red-rimmed, but her posture was straight, her expression a mixture of maternal grief and unyielding resolve. "Alaric," she said, her voice soft but firm. She walked across the thick Persian rug and sat in one of the chairs opposite his desk, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Alaric took a slow drag from his cigar, his gaze shifting from the fire to his aunt. "Aunt Lynette," he greeted quietly. "I know you are busy," she began, her voice trembling slightly despite her efforts to control it. "I know you have the weight of this entire enterprise on your shoulders. But Edward, he is my son, your cousin." Alaric sighed, the smoke escaping his lips in a long, weary plume. "I know, Auntie, I know. Do you?" She pressed, her voice gaining a sharp edge of desperation. "He is out there, Alaric, living a life of danger and squalor, chasing a fool's dream of fortune. And for what? Pride. He has a home here. He has a family who loves him." Her composure began to crack. "Alaric, my nephew, what about Caroline? And little Jenny? How many years has it been since Edward and Caroline have even seen each other? Does he even know he has a daughter?" The last question was a raw, heartbroken cry that seemed to hang in the air between them. It was the last straw. Alaric's own carefully constructed emotional defenses crumbled under the weight of her grief. He stubbed out his cigar, the last of his peace shattered. He let out a long, heavy sigh. "All right, Aunt Lynette," he said, his voice filled with a weary resignation. "I'll try. I'll go find him. I'll talk to him." He met her tear-filled gaze, his own eyes holding a deep, profound sadness. "But I can't promise anything. I can't force him to come home. That has to be his choice. Hey, damn it." At that very moment, miles away on the busy evening dock of Philadelphia, a lone figure stepped off the gangplank of a newly arrived brigantine from the south. He was a striking man, his presence was an immediate, exotic contrast to the predominantly English and German settlers of the city. His head was clean-shaven, his skin was a warm, sun-kissed caramel. He wore the flowing, practical garments of an Ottoman traveler, a simple but fine red sash wrapped around his waist. He was not a white man, nor was he African. He was something else entirely, a man from a distant land. He paused at the foot of the gangplank, his sharp, intelligent eyes taking in the sights and sounds of the new city, a city he had heard much about in his travels. So this is where they are, he thought, a slow, knowing smile touching his lips. On the other side of the harbor, a different kind of vessel, a sleek, fast schooner, had just tied up at the pier. A woman disembarked, moving with a quiet, predatory grace that made her stand out from the crowd. Her hair was a cascade of dark curls, her eyes a startling, piercing green. She wore dark, practical traveling clothes, but a tight, crimson corset added a splash of dangerous color, and a black cloak was draped over her shoulders. She paid the captain her fare, her movements economical and precise, then melted into the bustling dockside crowd, her gaze sweeping over the city, searching. She had followed intel from Boston, whispers of a certain powerful family making a new home here. Within the opulent, candlelit walls of Kensington Palace in London, the night was far from over. King George I sat at the head of a long council table, his face a mask of bored impatience. The air was thick with the scent of beeswax and the low murmur of his ministers and advisers, their reports on colonial affairs a tedious drone in his ears. "And the southern colonies, your highness," a portly lord was saying, "report a successful tobacco harvest. Profits are up 3% from the previous year." "Excellent," the king grunted, his German accent thick. "And New England?" "Stable, your highness," another minister replied. "The usual grumblings about taxes, but nothing of consequence. The new governor reports all is in order." King George's fingers drummed a slow, irritated rhythm on the polished table. He cared little for the minutiae of colonial agriculture. His mind was on a more pressing, more infuriating matter. "And what of William Penn?" he demanded, his gaze sweeping over the room. "Is the old Quaker still throwing his tantrums? Still crying about his broken deal with the late Queen?" One of his men, a high-ranking Templar whose face was a mask of polite deference, stepped forward. "Sire Penn has been remarkably quiet, your highness. Our agents in Pennsylvania report no signs of resistance, no further seditious writings. It seems he has accepted the new reality." A smug, satisfied smirk touched the king's lips. "Good," he said, his voice laced with contempt. "He should know his place." He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. "And what of the man, Alaric Jonathan Kenway? The one who authored that treasonous letter in Bristol?" The bounty had been issued weeks ago, the news spreading through every port and tavern in the empire. We have placed 500,000 pounds on his head. Is there still no information? The Templar shook his head, his expression grim. Unfortunately not, Your Highness. He seems to have vanished. Our spies report that the celestial products, however, have not. They are appearing not just in London, but in Portugal, the Papal States everywhere, and they pay no tax to the crown. The king's fist slammed down on the table, making the silver candlesticks jump. And you cannot find the source. He roared, his face turning a blotchy red. For months, this phantom merchant has been making a mockery of our trade laws, and you fools can find nothing. Every time we get a lead, it vanishes. The sellers change, the routes shift. Are you all incompetent? He took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to regain control. He glared around the room at the silent, intimidated faces of his council. And the shadow raven. He snarled. What of him? The Mediterranean powers have gifted us a fortune in gold and resources to hunt this one assassin, and what have we to show for it? Nothing. Months of failure. Do you think they will simply forget this debt? They will demand repayment, with interest. They will see us as weak, and that weakness will invite war. His voice rose to a furious shout. We already have Bristol defying us, cozying up to the French. And you sit here, telling me of tobacco harvests. We are the strongest kingdom in the world, and we cannot even manage our own affairs. He stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Are you all so utterly, hopelessly incompetent? The same night, the weight of his promise to Lynette still heavy on his mind, Alaric stood with Cassandra on the balcony of their bedroom. A pale, waxing crescent moon hung in the inky black sky, a silver sliver against an endless expanse of stars. The air was cold and still. He hugged her from behind, his arms wrapping around her, his palms resting gently on the slight, firm curve of her belly. He could feel the faint, steady warmth of the new life growing within her, a tiny, miraculous anchor in his chaotic world. He was excited, and terrified, to be a father. He knew, with an almost comical certainty, that he would spoil their child rotten. Agpi Mao, I can feel a war brewing, Cassandra murmured, her voice a soft whisper as she gazed up at the moon. She leaned her head back against his shoulder, a small, contented smile on her lips, not for the impending conflict, but for the simple, profound comfort of his touch. How are you going to play this out? Alaric didn't reply immediately. He just held her, closing his eyes, savoring the quiet moment, the feel of her in his arms, the silent promise of their child. I mean, Cassandra continued, her voice still a low murmur, you're so strong, you could probably just defeat their armies all by yourself. It wasn't a challenge, just a simple statement of fact, a curious probe into his thoughts. Yeah, I could do that, Alaric finally replied, his chin resting on her trapezius, his breath warm against her skin. But it wouldn't be a real war. It would just be a massacre committed by one man. He sighed, the sound a quiet cloud in the cold air. Instead of earning respect for the kingdom we will build, they'll just fear me. He paused. The moment they get news of me appearing on the other side of the world, they will begin to pester this place. It would just be troublesome. Can't you teleport? Oh, you know that word. Alaric's brows rose in amusement. I get surprised by the words you all use nowadays. We get that from you, Cassandra stated plainly, a hint of laughter in her voice. Heh, I guess you do, he chuckled, shaking his head slightly. Even if I can teleport, I want our kingdom to be feared and respected for having an exceptional army and naval force, a flourishing economy where people can live without trampling on others, where the leaders and the justice system are competent and honest. A nation built on strength and principle, not just the power of one man. Cassandra was silent for a long moment, her gaze still fixed on the distant moon. I must admit, she said finally, her voice filled with a quiet wonder, I have never seen a man like you in my entire life. I don't know if that's a compliment or dash, Alaric began, a sheepish smile touching his lips, but she cut him off. Malka, of course it's a compliment. Oh, he. Hours later, the Kenway Keep was silent, its inhabitants lost in sleep. The moon had climbed higher, casting long, stark shadows across the sprawling, snow-dusted grounds. It was 11 in the evening, and the only sounds were the whisper of the wind and the distant cry of an owl. But the estate was not unguarded. Two figures, cloaked in darkness, crept through the woods at the edge of the property line. They moved with a practiced stealth, their feet making no sound on the frozen earth. All right, one of them whispered, his voice a tense hiss. What's your plan? Ah damn, security's all over the place, the other muttered, peering through the trees at the distant, torchlit walls of the mansion. Even from here, they could see the dark shapes of guards patrolling the ramparts, their movements disciplined and alert. Yes. So what's the plan? The first repeated impatiently. Will you be silent? I can see a dark pathway over there, the second whispered, pointing towards a less trafficked service road. I'll throw a rock opposite our direction, distract the guard for a second. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. He picked up a small, sharp stone and, with a flick of his wrist, sent it sailing through the air. Clack, clatter clack. The sound of the stone hitting the paved path on the far side of the road was sharp and distinct in the quiet night. Huh. A lone guard, stationed near a small gate, turned his head towards the sound. Now, what do we have here? Now. the second intruder hissed. With the signal, both figures bolted from the cover of the trees, sprinting across the open ground towards the dark pathway, their feet pounding on the frozen dirt. They thought they were unseen. They were wrong. The guard who had turned towards the rock didn't even look back at them. He simply raised a small whistle to his lips. Before the first shrill note could even fade, the night erupted. Halt! The single word, shouted with the force of a thunderclap, came from everywhere at once. Figures seemed to materialize from the very shadows. Guards dropped from the trees above, rose from hidden positions in the ditches, and stepped out from behind the stone pillars of the gate. In an instant, the two intruders were surrounded, the sharp, cold points of 24 swords aimed directly at their throats. They had been seen before they had even thrown the rock. Hey, damn it. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 192, Chapter 191, Guests. Current balance, 709,747,891 threes. 6D. The guard captain, a stern-faced man with the calm, confident eyes of a veteran, stepped forward. A man and a woman, he observed, his gaze sweeping over them. Follow me. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an absolute authority. If you even attempt to unsheath any of your weapons, it will be your death. The two intruders, seeing no other choice, nodded and followed. They were cooperative, but deeply unnerved. As they were led towards the main estate, the other guards simply melted back into the shadows, returning to their posts as if nothing had happened. Only the captain and one other guard escorted them, one leading, one flanking. Strangely, they hadn't been disarmed. It was either a sign of supreme confidence or a profound lack of experience. Given how flawlessly the ambush had been sprung, they suspected it was the former. Can I ask you something? If it's okay, the male infiltrator finally said, unable to contain his professional curiosity. How did you find us? Or even catch wind of us sneaking by? Alright, no talking. The guard captain glanced back at them over his shoulder, a flicker of something almost like amusement in his eyes. We knew you were coming the moment you stepped out of the city center, towards Pensbury Manor, and when you were heading in this direction. Both intruders' eyes widened in shock. They had been tailed all the way from there. Impossible. They were masters of stealth, of blending in. Pensbury Manor, the woman thought, her mind racing. Did they tail us from there? As they continued their silent walk, the sheer scale of the estate began to reveal itself. They found themselves on a wide, smooth road, approaching the largest, most magnificent house they had ever seen. It was a palace, a fortress of Baroque grandeur that seemed to have been plucked from the heart of Europe and set down in the American wilderness. The backyard alone was larger than most London parks. The guard led them along a narrow path that wound through an immaculate garden, towards a large, elegant gazebo built over a tranquil pond. Inside the gazebo, a man stood with his back to them, gazing down at the koi fish that swam in lazy circles in the moonlit water. He was a giant, his frame impossibly tall and broad, a lit cigar held loosely in one hand. They came to a stop at the entrance to the gazebo. The guards bowed their heads slightly. Master, we've accompanied the guests. Guests, the two intruders thought in unison. The guards didn't wait for a reply. They gave another respectful bow and then departed, melting back into the night. The giant in the gazebo slowly turned around. He took a long, leisurely drag from his cigar, the glowing tip illuminating a face that was impossibly handsome, framed by a cascade of platinum blonde hair. His blue eyes, holding an ancient, knowing amusement, settled on them. Suleiman al-Rashidi, he said, his voice a calm, resonant baritone. He then turned his gaze to the woman. Helena. He smiled. It's good to see you. Meanwhile, somewhere in Madagascar, the air in the rowdy pirate tavern in Libertalia was thick with the smell of cheap rum, unwashed bodies, and shattered dreams. Edward Oldgate, his massive frame squeezed onto a rickety stool, slammed his tankard down on the table, a wide, boisterous grin on his face. I tell ye, Captain, he boomed, his voice easily carrying over the din, if ye lay eyes on that lad, ye'll be stunned by the treasure he's sittin' on, and the way he fights. Across from him, a man who was just as old, if not older, sighed, running a weary hand over his face. I ain't in that life no more, Edward, he said, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. Don't be callin' me Captain. Bah, ye gone soft, Captain, Oldgate sighed dramatically, taking a drag from his celestial cigar. Ye scared those British dogs who used to shiver in their boots at the sight of our sails. You're Henry Avery, for God's sake. Try havin' £10,000 on your head, Henry Avery retorted, his legendary eyes holding a deep, profound weariness. Bet ye wouldn't last a week. Heh, £10,000. Oldgate stared back at his former captain, then let out a hearty, dismissive laugh. He chugged the rest of his ale before slamming the tankard down again. Ye know how much that lad paid me just to shift me sails. It's more than the price for your head. Go on then. £50,000. What? Henry Avery's eyes widened, the weariness momentarily replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. Ye gotta be pullin' me leg. Pullin'. Oldgate raised a single, bushy eyebrow, a smug smirk on his face. Have ye seen me ship these days? Spent 20,000 on Macon, the La Providencia bigger, and stronger. Got a whole new crew now, and me pockets are still overflowin'. Oh oi, Edward Oldgate, Avery stammered, staring at his former first mate. Ye raked in that much coin and ye're still chasin' the sea. How greedy can one man be? Oldgate grinned and signaled for another round, then took a long, satisfying drag from his cigar. Nay, Captain, he said, his voice dropping slightly, a strange, almost reverent look in his eyes. It's your greed that's gone missin'. Alaric, he continued, the name spoken with a mixture of awe and fear. That lad don't even blink payin' me £50,000. He leaned forward, his voice a low, conspiratorial rumble. Soon as I'm back in Philadelphia, I'm hoistin' me sails under his flag. The giant in the gazebo slowly turned around. He took a long, leisurely drag from his cigar, the glowing tip illuminating a face that was impossibly handsome, framed by a cascade of platinum blonde hair. His blue eyes piercing the ones who looked. Helena's breath caught in her throat. Despite the impossible height, the aura of immense power, she recognized that face, those eyes. Alaric. What? The man beside her, Suleiman al-Rashidi, stared, his own eyes wide with disbelief. That's Alaric. Good evening, both of you, Alaric smiled, the smoke curling from his lips. He gestured towards the comfortable seating within the gazebo. And guys, stop hiding, will ya? Helena and Suleiman exchanged a confused look, but their eyes widened again as a dark-haired man seemed to detach himself from the shadows in the corner of the gazebo. He had been there the entire time, yet they hadn't sensed him, hadn't seen him until he chose to be seen. Good evening. They both flinched, spinning around as a deep, calm voice spoke from just a meter behind them. A mountain of a man, his skin the color of rich earth, stood there, his presence as solid and immovable as the ancient oaks surrounding them. Their senses, honed by decades of life-or-death situations, screamed danger. These children know, these men they had grown up, and they carried themselves like veterans of 100 wars. Suleiman turned his gaze back to the towering blonde, his mind struggling to reconcile the boy he remembered with the man who stood before him. You're Alaric, right? And you're Thulani, Suleiman said, turning his head to the powerful African warrior. He then looked at the dark-haired man, who was now lighting a cigar of his own. You're not bald anymore, but you must be Reuben. Reuben's eye twitched at the mention of his former hairstyle. He sighed, exhaling a plume of smoke. Yes, I am Reuben. Wow. I mean, I am surprised, Suleiman said, shaking his head in wonder. You boys are so tall, and Thulani, you no longer have that fear in your eyes. Yes, because of Alaric, Thulani replied with a simple, profound nod. He walked to one of the large sofa chairs within the gazebo and sat, his movement surprisingly graceful for a man his size. The others, sensing the shift, followed suit, taking seats around a low table. Alaric smiled, settling into a chair opposite them, crossing his long legs. So, he began, taking a drag from his cigar. I see you met Penn before coming here. How have you both been? With that, the initial tension broke, and Helena and Suleiman began to share their stories. They spoke of the years since they had last been in Bristol. Suleiman had risen to the rank of master assassin in the Egyptian Brotherhood, granted full autonomy, and had chosen to spend his later years exploring the West. Helena, too, had achieved the rank of master, her work in Boston disrupting Templar operations and earning her the respect of the entire colonial brotherhood. They had, by sheer coincidence, met again on the same ship bound for Philadelphia, both drawn by the same alarming news. So, you guys, 2,000 men, Helena smirked, her earlier shock replaced by a familiar, professional curiosity. She crossed her arms, her green eyes sharp. The three of you are doing impossible things now. Yeah, we've been training, Alaric replied with a casual smile. Solomon leaned forward, his expression serious. I also received the intel. Alaric, you're mad. Going against the entire British Empire is a death wish. Is that why the both of you came here? Reuben asked, his voice quiet but direct. You were concerned that Alaric would get himself killed. Absolutely, Helena confirmed with a firm nod. She sighed, her gaze moving from Thulani to Alaric, then back to Reuben. It might have been fine if he had concealed his identity, but no. Everyone in Britain and the surrounding countries now knows the name Alaric Jonathan Kenway. Crimson coat, platinum hair, a giant of a man. Yes, the moment you set foot in London, you'll be surrounded by hundreds of guards, Suleiman added, nodding in agreement. It is admirable that you have a cause, kid. You fought against slavery. But you should have waited, built an army if you could. Well, this is awkward, Reuben said, taking a drag from his cigar before explaining. Hundreds of guards, please. Yes. Suleiman's brow rose. What do you mean? He means that hundreds of guards would be a disrespect to Alaric, Thulani chuckled, his deep voice rumbling. That's because it was Alaric, alone, who faced the 2,000 soldiers. Unscathed. What? Impossible. Impossible? Maybe by your standards, Alaric's own brows rose, though he couldn't hide the amused smile at the corners of his lips. He took a final drag from his cigar and looked at the two stunned master assassins. Who are these people, Agpi Mao? Helena and Suleiman's head snapped towards the entrance of the gazebo. Once again, they hadn't sensed anyone approaching. A woman, dressed in a simple but elegant white sleeping gown, walked into the gazebo, her hand resting gently on her visibly pregnant belly. She was, Helena thought with a pang of professional and feminine appreciation, the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. "Cassandra, my love," Alaric smiled, standing up from his seat. "Meet Helena and Suleiman. Remember I told you about the two who took us in back in Bristol, 17 years ago." Cassandra's brow rose in recognition as she remembered their conversation in Thera. "Oh, good evening, both of you," she said, her voice a warm, melodic sound. "My name is Cassandra." "Ah yes, Suleiman al-Rashidi," Solomon nodded, rising to shake her hand. "And I am Helena Ashcombe." Helena followed suit, a polite smile on her face. "It's a pleasure to meet Alaric's wife." Cassandra blushed slightly at the title but nodded graciously. "It's lovely to meet you both tonight." She then turned to Alaric, her expression softening. "And Agpi Mao." Bernard and Lynette can't hide their excitement anymore. It seems they want to meet the guests immediately. "Yeah, let's head inside," Alaric nodded, a warm smile on his face as he took Cassandra's hand. They started walking towards the mansion, leaving their stunned guests to follow. "Ah, what a good reunion. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/KulaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there." 193, Chapter 192, Penmere. Current balance, 709,747,891 threes. 6d. Weeks had passed since the unexpected arrival of Helena Ashcombe and Suleiman al-Rashidi. The Kenway Keep, a fortress of impossible grandeur, had a way of making even the most seasoned world travelers feel small, and the two master assassins were no exception. They couldn't quite believe the life Alaric and the Kenways were living. It was, as Suleiman had remarked to Helena over a cup of celestial tea, a literal journey from rags to unimaginable riches. Bernard and Lynette were overjoyed to be reunited with their old friends from Bristol, the years melting away as they shared stories and laughter, their bond as strong as ever. Matteo Auditore, initially wary of these newcomers, had found common ground with them, spending long hours in the library discussing the state of the Brotherhood in their respective territories. They had, of course, been given a tour of the underground warehouse. The sight of the city of crates, the sheer, mind-boggling volume of wealth and resources, had left them speechless. Alaric, naturally, had used his mind's eye of the Kagura to subtly vet them during their stay, confirming their loyalty and intentions were true. They were allies, and in this strange new world, allies were more precious than gold. Alaric sat in his private office. The room was his sanctuary, the scent of old books, rich leather, and the fragrant smoke of his cigar mingling in the air. He was in a meeting with his two oldest friends, his first disciples. Reuben and Thulani sat in plush wingback chairs before his massive desk, the three of them talking, not of war or strategy, but of simpler things. The progress of the farm, Thulani's burgeoning relationship with Avelini, Reuben's latest literary find. In the middle of their easy conversation, Alaric paused, his gaze lifting from his friends to the heavy oak door of the office. "Come in, Jonathan." Reuben and Thulani exchanged a familiar, resigned glance. They were still not used to Alaric's uncanny senses, his ability to perceive things that were simply not there for anyone else. As if on cue, the door opened, and Jonathan Hugh stepped inside, his movements silent and efficient. "Excuse me, master," Jonathan said, walking to Alaric's desk and placing a freshly printed newspaper before him. "I reckon you might want to read this." He then turned, handing identical copies to Reuben and Thulani. "You too as well. It's important." Alaric picked up the paper, his eyes scanning the bold headline of the Penmere Gazette. Extraordinary Declaration by William Penn. "I do hereby renounce all allegiance to His Majesty King George of Great Britain. By our special authority, William Penn, late proprietor of the province of Pennsylvania, has publicly declared his severance from the British Crown and asserts the formation of a new political union to be styled the Holy Commonwealth of Penmere. Under this single banner shall unite the provinces and colonies hitherto under British governance, namely, Massachusetts Bay, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. The said Commonwealth is proclaimed as a sovereign state, to be governed by its own charter and council, and to maintain peace and prosperity amongst its members. Council to convene in Philadelphia. The first assembly of the Holy Commonwealth is summoned to Philadelphia on the 15th of April next, where delegates from each province will lay down the fundamental laws and choose their chief magistrates. Reactions abroad. Merchants in London report grave concern at this bold insurrection against His Majesty's government, whilst many colonists here rejoice in hopes of greater religious liberty and self-governance. Printed and sold by Edward Carver at the sign of the Quill and Inkwell, 2nd Street, Philadelphia. 19th of April 1715. Reuben's eyes widened as he finished reading, a slow, predatory grin spreading across his face. "Damn," he breathed, the paper crinkling in his grip. "So it's officially starting." "The Holy Commonwealth of Penmere," Alaric mumbled, taking a slow drag from his cigar. He let out a plume of smoke and sighed. "At least it's not Penland or Penanya." War is now inevitable, Thulani stated, his deep voice a low rumble as he stared at the newspaper. We should tell Pen to prepare immediately. It was always inevitable, Alaric smirked, leaning back in his chair and crossing his long legs. And Pen's not naive enough to make all of this official without being ready. He set the paper down, his gaze moving from Jonathan to Reuben, then to Thulani, a new, sharp intensity in his eyes. Well then, gentlemen, he said, his voice quiet but ringing with a finality that made the very air in the room seem to crackle. I know for sure, the elite task force is about to be deployed. He took one last, slow drag from his cigar, the glowing tip a small, burning star in the quiet office. It's time. Kensington Palace, London. Chaos. The word was insufficient to describe the state of the king's private council chamber. The usual atmosphere of hushed reverence and calculated diplomacy had been shattered, replaced by a frantic, panicked energy. Lords and ministers scurried about, their powdered wigs slightly askew, their faces pale with shock. Copies of the damnable Penmere Gazette, smuggled into London by a fast ship and now spreading through the city's coffee houses like wildfire, lay scattered across the Grand Council table like funeral shrouds. At the head of it all, King George I was a volcano of contained fury. He stood stiffly by the tall window, his back to the room, staring out at the manicured palace gardens, his hands clasped so tightly behind his back that his knuckles were white. How? He finally bit out, his voice a low, dangerous growl, his German accent thick with rage. How in God's name has this happened? An entire continent of colonies gone. Just like that. He spun around, his eyes blazing with a fury that made several of the ministers flinch. I was told all was well. I was told the colonies were stable, profitable. That Pen was a spent force, a toothless old Quaker crying about his broken deals. Lord Ashworth, a man whose face seemed permanently etched with worry, stepped forward hesitantly. Your Highness, perhaps the reports are exaggerated. We must confirm this news. For Penn to have united all 13 colonies, from Massachusetts Bay to Georgia, so quickly, so secretly it seems impossible. Impossible. The king roared, striding towards the table and snatching up one of the newspapers. He slammed it down, the paper cracking under the force. It is printed for all the world to see. This is not a rumor, my lord, it is a declaration of war. To publish such a thing means the support is already secured. It means while we were listening to your reassuring reports of stability, Penn was forging a new nation behind our backs. His eyes widened, a terrible, dawning realization crossing his features. He looked around the room, at the faces of his advisors, his Templar allies. The reports they were all positive. No unrest in New England, stability in the middle colonies, profits in the south. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. We have been deceived, from the very beginning. He let out a sharp, humorless laugh. They played us for fools. The king's fury erupted. Deploy the fleet. He shrieked, his voice cracking with rage. Every available ship, every regiment. I want an army sent to the New World. I want Philadelphia burned to the ground. I want Penn's head on a spike above the Tower of London. I will not have this Commonwealth mock the authority of the British Empire. A heavy silence followed his outburst. It was Finch, the high-ranking Templar, who dared to speak, his voice a calm, cold anchor in the storm of the king's rage. Your Highness, he began, his tone respectful but firm, an immediate, full-scale deployment may be unwise. Unwise. The king rounded on him. We still have Bristol to contend with, Finch stated plainly. It remains a thorn in our side, a defiant port openly allied with the French. Our naval resources are already stretched thin blockading the channel. To send a significant portion of the fleet across the Atlantic now would leave us vulnerable here, at home. The mention of Bristol was like throwing oil on a fire. The king's face contorted with a fresh wave of fury. He grabbed a heavy, silver inkwell from the table and hurled it against the wall, where it shattered, spattering dark ink across a priceless tapestry. Bristol. Always Bristol. He screamed, his composure completely gone. This is all connected. That man, that Kenway. He is the source of this poison. He starts the fire in Bristol, then vanishes, only for his benefactor Penn to start another, larger one across the ocean. He stopped, his chest heaving, his wild eyes fixing on the terrified faces of his council. We are the strongest kingdom in the world. He roared, his voice filled with a desperate, wounded pride. And we cannot even manage our own affairs. Viceroy's Palace, Mexico City, New Spain. In contrast to the panicked fury gripping London, a quiet, confident satisfaction settled over the Viceroy's Palace in Mexico City. The air, warm and dry, carried the distant sounds of a city revitalized. The food shortages that had plagued the provinces were easing, thanks to the steady stream of grain arriving from the north. In the shipyards of Veracruz, the sound of hammers on wood echoed day and night as a new fleet, funded by Penmere gold and built with Pennsylvanian timber, began to take shape. Hope, a commodity that had been in dangerously short supply, was returning to New Spain. Fernando de Lancaster stood on his private balcony, a copy of the Penmere Gazette held loosely in one hand. He gazed out at the horizon, where the peaks of the distant volcanoes were silhouetted against the clear blue sky. A slow, genuine smile touched his lips. Penmere, he murmured, the name feeling solid, real. A good name for a kingdom. He took a slow sip of his morning chocolate, the rich, bitter taste of familiar comfort. He had taken a great risk, allying himself with this fledgling nation, this upstart Quaker and his enigmatic, impossibly powerful young associate. But the rewards were already proving to be immense. His people were being fed, his defenses were being strengthened, and for the first time in a long time, New Spain felt like a partner in its own destiny, not just a distant, exploited vassal of a European crown. He thought of Alaric Kenway. The memory of their meeting, of the young man's casual dismissal of his titles, of the quiet, absolute power he exuded, still sent a faint shiver down his spine. He was a force of nature, a player operating on a level Fernando couldn't fully comprehend, but one he was profoundly grateful to have on his side. He set his chocolate down and picked up a quill, dipping it into the inkpot on his writing desk. He pulled a fresh sheet of parchment towards him. The time for quiet, back-channel diplomacy was over. Penn had made his move, a bold, public declaration that had set the world on a new course. It was time for New Spain to make its own position clear. Bueno, Fernando mumbled to himself, a determined glint in his eye as his quill began to move across the page, drafting a formal proclamation. I will now also announce our alliance, so that Britain will have to think twice before they bare their teeth. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 194, Chapter 193, War Room in Penmere Palace. Current balance, 709,747,891 threes. 6d. A month had passed since the Penmere Gazette had sent shockwaves across the Atlantic. The Declaration of Independence was no longer just words on a page, it was a reality taking shape. Everything was pure chaos. Britain was blindsided and humiliated. It wasn't just a rebellion, it was a total loss of the entire British colonial infrastructure in the New World. Britain's revenue was gone, mercantile control was severed, and global prestige was shattered. In Philadelphia, the heart of this fledgling nation, a grand new structure had risen with impossible speed, a palace of white stone and stately columns that now served as the seat of government. It was officially named Penmere Palace, the home of the first king of the Holy Commonwealth of Penmere. Inside the palace's humongous war room, the atmosphere was filled with tension. Sunlight streamed through the tall, arched windows, illuminating a massive, circular table around which were gathered the military and political leaders of the new nation. Generals from Massachusetts, Virginia, and the Carolinas sat alongside shrewd Quaker politicians, their faces grim, their uniforms and simple coats were a sharp distinction. Alaric was there, not as a general, but as something more. He sat in a high-backed chair, his crimson coat was a splash of vibrant color in the otherwise somber room. He was the leader of the vanguard, his elite task force, and his presence commanded a quiet, unnerving authority that even the most seasoned generals could not ignore. None of his family were present, not even Cassandra. This was a council of war. Though it had been better for Cassandra to be here, but she's well into her third trimester. The meeting was already in progress, the initial reports and logistical updates having been delivered. Now, they had reached the heart of the matter. Now, to our most important discussion, William Penn said, his voice calm and steady as he addressed the room from his position at the head of the table. He turned his gaze to the silent, platinum-blonde man. Alaric, any news from Mateo's spy network about Britain's response? Yes, Alaric nodded, his voice carrying easily across the large chamber without him needing to raise it. He remained seated, his towering frame already making him one of the most prominent figures in the room. He took a slow, deliberate sip of water before speaking, his blue eyes sweeping over the anxious faces of the generals. From what we could gather, he began, his tone even, almost conversational, Britain's first move was not with cannons, but with words. They've resorted to religious propaganda, using their state church to brand Penmere as a false theocracy founded by Quaker fanatics and warlocks. They are declaring your actions heresy, using pamphlets, preachers, and the courts of Europe's conservative monarchies to turn public opinion against our kingdom. A murmur of disgust went through the room. Furthermore, Alaric continued, his voice dropping slightly, becoming harder, troops from Ireland and Britain were mobilized and shipped across the Atlantic days after they received news of the Gazette. Our intelligence confirms a force of approximately 10,000 men. There's also an additional support from experienced Hessian auxiliaries and several hardened Scottish Highland regiments. The generals shifted in their seats, their expressions growing grimmer. Some of them looked at Alaric with a flicker of annoyance. His casual use of "your" when referring to Penn felt disrespectful, but they held their tongues as Alaric was once the apprentice of the king. Penn, for his part, seemed not to notice, his focus entirely on the intelligence being presented. Then, a grizzled general from Boston finally asked, his voice a low growl, how many men are we expecting to face in total? 10-15,000. Alaric looked at the general, then his gaze moved slowly around the table, meeting the eyes of each man there before finally settling on Penn. 20,000, he stated flatly. The word fell into the room like a stone, the silence that followed was absolute. Eyes flicked from the map spread across the table to each other, and then, inevitably, to the floor. The air grew heavy, as if 20,000 ghosts had just marched into the room and taken their places beside them. They had, at best, 12,000 trained men in their own fledgling army. The promised support from New Spain was still months away from being fully realized. This was not a battle, it was a potential slaughter. Not to worry, Alaric's voice cut through the despairing silence, a calm, confident island in a sea of turmoil. He leaned forward, a faint, almost predatory smile on his lips. Britain's primary strategy isn't a direct land invasion, not at first. What they want is a Royal Navy blockade. They intend to choke us. They will blockade our ports from Boston all the way down to Charleston, cutting off our trade, especially now that Spain is openly supporting us. He paused, letting the strategic implications sink in. Then, his gaze locked onto Penn. After this meeting, I would like to have a private conversation, if you permit it, Your Majesty. The sudden, formal use of the title was a jolt. Penn's eyebrows rose slightly, but he nodded, intrigued by the shift in Alaric's demeanor. An hour later, the war room was empty, save for two figures. Alaric stood before a massive, wall-sized map of the Americas and the Atlantic. Penn stood beside him, his own cigar sending a thin trail of smoke towards the high, vaulted ceiling. My clone in London has already sifted through the King's private war correspondence, Alaric said, his voice low and confident. I know their deployments before their own generals do. He tapped a finger on the map. The major naval battles will be here, in Chesapeake Bay, and here, off the coast of New York. They will also use the Caribbean sea lanes they still control to stage attacks, using their bases in Barbados and Jamaica. As expected, Penn nodded, his expression grim. 3 fronts. They hope to overwhelm us with size, not precision. But size won't win them a war they no longer understand. A war they no longer understand. I agree, Alaric chuckled, offering a second cigar to Penn, who accepted it after tossing the finished one. Alaric flicked his finger, and the tip of Penn's cigar instantly glowed red. They won't understand how they will lose to a fledgling kingdom. Seeing our strategists holding their breaths a while ago, you were the only one who was calm, Penn observed, shaking his head with a small, wry smile. What is your plan, Alaric? Alaric took another long drag from his cigar, his eyes tracing the sea routes on the map. Britain's plan is to send 8,000 men to secure Chesapeake Bay, and another 8,000 to blockade New York. The remaining 4,000 will be split, 2,000 each to reinforce Barbados and Jamaica and harass our Spanish allies. He looked at Penn. If conditions are optimal, their main fleets will arrive in 7 weeks. He then laid out his own, audacious counter-strategy. Send the bulk of our army, 10,000 men, to defend New York. Do not ask for support from New Spain for that front. Vanguard will handle the Caribbean. Reuben, Thulaney, and the others will be more than enough to occupy Barbados and Jamaica on their own. He paused, his gaze turning to the vast blue expanse of the Chesapeake Bay on the map. I will handle every ship they send there. And once I am finished, I will join the fight in New York. Handle hundreds of ships on your own. Penn finally said, his voice barely a whisper. He stared at Alaric, his eyes wide with a disbelief that bordered on terror. Lad, I know you massacred 2,000 men back in Bristol. Don't you worry, Alaric grinned, the expression holding no humor, only a chilling certainty. Be it on land or at sea, I am a one-man army. Don't pull my leg. Penn's composure finally broke. He gripped Alaric's shoulder, his knuckles white. This is war we're talking about. The lives of thousands, the fate of this new nation. Do you think I'm fooling around? Alaric's gaze turned to ice. He met Penn's panicked eyes, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. Have you ever seen me joke when it comes to serious matters? Penn's hand dropped from Alaric's shoulder. He stared, his mind flashing back through the years, the impossible healing, the effortless creation of the mansion, the casual display of power that had rejuvenated his own body. He remembered the massacre in Bristol, the quiet, absolute confidence of the man who had faced down an army and won. A shaky, almost hysterical laugh escaped Penn's lips. Ha 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 ha, no, he breathed, shaking his head as he stumbled back a step. Damn, okay, damn. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 195, Chapter 194, Less Ye, Master Kenway. Nassau. The old Avery Tavern was a symphony of chaos, its air was filled with the smell of stale rum, sweat, and the faint, ever-present tang of desperation that clung to Nassau like a shroud. It was 5 in the afternoon, and the place was already packed. Pirates, their faces weathered and scarred from 100 skirmishes, slammed their tankards down on the rough-hewn tables, their laughter was a series of loud, guttural barks. At a table near the back, away from the worst of the brawling but still in the thick of the noise, sat some of the most notorious figures in the Caribbean. Edward Thatch, already cultivating the fearsome black beard that would become his legend, was roaring with laughter at something Benjamin Hornigold had said. Hornigold, ever the more composed of the two, simply smiled, a shrewd, calculating glint in his eyes. Edward Kenway sat with them, a half-smile on his own face as he nursed a mug of rum, listening to their tales of plunder and politics. Across the place, Abel Brahma, the captain of the Jacobite, had his arms wrapped around 2 tavern wenches, his own laughter a high, unpleasant sound. And then, Hornigold bellowed, finishing his story, the Spanish governor says, but that's the royal seal. And I says to him, well, you can tell your king he can seal my arse. Blackbeard howled with laughter again, but Hornigold turned his attention to the younger man at their table, letting out a loud, rum-soaked burp. Kenway, I didn't get to talk to you about it, but have you heard the news? News? Edward's eyebrows rose as he took a long drink from his mug. News about what? Hornigold grinned, a predator's smile. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out a slightly crumpled, sea-stained newspaper, sliding it across the sticky table. The Holy Commonwealth of Penmere, he said, his voice dropping slightly. A fledgling independent sovereign. Bah, Brahma is at it again, Blackbeard sneered, his gaze flicking contemptuously towards his rival captain. Pathetic fool. Edward ignored them, his eyes scanning the printed words. As he read, Hornigold continued, his tone turning serious. War's brewin', lad. Weeks from now, British ships, brigs and frigates will be everywhere in these parts. The sea's about to get a whole lot more crowded, and a whole lot more dangerous. Edward's gaze dulled, his mind a million miles away. He saw the name William Penn, a name he hadn't heard in years, a name tied to his family's strange, sudden prosperity. He saw the name Kenway in the whispers of the Bristol massacre. Sire William Penn has made his move, he thought, a cold dread mixing with a strange sense of pride. First, Alaric's massacre in Bristol. Now, this, damn, this is one hell of a situation. Way. Kenway. Huh. Edward's head snapped up, his eyes wide as he looked at Hornigold. Yes. Ye must be drunk, lad, Hornigold sighed, though he knew it wasn't just the rum that had the young pirate so distracted. He fished a few coins from his pocket and tossed them onto the table. Here, go look for a place to stay for the night. Clear your head. Edward looked down at the handful of reals, then back at Hornigold. He took them without a word, his mind still reeling. He needed to think. He needed to be alone. He pushed himself up from the table and walked towards the stairs leading out of the tavern. I need a break. Instead of finding a room, Edward found himself on the quiet shore of Nassau, far from the raucous noise of the town. The sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, and the evening wind was beginning to pick up, carrying a cool, salty bite. He stood at the water's edge, the waves washing over the toes of his worn boots, his mind a storm of conflicting emotions. His family, a new nation, a war with the British Empire, and Alaric, always Alaric, a ghost at the center of it all, a force of nature he couldn't begin to comprehend. Speaking of the devil, why were you sulking over here, cousin? The voice was calm, familiar, and utterly impossible. Edward's eyes widened. He spun around, his hand instinctively flying to the hilt of his cutlass. Leaning against a small, wind-bent palm tree, as if he had been there all along, was the tall, platinum-blonde figure of his cousin. D-damn, Alaric. Edward gasped, his heart hammering against his ribs. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. You surprised me, you bastard. Good evening, Edward, Alaric smirked, pushing himself off the tree. He walked over and sat down on a large, chopped tree trunk that had washed ashore, the crimson of his coat a stark contrast to the pale sand. System currency updated. Pound sterling converted to reals. 709,747,891 threes. 6D. 22,711,932,517 R. Conversion fee, 18 R. Current balance, 22,711,932,499 R. How did you get here? Edward demanded, his shock giving way to a new wave of anxiety. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you this place is dangerous? Calm down, will you? Alaric pulled a cigar from his pocket, lit it with a snap of his fingers, and took a long, leisurely drag. I've been here before. Treated the whole community to liquor, in fact. Edward fell silent. He remembered now. The stories Blackbeard and the others had told, of the impossibly wealthy, impossibly powerful cousin who had appeared out of nowhere. And I am here, Alaric continued, his voice losing its teasing edge, because Auntie wants you back. He sighed, crossing his long legs and running a hand through his platinum hair. Caroline, too, Alaric added softly. She might not say it, but it's been years, Edward. I haven't got anything yet, Alaric, Edward finally said, his voice a low, frustrated murmur. He rubbed his temples. Not yet. I promised her I'd return with a fortune dash. You promised her 2 years, cousin, Alaric cut him off, his voice firm but not unkind. He shook his head, taking another drag from his cigar. Look, I'm not here to force you into doing anything you don't like. You have your own ambition to fulfill. Just. He paused, tapping the ash from his cigar. 3 days, he said, his gaze steady. Just for 3 days. Come see them. Talk to them. That's impossible, Edward scoffed, shaking his head at the absurdity of the request. Philadelphia's 9 days away by the fastest ship, and that's with a fair wind the whole way. Ah, ye of little faith, Alaric smirked. Just trust me, yeah. Sure, let's say I agree, Edward said, raising a skeptical eyebrow. How would you sway Brahma to agree? He won't let his best man take a leave of absence for no reason. Alaric's other eyebrow shot up. Damn, you a pussy or something. He's so strict you can't ask for a 3-day vacation. Fine, Alaric sighed dramatically. 100 reals should do the job. Money withdrawal, 100 R. Current balance, 22,711,932,399 R. The last light of dusk had left the sky, leaving the Nassau shoreline bathed in the soft, silvery glow of a rising moon. The wind coming off the water was cooler now. Edward stood on the sand, the 100 reals coin Alaric had produced from nowhere feeling heavy and unreal in his palm. He looked from the coin to his cousin, 1,000 questions warring in his mind. 100 reals. He finally managed, shaking his head. Brahma is a greedy bastard, Alaric, but even he's not that greedy. He'll take the coin, sure, but he'll ask questions. He won't like me taking leave for no good reason. Alaric just smirked, the expression maddeningly calm. He took a final, leisurely drag from his cigar and tossed the smoldering nub into the waves, where it hissed and died. Don't worry about Brahma, he said, his voice laced with an amusement that did little to soothe Edward's nerves. I'll handle him. You just stand there and try to look piratical. With that, he turned and started walking back towards the town, his crimson coat a distinct slash of color against the dark sand. Edward hesitated for only a second before sighing and following, tucking the coin into his pouch. Trying to argue with Alaric, he was quickly learning, was like trying to argue with a hurricane. They re-entered the old Avery Tavern to a fresh wave of noise and heat. The place was even more crowded now, the air thick with the fog of cheap rum, sweat, and unwashed bodies. Pirates were singing a crude, off-key sea shanty, their voices a drunken roar that was punctuated by the slamming of tankards and the occasional crash of a dropped plate. At their table, Blackbeard and Hornigold were now locked in a loud, boisterous argument with another captain over some forgotten slight, while Abel Brahma had managed to corner a different tavern wench, his hands roaming freely over her as he whispered slurred promises into her ear. Edward felt a familiar knot of unease tighten in his stomach. This was his world now, this grimy, dangerous, chaotic mess. Seeing Alaric stride into it, so clean, so composed, and so utterly out of place, was jarring. Alaric didn't seem to notice. He walked directly to Brahma's table, his boots making soft sounds on the sawdust-strewn floor. He stopped, looking down at the portly captain and the uncomfortable-looking woman, his expression unreadable. Captain Brahma, Alaric said, his voice calm but cutting through the surrounding noise with an effortless authority. A word, if you please. Brahma looked up, his eyes bleary with drink. He scowled when he saw Alaric. You again. He grumbled, his hand tightening on the wench's arm. What do ye want now, fancy coat? Can't ye see I'm occupied? Alaric's gaze flickered to the woman, and his smile, which had been neutral, turned to ice. Let her go, he said, his voice was still quiet, but it held a chilling command that made the hair on Edward's arms stand up. Brahma hesitated, a flicker of drunken defiance in his eyes. But then he met Alaric's gaze, and whatever he saw there made him flinch. He grumbled under his breath and released the woman, who scurried away with a grateful glance at Alaric. Now then, Alaric said, his pleasant demeanor returning as if nothing had happened. He pulled the heavy pouch of 100 reals from his coat and dropped it onto the table with a solid, satisfying thud. The coins clinked together, a sound that cut through the tavern's din more effectively than a gunshot. Every pirate within earshot stopped talking, their eyes fixing on the money. My cousin, Edward, Alaric began, gesturing towards his cousin who was hovering awkwardly nearby, requires a 3-day leave of absence. Family matters. That, he tapped the pouch, is your compensation for his lost services. Brahma stared at the pouch, his greedy eyes widening. 100 reals. For 3 days of one crewman's time. It was an absurdly generous offer. He looked from the money to Alaric, then to Edward, a suspicious, calculating look on his face. 3 days, ye say? Brahma drawled, picking up the pouch and testing its weight. And what sort of family matters could be so important that he needs to leave his post? The kind that are none of your concern, Alaric replied smoothly. He will be back on your ship in 3 days, ready to work. You have my word. And your payment. Brahma looked like he was about to argue, to push for more information, to assert his authority. But then he looked at the pouch of silver in his hand, and his greed won out. A slow, oily smile spread across his face. He said, tucking the pouch securely into his belt. 3 days it is. Don't be late, Kenway, or this cousin of yours will be payin' a much steeper price. He won't be late, Alaric assured him. He then turned, his gaze sweeping over the entire tavern, at the dozens of pirates who were now openly staring at them, their eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and avarice. Alaric's smile widened. He reached into his coat again and produced another pouch. And another. And another. He began tossing them onto the tables around the room, the heavy clinking of coins echoing as they landed. And to celebrate this successful negotiation, Alaric announced, his voice ringing with a cheerful authority, the drinks tonight are on me. For everyone. A stunned silence fell for a second, then the tavern erupted. Huzzah! Bless ye, Master Kenway. More rum. The pirates surged towards the bar, a chaotic, joyous mob. The tavern keeper's eyes were as wide as saucers as he was suddenly inundated with a sea of empty mugs and shouted orders. Money withdrawal, 4,500 R. Current balance, 22,711,927,899 R. Alaric just laughed, a genuine, hearty sound. He walked to the bar, placing another, significantly larger pouch on the counter. "Keep 'em coming," he said to the overwhelmed keeper. "Serve them your best stock. And when they can't drink anymore, serve them again. No one leaves this tavern sober tonight." He turned back to the room, raising his own newly filled mug of rum in a toast. "To family," he shouted over the din. The pirates roared their approval, raising their own mugs in a chaotic salute before descending into a frenzy of drinking, singing, and drunken camaraderie. Edward watched it all. There was a dazed and almost surreal expression on his face. He saw Blackbeard and Hornigold, their earlier suspicions seemingly forgotten, laughing and clapping him on the back, praising his cousin's incredible generosity. He saw Brahma, his own captain, already ordering his third round, the 100 reals he'd just received likely already earmarked for the tavern keeper's till. Alaric had not just bought his leave, he had bought the entire tavern's silence and goodwill. He had neutralized any potential threat, any curious followers, by simply drowning them in alcohol. It was a strategy of such audacious, overwhelming simplicity that it was, in its own way, brilliant. Edward took a long drink of his rum, the strong liquor doing little to clear his spinning head. He looked at his cousin, who was now engaged in a friendly arm-wrestling match with a giant of a pirate, laughing as if he hadn't a care in the world. He had thought he understood the world of pirates, the game of gold and steel. But Alaric was playing a different game entirely, with rules Edward couldn't even begin to comprehend. And for the first time in a long time, Edward Kenway felt completely and utterly out of his depth. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 196, Chapter 195, Edward Kenway. Current balance, 22,711,927,899 R. The Grand Hall of Kenway Keep was a sea of soft light and quiet elegance. The chaos of the day's training and the political maneuvering of the past weeks had given way to a peaceful evening. The air was filled with the gentle melody, the scent of celestial tea, and the low, comfortable hum of conversation. This was not a formal state dinner, but a private gathering, a moment for the core of their new nation to simply be. Suleiman and Helena had, with surprising ease, grown accustomed to this new life. They sat near a roaring fireplace, sipping wine and smoking the fine cigars Alaric had provided, the paradise they had found a distinct, welcome contrast to the hard, dangerous lives they had led. William Penn and his family were also present, the Quaker leader engaged in a lively discussion with Reuben, Thulani, Leonard, Bernard, and Matteo, their talk a comfortable mix of philosophy, strategy, and the simple satisfaction of a shared cigar. Cassandra sat with the other women, a picture of serene beauty. She gently caressed her stomach, a small, secret smile on her lips as she listened to Eleanor and Lynette share stories of Alaric's and Edward's childhoods. She looked around the room, at the powerful, principled men and the strong, intelligent women who now formed their inner circle. She thought of William Penn, a man whose influence could shape continents, and realized with a jolt of profound affection that Alaric, her Alaric, had drawn all these remarkable people together. Everyone was dressed in their finest. Silks and velvets, fashionable gowns, and tailored three-piece suits. It was a gathering of the highest power, yet the atmosphere was one of family, of shared purpose and genuine affection. Cassandra's gaze drifted across the room, searching for her husband. She saw him then, materializing from a flicker of displaced air in a shadowed corner near the grand staircase, a spot no one was looking at. She was about to smile, to catch his eye, but her breath caught in her throat. He wasn't alone. Standing beside him was a man she didn't recognize, a man who was the complete antithesis of the opulent scene around them. He wore a worn, brown, unbuttoned leather vest that exposed a tanned, muscular chest. A single leather bandolier was slung diagonally across his torso. His off-white linen trousers were stained with salt and sea, tucked into knee-high, weathered leather boots. A simple red sash was wrapped under a battered leather belt, and an orange strip of fabric was tied around his head, holding back a mane of sun-bleached blonde hair. On his upper right arm was a tattoo of a crown. He looked rugged, dangerous, and utterly out of place. And yet there was something familiar about him. He looked, Cassandra thought with a jolt, like a younger, wilder version of Bernard Kenway. Her fixed gaze drew the attention of the other women. One by one, they turned, their own conversations faltering. Avelini gasped. Elizabeth's hand flew to her mouth. Then Reuben and Thulani saw him, their easy smiles vanishing. Leonard and Eleanor stood up. And then, Bernard, Lynette, and Caroline saw him. Son. Edward. A few minutes ago, on the shores of Nassau. The night was dark, the only light coming from the distant, chaotic glow of the pirate town and the sliver of a moon hanging in the sky. Alaric stood on the quiet shore, the waves lapping at his boots. "Well," he said, taking a final drag from his cigar. "You ready to meet your parents?" "Okay, fine, let's do it," Edward sighed, the sound a mixture of resignation and raw, nervous energy. "I don't know how you'll do it, though." "Easy," Alaric smirked. He walked over to Edward and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Don't puke." "Huh." It was the last word Edward managed to get out. He blinked. One moment, he was standing on a dark, sandy beach, the smell of salt and rum in the air. The next, the world twisted, space folding in on itself in a nauseating, instantaneous lurch. He was standing on a thick, plush carpet, surrounded by impossible luxury. The air was warm, filled with the scent of beeswax, tea, and fine food. Soft music drifted from somewhere nearby. He was in a palace. Where are W? The question died in his throat as a violent wave of nausea hit him. He clamped a hand over his mouth, his stomach churning, his body rebelling against the impossible journey. Ugh. He doubled over, fighting the urge to vomit. After a few agonizing seconds, the feeling subsided, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He straightened up slowly, taking in his surroundings. He saw the faces then, the people he had spent the last 3 years trying to forget, the people he had dreamed of every lonely night at sea. He saw William Penn, looking impossibly younger. He saw Thulani and Reuben, powerful and confident men. He saw Avelini, his wife's sister, now a beautiful, poised woman. He saw his uncle and aunt, his own mother and father, their faces etched with a shock that mirrored his own. And then he saw her, Caroline. She was standing, her hand over her mouth, tears already streaming down her face. She was more beautiful than he remembered, and the sight of her, the reality of her, hit him with the force of a physical blow. Caroline's son. Edward. The cries from his parents, filled with a mixture of shock and overwhelming joy, finally broke the spell. He was home, and he was completely, utterly unprepared. System currency updated. Reals converted to pounds sterling. 22,711,927,899 are 709,747,746 16ths. 10D. Conversion fee 11s. 2D. Current balance 709,747,746 5s. 8D. The staff of Kenway Keep, trained by Alaric's clones to be more than mere servants, reacted with disciplined silence. They saw the sudden appearance of two men, one their master, the other a rugged stranger. They saw the raw, powerful emotions erupting from the family. Jonathan Hugh, ever the professional, simply gave a subtle, silent gesture to the other staff, a command to hold their positions, to observe, to not interfere. They were soldiers in their own right, and this was a family matter. Edward didn't know what to do. His mind was still reeling from the impossible journey, his stomach still churning. The next thing he knew, he was enveloped in the fierce, desperate hugs of his parents. His mother, Lynette, was sobbing into his chest, her hands clutching the rough leather of his vest. His father, Bernard, held him tight, his usual boisterous demeanor gone, replaced by a quiet, trembling relief. But Edward's eyes were fixed over their shoulders, locked on one person, Caroline. She stood by a sofa, her hands clasped before her, tears tracing silent paths down her cheeks. She was filled with a joy so profound it was painful, but she held herself back, giving his parents their moment. She saw the way he looked at her, the shock, the longing, the confusion. And in that shared gaze, a silent conversation passed between them, 1,000 unspoken words of regret, of hope, of love. She held his stare, her own gaze steady, a quiet strength in her that he didn't remember. Caroline's, changed, Edward thought, as his parents finally, reluctantly, gave him space. He took a hesitant step forward, then another, his boots feeling heavy and clumsy on the fine carpet. He didn't know what to say. He reached her, stopping a foot away. She stood up from the sofa, her eyes never leaving his. The silence stretched, thick with 3 years of pain and distance. Caroline. I'm B.A-P-A-A-Ah. The sound was like a gunshot in the silent hall. Sharp, clean, and utterly shocking. Caroline's hand had moved in a blur, her palm connecting with his cheek with a force that snapped his head to the side. A collective gasp went through the room. Alaric, who had been watching with a knowing smirk, felt his own eyes widen. He had expected tears, maybe some shouting, but the slap that had some real power behind it. Edward stood frozen, the sting on his cheek a fiery brand. He slowly turned his head back to face her, his own shock evident. But then he saw it. Her face was crumbling, the mask of strength dissolving into pure, unadulterated grief. Her body was shaking, and the tears she had held back were now a torrent. He sighed, a slow, weary sound, and a sad, gentle smile touched his lips. He reached out, pulling her into his arms, holding her tight as she sobbed against his chest. I'm sorry, Caroline, he whispered into her hair. I'm here now. She hugged him back fiercely, her face buried in his chest. 2 years, Edward, she choked out, her voice muffled by his vest. That was your promise. I know. He soothed, stroking her hair. He winced as she, in a surge of grief and anger, delivered a surprisingly sharp uppercut to his ribs. He just held her tighter. I love you, dear. Alaric chuckled softly from the side. Heh, this is a first. Shut up, Alaric. Lynette shot him a watery glare, though there was no real heat in it. The Kenway family was finally, however briefly, whole again. Hours later, the initial storm of emotion had passed. William Penn and his family had taken their leave after a warm, if slightly awkward, reunion with Edward. Alaric had introduced Cassandra, a development that left Edward momentarily speechless. Now, in a private sitting room, away from the prying eyes of the staff, the real conversation began. What do you mean you're going to leave in 3 days? Caroline's voice was sharp, incredulous. She sat opposite him on a plush sofa, her tears dried but her eyes still holding a deep, painful hurt. Yeah, Edward said, looking down at his hands. He sighed, then met her gaze, his own eyes filled with a stubborn, frustrating pride. I still haven't got it, Caroline. Remember my promise. He continued, his voice low but firm. Food that doesn't make us sick, walls that hold back the wind. A decent life. That I'll be a man of quality, with 1,000 doubloons spilling from my pockets like drops of rain. Caroline stared at him, then let out a short, humorless laugh. She looked down at her own fine silk dress, at the luxurious room around them. We already have food and walls that kings would kill for. 1,000 doubloons? Edward, I have so much wealth now that 1,000 doubloons is mere pocket change. Edward's head snapped up, his pride clearly wounded. But it's not mine, it's William Penn's. Our family is just living under his charity, under William Penn's protection. Didn't you listen to what your father said about us? I'm trying to break that chain. Caroline's face crumpled, the tears returning. Why can't you just stay here, Edward? She pleaded, her voice breaking. Why chase something so dangerous? Why leave me? Why leave our daughter, Jennifer? What did you say? Edward's voice was a hoarse whisper. He stared at her, his own pride, his ambition, completely forgotten. Did you say, our daughter? Wiping her eyes, Caroline slowly nodded. Yes, she whispered. I was pregnant when you left to become a privateer. Edward's world tilted on its axis. He stared at her, his eyes wide with a shock so profound it left him breathless. A daughter. He had a daughter. See, can you tell me, he finally managed, his voice trembling, what happened? All these years. Caroline looked at him, then down at her hands. A lot has happened, Edward. He saw the pain in her eyes, the years of hardship and fear she had endured alone. He saw the strength she had found, a strength he had never known. And in that moment, his own selfish quest for fortune felt like a hollow, childish dream. I'll listen, he said, his voice filled with a new, desperate urgency. It doesn't matter if it takes days, weeks, or months. Tell me everything. He had promised to be gone in 3 days. But as he looked at his wife, at the ghost of the daughter he had never known, he knew. He wasn't going anywhere. Then, Caroline began, a fragile, hopeful light returning to her eyes. Do you remember the castle back in Bristol? Edward thought about it, then nodded his head. Ah, William Penn's, the one where we were allowed to live temporarily due to us working on the farm. The castle in Bristol wasn't Penn's, Caroline said quietly. It was Alaric's. He was already wealthy, even then. The farm, the land, it was all his. Edward stared, his mind struggling to process the information. What? But I thought. And your parents were always supportive of us, Edward, she continued, her voice soft but firm. They were just afraid of my father. They loved you. Edward couldn't say anything. He really hated his parents for disagreeing with his decision to marry Caroline back then. The day you sailed away from Bristol to become a privateer, Caroline sighed, her palms on top of her knees. Alaric offered me to live in the Kenway Castle, and I accepted. Your parents welcomed me with a warm smile and embrace. They showered me with love. They made me felt that I was their daughter. She told him about the Celestial business, how Alaric had made her the manager of the Celestial tea brand, how she had partnered with Avellini to keep the Scott family business alive. As she spoke, a dawning, sickening realization spread across Edward's face. The miracle products that were the talk of every port, the source of unimaginable wealth, it was all Alaric. So that day when he gave me the Celestial salve, Edward thought, remembering the time when he was readying the supplies for ship named the Emperor back in 1712. Damn, forget 1,000 doubloons, my cousin's damn opulent. And then, Caroline's voice dropped, a shadow crossing her features. A few days after you sailed, my father was killed. By Templars. Templars? Edward asked, confused. What are Templars? Caroline looked at him, and in her eyes, he saw a depth of pain and knowledge that he couldn't begin to understand. She shook her head. That's a story for another time. She took a shaky breath. And then, in June of 1713, Jennifer was born. She looked up at him, her gaze direct, her voice barely a whisper. She was the most beautiful baby I had ever seen. Edward's heart sank, a cold, heavy weight of guilt settling in his gut. He had been a bad father, a bad husband. Caroline saw the look on his face, the self-loathing. It's okay, she said softly. You didn't know. She then told him of her decision to leave Bristol, of chartering ships with Penn and her family to start a new life in Philadelphia. She spoke of her fascination with the Iroquois, of her trade for knowledge, and then her voice faltered. I found something there, Edward, she whispered, her eyes filling with a new, terrifying kind of tear. 2 apples of Eden. Apples of what? He asked, leaning forward, his own troubles forgotten in the face of her sudden distress. She shook her head, a sob catching in her throat. I can't, she choked out, the tears now streaming down her face. I can't talk about it. It's too much. She looked at him, her eyes pleading. Ask Alaric. He can tell you. Edward was at a loss. He reached out, pulling her into his arms as she cried, a deep, shuddering grief that he didn't understand but felt in his very soul. Apples of Eden, that sounds dangerous. Suddenly, a soft knock at the door made them both jump. It opened a crack, and Bernard peeked his head in. "Ah, sorry," he said, seeing the scene. "I thought it was a good time to talk. I'll come back later." The door clicked shut. Edward held Caroline for a long moment, letting her cry. When her sobs finally subsided, he pulled back slightly, his own eyes filled with a new, desperate resolve. "Caroline," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Can I see her? Our daughter." Caroline looked up at him, and through the tears, a small, fragile smile appeared. She nodded, taking his hand and pulling him to his feet, leading him out of the room. As he followed her down the grand, silent corridor, a single, disquieting thought echoed in his mind. "Now that I think about it, is this house, this palace, is this Alaric's too?" But hours had passed. The initial, tumultuous storm of reunion had given way to a quiet, fragile peace. Edward now sat in a comfortable armchair in the gazebo at the back of the mansion, a place Alaric had told him to meet him after he'd had time to process everything. The night was cool, the air filled with the gentle chirping of crickets. He had met his daughter. The memory was a raw, beautiful ache in his chest. Caroline had led him to a quiet nursery, where a small, sleeping form lay in a beautifully carved wooden crib. Jennifer. She was perfect. Tiny fingers curled into a fist, a dusting of blonde hair on her head. He had reached out a trembling hand, his calloused, scarred fingers gently stroking her soft cheek. She had stirred, her small mouth making a soft noise, and in that moment, Edward's world had shifted on its axis. His quest for gold, for glory, for a man of quality status, it all felt nothing anymore. He had stayed there for hours, just watching her sleep, a profound, overwhelming love filling the empty spaces in his soul. Now, he waited. He needed answers. And he knew there was only one person who had them. "Do you smoke?" Edward looked up. Alaric stood at the entrance to the gazebo, a lit cigar held loosely between his fingers, the smoke curling into the night air. "No, I don't." Edward shook his head. You'll smoke soon enough," Alaric smirked, walking over and sinking into the elegant sofa chair opposite him. They sat in silence for a moment, the only sound the chirping of the crickets. "How did you do that, Alaric?" Edward finally asked, his voice low. "Don't think I could forget about us suddenly being here in a split second." Alaric took a slow drag from his cigar, blowing a perfect smoke ring that dissipated into the darkness. "It's one of my abilities," he said, his tone casual. "Don't bother prying. You'll understand it sooner or later." Edward stared at his cousin, then sighed. He knew a brick wall when he saw one. "Fine. How about this house? Is this yours?" "It's the family's," Alaric replied, crossing his long legs. "But if you're just asking if I'm rich, then yes." An eyebrow from Edward twitched. "How rich?" Seeing the genuine curiosity in his cousin's eyes, Alaric pretended to think, tapping his cigar against the ashtray. Well, I guess, enough to make several kings bow to my money." Edward's eyes widened, but he quickly schooled his expression. "That much, aye. If what you say is true, why go to war with Britain? You even have £500,000 on your head." "Oh." Alaric's brows rose before he chuckled. "I forgot you pirates always read the bounty posters." "Fine," Alaric sighed, taking one last drag before setting the cigar aside. "I reckon the letters didn't spread out from Bristol, did they?" "What letters?" "Never mind," Alaric shook his head. He then proceeded to explain everything, his voice a low, steady murmur in the quiet night. He told Edward of the deal with Queen Anne, of the 40,000 celestial salves, of the brief, prosperous peace in Bristol. He told him of the new king, of the crown's betrayal, of the army sent to crush their new way of life, and of the bloody, one-sided battle that had followed. And after that, Edward finished for him, his voice grim, "You and the family ran here, to Philadelphia." "You got it right," Alaric nodded, a flicker of approval in his eyes. "That's a lot to take in," Edward sighed, looking down at his hands. His family had been at the center of a political firestorm, a war, while he had been chasing shadows in the Caribbean. "Tell me," he said, his voice low and serious, "what are assassins and Templars? And these, apples of Eden?" Caroline mentioned she couldn't talk about them. "Something tells me they're dangerous." "Oh boy," Alaric raised his brows, a slow, almost weary smirk spreading across his face. "If you think that was a lot to take in, you're in for a roller coaster." "What's a roller coaster?" "Sigh. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 197, Chapter 196, Labor. Current balance, 709,747,746 fives. 8D. The war was near. It wasn't a tangible thing, not yet. No sails had appeared on the horizon, no cannons had roared. But it was a palpable presence, a low hum of inevitability that vibrated in the crisp autumn air. Alaric felt it in the quiet determination of his family, in the sharp, focused energy of the assassins, in the grim resolve of William Penn. Everyone could feel it. The vanguard, Alaric's elite task force, was now an ultimate honed weapon. He gathered the corps command in the war room, the massive map of the Americas spread out before them. His plan was audacious, a classic Alaric strategy that relied on overwhelming speed and precision. The 500 members of the vanguard would be divided. 250 would form the first team, captained by Thulani. Their mission, sail to Jamaica, liberate the island from British control, free every slave, and dismantle the Crown's military presence. The second team, also 250 strong and captained by Reuben, had the more complex task of sweeping through the Lesser Antilles, capturing the key British strongholds of Barbados, Antigua, St. Kitts, and the surrounding islands. To accomplish this, they needed ships unlike any the world had ever seen. In a secluded cove downriver from the estate, Alaric built them. Using his wood release, he summoned massive, ancient timbers from the earth, their wood dense and resilient. With Vulcan, he forged iron fittings that were stronger and lighter than any man-made alloy. He wove fuinjutsu seals into the very grain of the wood, an azura's crest for each vessel, making their hulls virtually indestructible. Even the glass of the cabin windows was unbreakable. The cannons he forged were masterpieces of controlled destruction, and he created special cannonballs, each one a contained explosion of chakra designed to detonate on impact, unleashing a 10-meter radius of pure destructive force. The two frigates were beasts, beautiful and terrifying. Reuben, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and grim determination, named his vessel the Wraithling. Thulani, a fire of righteous fury in his heart, christened his Liberty's Wrath. They were not gifts, they were instruments of the duty they had sworn to uphold. William Penn, upon seeing the two impossible ships, had immediately commissioned an entire fleet for the Commonwealth of Penmere. On June 1, a formal contract was drawn: 80 sloops, 60 schooners, 40 brigs, 25 frigates, and 10 massive man-o'-war vessels. Alaric, with the help of his clones, finished the entire fleet by June 3. When Penn presented the payment of £1,575,000, Alaric had simply laughed. £1.5 million. He'd said, waving a dismissive hand. I don't need any more pennies. The act, a flex of unimaginable wealth, had both infuriated and deeply moved the Quaker leader, freeing up a fortune for the fledgling nation's treasury to focus it somewhere else. And so, the new nation thrived. The celestial products, flowing from the underground warehouse, and the impossibly bountiful harvests from Alaric's 10,000 hectares, turned Philadelphia into the economic heart of the New World. The name Kenway became synonymous not just with wealth, but with a new kind of power. July 6, 1715. Error. The scream, raw and primal, tore through the quiet of the master bedroom. Push. Malakaaa. Cassandra's hands gripped the sides of the bed, her body slick with sweat. Eleanor Kenway and Elizabeth Scott stood on either side of her, their faces a mixture of calm competence and profound empathy. They had sent all the men out hours ago, their presence deemed more of a hindrance than a help. Come on, push. Eleanor encouraged, her voice a firm, steady anchor in the storm of pain. Alaric, I'll kill you. Cassandra roared, her voice cracking. Yes, honey. Alaric's strained voice came from the head of the bed. His hand was currently being crushed in Cassandra's iron grip. He was immortal, he was a god in all but name, but his wife's demigod strength, amplified by the agony of childbirth, was a force of nature he could not simply shrug off. Push, Cassie. Ugh. With one final, shuddering cry, a new sound filled the room. Oh-ah-ah-ah. It was the thin, wailing cry of a newborn. Elizabeth skillfully and gently took the baby, her movements practiced and sure. She cleaned the infant, her hands deft and gentle, as its cries filled the room with the sound of new life. It's a boy, she announced, a warm, tearful smile on her face. She wrapped the baby in a soft linen cloth and placed him in Cassandra's waiting arms. Cassandra looked down at her son, and the pain, the exhaustion, the centuries of loneliness, all melted away. He was beautiful, perfect. He had a dusting of fine, platinum blonde hair, just like his father, but when he opened his eyes, they were a deep, captivating amber, the exact shade of her own. A single, happy tear traced a path down her cheek. She looked up at Alaric, her heart so full it felt like it would burst. He was staring at the baby, his own eyes wide with a shock so profound he seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. He's beautiful, isn't he? She whispered. She saw the look on his face, the dazed, almost fearful awe of a new father. Do you want to hold him? Alaric seemed to snap out of his trance. Why yes, he stammered, carefully, almost reverently, taking the small, warm bundle from her. He looked down at his son, at the tiny, perfect face, and felt a love so fierce, so overwhelming, it eclipsed every power he had ever known. So, Cassandra said, a tired but teasing smile on her lips. You won the bet. What will you name him? Alaric looked at his son, then back at Cassandra, a mischievous, almost delirious grin spreading across his face. Dumbledore Kenway. Cassandra's loving expression instantly turned to one of profound annoyance. You will not. Alaric chuckled, the sound a little shaky. He leaned down and kissed his son's forehead, then Cassandra's lips. He looked back at the baby in his arms, his expression softening into one of pure, unadulterated love. Charles, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Charles Hunter Kenway. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/coolark. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 198, Chapter 197, Naval Battle. Current balance, 709,747,746 fives. 8D. July 9, 1715. The night was a masterpiece of quiet beauty. A nearly full moon was in the clear, black sky, casting a brilliant silver light over the Kenway Keep and the sleeping Pennsylvania countryside. From the high balcony of their master bedroom, the world seemed peaceful, a tranquil kingdom under a canopy of stars. Cassandra stood by at the stone balustrade, her hands resting on the cool, smooth surface. She had just finished putting their son, Charles, to sleep in his crib in the adjoining nursery. The simple, maternal act was still a source of profound, aching wonder for her. Every time she looked at his tiny, perfect face, a wave of love so fierce it was almost painful would wash over her. It was a feeling she had thought lost to her forever, buried with her first son, Elpidios, in the dust of ancient Greece. The regret of that long-ago loss, the centuries of believing she would never again know that bond, made these quiet moments with Charles all the more precious. "The moon looks almost full," she sighed, her voice a soft murmur in the still night air. She wore a simple white sleeping gown, the fine linen doing little to hide the powerful, graceful curves of her body. The war council with Penn and the others felt like a distant memory now. The talk of armies and blockades, of kings and empires, seemed trivial in the face of this quiet, immense peace. Enjoying the night. The voice, a low, familiar rumble, came from behind her. Cassandra turned, a warm smile instantly touching her lips. Alaric stood in the open doorway of the balcony, a simple white poet shirt unlaced at the collar, his usual black trousers and boots completing the look. Even in such simple attire, he radiated an aura of royalty, a natural, commanding presence that the most finely dressed nobles could only dream of imitating. His features, his height, his domineering yet laid-back attitude, it was a combination that still, after all this time, made her heart skip a beat. "Yes, Agpi Mao," Cassandra smiled as he walked towards her. "Finished with the meeting, I suppose." He stopped in front of her, the moonlight catching the platinum strands of his hair. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned down and captured her lips in a soft, lingering kiss. "Yep," he murmured against her mouth. "I came here immediately after." Cassandra stared up at him, getting lost in the deep, endless blue of his eyes. His gaze held a warmth, a tenderness that was reserved only for her, a stark, beautiful contrast to the cold, calculating power she knew he wielded. The sight of her, bathed in moonlight, her amber eyes shining with an ancient wisdom and a new, maternal softness, was a sight that could make any man feral. Alaric's own control, usually so absolute, wavered. He groaned softly, capturing her lips again, this time with a fierce, possessive hunger. He grabbed her by the ass, his hands easily lifting her from the floor, and placed her on the wide stone railing of the balustrade, her back against a sturdy pillar. "Agpi Mao," Cassandra gasped, her hands instinctively flying to his broad shoulders as he pressed his body against hers, his mouth moving to her neck, kissing and nipping at the sensitive skin. "See, Charles is sleeping. Let's just do it silently, then." Alaric smirked, his voice a low, wicked purr against her skin. He pulled his head back, his eyes blazing with a desire that mirrored her own. That was all it took. Any thought of quiet or restraint vanished. She pulled his face back to hers, their lips crashing together in a deep, passionate French kiss, a silent, desperate conversation of need and love and a longing that time itself could not diminish. The kiss deepened and Cassandra felt Alaric's dick getting hard as it was pressing on her undergarment. She could feel her breath getting hot while exhaling on her nose. Sliding off the straps of Cassandra's sleeping gown and immediately started kissing her from neck to downwards, teasing the side of her nipples, making her moan softly. Alaric then lifted the skirts of her dress and pulled down her undergarments. "Heh, you're dripping wet." Shut up," the Matthias blushed, narrowing her eyes. It was a tease and it made her shy, but the tease did make her more wet. "Ah." Cassandra widened her eyes as Alaric played with her clit, rubbing it softly in all directions. Stop teasing me." Alaric kissed her one more time before squatting down, position his face on her perfectly shaved pussy, licking her folds first, then center, then the clitoris. "Malaka." She cursed softly as she grabbed Alaric's hair with both hands, pressing his face more on her pussy. She started trembling, and little by little, "AAAHHHH." She came. Damn, that was so hot. Alaric licked her pussy one more time before standing up, unbuckling his belt and allowing his pants to fall down. Cassandra widened her eyes slightly at the sight of his tower being so huge. Alaric positioned his dick at the entrance of her pussy, making her close her eyes, only to widen them as he teased her once more. He slid his dick at the surface of her pussy as the lower part of his dick is rubbing on her clit, making her moan again. "I said stop teasing me." Alaric gazed at Cassandra's sexy blushing face. He locked his lips on hers one more time before sliding his dick inside her. Cassandra's moan was a low, trembling thing as Alaric slid inside her, his cock stretching her with a slow, deliberate thrust that made her breath catch. Her hands gripped his shoulders, nails biting into his skin as she adjusted to the fullness, her body already sparking with need. "Fuck," she gasped, her voice rough, head tipping back against the pillar as he began to move, each thrust deep and steady, building a rhythm that had her trembling. Alaric grunted, his hands tight on her hips, guiding her against him as he picked up the pace, his movements turning rougher, more urgent. The balustrade was cold and hard beneath her, but she didn't care, lost in the heat of him, the way he filled her, the friction sending jolts of pleasure through her core. "Damn," he muttered, his voice low and strained, his lips brushing her neck as he thrust harder, the sound of their bodies meeting echoing faintly in the night air. Cassandra's legs tightened around his waist, urging him deeper, her moans growing sharper as the tension coiled tight in her belly. "Melaka," she cursed, her voice breaking as she rocked against him, chasing the edge. Her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling hard as the pleasure built, overwhelming, until it snapped. She came with a shuddering cry, her body clenching around him, waves of heat crashing through her. Alaric's control broke at the feel of her, his thrusts growing erratic as he chased his own release. "Shit," he growled, his grip bruising as he pushed deep, spilling inside her with a low, guttural groan. Cassandra's legs locked around him, pulling him even closer, her body trembling as his cock pressed deeper, drawing another sharp moan from her lips, louder than she meant it to be. He didn't pull out. Instead, he started moving again, still hard, his thrust slower but no less intense, each one reigniting the fire in her core. Cassandra's breath came in ragged gasps, her body oversensitive but craving more. "Agpi Mao," she panted, her voice a mix of plea and demand as he pounded into her, the rhythm relentless. He came again, a rough curse under his breath as he filled her once more, and when he finally pulled out, his cum dripped from her, warm and slick, pooling on the stone beneath her. Cassandra was still catching her breath, her body buzzing, when Alaric grabbed her hips, turning her to face the balustrade. She braced her hands on the top rail, her legs shaky as he positioned her, bending her forward. "Hold on," he said, voice rough with want, and then he was inside her again, thrusting deep, his hands gripping her ass. He slapped her once, hard, the sting pulling a sharp moan from her throat as her body clenched around him, a quick, shuddering orgasm ripping through her. "Fuck." She gasped, her voice trembling as he slapped her again, each smack sending a jolt of pleasure pain that made her come again, her knees buckling. Her eyes rolled back, body shaking as he kept pounding, relentless, his hand coming down again and again, each slap pushing her over the edge until she was a trembling mess, barely able to hold herself up. "Melaka Alaric," she moaned, her voice breaking as another wave hit, her pussy clenching around him. He came one last time, a low groan escaping as he spilled inside her, the excess dripping down her thighs as her oversensitive body twitched, unable to hold it all. She was still trembling, panting, her hands gripping the rail for dear life, when a loud cry pierced the night. "Charles," wailing from the nursery. Cassandra's head snapped up, her mom mode kicking in like a switch. She pushed off the balustrade, legs wobbly but determined, dashing inside without a second thought. "I'm here, baby, I'm here," she called softly, her voice instantly tender as she disappeared into the bedroom. Alaric stood there, catching his breath, his cock still half hard but spent. He chuckled, shaking his head as he tugged his trousers back up. "Fucking hell," he muttered, a grin tugging at his lips as he followed her inside, the night air cooling the sweat on his skin. July 10th, 1715, morning, the seas near Jamaica. The Caribbean morning was a deceptive blanket of thick, gray fog. It clung to the surface of the sea, muffling sound and reducing visibility to a few ship lengths. The Liberty's Wrath, Thulani's impossibly durable frigate, cut through the water like a silent predator, its dark, Fuinjutsu-reinforced Mokutan timbers making no sound as they sliced through the gentle swell. On the quarterdeck, Thulani stood as a mountain of calm resolve, the great sword Excalibur on his back. He stared into the dense fog, his enhanced senses reaching out into the oppressive quiet. Captain, his first mate, a former slave named Jabari whose loyalty was forged in the fires of their shared past, reported from beside him. Lookouts confirmed 13 brigs surrounding the entrance to Jamaica. A full blockade. Thulani nodded slowly, his gaze never leaving the unseen enemy. "They are confident," he rumbled, his deep voice carrying easily across the deck. "They believe the fog is their ally, hiding their numbers. They are wrong. It is ours." He turned, his eyes sweeping over the 250 members of his vanguard company, who stood ready at their posts. They were not pirates or navy men. They were farmers, clerks, and former slaves, forged into an elite fighting force, their bodies and wills hardened by Alaric's impossible training. They were superhumans, and they knew it. "Prepare the forward cannons," Thulani commanded, his voice ringing with an authority that left no room for doubt. "Load the gifts from Master Alaric." A ripple of grim excitement went through the gun crews. They knew what that meant. The special cannonballs, the ones that hummed with a contained, terrifying power. "We will use the fog as our cloak," Thulani continued, laying out his simple, brutal plan. "We approach from their blind spot. A single, devastating volley to sow chaos. Then, we board. We show them the meaning of wrath." The Liberty's Wrath changed course, its movements impossibly silent for a ship of its size. It slipped through the fog like a ghost, positioning itself perfectly on the flank of the unsuspecting British fleet. "Fire," Thulani said, his voice a low, deadly whisper. The world erupted in a series of deafening roars. The explosive cannonballs tore through the fog, not with the familiar whistle of iron, but with a strange, high-pitched hum. They slammed into the hulls of 2 British brigs. The explosions were catastrophic. It wasn't just splintering wood, it was a wave of pure, concussive force that ripped the ships apart from the inside out, sending fire, men, and debris flying in all directions. Chaos and terror instantly gripped the British fleet. Before they could even begin to understand what had hit them, the Liberty's wrath was upon them, its dark hull emerging from the fog like a sea monster. Grappling hooks flew, and Thulani led the charge, leaping from his own railing onto the deck of the nearest enemy brig, Excalibur already in his hand, its blade glowing with a faint, holy light. The vanguard followed, a wave of silent, deadly warriors. They moved with a speed and strength that was simply inhuman. A British soldier raised his musket, only to have his arm torn from its socket by a single, brutal blow from a former farmer. Another was sent flying overboard by a kick from a man who had once been a clerk. Thulani was a whirlwind of destruction. Excalibur sang as it cleaved through men and steel with equal ease. He fought not with the rage of a berserker, but with the cold, focused fury of a man delivering justice. The British sailors, caught completely off guard, their morale shattered by the initial, devastating attack, were overwhelmed. Just as Thulani's men were securing the first brig, another British ship maneuvered alongside, its crew pouring over the railings in a desperate counterattack. They thought they were trapping the boarders. Instead, they had just stepped into the slaughter. The vanguard, now fighting on two fronts, simply turned, their movements were a blur of controlled violence, cutting down the reinforcements with contemptuous ease. The British captain of a third brig, seeing the battle lost, made a desperate, ruthless decision. Fire on the Sea Serpent. He roared, pointing to the ship his own men were being slaughtered upon. Sink them all. Cannons roared from the third ship, their iron balls aimed not at the Liberty's wrath, but at their own sister ship. The vanguard, sensing the shift, reacted instantly. Back to the wrath. Thulani bellowed. With a series of impossible, gravity-defying leaps, his men abandoned the two captured brigs, springing back onto the deck of their own frigate just as the cannonballs slammed into the captured vessels, turning them into a splintered, sinking wreck. The remaining British ships, their formation broken, their crews terrified, began to turn, their only thought to escape this impossible, demonic frigate and the supermen who crewed it. Same time, coast of New York, Captain Alistair Finch of the HMS Vengeance, a proud 100-gun first-rate ship of the line and the flagship of the Royal Navy's North American Squadron, stood on his quarterdeck with an air of supreme confidence. The morning sun glinted off the polished brass of his spyglass as he surveyed the enemy fleet. Pathetic, he sneered, snapping the spyglass shut. He turned to the other generals and captains gathered around him, a dismissive smirk on his face. A handful of frigates and brigs. Do they truly think this collection of merchant vessels can stand against the might of the Royal Navy? The other officers chuckled in agreement. They were veterans of the Spanish succession, men who had faced the great fleets of France and Spain. This colonial rabble was nothing. We shall make short work of them, Captain, one of his generals affirmed. A few broadsides, and they'll be begging for quarter. This rebellion will be over before it has truly begun. Finch nodded, his gaze sweeping across his own formidable fleet. 10 ships of the line, 20 frigates, and a screen of smaller brigs. It was overwhelming force, a hammer designed to crush a nut. Signal the fleet, he commanded. Advance in line of battle. We shall give them a proper naval salute. As the British fleet began its majestic, inexorable advance, a lookout's cry suddenly echoed from the crow's nest of the Vengeance. Sail ho! To the south. Finch frowned, raising his spyglass again. He scanned the southern horizon, his confident smirk slowly dissolving, replaced by a look of confusion, then dawning alarm. It wasn't one sail. It was dozens. Man-o'-wars, their triple-gun decks bristling with cannons, emerged from the morning haze, flanked by a swarm of frigates and brigs, all flying the unfamiliar flag of Penmere. They were flanking them. By the devil, a general beside him breathed, his face paling. Where did they come from? All hands. Finch roared, his earlier confidence shattered, replaced by the frantic urgency of a commander caught in a trap. Change formation. Bring us about. Gunners, to your stations. But it was too late. The battle began not with a stately exchange of broadsides, but with a brutal, chaotic melee. The Penmere ships, built by Alaric, were impossibly durable. British cannonballs, which should have torn through oak hulls like paper, simply bounced off the strange, dark wood of the colonial vessels with a dull thud, leaving barely a scratch. What in God's name are those ships made of? Finch screamed, watching in horror as one of his frigates was systematically dismantled by a Penmere man-o'-war that seemed to shrug off every cannonball fired at it. The battle turned into a gruesome, close-quarters slaughter. The Penmere fleet, superior in number and seemingly invulnerable, closed the distance. Grappling hooks flew, and the colonial soldiers, a mix of hardened militia and what looked like trained assassins, swarmed onto the decks of the British ships. From his flagship, Finch watched in horror as the battle line collapsed. He saw the HMS Dauntless overwhelmed, its decks running red with the blood of its crew. He saw the HMS Triton erupt in flames as a boarding party fought their way to its powder magazine. Then, his own nightmare began. 2 Penmere man-o'-wars, their hulls impossibly pristine despite the battle, broke through the chaos, one on either side of the Vengeance. Grappling hooks slammed into his railings, and the colonial soldiers, their faces grim and determined, began to pour onto his deck. Finch drew his sword, his heart pounding with a mixture of fury and despair. "For the king!" he roared, leading his marines in a desperate charge. The fighting on the deck of the Vengeance was brutal, a chaotic mess of clashing steel, pistol shots, and the screams of dying men. But the colonials were relentless, their strength and ferocity seemingly endless. Finch fought like a cornered lion, his blade was a blur, but for every man he cut down, 2 more seemed to take his place. He was pushed back, until he and the last of his surviving crew were cornered on the quarterdeck, surrounded by a sea of grim-faced colonial soldiers. The deck was slick with the blood of his men. The proud flag of the Royal Navy lay trampled underfoot. The colonial captain, a tall, imposing man with the cold, hard eyes of a veteran, stepped forward, his sword resting easily in his hand. He looked at Finch, at the handful of surviving officers, and then at the shattered remains of their fleet. Finch looked at the faces of his men, at their fear, their exhaustion, their defeat. He looked at his own blood-stained sword. And then, with a heavy, soul-crushing sigh, he let it fall from his nerveless fingers, the blade clattering onto the bloody deck. He slowly, reluctantly, raised his hands in surrender. Kenway Keep, lunch time. It was a peaceful afternoon at Kenway Keep. The war might be raging on the seas hundreds of miles away, but here, in the heart of Penmere, an air of calm prevailed. In the grand dining hall, Alaric sat beside Cassandra, leisurely enjoying a late lunch. The chefs had outdone themselves, a spread of roasted meats, fresh bread, and colorful vegetables covering the long table. "Ah, taste this, it's delicious," Alaric murmured, using his own spoon to offer Cassandra a bite of a savory meat pie. She accepted it with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling. The domestic tranquility of the scene was abruptly interrupted by a pointed throat clearing from the end of the table. William Penn sat there, a stack of dispatches and maps before him, his expression a mixture of patience and profound exasperation. "Lad," Penn said, his voice tight with restrained urgency. "The Chesapeake Bay." Alaric stopped, his spoon halfway to Cassandra's mouth again. He looked at Penn, then at Cassandra, who gave a small, understanding sigh. "Will you come with us?" Alaric asked her. "A maid's taking care of Charles for now, anyway." "Sure," Cassandra nodded, taking a sip of water. "I already fed Charles some milk before we started eating." Penn remained silent, but his expression was a perfect and eloquent bruh. "Well, let's go then," Alaric smiled, pushing his chair back. He and Cassandra stood, and Alaric walked over to Penn, taking the older man's hand. He then took Cassandra's. With a subtle pulse of chakra, he inscribed a temporary floating seal on both of them. "You won't be able to fly on your own," he explained casually, "but if I allow it, you'll float." He then led the two of them, one a legendary demigod, the other the de facto king of a new nation, towards a set of large glass doors that opened onto a wide, second-story balcony overlooking the estate. He slid the door open, a cool breeze rustling the papers on Penn's distant desk. "Let's go for a fly. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there." 199, Chapter 198, Crimson Coat. Cape Bonavista. The humid air of the jungle was thick and heavy, a huge contrast to the cool, salt-laced breeze Edward had grown accustomed to. He stood perched on the thick, moss-covered branch of a massive tree, the wood solid and unyielding beneath the worn leather of his boots. The branch extended out over a chasm, a natural diving board at least 40 meters above the roaring waterfall that crashed into a turquoise pool below. The sound was a constant, deafening roar, a symphony of raw, untamed nature. He held the letter he'd taken from the dead assassin's pocket, the parchment already damp from the spray. He didn't need to read it again as the words were seared into his mind. "Senior Duncan Walpole. I accept your most generous offer, and await your arrival with eagerness. If you truly possess the information we desire, we have the means to reward you handsomely. Though I will not know your face by sight, I believe I can recognize the custom made infamous by your secret order. Therefore, come to Havana in haste and trust that you shall be welcomed as a brother. Your most humble servant, Governor Laureano Torres y Ayala." Havana. A way out. A new identity. A new purpose. Governor Laureano Torres y Ayala. He thought of the letter before sighing. "So this is the governor that Alaric wants me to eliminate." He closed his eyes, not to block out the world, but to see it more clearly. The training he had undergone, the strange, tingling sensation of Alaric's power settling into his very being, had changed him. His senses, once sharp, were now something else entirely. He could feel the jungle around him, not just see it. He felt the flutter of a hummingbird's wings 100 yards away, the low, guttural growl of a jaguar stalking through the undergrowth, the chattering of howler monkeys in the canopy. He could feel the life, the energy, of everything within a vast, 500-meter radius. And within that vibrant tapestry of life, he felt the discordant, fearful energy of a man being held against his will, just a few hundred meters from the base of the waterfall. Templars. And a ship, waiting nearby. Finally, a way out, Edward murmured, a grim, determined smile touching his lips. He opened his eyes, the world snapping back into sharp, vibrant focus. And then, he leaped. Thud. It was not the graceful dive of an assassin into water. It was a brutal, gravity-defying plummet onto hard, unforgiving ground. He landed in a crouch, the impact sending a shockwave through the earth, cracking the packed dirt beneath his boots. He felt the force of the 40-meter drop shudder through his bones, but nothing broke. The strange, swirling tattoo Alaric had placed on his back, the one that hummed with a faint, almost imperceptible energy, absorbed the impact, leaving him completely unharmed. Whatever witchcraft Alaric did to me, Edward thought, a familiar, almost giddy grin spreading across his face, I'll take it anytime. He rose from his crouch and melted into the jungle. The dense foliage, the shifting patterns of light and shadow, were his allies. The Templar soldiers, in their conspicuous uniforms, were clumsy and loud in this environment. Hiding from them was child's play. He moved through the bushes like a ghost, his steps silent, his presence a mere whisper on the wind. He found the first one easily, a lone sentry leaning against a tree, his musket held loosely. Edward slipped up behind him, his hand clamping over the man's mouth, his other hand drawing a dagger across his throat in a single, swift, and silent motion. He lowered the body gently to the ground, the man's life extinguished before he even knew he was in danger. He continued his silent purge, moving from one soldier to the next, a phantom of death in the vibrant jungle. They were focused on their prisoner, confident in their numbers, and they never saw him coming. The final Templar stood over a man who was bound and kneeling on the ground, his back to the jungle. He was in the middle of a harsh interrogation, his voice a low, angry growl. He heard a faint rustle in the bushes behind him, a sound that could have been the wind, or a small animal. Who are dash? The question died in his throat, replaced by a wet, gurgling sound as Edward's dagger found its mark. The Templar's eyes widened in a final, fleeting moment of shock and surprise before he crumpled to the ground. Edward stood over the last of the dead soldiers, a grim satisfaction settling over him. He looked down at the man who had been their prisoner. He was chubby, with well-groomed blonde hair and clothes that were far too fine for this rough, untamed part of the world. A merchant, most likely. Pitying the man, Edward sighed and extended a hand, pulling him to his feet. Poor fella. By God's grace, sir, you saved me, the man said, his voice a mixture of relief and gratitude. He looked around at the dead bodies, a slight shiver running through him, but he quickly composed himself, a polite, almost formal smile returning to his face. A profusion of thanks. His wording's a little formal for these parts, a merchant indeed, Edward thought, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He glanced towards the nearby coastline, where a handsome schooner was anchored just offshore. Is that yours? It is my vessel, yes. But, ah. The merchant's face fell, a look of embarrassment crossing his features. Here lies its poor captain, he said, gesturing to another body Edward hadn't noticed before. And I have no art for sailing. I can pilot her myself. No mind, Edward said, his gaze already sweeping over the area, searching the nearby crates for any valuables the Templars might have left behind. Why, you don't mean to abscond with my ship, do you? The merchant asked, a note of panic entering his voice. Edward paused his search, turning to face the man. He held the man's gaze for a moment, a dozen possible lies and threats running through his mind. Then, he simply smiled, an easy, disarming grin. I'm Duncan. What's your name, friend? He extended his hand. The merchant, clearly thrown off by the sudden shift in tone, hesitated for only a second before taking the offered hand. Steed Bonnet, he replied, his voice still a little shaky. Well, Mr. Bonnet, let this stay, twixt us, Edward said, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone, but I am on a secret errand for His Majesty the King, God save him, and I must get to Havana with speed. Ah, that is a relief, sir, Steed Bonnet's face beamed with hope. Havana is also my destination. Our ways lie together. Natural allies, then, Edward nodded, turning back to a locked crate. He gripped the lid and, with a grunt of effort, tore it open with his bare hands, the wood splintering under his enhanced strength. Oh, you put me at ease, sir, Steed said, a relieved sigh escaping him. To think I took you for a pirate when you first appeared. Did you? Edward asked, not looking at him as he rummaged through the crate. Yes. You have an uncommon way of handling yourself, Steed replied, turning his back to Edward as if suddenly finding the sand fascinating. Quick and easy, if I may say. Gave me quite a fright. Finding nothing of value, Edward sighed and started walking towards the water. But all things considered, Steed continued, his voice a little too cheerful as he tried to keep the conversation going, I think it's turned out to be a rather fortuitous day, hasn't it? Edward glanced back at the bumbling merchant, a flicker of something almost like pity in his eyes, before turning back to the sea and wading into the waves, swimming towards the schooner. Steed watched him go, a cringe of self-recrimination on his face. He looked down at his fine, now mud-stained, clothes, then back at the retreating form of Duncan. With a sigh, he followed, wading into the water after the strange, dangerous man who was his only hope of reaching Havana. Somewhere south of Philadelphia, William Penn and Cassandra were, simultaneously, having the time of their lives and fearing for their lives. They were moving at a speed that defied all known laws of nature, a velocity they had never before experienced. The ground below was a blurry, streaking tapestry of green and brown. And most terrifyingly of all, they were flying. I cannot believe this. Penn shouted, his voice instantly snatched away by the roaring wind. His usual Quaker composure was completely gone, replaced by a wide-eyed, almost childlike terror and wonder. I really cannot believe this. Cassandra, on the other hand, was grinning, a wild, exhilarating light in her ancient amber eyes. This was her first time truly flying, and while she was no stranger to death-defying leaps, this was something else entirely. The feeling of soaring through the air, untethered, was a freedom unlike any she had ever known. Ha 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 ha, this is amazing. Alaric, flying effortlessly between them, just smiled, enjoying their reactions. A few minutes later, after passing over the settlements of Delaware and Maryland, the vast, shimmering expanse of the Chesapeake Bay came into view. And with it, the enemy. Hundreds of ships. A forest of masts and sails, the proud flags of the Royal Navy snapping in the wind. They were positioned just outside the mouth of the bay, a formidable, waiting wall of wood and cannon. Wait, are they hesitating? Penn's brows furrowed as they came to a stop, hovering high above the coast. They're not attacking the bay immediately. Because they're confused why there are no ships protecting the bay, Cassandra surmised, her strategic mind instantly analyzing the situation. They're worried they could be flanked. That's why they're positioned near enough to blockade, but not inside the bay where they could be trapped. Alaric nodded in silent agreement. Well, not like they're gonna get flanked or what bad decision, they made it easier for me. Alaric, lad, I'll ask you for the last time, Penn said, his voice tight with a mixture of awe and profound anxiety as he looked from the massive fleet to Alaric. Are you sure about this? All of them? Without a moment's hesitation, Alaric smiled and nodded. I'll let you both see how amazing Chakra is. He floated forward, a lone figure moving steadily towards the hundreds of ships, maintaining his altitude. Penn and Cassandra remained where they were, silent, breathless spectators with the best, and most terrifying, view of the impending battle. Hear ye, all you people, Alaric's voice, amplified by his chakra, boomed across the water, a low, cold, and utterly bored sound that seemed to come from the very sky itself. You've trespassed on the seas that belong to the Holy Commonwealth of Penmere. The announcement sent a ripple of confusion through the British fleet. Sailors looked around, searching for the source of the disembodied voice. Look! Heavens! Look up! Admiral George Byng was from a family of Kentish gentry, a well-established and influential family though not of the very highest aristocracy at the time of his birth. His success and strategic acumen in naval affairs had, however, made him a prominent figure in England. He had distinguished himself throughout a long and illustrious career, participating in numerous naval engagements, including the capture of Gibraltar and the Battle of Malaga. His bravery and skill earned him a baronetcy within this year. He was appointed the admiral of this massive fleet not merely for his rank but for his proven loyalty and his reputation as one of the finest sailors and strategists the Royal Navy possessed. This was the largest expeditionary force Britain had ever dispatched, a testament to the king's determination to crush the rebellion, and Byng, a firm and shrewd commander, was seen as the only man capable of wielding such power. Admiral George Byng, a man whose name was synonymous with victory and strategy in the Royal Navy, squinted up at the sky, his hand shielding his eyes from the sun's glare. His first mate handed him a spyglass. He raised it, focusing on the small, dark speck his men were pointing at. His eyes widened. What the hell is that? It wasn't a bird. It was a man, floating. Wait, that's Alaric Jonathan Kenway. The Crimson Coat. The name, the description from the bounty posters, spread through the fleet like wildfire, a murmur of disbelief and dawning horror. Alaric's POV. Alaric, hovering calmly above the fleet, took a long, slow breath. He unsealed his Kuzenagi from the tattoo on his shoulder, the simple, deadly blade appearing in his hand. He poured a massive amount of lightning chakra into the steel, more than half of his considerable chakra reserves, until the blade crackled and hummed with an almost unbearable power, arcs of white-hot lightning dancing along its length. He unsheathed it. With a single, fluid motion, he slashed the air before him, once down and to the right, once down and to the left, forming a perfect, silent X of pure, condensed lightning. Then, he sheathed the blade. Cassandra and Penn's POV. From their vantage point, they saw Alaric perform the strange, almost ritualistic motion. Nothing happened. What is he doing? Penn murmured, utterly bewildered. Is it some kind of ritual before he starts fighting them? Cassandra remained silent, but her enhanced vision, her demigod senses, saw what Penn could not. She saw the air itself seem to tear, to ripple along the lines Alaric had drawn. She felt a power so immense, so absolute, that it made the staff of Hermes feel like a child's toy. No, this is... And then, it happened. Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there. 200, Chapter 199, Act of God. The Caribbean Sea, aboard the Wraithling. The Wraithling was a phantom on the waves. Built from Alaric's impossible power, its dark, Mokutan timbers sliced through the turquoise Caribbean waters with an unnatural speed and silence. What should have been a 7-day journey from the seas near Jamaica to their target of Barbados was being accomplished in a fraction of the time. The sun was hot and the air was thick with the promise of a storm, but on the quarterdeck, a different kind of tension was brewing. Reuben stood at the railing, his arms crossed over his chest, his gaze fixed on the endless blue horizon. His usual easygoing smirk was gone, replaced by a look of intense, focused concentration. The boy who had once been a common thief, scrabbling for survival in the grimy streets of Bristol, was now a captain, a leader of super soldiers, on a mission to cripple the naval power of the world's greatest empire. Flavia came to stand beside him, her own expression a mixture of love and concern. She gently placed a hand on his arm. "Amore, are you nervous?" "That is not the look of nervousness, Bambina." Matteo Auditore's dry voice came from behind them. The old master assassin was leaning against the mainmast, his own arms crossed, his gaze as sharp and knowing as ever. Reuben turned his head, his hard expression softening as he looked at Flavia. A genuine, warm smile touched his lips. "I'm just thinking," he said, his voice a low, sincere murmur. "When we go back to Philadelphia let's have a child." The effect was instantaneous. Flavia froze, her hand still on his arm. Matteo, who had seen and heard everything in his long life, actually blinked in surprise. The nearby Auditore assassins, who had been sharpening their blades, suddenly found their work incredibly fascinating, though their ears were burning. Even Jonathan Hugh, who was at the helm, his face a mask of professional calm, felt his eyebrow twitch. "Why you?" Flavia finally stammered, her face flushing a deep, beautiful shade of crimson. She raised a fist as if to punch him, but then seemed to remember they were on the verge of a massive naval battle and reluctantly lowered it. "How can you say that here? Now?" Reuben's eyes widened as he looked around, finally noticing the silent, intensely focused attention of everyone on the quarterdeck. A blush crept up his own neck. He had been so lost in his thoughts, in the sudden, overwhelming desire for a future, a family, a life beyond this war, that he had simply blurted it out. "Damn," he muttered, turning back to face the sea, the tips of his ears burning. Chesapeake Bay. Silence. A profound, unnatural, deafening silence. That was what followed the impossible explosion. Where moments before there had been a forest of masts, a proud armada of the Royal Navy, there was now a void. The sea itself seemed to have been torn open, a massive, X-shaped chasm of churning, boiling water marking the spot where dozens of ships had simply ceased to exist. The surviving vessels, now scattered and leaderless, bobbed on the turbulent waves, their crews staring in mute, horrified disbelief. What had once been a fleet of hundreds was now a meager collection of 36 ships, 1 battered man-o'-war, 15 frigates, and 20 brigantines, all that remained of the King's mighty hammer. Admiral George Byng stood on the deck of his flagship, the HMS Sovereign, his mind a complete blank. He couldn't process what he had seen. The sound, the light, the sheer, annihilating force of it was beyond any weapon, any act of war he had ever witnessed. High above, William Penn was in a similar state of shock. He stared down at the devastation, his mouth agape, his usual eloquence completely gone. "This is an act of God," he finally managed to whisper, his voice trembling. He turned to Cassandra, who was floating beside him, her own face a mask of stunned, almost fearful awe. Cassandra, are you all right?" Her eyes were wide, her posture weakened, her mind struggling to reconcile what she had just seen with the 2.5 millennia of warfare she had experienced. This was not the power of the ISU. This was something else entirely. "Let it be known amongst you," Alaric's voice boomed across the water again, cold and devoid of any emotion, his crimson coat fluttering in the wind. "An act of war against the holy commonwealth of Penmere warrants death." And then, he began to fall. He cancelled his flight, his body dropping from the sky. The sailors on the surviving ships watched, their terror momentarily replaced by a confused hope. Look, he's descending." But it was not the uncontrolled plummet of a dying man. He fell with a strange, deliberate grace, his descent accelerating until he was a crimson and platinum blur against the blue sky. He landed, not with a crash, but with a soft, almost silent thud on the deck of a brigantine, his knees barely bending to absorb the impact. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the terrified, paralyzed faces of the British sailors. "I'll show you another example," he said, his voice a low, conversational murmur that was somehow audible to every man on the ship, "of why you should listen." Before anyone could even process his words, he moved. He wasn't just fast, he basically disappeared while cutting through the ranks of the sailors. The Kuzenagi blade was now back in his hand, not using chakra this time. The first man he reached was a burly sailor with a pistol in his hand. He simply fell apart, his torso separating from his legs in a spray of blood and viscera. The massacre had begun. It was not a battle. It was a horrifying slaughter. Alaric moved gracefully, his blade faster than himself. He didn't just kill, he dismantled every single person he came across with minimal effort. A sailor who raised a cutlass had his arm severed at the shoulder, the limb flying through the air before the man even had time to scream. Another was decapitated, his head spinning from his shoulders like a child's top. The deck of the brigantine was transformed into a charnel house in seconds, the scuppers running red with blood, the air filled with the coppery smell of death. The captains of the surrounding ships, their initial shock giving way to a frantic, desperate terror, began to scream orders. Fire! Fire on that brig! Sink it! Sink him! Dozens of cannons roared to life, a cacophony of thunder that shook the very sea. A storm of iron cannonballs converged on the small brigantine, a maelstrom of destruction aimed at the lone figure standing amidst the carnage. Alaric looked up, his expression one of utter boredom. He saw the cannonballs, a swarm of black dots against the blue sky, and simply jumped. He leaped onto the railing of the ship, and then, with a burst of chakra from the soles of his feet, he launched himself into the air, directly into the path of an oncoming cannonball. He landed on it. For a fraction of a second, he stood perfectly balanced on the speeding, spinning sphere of iron, his crimson coat fluttering behind him like the wings of a vengeful god. He used its momentum, its raw kinetic energy, as a stepping stone, leaping from it with another burst of speed, soaring through the air towards the next ship in the line. He landed on the deck of a frigate amidst another group of terrified sailors. The massacre continued. The scene repeated itself, a horrifying ballet of death. Alaric would slaughter the crew of one ship, wait for the others to fire upon him, and then use their own weapons as his personal transport to the next vessel. He didn't even need to fly. Panic shattered the last vestiges of British naval discipline. The remaining ships, their captains realizing they were not fighting a man but a demon, began to break formation, turning to flee, their only thought to escape this impossible, unstoppable angel of death. Alaric, standing on the blood-soaked deck of his fifth conquered ship, watched them go. He sighed, a sound of profound disappointment. He floated upwards, rising high above the scattered, fleeing fleet. He closed his eyes, his hands forming a series of complex, blurring single-hand signs with his free hand. He took a deep breath, and when he exhaled, it was not air, but a torrent of pure, incandescent flame. The fire coalesced, twisting and writhing in the air, forming the shapes of massive, serpentine dragons. Dozens of them, each one a roaring, 100-foot-long beast of pure, unadulterated fire, their scales shimmering with heat, their eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence. With a silent command, he unleashed them. The fire dragons roared, a soundless, terrifying cry that was felt rather than heard, and descended upon the fleeing ships. The first dragon slammed into a brigantine, not just setting it on fire, but consuming it in an instantaneous, explosive inferno that left nothing but a cloud of steam and a patch of boiling water. One by one, the fleeing ships were annihilated, each one erased from existence by a fiery, draconic avatar of Alaric's wrath. In the end, only one ship remained. The flagship. The HMS Sovereign. It had been damaged in the initial blast, its mainmast cracked, its sails in tatters, unable to flee with the others. Alaric descended slowly, landing on its quarterdeck as gently as a falling leaf. He looked around at the surviving crew, at their pale, terrified faces, at the proud, decorated admiral who stood before him, his sword held in a trembling hand. No one spoke. No one moved. They were in the presence of a god, and they knew it. Alaric's cold, blue eyes finally settled on the man with the most prestigious uniform. "What is your name, Admiral?" he asked, his voice quiet, almost gentle. Admiral George Byng, a man who had faced down the greatest fleets in the world, a man who had never known fear, opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. He tried again, his voice a hoarse, trembling whisper. I am Admiral George Byng." "George Byng," Alaric repeated, the name a soft, final judgment. "If you surrender now, Penmere will keep you gentlemen as prisoners." However, he didn't need to finish. The admiral, his will completely shattered, dropped his sword with a clatter. The rest of the crew fell to their knees, their hands raised in a desperate, universal gesture of surrender. Alaric looked at them with an unreadable expression, then turned and smiled softly as Cassandra and Pen, pulled by the invisible force of his Fuinjutsu, floated gently down to land on the deck beside him. The surrendered crew stared, their eyes widening in fresh shock as they recognized the man who was now, officially, the king of the Holy Commonwealth of Penmere. Alaric ignored them. He walked to the railing of the massive man-o'-war and placed a hand on the wood. The entire ship shuddered, then began to move, propelled forward by an unseen, impossibly powerful force, its cracked mast and torn sails irrelevant as it cut through the water towards the distant shores of the Chesapeake Bay. He turned back to his two stunned companions, a wide, innocent, almost boyish smile on his face. "So surprised? Consider buying me a coffee. Patreon.com/CoolaRK. I'm uploading dozens of chapters ahead there."
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.